Chen Beige smiled as she was allocated to a deserted island. Not only did she possess spatial abilities, but she also had an innate capability for autonomous underwater breathing and the ability to communicate with marine creatures. Daily Life 1. Chen Beige. Take me to the sperm whale's den. I wish to collect a couple of their droppings. Orca. Why would you collect their droppings? I have some too. I can give you. Daily Life 2. Orca. Oh dear, there's a little turtle ahead. Watch closely. I shall perform a turtle slap for you. Chen Beige. I advise you to reconsider, or I shall demonstrate a whale slap. Chapter 1. A head costs 5 taels. In the gentle spring of March, as the grass flourished and the orioles took flight, in the southern realm of the Deshun dynasty lay Qinjia village. 2 fishermen, burdened with their nets, whispered to one another about the newly arrived refugees at the village entrance. Why are there so many more refugees in the village? They arrived from Haiphong Prefecture last night, claiming they would be temporarily settled here. This batch looks worse off than the last. I hope they won't resort to stealing in the village. Who knows? We should return home and ensure our belongings are secure. As they conversed, their pace quickened toward home. At the village entrance of Qinjia, a row of dilapidated grass shanties stood, reduced to mere frames by the tempest, with the wooden supports taken by villagers, leaving only a mound of earth barely reaching their calves. The displaced refugees now resided there. Mother, I think my sister has awakened. In a haze, Chen Beige seemed to hear those words. On her way home, she noticed a window on the 8th floor ajar, with a baby crawling perilously close to the edge. In a moment of urgency, she rushed forward, only to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, the overwhelming memories of the original owner surged into her mind, causing her discomfort and nausea. She grasped her aching, dizzy head. Yiba, Yiba, what's wrong with you? Father, our daughter has fainted again. After a chaotic day yesterday, Chen Beige finally regained consciousness in the evening. She spent the night grappling with her thoughts, ultimately accepting her current predicament. Acceptance was unavoidable. She surmised her body had sustained significant damage. As dawn broke, she heard someone shouting outside. Everyone wake up. We're called to gather at the village's great locust tree. In a makeshift shelter supported by branches, she quickly sat up, only to find her hair tangled in the straw mat, causing her to grimace in pain. Chen Bei's younger brother rolled his eyes at her. Sister, have you burned your brain out? Speak again. The original owner had suffered a high fever for 3 days upon arriving in the Southern Territory, a fever that ultimately claimed her life and bestowed a second chance upon Chen Beige. When Zhao Xianglian entered, she happened to witness the siblings exchanging eye rolls. Hurry up and wash up, you've been as restless as a chicken with a broken leg. They exchanged glances and quickly scrambled out to freshen up. Their mother was not one to be trifled with. A disagreement could lead to a sharp reprimand. In the center of Qinjia village stood a towering locust tree, under which many villagers gathered. As Chen's family arrived, the villagers intentionally covered their noses and distanced themselves, while another group, slightly fewer in number and less ragged in attire, stood apart, evidently the first batch of refugees, reluctant to associate with them. Chen Beige rolled her eyes at the sight. These people are exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, look at them, one might think we are filthy vermin. Silence. Silence. A middle-aged man stood atop a large stone under the tree. Once the crowd quieted, he spoke. I am Qin Hui, the village chief of Qinjia. You are temporarily settled here if you wish to reside here permanently. Do not engage in thievery or unlawful acts, or I will report you and have you expelled from Qinjia village. Silence enveloped the crowd, and Qin Hui nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Furthermore, to settle in Qinjia village, each household must submit silver based on their population to aid in village repairs at 5 taels per person. As the demand for payment echoed, the refugees erupted in uproar. Heavens, why not just rob us? We've endured so much to reach here, and we don't have a single coin left. Is this not pushing us towards death? From the original owner's memories, she knew that although they were all refugees, many had scavenged some valuables from the deceased along their perilous journey. However, her own family was left with not a single coin. The harrowing escape had claimed her grandmother first, followed by her grandfather. All the money they had was spent on their burial, and no one knew how much others had acquired from the dead. Even if they had some funds, 5 taels per person was an insurmountable amount. This Qin Hui is no good. Even the authorities do not demand payment. He is brazenly embezzling. I see that this Qinjia village lacks compassion. This outcry incensed not only Qin Hui, but also the villagers. If you have the ability, then leave. We don't wish to share a village with you beggars. Exactly. Who knows if you bring diseases? Stand back, you are ill omens. Chen Hu's gaze turned fierce as he looked at the new arrivals. If you wish to settle here, you must pay. If payment is not made within 3 days, I will report you, and your fate will be uncertain. With that, he led the way away. Once they departed, the refugees surrounded Chen Wanli, clamoring with questions. Chen Xiaocai, what do you think? My family has 12 members. How much must we pay? Where will we find such money? My family has 10, mine is 8. Chen Wanli fell helpless. Let us return home and discuss it. This was not the place for conversation. The refugees placed great trust in Chen Wanli because he had skillfully guided them away from numerous dangers along their journey. Upon returning to their temporary haven, the refugees could no longer contain their frustration. Chen Xiaocai, write a petition against Qin Hui. Yes. Accuse him of exploiting his power for personal gain. Sue him. Sue him. Raising his hand, Chen Wanli signaled for silence. Everyone, please remain calm. I too cannot produce this money. I will inquire further in the county, and we can plan from there. I had hoped to sell everything to acquire some land and plant crops for sustenance. But Qin Hui aims to force us into despair. We have just escaped great peril. And he shows no compassion, only seeking to drain our resources. Even if it drives me to my end, I cannot produce such a sum. Curse him if pushed. I will make him comply. Seeing their anger escalate, Chen Wanli raised his voice. Everyone, do not panic. I, like you, cannot afford this fee. I will go inquire, and you all should attend to your tasks. I will return with news. Then we shall wait for Chen Xiaocai's return before making further plans. With that, they dispersed at 8 that moment. A figure hurried toward the Qin family ancestral hall. Inside, Qin Hui awaited news with several village elders. Upon hearing a report that a leading scholar intended to visit the county for inquiries and to lodge a complaint, Qin Hui smirked. Ha! I am eager to see what benefits these refugees might gain from the county magistrate. Chapter 2. Here comes the seafood. At this moment, Chen Wanli had arrived at Duqua County, a small town located at the very edge of the southern frontier. Though it lay on the outskirts, it boasted 2 small towns and over 10 villages, rendering Duqua County somewhat lively despite its size. Chen Wanli was accompanied by Zhao Xianglian, while Chen Beige and Chen Baihan, the 2 siblings, remained at home. The Chen family was currently in dire financial straits, unable to produce even a single copper coin. Zhao Xianglian, following along, aimed not only to protect Chen Wanli, but also to sell the medicinal herbs strapped to her back. The reason Zhao Xianglian engaged in selling herbs is rooted in the history of the Chen and Zhao families. The old Chen family had been tilling the land for generations, and Chen Wanli had several elder sisters. In their early years, the family endured great hardships to afford his education. Fortunately, Chen Wanli was diligent and studious, eventually passing the imperial examination to become a Xiaocai. However, having reached the limits of his capabilities, his hopes of further advancement were dim, leading him to abandon the examinations and take up the role of a teacher at a private academy in town, gradually improving the family's circumstances. As for Zhao Xianglian, she was indeed a match for Chen Wanli. The Zhao family, once renowned for their imperial physicians, had fallen into decline by the time of Zhao's father. Zhao and his wife had only one daughter, Zhao Xianglian, who learned medicine from her father since childhood. While not a masterful physician, she was competent in treating minor ailments. Due to her parents having no sons, the neighbors often gossiped about the Zhao family, causing Zhao Xianglian to defend her family fiercely, earning herself a reputation for being hot-tempered. She spent years collecting herbs and practicing medicine alongside her father, who also taught her some self-defense techniques. Their families intertwined when Chen Wanli saved Zhao's father from fainting by the roadside during an examination trip, thus sealing their fates. Years into their marriage, while traditionally the man held authority within the Chen household, Zhao Xianglian's words often held more weight than Chen Wanli's. Husband, you go to the tea stall for a cup of tea first. I'll join you once I change the money, Zhao Xianglian suggested. Chen Wanli nodded, recognizing the tea stall as a good place to gather information, and strolled over. What did your village charge? One of the 2 middle-aged men at the adjacent table inquired. 3 taels per person. And yours? Us too. But those miserly fools refused to pay, claiming they have no money. As Chen Wanli took a seat, he couldn't help but overhear their conversation. One of them continued, they'll pay eventually. In Duqua County, where else can they go? Indeed, better to pay up early than suffer. Furrowing his brow at their words, Chen Wanli attempted to listen further, but they soon switched topics. He suppressed his curiosity and called for the stall owner. 1 pot of tea and a plate of peanuts, please. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. As he sipped his tea, Zhao Xianglian approached with a scowl. This medical clinic is truly exploiting us, taking advantage of me being a refugee from afar and slashing prices to half of what they should be. Chen Wanli paused, gesturing for her to sit. The 2 men finished their drinks, tossed a few copper coins on the table, and departed. Boss, I am curious about something. Why was there no mention of paying per person when I traveled from Haifeng Prefecture? The tea stall owner, collecting the payment while eyeing the couple, replied. You two must be refugees from the north, right? The prefecture may not collect fees, but that doesn't mean we don't here. If you wish to avoid hardship, I advise you to pay up soon. Implying that the county magistrate wielded absolute power, Chen Wanli's expression darkened. He inquired further about the magistrate, and the stall owner shared some widely known information. Satisfied with his inquiries, the couple left 3 copper coins on the table, purchasing some coarse grains before hastily making their way to Qin village. Chen Xiaozai has returned. How did your inquiries go? Chen Beige exclaimed. Mother and father, have some water. Seeing their parched lips, she hurriedly handed them a bamboo tube and set down the backpack. Chen Wanli took the bamboo tube, quenched his thirst, and uttered, This money is what the magistrate demands. Instantly, the crowd erupted in panic. This could cost me my life. I, an old woman, might as well die on the road to save my grandson some money. Grandma, I'd rather die too. Living this long has been enough. This world offers us no respite. Sighing deeply, Chen Wanli felt the weight of despair enveloping him. Chen Xiaozai, do you have any way to save us? Yes, Chen Xiaozai. I, Zhaoda, will follow your lead. The crowd voiced their support. Chen Wanli sighed again. In Duqua County's 12 villages, each village demanded payment. But while others charged 3 taels per person, Qin village charged 5. This audacity stemmed from the fact that the magistrate's 18th concubine was from Qin village. Chen Beige retorted, Father, can't we go to the prefecture and lodge a complaint? Yes, let us go to the prefecture and confront this rogue official. Chen Wanli chuckled bitterly. To reach the prefecture, we must pass through Duqua County, where the magistrate openly collects fees. It is likely they have set up roadblocks to prevent anyone from reporting him. Indeed, this peninsula resembles a gourd. The only exit is Duqua County. Once the city gates are shut, no one can leave. As despair filled the air, Chen Wanli comforted the crowd, urging them to return home. He vowed he would not pay the fee, as he had no money to give. Hearing his words, the crowd felt slightly reassured. Let us have lunch first, then perhaps we can forage for herbs in the nearby mountains. Lunch consisted of cornmeal porridge, which was more akin to cornmeal soup than porridge. After a silent meal, the group prepared to gather herbs, but Chen Beige expressed a desire to go to the sea. The herbs we gather 1 tea, even buy us 2 fish. Father and mother, I want to go to the beach to find something to eat. Zhao Xianglian did not oppose. Then take your brother with you. Chen Beige glanced at Chen Baihan, who nodded in agreement. Stay away from the water. Zhao Xianglian admonished before leaving. Understood, mother. Chen Baihan followed closely behind Chen Beige, ready to engage in their usual banter. Do you even know how to collect? You little rascal. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Haven't you received enough beatings these days? Humph. You're only 15 minutes older, so stop pretending. By a breath, I am still your elder sister. If you think you can do better, why don't you ask mother to have another child? Chen Baihan replied coldly. You better know how to collect, or don't expect me to follow you again. If you don't come along, mother 1 tea let me go alone, she retorted. My dear brother, I promise you will return with a bountiful harvest. Not boasting, she was indeed an adept beachcomber. As the 2 siblings bickered, they made their way to the shore. After a short while, they could hear the sound of crashing waves. At that moment, Chen Beige couldn't help but smile for the first time since their journey began. Here comes the seafood. Chapter 3. Beachcombing. As the saying goes, set sail at low tide, return at high tide. It was currently low tide, and the milky white sandy beach was bustling with fishermen hurrying towards the port, taking advantage of the retreating waves to set sail with ease. Typically, the waters near the port were too deep for beachcombing. Chen Beige, undeterred, led Chen Baihan to the other side of the port. It was only when they spotted vast stretches of exposed reefs that she halted, bending down to examine them closely. Chen Baihan, unsure of what she was searching for, curiously trailed behind her. After a while, Chen Beige noticed sand beneath a black rock bubbling intermittently. Bubbling sand indicated the presence of crabs or clams. With excitement, she approached and began to dig with her hands. A large, claw-waving crab. It waved its powerful pincers, attempting to intimidate the intruder. Chen Baihan instinctively took a step back. As Chen Bo Ge firmly placed her foot on the back of the crab, she clasped its large pincers tightly from behind, effortlessly lifting it and tossing it into the basket. Observing the astonished expression on her younger brother's face, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Did you see that? Just like that, and I managed to catch it. Where did you learn to do this, sister? Chen Bohan inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a playful glint in her eyes, Chen Bo Ge replied, During the 3 days I had a high fever. My mind was filled with dreams of things that had never happened before. I learned it all in my dreams. Impressive, right? Chen Bohan scrutinized her for a moment, but chose to remain silent, uncertain if her brother believed her or not. Chen Bo Ge decided against further explanation and led him onward. The tides receded swiftly, leaving behind slower sea creatures like crabs and shrimp trapped among the rocky shore. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, one might even find larger fish in the deeper pools. However, such occurrences were rare. Chen Bo Ge had only experienced it once before. After walking a short distance, she spotted several sea urchins. Though she wasn't particularly fond of them, their nutritional value prompted her to collect them. As she gathered her finds, she instructed Chen Bo Han on how to forage effectively. He was both curious and excited, diligently absorbing her teachings. Their subsequent haul consisted mainly of sea snails and crabs. With no valuable treasures in sight, Chen Bo Ge glanced towards the waves crashing against the rocks, her thoughts drifting to the Chen family's financial struggles, prompting her to consider venturing into the sea for a closer look. Typically, the shallow areas after low tide yielded fruitful discoveries. However, what about Chen Bo Han, her self-appointed supervisor? Fortunately, she soon spotted a palm-sized shell lying in the water ahead. "Money is coming. Money is coming," she exclaimed. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Bo Han looked at her, puzzled. "This is called Hipu Bay. It might contain a pearl." "Pearls? The kind worth 20 taels per gram that mother mentioned?" Chen Bo Han's excitement was palpable as he accepted the shell from Chen Bo Ge, turning it over in his hands, but unable to discern its potential. Chen Bo Ge took the opportunity to educate him. There are many types of seashells, most of which grow around coral reefs or in the depths of the sea, sometimes appearing along the low tide line. Not all shells produce pearls, but the Hipu Bay has a high likelihood of containing one. Given our current location, there's no doubt we are at the low tide line. If we continue to search along this line, we are bound to find more treasures. But it does mean we will have to venture into the water. Is this also something you dreamed about? You can't possibly be thinking of going into the water, can you? Don't even think about it. Chen Bo Han chided, narrowing his eyes at her. Consider our situation, we can barely afford food. And there are so many expenses associated with settling down. The herbs mother collected have been undervalued. Even if they weren't, she couldn't gather 20 taels in 3 days. Don't tell me you think you can just splash around in a pond and expect to swim in the sea. Chen Bo Han was adamant about preventing her from entering the water. I'll stay in the shallow area, just a bit further in. No way. If you insist, I will come back secretly next time. Chen Bo Han finally relented. If you don't find anything, come back quickly. Do not venture into deep waters, or I will come looking for you. All right, I understand. You stay here and collect some seafood. With that, Chen Bo Ge secured her basket tightly around her waist and waded into the sea step by step. The water was not as cold as she had imagined. In fact, it felt pleasantly warm. Once the water reached her chest, she took a deep breath and dove down. The shallow waters were somewhat murky, and after blinking a few times to adjust, she began her search. Before long, she spotted another Hipu Bay. My direction is correct. To reassure Chen Bo Han and alleviate his worries, she surfaced and waved the shell in her hand. Don't worry, I will come up for air. Chen Bo Han finally relaxed and resumed his search for seafood. As she continued diving deeper, Chen Bo Ge lost track of time. It was only when her basket became too full to accommodate any more that she realized something felt off. Why do I not need to come up for air? And I can't feel the water pressure. If it weren't for the buoyancy, it would feel just like being on land. Oh no, my brother must be getting anxious. She quickly swam back to the surface. Chen Bo Han was indeed frantic. At first, he hardly glanced at the sea. But as time went by without seeing his sister re-emerge, he prepared to dive in himself. Airby, I'm right here. I can stay underwater for a long time without needing air, so don't worry. After saying this, she dove down again, eager to discover if she possessed any other remarkable abilities. Seeing her dive again, Chen Bo Han couldn't help but clench his fists in frustration. That Chen Bo Ge. She drives me crazy. Meanwhile, Chen Bo Ge, submerged in the water, gazed at her overflowing basket and pondered, could there be more space for me to store things? Just as that thought crossed her mind, she found herself enveloped in a blue space. At the center of this space floated a blue orb, one she recognized as a trinket she had purchased during her travels in Greece. The orb was strung with a delicate sky-blue thread. The seller, with his broken English, had told her that this orb was called the tear of the sea god, possessing magical powers that would bring her good fortune. Whether it truly brought luck or not remained uncertain, but she knew that regardless of whose tear it was not worth $100. What a romantic name. Would you sell it for $10? If not, I'll walk away. That was her reaction at the time. The seller, fearing she might actually leave, hurriedly pressed the orb into her hand, prompting her to pay. The price went up. She lamented as she made the payment, thereafter wearing the orb on her wrist. Little did she know how remarkable this orb truly was, now accompanying her on this journey. Chapter 4. The Ocean Street and the Orcas. Chen Bo Ge excitedly surveyed this new space. It was vast, so expansive that its boundaries were invisible, yet utterly empty, likely serving as a personal storage compartment. Exit, she declared. and in an instant, she found herself back at the seabed. With the burden lifted, Chen Bo Ge felt elated as she swam freely beneath the waves. Soon, she encountered a small cluster of coral, surrounded by tiny shrimp feasting on plankton. At that moment, she heard voices above. Boss, let us go somewhere else. There's nothing fun here. Sure, look below. There's a fascinating bipedal creature. Let us go observe. Chen Bo Ge's heart raced as she looked up to find several orcas swimming towards her. Why can I understand what the orcas are saying? She had no time to ponder this as she quickly retreated into her safe space. While orcas are generally friendly towards humans, they can also be quite mischievous. Chen Bo Ge had often seen videos of orcas bullying turtles or even attacking young humpback whales. Ah, boss, that bipedal creature is a ghost. Can you be quiet? Another orca chimed in. Did you see that? The bipedal creature vanished in an instant. I'm scared. Big sister, I'm scared too. Don't mind the second brother or the fourth sister. I want to see if the bipedal creature will appear again. Were these orcas truly this amusing? Should we scare them a bit? Chen Bo Ge thought, seizing the opportunity to splash the second orca playfully. In a flash, she disappeared again. Ah, big sister. The ghost attacked me. I want to go home. The ruckus caused by Chen Bo Ge unsettled all 5 orcas. The leader, having circled around without noticing anything unusual, decided to take charge and led the retreat. Let us go back. They swayed their posteriors and soon vanished from sight. How amusing. Today's harvest was quite rewarding, and I have successfully activated my golden finger. Fearing that Chen Baihan might worry, Chen Bo Ge decided to swim back. Bai, your sister has returned. Since her second disappearance, Chen Baihan had lost all interest in scavenging. He sat atop a large reef, awaiting his sister. At that moment, observing the playful Chen Bo Ge, he wore a stern expression, reminiscent of Zhao Xianglian when she was angry. I must say, you certainly resemble our mother at this moment. Chen Baihan exclaimed, irked. Chen Baihan, how dare you tap my head? Didn't you say I look like mother? Chen Baihan replied coolly. I want to hold it against you. Chen Bo Ge, aware of her wrongdoing, sheepishly acknowledged it. The 2 siblings did not rush home, but instead found a spot to build a fire. They needed to dry the clothes on their bodies. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon, and their parents had not yet arrived. Chen Bo Ge entered the makeshift kitchen, took out a bamboo basket, and began processing the day's catch. She scooped some water into a wooden basin with a gourd ladle and soaked the kelp she had gathered on her way back. She set aside the sea urchins and retrieved several lethargic hairy crabs, placing them into the basin of soaking kelp to wash off the sand before putting them into the pot. Bai, come help with the fire. Once the crabs were boiling, she began preparing the kelp. After washing and blanching the kelp, she cut it finely to serve as a refreshing salad. Thankfully, the chili peppers from this alternate dynasty had already become popular, and her family had some, providing her with ample creative opportunities. After preparing the kelp, she took out the clam shells and set the bamboo basket aside. The remaining conch and sea urchins were saved for tomorrow. From the small pile of clam shells, she selected the largest one. Chen Baihan was also drawn to her, tending the fire while watching her. She held a knife steadily, gently prying open the shell, and reached in to feel the beige flesh, discovering 2 pearls, one large and one small. The silvery pearls, round and lustrous, measured about 1 centimeter and 6 millimeters in diameter. Chen Bo Ge beamed at the pearls with a wide grin. Chen Baihan, momentarily forgetting to tease his sister, hurried outside and looked around. Fortunately, everyone was busy cooking, and with their parents still absent, no one noticed his presence. A dozen clam shells of varying sizes yielded a total of 18 pearls, 2 of which measured 1 centimeter in diameter, while the rest were smaller than that. Chen Bo Ge carefully stored the pearls, her smile unwavering. It was not that she was inexperienced. Rather, in this ancient time without pearl farming, pearls were exceedingly valuable. The 18 pearls weighed approximately 3 taels. The couple, Chen Wanli and Zhao Xianglian, returned home tired as the sun began to set. Do you smell that? It's delightful. Like it's coming from our house. Chen Wanli exclaimed, lifting his head and sniffing intently. Zhao Xianglian rolled her eyes at her husband's foolishness. Whenever food was involved, his intelligence seemed to wander off. With so many refugees crowded into that dilapidated shack, how could he discern whose fragrance wafted through the air? Zhao Xianglian quickened her pace, not wishing to walk alongside him. Hey, wait up, Chen Wanli called out, attempting to catch up to her, but Zhao Xianglian only accelerated her steps, leaving him stamping his feet in frustration. In the makeshift kitchen, surrounded by a simple grass curtain, Chen Bo Ge placed the prepared kelp on a stone table. Upon seeing her mother return, she nudged Chen Baihan with her toes. Chen Baihan, unbothered, stood up to take his mother's burdens. Mother, wash your hands first. By the way, where's father? Chen Baihan curiously leaned out, wondering why he hadn't seen him. Your father will be here soon. What are you cooking? It smells wonderful. Zhao Xianglian, equally curious, wondered where the food had come from, as their household had little grain left. Could it be that the two children had gathered seafood? Mother, I made something delicious. Please sit down and prepare to eat, Chen Bo Ge replied, turning to fetch more dishes. By the time she had set all the dishes on the table, Chen Wanli had returned, still chiding Zhao Xianglian. Why didn't you wait for me? The enticing aroma intensified, prompting him to hastily wash his hands. Daughter, what have you prepared? It smells incredible. Zhao Xianglian and Chen Bian laughed heartily. Chen Bo Ge eagerly introduced each dish to her parents. This is kelp, a sea vegetable that can be eaten after being blanched and seasoned. This dish with chili is clam. And this is crab. After the family had feasted, Chen Wanli turned to the siblings and inquired, when did you learn to do all this? Chapter 5. Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a tonic. Chen Baihan remained silent, glancing at his sister. Chen Bo Ge smiled and replied, while I was feverish and unconscious, I kept dreaming of many wondrous things, including how to gather food from the sea and how to hold my breath underwater. Chen Baihan exhibited no reaction. However, Chen Wanli and Zhao Xianglian were both astonished. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xianglian quietly remarked, could it be that Bai is not suffering from malnutrition, but rather has been favored by a celestial being? Chen Wanli suddenly understood. Indeed, blessings often come disguised as misfortunes. Chen Baihan thought to himself, his sister had indeed been favored by the divine, not possessed by a sea spirit. Father and mother. Sister also found clams and opened many pearls. The ones grandpa said are worth 20 taels per gram. He whispered, signaling Chen Bo Ge to show their parents the pearls. Chen Bo Ge readily produced a handful of pearls from her bosom. The lustrous pearls instantly captivated the couple's attention. Zhao Xianglian carefully picked one up, examining it closely against the light. She had seen a small one at the clinic with her father, which cost 50 taels of silver. The ones before her now were larger and more beautiful. Whether for medicinal use or as jewelry for the nobility, they were exceptionally valuable. Mother, please keep these safe. When we go to the capital, we can sell them, Chen Bo Ge suggested, pushing the pearls forward towards Zhao Xianglian. All right. I'll take them and keep them safe until we have the chance to sell them, Zhao Xianglian agreed. Chen Wanli solemnly stated, none of us are to speak of air by being favored by the divine. We are the same as we were before, and we shall remain so. They all nodded in agreement. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the air was thick with mist. The Chen family of 4 was engaged in their morning routines. Is Chen Xiaocai here? Our village chief requests your presence, a voice shouted from not far away, directed at Chen Wanli. Everyone lived in close quarters, and the person deliberately raised his voice so that all could hear. Once the man left, they rushed to Chen's door. Chen Xiaocai, do you know what business Chen Hui has with you? I'm not sure, probably something regarding the household registration money, Chen Wanli replied. Noticing the villagers still had questions, he pointed to Chen Bo Ge and her brother. Everyone, please calm down. Surely you all caught a whiff of the aroma wafting from our home last night. Oh, my little rascal was craving it last night, insisting on eating, another villager chimed in. Chen Wanli realized that their family's meal could not be hidden from the others, nor was there any need to conceal it. So, he candidly found an excuse to share, hoping to earn some goodwill. Yesterday, we had no food at home, so my wife sent the 2 children to the beach to gather food. To our surprise, they found quite a bit and cooked it deliciously. Now, everyone can follow them to gather some food instead of waiting here anxiously. That is wonderful. Chen Xiaocai is indeed a good man. Chen Jia's daughter, wait for me. I shall return to fetch a basket. I shall accompany you. Wait for me. Over here. Chen Bo Ge led a group to the seaside, while Chen Wanli followed the villagers to Chen Hui's home. Upon seeing visitors, Chen Hui adorned his face with a facade of benevolence. Chen Xiaocai has arrived. Come. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Chen village head. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Chen Wanli, disinterested in pleasantries, sat down and spoke directly. If Chen Xiaocai finds my tea unworthy, I shall not insist. Chen Hui felt a twinge of displeasure, yet his thoughts drifted to the group of refugees, prompting him to re-establish his smile. I sought you out to discuss a beneficial proposal. Oh, what good news do you bring? I have conferred with the village elders and believe you possess great talent. If you could persuade those refugees to pay their dues, we would waive the residence fee for your family and allow you to open a private school in the village. Chen Hui had considered this. Those refugees looked to Chen Wanli as their leader. If he could win Chen Wanli over, the refugees would be of little consequence. Furthermore, he merely needed to provide the county magistrate's son-in-law with 2 taels of silver, leaving the remainder for himself. Losing 20 taels from the Chen family was hardly significant. Additionally, Chen Wanli's wife was a physician. Although female doctors were not regarded as reliable as their male counterparts, having another physician in the village was undoubtedly advantageous. This arrangement would allow Chen Wanli to settle without expenditure and sustain himself here, free from future difficulties. Such a substantial opportunity, he doubted Chen Wanli would decline. After a moment of silence, seeing Chen Wanli neither agreeing nor refusing, he shifted the conversation. Yesterday, my wife and I intended to sell some herbs in the county town, but we were halted at the city gate. Might you know the reason, village head Chen? Chen, we felt a cold smile form within, though his expression remained troubled. Your timing was unfortunate. I heard a band of robbers attacked some civilians outside the city the other day. The county magistrate has dispatched people to eliminate them. It would be wise to wait before venturing out, lest you find yourself in peril. His tone grew increasingly somber. Chen Wanli's expression remained unchanged. Thank you for the information. Regarding the settlement matter, I need to discuss it with my family and shall provide you with a response after tomorrow. Though Chen Hui did not hear the answer he desired, he was not anxious. Watching Chen Wanli's departing figure, he scoffed. I hope you do not choose to disregard the wine offered to you, and instead partake of the bitter brew. In this Duku County, how could he not manage a group of refugees? Chen Beige and her brother, along with the refugees, were also returning. It was their first time at the seaside, and the ancient coastal bounties ensured that each person returned with something. On the journey back, their faces radiated happiness. However, upon reaching the thatched hut, they found the atmosphere somewhat heavy. The remaining individuals all sat together, yet no one engaged in conversation. The despair etched on their faces was even more profound than during their flight. Chen Beige noticed the once jovial group had fallen into silence, as if their earlier ease had been a mere illusion. What is the matter, father? She quietly approached and asked softly. Chen Wanli sighed, his voice steady as he briefly recounted his discussion with Chen Hui. The crowd fell even quieter. Then, from somewhere, the first sob broke the silence, triggering a wave of lamentation that grew louder and more desperate. At this moment, Zhao De suddenly knelt, his voice trembling as he implored Chen Wanli, Chen Xiucai, could you plead with village head Chen for us to be allowed to defer our payments? I truly cannot produce that much silver. With this plea, more individuals knelt, weeping and beseeching for credit. Chen Wanli was taken aback. What are you all doing? Am I the type of person to abandon you? Please rise. All of you rise. We thought Chen Xiucai would forsake us. As long as Chen Xiucai does not abandon us, I shall follow him for life. A man exclaimed, embracing an unsuspecting Chen Wanli. The group paused momentarily, then rushed forward, encircling Chen Wanli in a tight embrace. Though Chen Beige had initially wanted to cry, she now felt a surge of mirth. After lunch, once her parents departed, she would venture alone into Haifeng Prefecture. She was determined to discover whether, in this ancient society governed by men, the common folk had any path to survive. Chapter 6. A solo venture into Haifeng Prefecture. The early spring sea was tranquil and gentle. The afternoon sunlight reflected off the water, creating a shimmering spectacle, while seabirds occasionally swooped down to catch fish, soaring up into the azure sky. Had it been before, she would have found it beautiful. Now, however, with pressing matters on her mind, she had no time to appreciate such scenery. She needed to navigate around Duku County before dark to reach Shangyu County. From there, it was onward to Haifeng Prefecture. Before departing, she left a letter at home and packed a set of clothes in her space before setting off. Her mother held the pearls, and she dared not ask her for them. However, being without funds was untenable, so she swam and caught some fish. After securing several large fish, she paused and continued on her way. At that moment, she heard a painful voice. So heavy. I am utterly exhausted. Chen Beige focused her gaze and spotted a large sea turtle struggling to swim. Its shell was laden with barnacles, explaining its distress. If only I had time, I could help remove the barnacles. She swam over the turtle's head. Two-legged creature. Please help me. The turtle, upon hearing her, hastened to catch up with Chen Beige. Where are you headed? I can carry you. The turtle's speed in the water was 7 times that of a human. Chen Beige did not hesitate to agree to the condition. You must hold steady. Chen Beige retrieved a small knife from her space and began prying off the barnacles attached to the turtle's shell. Lacking a stable foothold made the task challenging. It took her nearly an hour to clear the turtle's shell. The primary difficulty was the turtle's considerable size, nearly 1.2 meters in diameter. Oh, how delightful. I feel rejuvenated. I am alive again. The turtle, overjoyed, circled around Chen Beige before carrying her away. Chen Beige arrived at Shangyu County by 5 in the afternoon. An hour earlier than anticipated. She reached the shore, discreetly changed her clothes in her space, and then walked toward the dock with her bamboo basket. She needed to sell the fish promptly. Fresh sea fish for sale. Would you like to buy crabs? Live big crabs for 5 a pound. Shrimp. Big shrimp. Cheap and delicious. The dock was bustling, and upon witnessing the activity, Chen Beige set down her basket and called out. Fish for sale. Big pomfret. Big yellow croaker. Grouper. Just caught fish. You won't regret it. Miss, may I take a look at your fish? A woman dressed as a stewardess pointed to Chen Beige's basket. Certainly. All freshly caught. Chen Beige pulled out a large yellow croaker, lifting the scales beneath its head to reveal bright red gills. The freshness of the fish can be judged by the gills. If they were pale, it indicated the fish had been dead for a long time. Bright red gills signified it was just caught. The stewardess nodded in satisfaction and instructed her servant to prepare payment, but Chen Bo Ge did not weigh the fish. In that case, carry the fish with me. Chen Bo Ge quickly shouldered her basket and followed the woman. The stewardess led her through a small back door and summoned a servant to weigh the fish, accompanied by a cook. All of Chen Bo Ge's fish were fresh and relatively rare large specimens, so the stewardess purchased them all. This amounts to 1 tael and 6 chen of silver. Here you go, young lady. If you have similar fish in the future, you may come directly to me. I am Su Momo. Chen Bo Ge accepted the silver and tucked it away, noting that Su Momo was quite amiable. She then inquired about the way to the prefecture. Are you planning to head to the prefecture now? It is now impossible to travel. Carriages do not traverse the night roads unless one can afford the silver. In ancient times, there were no street lamps. Although there were official roads, they were merely dirt paths, uneven and bumpy, if one wished to travel by night. The meager silver on Chen Bo Ge's person was insufficient to hire even a single carriage. Su Momo gazed into her clear and bright eyes, feeling a sense of fondness. If you do not mind, why not stay at Su's residence and travel with our caravan tomorrow? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Su Momo. Please accept this small amount for tea. Chen Bo Ge did not expect such kindness from Su Momo. She took out the few silver coins she had just arranged and pressed them into Su Momo's hands. Yet, Su Momo refused to accept them, instead pointing to the little maid behind her. You may follow Castaway. After Castaway led her into her quarters, she departed. For dinner, Castaway brought her 2 meat buns and a few pastries, claiming they were a reward from the mistress for enjoying fish. Chen Bo Ge ate 1 bun and 2 pastries, feeling full, and shared the remainder with Castaway, who declined the bun but happily accepted the pastries. In the middle of the night, in a daze, she felt someone leaning against her. Castaway, what is wrong? It was Castaway, trembling violently as she huddled closer. She's here. She's back. Who is back? Chen Bo Ge asked, puzzled. Castaway fell silent. Suddenly, there was a loud banging sound against the doors and windows. The noise grew increasingly frantic, causing Castaway to shake like a motor. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Was this an encounter with a ghost? Do not be afraid. The commotion was loud, yet no one emerged to address it for a long time. Annoyed by the noise, Chen Bo Ge endured the disturbance, knowing she was merely a guest. After a considerable time, the noise finally subsided. Castaway nestled beside her, gradually relaxing. Does this happen every night in your residence? Though the darkness concealed Castaway's expression, Chen Bo Ge sensed her stiffen momentarily. Castaway did not respond at first, but eventually spoke. On the 7th day of the 12th lunar month last year, a maid hanged herself in her room. Since then, every 7th day of the month. It has been like this. Everyone says she has returned. So today is the 7th of the 3rd lunar month, marking the 3rd occurrence. Have any of you seen her? No. At first the house servants went to check, but saw no one. Only many bats banging against the door. Upon seeing the servants, the bats all flew at them in aggression. Why does this sound so familiar? Does your master not intervene? The master invited a monk, but after 3 days of chanting, there was no improvement. Then he invited a Taoist, who said. Castaway hesitated to continue. Chen Bo Ge's lips twitched in amusement. The Taoist wouldn't say someone in the household has a negative aura, thus causing unrest in the courtyard, and that this person is likely your matron, correct? Castaway was stunned. How do you know this so clearly? This is something our master forbids from spreading. Someone in the household let it slip and was dragged out to be punished. Chen Bo Ge's expression grew incredulous at the melodrama unfolding in the inner quarters. The following morning, Su Momo encountered Chen Bo Ge. I heard from Castaway that you wished to see me. I understand the situation regarding last night's bats. Su Momo had anticipated inquiries about traveling to Haifeng Fu, but was taken aback when Chen Bo Ge broached this subject. Su Momo's expression darkened instantly. Miss Chen, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Su Momo regretted having allowed Chen Bo Ge to stay after seeing her alone and intending to go to Haifeng Fu. Momo misunderstands. Similar occurrences have happened in my hometown. It is merely someone playing tricks. Chen Bo Ge could easily discern Su Momo's regret, yet she wished to repay the kindness Su Momo had shown her. As her words fell, Su Momo excitedly grasped her arm, causing Castaway, who stood behind, to look up in surprise. Is what you say true? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Su Momo's eyes glistened with tears. She had been the maid accompanying the young lady, and since the young lady married into the Su family, she had assisted in managing the kitchen. After inviting that Taoist, the young lady had been unable to eat or sleep, her health deteriorating, and they had witnessed it all. Feeling deeply pained, Castaway quickly informed the mistress. Yes, Castaway, elated, dashed outside, her red ribbon flailing in the air. Miss Chen, I apologize for Momo's earlier offense. If you do not mind, after meeting the mistress, perhaps Momo can arrange a carriage to send you on your way? Chen Bo Ge originally intended to speak to Su Momo and leave, but now she found it necessary to meet the mistress. Then I thank Momo. Afterward, Su Momo escorted her to the main courtyard. In the reception room of Su's main courtyard, Su Zhao and his wife, Yang Shi, awaited Chen Bei's arrival. As she entered, Su Momo let her in. Guest, please take a seat. Thank you, sir and madam. Not knowing how to address them, Chen Bei decided that calling them sir and madam would suffice. Su Zhao was tall and robust, clearly a man of action, while his wife, Yang Shi, appeared petite and charming, resembling a soft peach. Indeed, the soft peach smiled gently. Miss Chen, there is no need for formality. Su Zhao, however, was more impatient. Miss Chen, you claim the matter of the bats is man-made. Is that true? Chen Bei nodded. One merely needs to smear the blood of a yellow eel on the doors and windows, and at night, the bats will come drawn by the scent, banging against them. The next day, simply wipe it away, and the bats will not return. Is it truly that simple? Su Zhao murmured. My dear, who could be so malicious as to devise such a scheme against me? I have suffered greatly these past days. You must take action on my behalf. Yang Shi was genuinely distraught. Were it not for her husband's affection, monitoring her closely, and threatening her with her dowry servants, she might have already taken her own life. Su Zhao's expression darkened as he gently patted Yang Shi's hand in comfort. Do not cry, my dear. I will ensure justice for you. When the time comes, none shall escape. So do not involve yourself with this matter. Gradually calming under his comfort, Yang Shi rose and bowed to Chen Bei. Thanks to you, Miss Chen, otherwise I fear I would never find peace. Chen Bei quickly stepped forward to support Yang Shi's hand. Madam, there is no need for such gratitude. Had it not been for Su Momo's kindness in taking me in, I would not have fortuitously resolved your urgent matter. This is all due to your benevolence, thus attracting good fortune. Chen Bei's words instantly won the affections of all present. When she departed, a carriage filled with gifts awaited her, prepared by Yang Shi. Upon inspection, she found 100 taels of silver, 2 bolts of cotton cloth, a box of pastries, and a letter. The letter was penned by Su Zhao to the newly appointed governor, as he had some acquaintance with him. Upon learning of Chen Bei's intended purpose, he promptly wrote this letter, stating, "This should assist you." Originally, Chen Bei intended to raise a complaint. Feeling fortunate that she had not been transported to the Qing dynasty, where commoners faced severe consequences for suing officials. Now, however, she would not need to, and she anticipated a smooth journey ahead. She stored the silver and letter in her space, planning to deal with the rest once she disembarked from the carriage. The carriage sped towards Haifeng Fu for an hour before arriving. The driver kindly escorted her to the government office's entrance. This matter is for the governor. Here is a letter from his friend, Su Gong, cradling the cloth and pastry box. Chen Bei was mistaken for delivering gifts to the governor and was ushered into the waiting room. Not long after the letter was submitted, she was invited inside. This common girl pays her respects to the governor. Rise. Wan Ning scrutinized Chen Bei closely. Though her clothes were quite old, they were reasonably clean, and she stood tall and straight, her head bowed. She lifted her gaze to speak. Chen Bei raised his head upon hearing the words, yet he did not look around. Wan Ning, observing this, felt quite satisfied. You intend to sue the county magistrate of Duqua County? Indeed, the common folk accuse him of abusing his power for personal gain, allowing his family and relatives to seek profit, and even sealing the city gates to prevent the people from entering or leaving. I hope you, esteemed sir, will see this clearly. You claim that the magistrate has sealed the city gates. How then did you arrive here? As far as I know, one must pass through those gates to reach this place. In response, esteemed sir, I navigated around the county by sea to arrive here. Wan Ning raised an eyebrow. Duqua County was substantial, and even circumventing half of it would require considerable time. He assumed Chen Bei had arrived by boat. Nevertheless, he indeed desired to deal with the magistrate. However, due to pressing matters regarding Shuanyue Island, he had postponed any action. Now that the matter had presented itself, he thought it best to seize the opportunity. Proceed. You may wait, and I will arrange for someone to accompany you back shortly. At that moment, the situation in Kanjiakan was far from optimistic. This is the third day. Chen Xiaotsai, what do you think they will do to us? Indeed, my heart remains heavy with worry. Chen Wanli, too, felt uneasy, having seen his daughter leave with a letter the previous day. Both he and her mother were troubled and found it difficult to sleep. Although uncertain of his daughter's success, he felt compelled to try. After lunch, let us gather our belongings and go to the county office to demand that the dog official open the city gates. Yes. If they do not allow us to leave the city, we shall smash the county office. Smash the county office. Smash the county office. Chen Wanli waved his hand, cautioning. We must not smash the county office. Follow my lead. News of the unfolding events quickly reached Qin Hui's ears. Humph. Do you think I cannot crush these few pests? In Duqua County, it would be as easy as squashing ants. But village chief, there are nearly 100 of them. If this escalates. Escalate. Huh. Let us ensure it does not. Chen Hui's eyes darkened as he slammed his teacup down on the table. Come here. A subordinate hurriedly leaned in, and moments later, rushed outside. In the dilapidated thatched house of the Chen family. Father, my heart races. Something must be about to happen. Before Chen Wanli could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. It seemed many were approaching. Who is Chen Wanli? Come out and go with us. Chapter 8. The Black-Faced Captain, Chai Biao. Within the county office of Duque County, a relatively slender man with a long face and narrow eyes sat in the main hall. Chen Wanli had just been brought back and had not yet spoken when the magistrate, his face stern, bellowed, "You audacious scoundrel! You dare not kneel before a court official. I am a scholar. I need not kneel before the magistrate." Chen Wanli struggled fiercely against the grip of the officers. "You claim to be a scholar, but I am a prefect. Strike him. Strike him hard. Even the gentry kneel before me. How much less a mere scholar like you?" Chen Wanli was restrained by two officers wielding intimidation clubs, while two others began to inflict punishment. Soon, the dull thuds of clubs striking flesh filled the hall. Chen Wanli, already a frail scholar and weary from his arduous journey, could not withstand the brutality. Before too long, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Douse him with water and continue beating. Outside the county office, refugees, including Zhao Xianglian and her son, had blocked the entrance, demanding, "Release him. Release Chen Xiaocai." The scribe, witnessing the uproar, leaned closer to the magistrate, suggesting, "Esteemed sir, allowing those refugees to create such a ruckus is unwise. It would be better to arrest the most vocal among them as an example to deter the others." Agreed. Moments later, 5 individuals, led by Zhao Xianglian, Chen Baihan, Chen Haoxing, Zhao De, and Li Tufu, were brought in. Upon entering, they saw Chen Wanli, who had been beaten into unconsciousness. At that moment, an officer approached with a basin of water and splashed it over Chen Wanli's head to awaken him. "Father, my husband, Chen Xiaocai." Chen Wanli, disheveled and soaked, lay on the ground in a pitiful state. This sight shattered Chen Baihan's heart. "You vile magistrate, I demand your life." He struggled desperately towards his father. Zhao Xianglian was even more frantic. She kicked an officer aside and rushed to embrace Chen Wanli. The magistrate, infuriated, shouted, "Seize them all. Give them 30 hard lashes. I dare you." Chen Beige roared as she entered the main hall. "Sister, Beige." She nodded at the others. "Arrest her." The magistrate, furious, slammed his gavel. Just as he finished speaking, a command rang from outside. "Surround the county office. No one is to leave." The response was a synchronized march of footsteps. The magistrate was taken aback. Who dares to act so recklessly? Upon recognizing the newcomers, he crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. "It is over. Completely over." The one who had arrived was the black-faced captain, Chai Biao. Chai Biao cast a cold glance and immediately issued a series of commands. "Arrest all those working in the county office for questioning. Summon the village chiefs from the 12 villages under Duque's jurisdiction for interrogation, and find a reputable doctor to come." The doctor arrived swiftly, and Chen Wanli was taken to the inner hall, with Zhao Xianglian following. "His injuries are not severe, but he has suffered considerable internal damage. He must rest. I will prescribe some medicine for him, which he should take internally and apply externally." The doctor refrained from saying "rest well" as the words caught in his throat. After the doctor departed, Zhao Xianglian gently tidied Chen Wanli's hair, tears streaming down her face. "Do not cry, my dear. I am fine. The doctor said my injuries are not serious. The doctor also mentioned your internal damage is quite severe. Among those who fled, who isn't suffering internally? I only hope we can stabilize ourselves and gradually recover." Zhao Xianglian wiped her tears away, tenderly fixing his hairstyle. Inside, harmony prevailed, while outside, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. "Captain, these were found in Xiuheng's home." "Sir, this is the testimony of the officers." "Sir, this is the scribe's testimony." Testimonies continued to be presented before Chai Biao. As he sifted through the documents, his expression grew increasingly indifferent. The county magistrate, detained below, transitioned from fear to worry and ultimately to despair. "Summon the 12 village chiefs." "Sir, please spare us." "Sir, the settlement silver has nothing to do with us. It was all the orders of this dog official. We dared not disobey." The villagers from the other 11 villages cried out in protest, while Chen Hui knelt silently, head bowed. "You treacherous scoundrels, I commanded you to collect 2 tails. Yet you took 3. How can you claim innocence?" The magistrate could not contain his anger. "Sir, I intend to accuse this dog official. He allowed my father-in-law, Chen Hui, to collect 5 tails from each of us, and even sought reasons to punish me." Zhao Xianglian supported Chen Wanli as they slowly emerged from the back hall. Chen Wanli, filled with righteous indignation, addressed Xiuhong. "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" The magistrate, realizing he had no argument, turned his head away, refusing to respond. "Today, Xiuhong, the magistrate of Duque County, has abused his power disregarding life and imprisoning innocent kin while awaiting judgment. The scribe has connived with him, inciting trouble. He shall be stripped of his titles, have his property confiscated, and sent to Yao Mountain for labor. The guilty officers shall be dismissed from their positions and receive 30 lashes. The 12 village chiefs are ordered to return the collected silver within 3 days. Stripped of their titles and fined 30 taels of silver, receiving 20 lashes. Chai Biao struck the gavel, causing a stir among those present. Initially, Qin Hui remained composed, as he had not yet collected any money, but as the verdict was announced, he cried out in a frenzy, Sir, I have not yet collected the money. Silence them and take them away. Yes. Oh, the magistrate is wise. The magistrate is wise. Cheers erupted from outside the hall. As Chiu Hong was escorted away from Qin Hui's side, he kicked Qin Hui with such fury that he wished to see him shattered into 1,000 pieces. Had it not been for Qin Hui's unauthorized collection of 5 taels, this batch of refugees would never have rebelled, nor would they have attracted this harbinger of doom. The affair was far from settled. In addition to appointing the chief clerk to temporarily assume the role of county magistrate, Chai Biao ordered all unregistered refugees from Duku County to take their belongings and proceed to Shangyu County for further arrangements the following day. After delivering his orders, he dismissed everyone. A group helped Chen Wanli return to their dilapidated hut. It was indeed our fault that Scholar Chen encountered such misfortune. Indeed, if it were not for Miss Chen, who knows what could have happened. I was puzzled by Miss Chen's absence, only to discover she was seeking aid to rescue us. A tiger's father does not produce a dog of a daughter. Let me tell you, when Qin Hui heard he was to receive 20 lashes, he wet himself on the spot. Had I not fled quickly, I would have been drenched in his urine. Ha ha ha. On the way back, everyone conversed animatedly, venting their frustrations. It was only when they regained their composure that they remembered Chai Biao's instruction to head to Shangyu County. Why must we bring our belongings to the dock? Are we not settling here? Chen Wanli shared the same thoughts. Everyone should rest well tonight, for we shall set off to Shangyu County tomorrow. Chapter 9, Shangyu County. Shangyu County is the most prosperous county town under Haifeng Prefecture. It connects the prefectural city above and several smaller county towns below, such as the former Duku County. Its prominence primarily stems from having a port, Shunfeng Port. Merchants traveling by water from north to south often stop here for rest and supplies. During the market days of the 1st and 15th of each month, the crowds swell, rivaling even the prefectural city in liveliness. Although it was not market day, the streets were still bustling with people. Before Chen Wanli and the others arrived, the county magistrate of Shangyu had received orders and had early on set up tents at the city wall to accommodate the refugees. The unregistered refugees from Duku County included not only those from Qinjia village, but also from other villages, totaling around 300 people. At this moment, they were all arranged in tents, one family per tent. Inside the Chen family's tent, Chen Wanli lay resting while Chen Baihan stood by, ready to assist his father with water and other needs. Zhao Xianglian took Chen Beige to sell pearls. They inquired at a jewelry store and a pharmacy, only to find the prices disappointingly low, but ultimately learned about Wanbeige. At this moment, the mother and daughter stood at the entrance of Wanbeige. Wanbeige was a 2-story jewelry store, frequented by customers dressed in finery. Zhao Xianglian cast a glance at her own attire, hesitating slightly. Chen Beige, being a modern individual, was unfazed by such trivialities. With determination, she stepped into the hall, prompting Zhao Xianglian to follow closely behind. Chen Beige approached the middle-aged shopkeeper at the counter and initiated conversation. Good day, sir. Do you purchase pearls? If so, what is your offer? The shopkeeper, Su Yuan, raised his gaze to scrutinize the mother and daughter. The mother appeared timid and reserved, while the daughter exuded confidence, as if they were merely entering an ordinary shop. Occasionally, fishermen or farmers would come to sell their goods, some anxious and humble, while others, more seasoned, were composed. However, this young girl was a delightful surprise. Young lady, we only purchase pearls of exquisite quality. If it's just 1 or 2, the price will be lower. He clarified this from the outset to avoid potential misunderstandings. Recognizing that pearl diving is a perilous profession typically reserved for local fishermen who are well acquainted with the waters. The mother and daughter, appearing ragged and pale, clearly had just fled from the north. Thus, he sought to be clear to prevent any complications. We have not just 1 or 2, and their quality is exceptional. What price can you offer, sir? The young girl raised her chin, her bright and clear eyes evoking a sense of fondness in him. May I take a look? Chen Beige instructed her mother to produce the pearls for Su's inspection. Su Yuan took the largest 2 pearls in hand, examining them closely. They were as large as a thumb, smooth and lustrous, reflecting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Satisfied, Su nodded. These pearls were of high quality, whether crafted into jewelry or given as gifts. Let us discuss this inside. Please, bring tea. These pearls are priced at 8 taels per gram. How does that sound to you? But I recall that the standard price is typically 20 taels per gram. Su Yuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. You are quite right, young lady, but I assume you have come from the north, yes? Seeing Chen Bo Ge nod, he continued. The north primarily sources goods from the south, often requiring the hiring of transport teams or escort services, which incurs significant costs and risks, making prices here considerably lower. But 8 taels per gram is still too low. Although this was slightly higher than what the jewelry store and pharmacy offered, she remained unsatisfied. Young lady, if you attempt to sell elsewhere, you may not find a price as high as mine. Chen Bo Ge pondered for a moment before proposing a new price. Let us settle on a minimum of 10 taels per gram. This price is absolutely fair. If you choose not to accept it, then so be it. This offer was slightly above Su's bottom line. However, given the beauty of the pearls, a small premium was acceptable. Ha ha ha. It is quite rare to encounter someone so young with such eloquence and insight. Let us consider this a budding friendship. Should you have more treasures in the future, do come back to me. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory price. Chen Bo Ge felt quite pleased with Su's amiable disposition. The 18 pearls weighed 3 taels, equating to 150 grams, yielding a total of 1,500 taels. She requested 100 taels in cash, with the remainder in silver notes. As the two exited Wanbage, Zhao Xianglian's hands trembled with excitement. We have struck it rich. She spoke so softly that Chen Bo Ge almost didn't hear her. Mother, let us buy some things first. We should replenish supplies for father. Indeed. Let us each purchase a few sets of clothes and shoes, her mother agreed. Oh, we should also buy a mule to pull a cart. It will be useful for father and can assist with work as well. Mules possess greater endurance than horses, strength surpassing that of donkeys, and speed exceeding that of oxen, making them quite rare and more valuable than horses in ancient times. As for the source of their newfound wealth, the Chen family had briefed everyone before arriving in Shangyu County. Chen Bo Ge recounted her journey to Haifeng Prefecture, omitting the details regarding Su Zhao's inner courtyard, merely stating that she had cured a noblewoman's ailment and received a reward. She did not disclose the amount, and no one inquired further. The mother and daughter indulged in their purchases, only to realize at the end that no one knew how to drive a cart. Meanwhile, high above in the grand hall of Haifeng Prefecture, an elderly man reflected on the transformation of the town. So this is what Haifeng Prefecture has become. I only visited once with my mentor in my youth, when it was still a place rife with pestilence. Standing beside him was the newly appointed magistrate, Wan Ning, who followed the elder's gaze. Centered around the towering city gate, the streets were lined with shops, including tea houses, taverns, shoe stores, butcheries, temples, and public houses. Numerous small vendors occupied the spaces along the streets. The prosperity rivaled that of Xinjiang. Wan Ning felt a deep sense of nostalgia and performed an official bow to the elder. You may not be aware, old Lu, but since Lord Yun, the Minister of Revenue, took office here 15 years ago, extensive land reclamation efforts have commenced. The once dense forests have gradually transformed into fertile fields, and the long-hidden pestilential swamps have been dispelled by sunlight, revitalizing Haifeng Prefecture. What a pity for Yun Zhongshu. Yun Zhongshu, the former minister, had been demoted to this post as magistrate. After 15 years, he was summoned back to the capital, only to be reinstated for a mere year before the previous emperor's sudden death led to a purge of officials, with many being exiled and others reassigned to lesser positions here. Yunfu will be delivered later, and at that time, everyone will be sent to Xuanyue Island along with the refugees. Although Lu Lao and Lu Weihua are also on this list, he voluntarily resigned from his official position and was assigned here in a fit of anger by those in authority. Wan Ning could not discern the intricacies within, yet it is always prudent to treat others with caution. Are we disembarking on the island tomorrow morning? Yes. Chapter 10. Departure to the deserted island. Yesterday, Chen Bo Ge clumsily drove the cart back to the tent, capturing everyone's attention. By morning, discussions were still rife. How much reward do you think the Chun family daughter received? The mule driver claimed it was a purchase. TSK. Could it be that? Look, aren't those officials heading this way? As the two conversed, the officials approached briskly. They carried a gong and cast a glance at the two speakers before raising their hands and striking the gong. Clang, clang, clang. All listen up. Everyone must gather their belongings and line up immediately. They struck the gong 3 times, each time issuing the same command. This urgent notice threw everyone into disarray, with some frightened children even in tears. Amid the chaos, the refugee camp was set to commence a tumultuous day. Those ready should line up at the front. Form an orderly queue. The Chun family had many belongings, and with an injured person, by the time they helped Chun Wanli onto the cart and organized their possessions, the line had grown exceedingly long, leaving them at the tail end. Depart. The procession surged forward, making its way towards Shunfeng Pier. All right. You wait here for the time being. Someone will arrange for your boarding soon. Those wishing to purchase items should hurry, as you must return within half an hour. If you do not go, Do not blame me for the warning. Chen Beige felt an ominous premonition. Mother, let us go buy more. Ibai, come with me to shop. The mother and daughter shared an unspoken understanding. Let us go. They departed, but most remained still. Chun Wanli called for Chen Baihan. Bai, please tell everyone that it would be wise to buy some salt and medicine. Chen Baihan became an emotionless echo. My father says it is best for you to buy some salt and medicine. This stirred a mix of uncertainty among the crowd. But they held a certain trust in Chun Wanli, prompting them to form a group to shop. Meanwhile, Chun Beige had an overwhelming list of items to procure. Mother, let us split up. You buy the medicine and some sewing supplies, while I will get rice, flour, and seasonings. The recent natural and man-made disasters had caused a surge in grain prices, and she worried her mother would hesitate to spend. All right, take this money. If you do not use it all, just keep it for yourself. Chen Beige was taken aback when her mother handed her 500 taels. Mother, we will meet right here after our purchases. After saying this, they went their separate ways. Chen Beige first went to the grain shop to buy rice and flour, then acquired numerous seasonings. Afterward, she visited the bookstore, purchasing a collection of books along with writing materials. With her purchases, she kept only a small portion to carry, secretly stowing the rest away. Feeling that time was running short, she hurried back. Zhao Xianglian had also bought quite a bit. She not only purchased the medicine for Chun Wanli, but also bought supplies that the mule might need, along with some needles and iron tools. The mother and daughter returned laden with goods, coinciding with the catchers arranging everyone to board the ship. Where do you think they are sending us? Why do we need to take a boat? It does not seem like a favorable destination. Otherwise, why would we need to buy our supplies in advance? As everyone boarded the ship, they conversed, as if such chatter could alleviate their anxiety. Meanwhile, in the slowly arriving convoy from the capital, a mother and daughter were engaged in conversation. Mother, can we not live with that strange Yinjingha? Hunter, how many times must I tell you? Do not refer to your sixth brother in such a manner. Oh, if he finds out, then you must ask father and grandfather to ensure we do not live with Yun Lu Dai. The voices within the carriage were audible enough for Yuniru, the driver, to glance at his father, Yun Zhongshu. Yun Zhongshu's expression darkened, clearly having overheard. His voice carried a tone of discontent. How to settle Xiao Lu is for me to decide. You should pay more attention to the younger generation to prevent any impropriety. Yes, this is not the time for conversation, and Yuniru had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. The sound of hooves drew near as Chun Beige, having boarded the ship, curiously leaned over the railing to observe. The leading official at the front of the lengthy convoy was too far away for her to discern whether he had a round or square face. As the convoy drew closer, she finally recognized the figure, and her lips involuntarily twitched. The leader was the black-faced Captain Chai Biao. Following closely behind him was presumably the county magistrate. That magistrate was slick with oil, his belly protruding as if he were about to give birth, accompanied by a retinue of guards, with a line of carriages trailing behind. Although the carriage was draped with curtains, the coachman, dressed simply yet exuding an extraordinary presence, suggested a notable background. Good heavens! This procession drew the attention of the refugees as it orderly halted at the pier. Before long, the magistrate's voice of flattery echoed. Captain, I have followed your instructions and arranged the boats. We await the boarding of the people. I have even prepared tea for you. Would you like to sit and enjoy it first? No need. All right then, I shall proceed to arrange their boarding. 3 boats were docked side by side at the pier. 2 had been designated for the refugees. The larger, vacant one was divided into 2 levels. The individuals from the carriages disembarked, each carrying their belongings, following the lead of those in front to board the first level. The guards on the second level were busily unloading cargo. Chen Beige observed for a moment and noticed an intriguing young woman, displaying a semblance of obsessive cleanliness. She first wiped the floor with one handkerchief, followed by another, and lastly laid down a fresh cloth before sitting down with a hint of disdain. Once she ceased her fidgeting, Chen Beige shifted her gaze elsewhere. What she saw next left her utterly entranced. On the spacious deck sat an extraordinarily handsome youth. His features were chiseled like a sculpture, and he leaned back against the deck with his eyes closed, his skin resembling white jade, half basked in sunlight and half shaded, as if he had stepped out of an ancient fantasy comic. Chen Beige, a consummate admirer of beauty, was utterly captivated. Good heavens! She felt the stirrings of infatuation. Having lived 25 years in her past life without ever experiencing romance, who would believe it? Surely, heaven had seen her solitary existence for 25 years and sent her a delightful dose of youthful affection. Perhaps her gaze was too overt, too bold for the young man to ignore. He opened his eyes, his piercing gaze striking like an arrow, causing Chun Beige to shudder involuntarily. How terrifying! Everyone, hold steady. We are about to set sail. Chen Beige, caught in her infatuation, patted her chest and returned to her seat. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 boats glided smoothly away from the harbor. The 3 vessels sped across the sea, But as time passed and more passengers succumbed to seasickness, a foul odor began to permeate the air. Even the herbs her mother had offered earlier failed to quell the stench. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Bo Ge rose and leaned over the railing again, taking deep breaths. Many others stood and leaned over as well, mimicking her in their desperate attempts to breathe. Just then, a commotion arose from the large ship opposite. Ah, help! Someone has fallen overboard. Come quickly. Chapter 11, Rescue. Chen Bo Ge peered into the water and saw that it was the fastidious girl who had fallen overboard. She flailed in the water, her mouth opening to call for help. Save me, gurgle gurgle. Chen Bo Ge felt a pang of anxiety. She watched as the people on the other ship became chaotic. Yet no one seemed to jump in to save her. As the girl began to sink, Chen Bo Ge, disregarding everything, climbed up the railing and leaped into the water. Wang Yuming, who had also intended to dive in to save her, halted in his tracks. Bye, sister. The individuals aboard the vessel were taken aback, all leaning over the side to witness the unfolding scene. Upon seeing the situation, they quickly withdrew their limbs. The three members of the Chen family incessantly called out for Chen Bo Ge. I am fine. I am fine. Chen Bo Ge responded towards her parents before swimming towards the location of the young lady. By the time she reached her, the girl had already submerged. Thus, she had to dive beneath the surface to search. Once she spotted the girl, she let out a sigh of relief, wrapping one arm around the young lady's waist while she began to ascend. Shortly thereafter, with a splash, the surface of the water was disrupted. Those waiting on the two vessels erupted in cheers. Quickly, bring the rope. Someone shouted from the larger ship. In no time, a rope was tossed down from the deck. Chen Bo Ge grasped the rope tightly, securing it around both their waists, then called out to the crew, pull us up. Soon, both were hoisted onto the deck. Dr. Wang, who had been waiting nearby, quickly knelt to check the pulse, moments later examining for breath. Dr. Wang, how is my granddaughter? Lu Weihua anxiously inquired. Most aboard the ship could not swim, and they had been fortunate to have a crew member capable of swimming, yet he was busy below deck. By the time they found her, she had already sunk, luckily rescued by a kind-hearted girl. Considering this, Lu Weihua could not help but glance at the young girl who was the same size as his granddaughter. At that moment, she was wrapped in a blanket prepared by her sister-in-law, quietly observing Dr. Wang's examination. After a brief moment, Dr. Wang shook his head with a look of regret. Miss Lu has been submerged for too long. I am truly powerless to assist. Please accept my condolences, Mr. Lu. The young woman who had just provided the blanket to Chen Bo Ge immediately clutched her daughter and began to weep uncontrollably. Schwanger, my precious Schwanger, wake up, my dear, please come back. The faces of the Lu family were marked with sorrow. The onlookers aboard the ship were equally overcome with emotion. Chen Bo Ge was taken aback. Is this truly how they rescued drowning individuals in ancient times? They merely observe for a moment and declare it hopeless? She glanced at the girl she had just rescued, who appeared to be of a similar age. Unwilling to accept defeat, she stepped forward and addressed the elderly gentleman. Why not allow me to try? There may still be hope. Lu Weihua was surprised but thought it harmless to let her attempt. The young lady is bold in her efforts, whether successful or not. I am grateful for her kindness. Only then did Chen Bo Ge relinquish the blanket, raising her voice to the gathered crowd. Please step back. Do not crowd around Miss Lu. And you, madam, could you please rise so I may see her better? The surrounding people were somewhat displeased by her lack of courtesy, but they complied, stepping back out of respect for Mr. Lu. Very well, I shall rise. Please, I beg you to save my Schwanger, Susher pleaded, standing up with tears in her eyes. I will do my utmost. Is there still a chance? Chen Bo Ge ignored the murmurs behind her. She knelt down, elevating Lu Shuang's head to rest on her lap, prying open her mouth to clear any obstructions. Finding nothing within, she laid Lu Shuang back down, keeping her head tilted, then loosened her belt and began chest compressions. After every 30 compressions, she paused to pinch Lu Shuang's nose and blew air into her mouth. Oblivious to the astonished crowd, she repeated the cycle of compressions and breaths. Just as she felt dizzy from her exertion, Lu Shuang erupted into a fit of coughs. Chen Bo Ge finally relaxed, collapsing beside Lu Shuang, gasping for air. Dr. Wang, who had been watching intently, quickly knelt to check Lu Shuang's pulse. She is alive. She truly lives. She has been revived. The onlookers, who had previously mocked, were now filled with astonishment. Schwanger, oh Schwanger, Susher exclaimed, clutching her daughter in a mix of relief and fear. Thank you, young lady, for saving my granddaughter multiple times. I am Lu Weihua. May I know how to address you? Chen Bo Ge looked up to see the girl's grandfather gazing at her with gratitude. My name is Chen Bo Ge. You may call me Bo Ge, Lu grandfather. To save a life is more valuable than erecting a pagoda. Haha, splendid. Then I shall not be formal with you. Please go change into dry clothing, and we can converse afterward. Chen Bo Ge smiled and nodded, then followed Lu Shuang's sister-in-law, Meng Shi, into the room. Moments later, As Chen Beige emerged with Meng Shi, the crowd on the deck had returned to their respective places. Come, sit here with me, Grandma Lu. Present were only the Lu family and that same Dr. Wang. As Chen Beige approached, an elderly lady called to her. Miss Chen, had it not been for you, my little granddaughter would have. She presented a small pouch as a token of gratitude. Though Chen Beige had a fondness for wealth, she could not accept the money. Elder lady, this is unnecessary. I cannot accept this. The clothing I currently wear will suffice as thanks. No further gifts are required. If Miss Chen will not accept this, then please keep it for now, and once things are settled, I shall treat you to a meal. I will certainly attend the meal, came her cheerful reply. You little girl. At that moment, Dr. Wang rose and bowed to Chen Beige. Miss Chen, I have a request. I wish to become your disciple and hope you will teach me the art of healing. Would you be willing? I possess no medical knowledge. Only the emergency measures taught in school, she replied. Dr. Wang, you flatter me. My previous methods were learned from a miscellaneous text. If you wish to learn, I can transcribe them for you, so you may help others. Dr. Wang was astonished. You do not know medicine? I do know some herbal remedies. My mother is a herbalist. Which text did you read? I saw it at a neighbor's house during my childhood, but I cannot recall its name now. Dr. Wang lamented. What a pity. On behalf of the people, I express my gratitude for your benevolence. Miss Chen, there is no need for such formality. I did not create this knowledge. Surely, the original author hoped it would save many lives. The two ships rocked for 3 hours before finally arriving at Shuanyue Island. Chapter 12, Shuanyue Island. The sun hung low in the sky, the sea breeze tantalizing. The desolate island on the border of the Deshun era welcomed its first inhabitants. Have you lost your senses, girl? Is this how I raised you? Immediately after disembarking, Chen Beige was reprimanded by Zhao Xianglian, who seized her ear. Ouch, that hurts. Mother, I was wrong. Chen Beige exaggeratedly clutched her ear, crying out in pain. Dear mother, your daughter knows she was wrong. Please show her some mercy. Look how you've hurt her. Chen Wanli, seated in the mule cart, felt a pang of sympathy as he witnessed his daughter grimacing in pain. Zhao Xianglian rolled her eyes at him, yet loosened her grip. I barely pulled. Does she even know how much it hurts? With her mother-esque grip released, Chen Beige eagerly took the luggage, smiling as she wrapped her arm around her mother's. Chen Baihan remarked, if his sister truly knew her mistake, she would twist her head off for her to use as a chair. Shuanyue Island was a small isle completely draped in greenery. Before them lay vast meadows, which gradually rose into a slope covered with lush bamboo, bordered by mountains in the background. The range of hills, large and small, appeared remarkably verdant against the backdrop of the blue sky. On the largest mountain, a waterfall cascaded down, resembling a silver dragon ascending the cliff. The stream beneath the waterfall meandered down the mountainside, passing through the bamboo groves and dividing the meadows into thirds before rushing toward the sea. The entire island was vibrant and full of life. In the depths of the mountains, a peculiar cry suddenly shattered the serene atmosphere, infusing it with an air of terror. The collective unease of the crowd erupted into panic. Could there possibly be wild beasts on this island? Mother, the spirits are coming. They are going to capture me. Oh dear. Sir, we cannot remain here. Who knows what ferocious beasts lurk on this island? Indeed, sir. Please take us away. What if we are snatched away by wild animals? Exactly. Take us away. Remaining here is worse than returning home. Sir, we implore you to take us back. In this desolate island, the eerie sounds echoed, hinting at the presence of unknown creatures. The more they pondered, the more fear enveloped them, as if death loomed just around the corner. Just as the situation began to spiral out of control, Chai Biao's authoritative voice rang out. How dare you? This land does not belong to you. You cannot simply go wherever you please. If you dare to cause further disturbances, you will be treated as traitors. With that, he unsheathed his sword and slashed at a nearby tree, which fell with a resounding crash. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by his display of power. Chai Biao then pointed his blade towards the vacant area between the two rivers. Listen, except for the children, the elderly, and the pregnant women. The rest of you must clear that space before sunset, as much as you can. He then took the lead, guiding the officials in the cleanup effort. No one dared to speak. They quietly set down their belongings, sorrowful expressions adorning their faces as they followed. In no time, with the exception of a few elderly and weak individuals, everyone was diligently working. I know you. You are the one who rescued Lu Wushuang. As Chen Beige immersed herself in gathering grass and stones, a flamboyant young woman approached her. It is I. My name is Qian Duoduo. May I play with you in the future? I do not fit in with those young ladies. Qian Duoduo gestured towards the group of refined women. Chen Beige glanced up. The young ladies claimed to be working, yet they were daintily fussing, barely clearing a space the size of a palm. Certainly, Chen Beige replied. The two quickly became friends. Working side by side while chatting away, the hours passing swiftly. When night descended, several bonfires were lit in the open space. Everyone gathered around the flames, silently eating. Hundreds of individuals sat divided into two groups. With Chai Biao as the dividing line, one group comprised the refugees, while the other consisted of those who had arrived in carts, subtly reminiscent of the division between the Chu and Han dynasties. Chen Bo Ge had finished her meal long before. She spoke with her mother while observing the group across from them. According to Qian Duo, those individuals were all officials dismissed by the new emperor. A new ruler brings new subjects, she mused, understanding the implications. After dinner, Chai Biao arranged for the elderly, women, and children to rest on the ship, separating the men and women into different vessels. Exhausted from a day's labor, everyone closed their eyes and drifted into sleep. At the break of dawn, they were roused again to clear the open space, while Chai Biao busied himself with the officials. After 3 continuous days of labor, Chai Biao finally called for a halt. Today we shall not work. After a tea break, each household should send one person to draw lots with me. This will determine the locations for residential plots. Shall I go? Over the past few days, Chai Biao had demarcated various areas. Chen Wanli brushed off the dust from his clothes and volunteered, I will go. Zhao Xianglian rolled her eyes. Among the 4 of us, you are the one who consumes everything and leaves nothing for selection. Do you not realize that? What if the girl goes? After Chen Bo Ge drew her lot, she quickly returned. What number did you draw? Chen Baihan could not help but ask. 15. Which is perfect for our age. After a moment, the official called out, those with the number 15, follow me. 16 to 30, follow me. The Chen family quickly followed the first official. Chai Biao had marked the cleared land in a cross shape, with a pathway in the center flanked by residential areas. Each plot measuring an acre, neatly arranged. The plot marked 15 had several fruit trees blossoming above it, while to the left lay a bamboo grove. To the right was plot 14, and a small river was just 10 meters behind. The 4 members of the Chen family were quite pleased. They tethered their mule cart beneath the fruit trees and began discussing how to construct their home. Father, mother, let us first erect a couple of thatched huts here to manage, and later we can build a larger house, Chen Bo Ge suggested while surveying the surroundings. My daughter is truly clever. She thinks just like I do, her father replied with a smile. Haha, Chen Baihan chimed in. You flatter her while praising yourself. How absurd. I will go cut the thatch. You rest, and Erbai will chop the bamboo while Ebai brings it back. Zhao Xianglian efficiently assigned the tasks. Chen Wanli's injury was not severe. He had been resting for days and was now nearly recovered. Once they divided their tasks, each set to work. After a half day of toil, the family managed to gather a pile of thatch and chop down dozens of bamboo poles. After hastily consuming their rations at noon, they hurriedly constructed their shelter. Just before sunset, they completed 2 thatched huts. They spread the remaining thatch on the ground, laid down mats and bedding, creating a place to sleep. Tomorrow, they would gather some stones to build a temporary kitchen and cut more bamboo to enclose the yard, preventing any wild animals from causing harm. The finer details could be addressed gradually in the future. Chapter 13, Yunjingha. As the moon rose above the treetops, the courtyard lay in tranquil silence. With a creak, a door in the inner courtyard of the Yun residence swung open, revealing a frail 5-year-old boy stepping out. In the courtyard of a third-rank official's heir, one would expect guards at the door, yet it was eerily deserted. The boy glanced around, fear creeping into his heart as the distant candlelight flickered in the night breeze. He instinctively wanted to retreat into the room, but just then, his stomach grumbled audibly. Rubbing his small belly, he summoned his courage to venture outside. The boy, being so slight, made hardly a sound as he walked, even passing unnoticed beneath the barely awake eyes of the servants. A sudden chill from the night breeze slipped through his loose clothing, causing him to shiver. He quickly covered his mouth, tightened his garment, and hastened his pace. He had no destination in mind. He simply sought something to eat. However, all the rooms in the courtyard were shrouded in darkness, and fear held him back from entering. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted a room with lights spilling from within. Excitement surged within him, yet apprehension followed. He feared that his mother might be inside, and if so, she would surely confine him in a dark room for a long time. Yet he also felt hopeful that this room might contain food, perhaps sweet osmanthus cake, which he had once tasted at his grandfather's. Unable to describe the flavor, he remembered it as being exceptionally delicious. Thinking of the osmanthus cake made him feel even hungrier. He had only eaten breakfast that day. He tiptoed quietly to the door of the room, gently pushed it, and miraculously, it opened a crack. Nervously, he peered inside. The horrifying scene within sent him tumbling back in fright. He witnessed the emperor pressing his father against the table, biting his father's lips, causing him great pain. It was terrifying. Even more frightening was the fact that he had been discovered. The emperor was furious, punishing his mother by pinching her fingers until they bled. He longed to comfort her, but she told him to go away. He understood that it was his fault for sneaking out that had led to his mother's punishment. and thus he bore no ill will towards her. He simply felt a deep sadness within. He silently resolved that in the future, when hunger struck, he would drink some water instead of running around and causing his mother to be punished. However, since that day, he has never experienced hunger again. On the desolate island, Yun Jinghe opened his bloodshot eyes. Ever since witnessing Chen Bo Ge save someone that day, he has been haunted by dreams of that childhood scene, which left him feeling somewhat nauseated. Rising from his slumber, he stepped outside to the small river behind the house to wash his face. The cold water alleviated his discomfort slightly. He stood quietly for a moment, then took out a jade tube the size of a thumb from his waist and released a swarm of messenger bees. The bees circled around him before flying towards the sea beyond the island. The following morning, everyone was busy preparing for their new home, and the Chen family was no exception. They rose early, and after having steamed buns for breakfast, Chen Wanli and Zhao Xianglian went to the bamboo forest to gather bamboo, while Chen Bo Ge and her brother, Chen Baihan, collected stones by the riverbank. As they neared the end of their stone collection, Chen Bo Ge instructed Chen Baihan to gather firewood while she sought something to eat. They had been preoccupied for days, subsisting solely on dry rations. Seizing the moment of leisure, she decided to explore the seaside for potential finds. As she ventured along the riverbank, she noticed numerous banana trees. Although they were only beginning to flower and had yet to bear fruit, the leaves could be used to wrap food, and when coated in river mud, could be directly placed in the fire for roasting. As she made her way to the beach with her small bamboo basket, she unexpectedly spotted the young man from next door. At that moment, he was carving a thick piece of wood, with several already shaped pieces nearby. Behind him stood a makeshift hut made of branches, appearing far more haphazard than her own humble dwelling, and she wondered who he lived with, as she could only see him busy at work. Though their initial encounter on the boat was not particularly pleasant, Chen Bo Ge found herself inexplicably drawn to his countenance. Realizing she had been caught staring, she decided to greet him. "Hello, I am Chen Bo Ge from next door." Yun Jinghe not only ignored her, but seemed intent on twisting her head off, his gaze dark like a deep well. He continued to whittle the wood with a lackadaisical air. Chen Bo Ge, undeterred by his indifference, thought to herself that he was an aloof flower atop a high ridge. Her roommate had once remarked, "An aloof flower must be pried open. If words fail, one must take action. It's all about having a thick skin." As she was close to the beach, it did not take long for Chen Bo Ge to arrive. At that moment, the tide had not yet receded, and the seawater lapped at the sandy shore. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back and delved into a nearby thicket to search for insects. Before long, she had caught a handful of grasshoppers, which she crushed and stuffed into her bamboo basket. Next, she stripped some rami, twisting the fibers into a long cord and securely fastening it to the basket. With everything prepared, she continued her search along the shoreline. Fortunately, it was not long before she discovered a suitable spot to place her bait. Chen Bo Ge selected a stone of moderate size to ensure the basket would sink. She then inserted several pliable branches at the entrance, allowing fish to enter but preventing their escape, as only smaller fish would be unable to free themselves. She tied one end of the cord to the root of a beach plant and deftly cast it into the sea. After completing her tasks, Chen Bo Ge returned to where she had gathered the rami. Rami is a highly versatile plant. Its processed fibers can be woven, its roots serve as a diuretic and antipyretic, and have a calming effect on pregnancy. The leaves can staunch bleeding and treat wounds, and both roots and leaves can be used to address acute urinary tract infections. The tender leaves can nourish silkworms and serve as fodder, while the seeds can be pressed for oil to make soap and for consumption. Noticing that time was slipping away, she gathered the rami and went to retrieve her basket. Arriving at the baiting spot, she skillfully untied the cord and began to pull the basket back. During the retrieval, she felt the basket's weight and hoped that the grasshoppers would yield a delightful surprise. As the damp basket was dragged onto the beach, Chen Bo Ge eagerly removed the branches. Looking closely, she could not help but smile. Inside were several plump yellowfin fish, a species low in bones and high in tender, succulent flesh, suitable for frying, grilling, or making soup, her favorite kind of fish. Pleased, she untied the cord and placed the fish into the basket, brushing off the sand before heading home with the rami in one arm and the basket in the other. Upon reaching home, she noticed a pile of bamboo in front of the thatched cottage but did not see Chen Wanli and his wife. "Where are Mom and Dad?" she inquired. Chen Baihan, busy with the bamboo, responded without lifting his head. "They haven't finished transporting the remaining bamboo." Chen Bo Ge remained silent, placing down the rami, retrieving a small knife, and then headed towards the riverbank. By the time she returned, she had a handful of well-prepared yellow clay and the basket was filled with banana leaves. Chapter 14. The Lowly. Observing the items in his sister's possession, Chen Baihan paused his work. "Sister, you're not planning to play with mud, are you?" Chen Bo Ge shot him a glance. "If you want to enjoy delicious food, hurry up and start the fire. It will be just in time for Mom and Dad's return." Although Chen Baihan did not believe his sister could conjure any culinary delights from mud, he obediently began to kindle a fire. After a while, he saw his sister approaching with 2 round lumps of earth. She buried the clods at the bottom of the fire and left them unattended. All done. Just need to roast them for a while before we can eat. Chen Baihan was speechless for a moment. Is this what you dreamed of? At that moment, Chen Beige was peeling the rami and turned her head to look at her brother. My dear brother, how clever you are. Chen Baihan wore an expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Ha ha. Chen Beige. Hurry, hurry. Oh, Mom and Dad are back. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Beige quickly tidied up the partially processed rami and jumped up to prepare the baked fish. Chen Baihan, with a sullen face, walked over to help unload the bamboo. What's wrong? Did you argue with your sister? Zhao Xianglian casually asked, noticing her younger son's displeasure. Before Chen Baihan could respond, Chen Wanli interjected. Don't provoke your sister. You're a man, and you should be more accommodating. Chen Baihan retorted, am I a byproduct? Come wash your hands and eat. The instigator called from a distance. After a busy morning, everyone was indeed hungry. Coming. Chen Wanli shook off the water from his hands and hurried over. Chen Beige cheerfully waved at her father. Dad, come quickly. I made fish, some spicy and some not. After saying this, she picked up a stick and knocked off the outer layer of mud, revealing the banana leaves within. Instantly, a delightful aroma of fish mingled with the fresh scent of plants wafted into Chen Wanli's nostrils. Chen Wanli, enticed by the fragrance, ran over in a few quick strides. He squatted down, swallowing hard, and imitated Chen Beige, picking up a stick from the ground to gently knock off the mud from the other clod. Wow, it smells amazing. Did you catch this fish? While Chen Beige used chopsticks to serve her father some fish meat, she replied proudly, hee, I caught it using grasshoppers. How impressive. How did you think to cook with mud? That's so clever. The spicy one is delicious. Haha, I also think the spicy one is tasty. Having washed their hands, Zhao Xianglian and Chen Baihan also joined them. Mom, you should try it too. It's really good, both the spicy and the non-spicy. The 4 members of the Chen family squatted on the ground, each holding a steamed bun as they began to eat. Next door, Yin Zhongshu was initially drawn by the enticing aroma, but felt a pang of heartbreak as he observed his grandson gazing longingly at the Chen family. My little Lu. It's all because of that wretched child. He has brought suffering upon my little Lu. Reflecting on his second son, Yin Yifu, he set aside his dry rations and approached Yun Jinghe. Little Lu, would you like some fish? Grandpa can get you some. No need, Yun Jinghe replied, retracting his gaze and focusing intently on the dry food in his hands. Yun Zhongshu watched his reclusive grandson, feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration. Shortly after lunch, the Chen family resumed their bustling activities. Meanwhile, a conflict erupted between Hunter Wang and the Li family on the back mountain. Wang Liahu originally intended to take advantage of the noon break to venture into the mountains and hunt some small game to satisfy the cravings of his children, who had been deprived of meat for quite some time, leaving their faces pale. This island had never been trodden by human feet, and before long, he managed to catch several wild chickens. However, recalling the numerous chores awaiting him at home, he decided not to linger and began his descent. On his way down, he encountered a remarkably beautiful flower. Considering that both his wife and daughter adored flowers, he contemplated digging it up to nurture it in their courtyard. Yet, without any tools at hand, he found himself unable to do so. Thus, he resolved to return home with the chickens and fetch a tool before coming back to excavate the flower. To his astonishment, upon digging a couple of times, a heavily adorned woman suddenly appeared, claiming ownership of the flower. Nonsense. This belongs to her. Wang Liahu dismissed her entirely. You lowly commoner. Stop at once. Do you have any idea who my husband is? The woman, witnessing Wang Liahu's indifference, grew agitated. Begone, just a mere official from a fallen dynasty. Do not raise your voice before me. When Wang Liahu heard her insult, his temper flared. After cursing her, he deliberately lifted his hoe and swung it a couple of times in front of her. The woman, startled, took a few steps back and began to wail dramatically. He is attacking me. Someone, come quickly. Numerous individuals, busy gathering firewood and chopping trees on the mountain, were drawn by her cries. As the crowd swelled, her sobs became increasingly exaggerated, eventually attracting the presence of Chai Biao. My lord, I discovered this camellia flower first. In the blink of an eye, this lowly commoner tried to uproot it. Upon seeing Chai Biao, the woman rushed to him, pouring out her grievances. You are speaking nonsense. I was the one who discovered it first. Enough, Chai Biao said sternly, fixing his gaze upon the woman. How can you prove that you were the first to discover this flower? The woman scanned the camellia and suddenly brightened, pointing at its branch. My lord, I tied that ribbon there. You are lying. That was clearly my doing. Wang Liahu interjected, pulling out a similarly colored strip from his waist. This is what I use to bind my prey. Look, it has a fresh break. He displayed the fabric strip to the crowd, who began to condemn the woman upon seeing the evidence. Just then, a 15-year-old girl stepped forward from the throng, approaching Chai Biao and bowing gracefully. "My lord, I am Li Wanning, and this is my mother. She has been somewhat unwell recently, which has led to her confusion. I hope you can forgive her." Chai Biao remained stoic, acknowledging the apology directed at the wrong person. Li Wanning's innocent face momentarily lost its smile, but then turned to Wang Liahu to apologize. "Oh, there's no need. Just tell your mother not to call people lowly commoners anymore. Does she truly think a fallen official is superior to us? Indeed. Perhaps he is even a disgraced official." Wang Liahu's words resonated with many in the crowd, who echoed their agreement. As Li Wanning listened to the jests and jeers exchanged among the onlookers, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. However, she quickly composed herself, her eyes reddening as she continued to apologize for her mother's behavior. "I apologize on behalf of my mother. She meant no harm. Please forgive her transgressions." Seeing Li Wanning's filial piety and understanding, the crowd refrained from further chastising her mother. Chai Biao noted how effortlessly Li Wanning had diffused the situation and chose not to pursue it further. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Wanning guided her mother down the mountain. The following day, news of the incident spread across the island. Chapter 15. From now on, we are all islanders, and none are superior to another. Early in the morning, the guards instructed everyone to bring their household registration papers and line up in the square. As they waited, casual conversations about the events on the mountain ensued. Chen Bo Ge listened for a while, then glanced around, noting the significant changes since his last visit. In the days prior, Chai Biao and his subordinates had cleared the area beneath their feet and erected 5 wooden houses to serve as their temporary office. In front of these wooden structures lay a vast open space, which had been designated as Shuangyue Square. Once the guards confirmed that everyone had arrived, one of them struck a gong with a small hammer, silencing the crowd. "Today, we have gathered for 3 matters. First, please submit your household registration papers here. We will register you and issue temporary ones." Upon hearing the first announcement, the crowd erupted into a buzz. The guard, displaying little patience, struck the gong again. "Silence." Second, those who have registered and received their temporary household papers may go over there to collect 2 months' worth of rations and seeds. Please bring your own bags. Everyone followed his pointing finger to see several guards waiting with numerous bulging sacks, clearly filled with food and seeds. To the left, across the small river, lies a stretch of wasteland that you may cultivate. You can farm as much as you can, and the government will exempt you from taxes for 5 years. A boon for settling on this island. A wave of joyous cheers erupted from the crowd. With little to no food reserves and no seeds to speak of, and unable to venture out to purchase supplies, if they could even afford them at the inflated prices, the announcement of 2 months' worth of provisions was a cause for celebration. As such, their earlier grievances about the deserted island were significantly alleviated. Once the crowd quieted, the guard continued. "Third, we will depart today, and all matters on the island will be overseen by Lu Weihua, with Chun Wanli assisting, and Yang Shiping as the chief enforcer." Though surprised by this decision, the crowd voiced no objections. Lu Weihua, who held the esteemed title of Taiwei, akin to a modern minister of defense, remained the most respected among the officials. Even in retirement, if not for Chen Wanli, the refugees would still be suffering in the county of Duqua. Yang Shiping, a general known for his decisive actions, had been demoted by the young and impetuous new emperor due to political disagreements, a fact that elicited sympathy from the crowd. "Starting today, we shall all be residents of Shuangyue Island, all commoners, which means no one is superior to another. Should an incident like yesterday's occur again, Yang Ji will enforce the law according to the statutes posted in the square, without leniency." The crowd then took notice of the large notice board erected in the square, displaying the laws. Once everyone comprehended the situation, the guards began to facilitate the exchange of household registration papers. Once all items were distributed, Chai Biao and the guards departed by boat. They left behind some tools for the community to borrow and assign tasks to the newly appointed officials, to carefully record the means of livelihood and keep track of those borrowing tools. "Chen Xiaocai, could you come over to assist with the verification? I will be right there." Chen Wanli's figure soon disappeared into the crowd. Seeing the table left by Chai Biao surrounded by eager onlookers, Zhao Xianglian and the Chen siblings decided to return home. On their way back, the 3 collected several thin stones, which they could use to construct a stove later. They had gathered mud, wood ash, straw, and pebbles the day before, and with some water, they could soon build their stove. By the time lunch rolled around, Chen Wanli had yet to return. After their meal, the trio resumed their tasks. By the afternoon, they had successfully built a stove for cooking, using a thick bamboo tube as a mold for the flue, simply covering it with mud. Once the mud dried, they could remove the bamboo tube, completing the stove. Next, Chun Baihan began to dig pits, 1 meter deep for each. Chen Beige took the bamboo segments cut by their mother, and carefully buried them along the dugout pits. Once the bamboo grew, it would form a beautiful fence. Finally, during dinner, Chen Wanli returned, stating that all the tools had been loaned out, but there were few craftsmen on the island. What is currently available on the island? Chen Wanli lifted his porcelain bowl and took a sip of water, gradually conveying his thoughts. The island now harbors 450 souls. Among the refugees, apart from his family, there are 2 households of skilled craftsmen specializing in construction, 1 butcher, 2 hunters, a blacksmith, and the rest are farmers toiling for sustenance. On the official side, aside from the Yang family, who hail from a martial lineage, there is another household said to be related to a physician embroiled in scandal. The remainder consists of scholars, who are less skilled in embroidery than the womenfolk. The family exchanged words, chattering for a long time before finally succumbing to the darkness of night. As dawn broke, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The island's inhabitants had already donned the morning light and were hard at work. Chen Wanli had no pressing tasks today and chose to labor at home. During a moment of respite, Chen Beige rummaged through her father's papers, using charred wood to sketch the house she envisioned the previous night. She aspired to construct a residence in the English pastoral style, adorned with an array of flowers in the courtyard and fruit trees planted by the river at the back. Given its proximity to the river, she pondered whether the autumn floods would rise, necessitating a raised foundation. Furthermore, the house would be built from stone. As the island and coastal regions are frequently besieged by typhoons during the months of June, July, and August, thus, sturdiness was imperative. She planned to employ traditional mortise and tenon techniques along with a cement formula. Fortuitously, she was well versed in the mortise and tenon craft and possessed knowledge of a simple cement mixture. In her past life, she harbored a fondness for medieval aesthetics, leading her to pursue her studies in the UK from undergraduate to graduate levels. During her academic breaks, she traveled extensively and became a travel blogger. Each destination allowed her to immerse herself in local customs and acquire various skills. However, her expertise in mortise and tenon techniques was gained during domestic travels, while her knowledge of cement formulation was learned from a foreign outdoor blogger, alongside numerous survival tips. Once she completed the floor plan, she proceeded to draft several detailed sketches before presenting them to her family. How exquisite! The first sketch depicted the entire courtyard, featuring a novel and beautiful house that resembled a dream, instantly capturing the hearts of the Chen family. Her father could not contain his admiration. Is this what you just drew? This artwork is simply perfect. The design fulfilled Zhao Xianglian's every fantasy, prompting her to declare decisively, "We shall build this." Without hesitation, Chen Wanli immediately set out to hire workers. Most of the locals were busy with spring plowing, with only a few not engaged in farming and a handful assisting the 2 craftsmen in construction. Chen Wanli did not specifically seek out anyone. Instead, he spread the word early in the morning that he was hiring workers to build a house at 30 yuan per day without providing meals, which was considerably higher than the average wage. The following day, numerous individuals arrived, eager to work. Chapter 16. A perfect place for murder. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. The residents had finally settled on Shuangyue Island. During this time, the islanders not only became familiar with Shuangyue Island, but also with one another. When Chai Biao departed previously, he promised to arrange boats to transport residents for shopping, though the timing remained uncertain. Consequently, everyone frequently ventured into the mountains in hopes of finding items to barter during market days. Currently, refugees were either busy clearing land for cultivation or scouring the mountains for resources. The construction of the Chun family's house was progressing vigorously. Why is the Chun family building such a grand house with such a high foundation? No one knew, but they certainly seemed willing to spend considerable sums to hire help for the construction. Mind your own business and hurry along. If you linger, the good stuff will be taken. The Chun residence was situated near the back mountain, and everyone passing through would inevitably walk by. Over the past month, the Chen family had heard plenty of such gossip, but none took it to heart. Initially, they had to hire many workers due to a lack of building materials, and the pay was high. Once the materials were sufficient, they retained only about 10 skilled laborers for the construction. Now, half of the house had risen, but their funds had diminished significantly. As May approached, if they were to complete the house according to the blueprints, it would take at least another month. During this time, some sought the blueprints, and after consulting Chen Beige, Chen Wanli made slight modifications before generously sharing the house design, along with both technical methods. After all, the Chen family did not rely on this for their livelihood. However, this decision provoked a commotion from the other 2 craftsmen, yet they eventually used Chen Beige cement formula, resulting in a quiet resolution. The Chen family intended to complete the house and move in before the impending typhoon struck. Chen Beige, preoccupied with the construction, had not gone treasure hunting in the sea for quite some time, despite her uncertainty about when the boats arranged by Chai Biao would arrive. She longed to dive into the sea to gather items for sale. The 500 taels given by Zhao Xianglian had already diminished to less than 200 taels after spending over 100 taels in the bookstore, along with expenses for rice and seasonings. This amount was utterly insufficient, as she desired expensive items. "Mother, I'm heading up the mountain to gather herbs. Hoping to find something valuable," she announced, as gathering herbs was the Chun family's trade, and everyone was aware of it. Thus, Chen Bo Ge intentionally raised her voice. "Young lady, must you be so loud? Be careful," Chen Wanli called out. "Understood, mother," she replied cheerfully. With a small bamboo basket slung over her back, Chen Bo Ge hummed a tune. Her steps light as she ascended the mountain. Clad in a sky-blue outfit, with sleeves and pant legs tightly bound, her hair casually tied into a half bun, her clear features, though youthful, hinted at a striking beauty. Zhao Ran, who came to help daily, often stole glances at her, oblivious to her awareness. Zhao Rin was a refugee they encountered during their escape, his father being Zhao Da. Their families bonded when Zhao Da's mother fell ill during their journey, and Zhao Xianglian treated her. In the spring of March, as the air was filled with the songs of birds and the scent of flowers, the strange calls from the mountains diminished as humanity explored further. Chen Bo Ge climbed the newly opened mountain trail, reaching the halfway point before exhaustion set in. Looking up towards the peak, she resolved to continue her herb-gathering quest. Before long, she found few medicinal herbs, but discovered an abundance of mushrooms and wood ears. She collected some, also finding numerous fruit trees heavy with small fruits. At that moment, she stumbled upon a large patch of sweet potatoes, ripe for harvest. Overjoyed, she set down her basket and began digging, delighted at the prospect of roasted sweet potatoes. However, the small hoe was inadequate, and after exerting herself to unearth a dozen, she decided to stop, feeling fatigued. "I'll call father and heir by to help me dig later." Chen Bo Ge placed the sweet potatoes in her basket and continued onward. As she ventured deeper, she occasionally found more items to gather. Meanwhile, in a certain cave, Yun Jinghe lay curled on the ground, shivering with cold. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as if countless icy needles were piercing through his insides, causing excruciating pain. His mind replayed the scene of his parents' argument from a year prior, sparked by his father's desire to arrange a marriage for him. "Huh, you want this wretched spawn to marry and bear children? I want you, Yun Yifu, to be childless." Meng Shuhua laughed madly, pointing at Yun Yifu. "Have you lost your mind? He is your flesh and blood." Unable to contain himself, Yun Yifu seized Meng Shuhua by the neck, tightening his grip until her eyes bulged, before throwing her to the ground. Though Meng Shuhua fell, she did not relent, continuing to point at Yun Jinghe, hurling curses. "He is a disgusting wretch, a spawn. And you, even more disgusting. What kind of offspring do you expect? This wretched spawn has been consuming the Qijuesan for 3 years. What more can he possibly produce?" "Ha ha. The Qijuesan is a sterilization drug specifically designed to control the slender mares. If one were to discontinue its use without authorization, they would suffer immensely every first day of the lunar month." The term slender mare refers to trained women who, after ingesting the Qijuesan, are sent to the courtyards of officials to serve as spies or to curry favor. If a man consumes it over an extended period, the effects are similarly dire. His son has been subjected to this for 3 long years, and it is to be feared that the poison within him has accumulated deeply. "You vile woman, I shall end your life." Yun Yifu, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. He violently seized Meng Shuhua by the hair and dragged her to the pillar, forcefully slamming her head against it until her face was bloodied. Only then did he release her. Yun Jinghe, seated nearby, merely observed coldly, devoid of any emotion. Since Meng Shuhua had moved out of the rear courtyard following his childhood, he had granted her a maid to attend to his daily needs. It is likely that this maid was responsible for the current predicament. Although he had no desire for a wife or children, it did not imply that he wished to be drugged. Thus, he had the maid disposed of, feeding her to the snakes. As for Meng Shuhua, he intended to make her wish for death. Over the past year, since he ceased the medication, he inexplicably suffered the poison's effects even before the initial day of each lunar month. Just as he was writhing in agony, thunder roared outside, and soon, a light rain began to fall. "What luck I have! It rains on my first ascent." A female voice echoed from afar. "Hooray, I've found a cave." As she spoke, a slender figure dashed into the cave. Yun Jinghe recognized the voice. It was Chen Bo Ge. Alas, at this moment, he had no strength to muster. Otherwise, this would be an impeccable place for a murder. Chen Bo Ge rushed inside, shaking off the rain from her outer garments before taking a moment to survey the cave. The cave was approximately 20 square meters, easily discernible at a glance. Chapter 17. Such greedy and lustful individuals cannot be allowed to live. On the ground lay a shadow shaped like a shrimp tail, resembling a wild beast at first glance. Upon closer inspection, Chen Bo Ge realized it was her neighbor, the aloof flower, who had now found herself in the dirt. "Cough. Are you all right?" Get lost. All right then. After Yun Jinghe spoke, he bit down hard on his lip, suppressing any sounds of his pain. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Beige. Chen Beige, sensing the darkness outside and the relentless rain, realized she needed to find something to eat. Otherwise, she would be in a comical predicament if hunger rendered her unable to descend the mountain. She found a suitable spot to set down her belongings and began gathering dry twigs and leaves to ignite a fire. Instantly, the cave was illuminated with a golden glow. As she turned her head to search within the cave, she noted that while there were not many items, the fierce wind had blown in plenty of branches and leaves. Unsure of when the rain would cease, she glanced at Yun Jinghe, who lay unmoving. The firelight illuminated him, allowing her to see his disheveled state clearly. The young man's ethereal features were now tightly furrowed, his pristine teeth clenched against his lip, which had begun to bleed from the pressure. His entire body was tense, appearing rigid and tormented. This must be excruciating. Chen Beige quietly withdrew her gaze, retrieving a few sweet potatoes from her pack, burying them in the fire. Knowing he disliked being observed, she refrained from looking at him any longer and instead focused on roasting the sweet potatoes. Noticing that Chen Beige was no longer staring at him, Yun Jinghe subconsciously exhaled in relief. Watching her face illuminated by the firelight, he felt his consciousness begin to fade. The cave was silent, save for the sound of rain falling outside. The sweet potatoes were ready. Would you like some? Chen Beige pulled them from the fire, waiting for a response, but when none came, she looked up. What? Is he dead? She quickly checked for his breath. Thankfully, he was still alive, albeit with a high fever. She carefully moved him closer to the fire, rummaging through her supplies to fetch some water from the cave entrance to boil. Once the water was boiling, she cautiously fed him a few sips. Yun Jinghe was trapped in a nightmare, but the sensation of moisture on his lips jolted him back to consciousness. The onset of Chijuasan's poison initially felt like countless arrows piercing his heart, followed by a feverish chill and overwhelming weakness. At present, he was dazed and utterly powerless, only able to remain aware as someone manipulated him. Chen Beige first placed a pill in his mouth, then earnestly wiped his hands, followed by his face. After cleaning his face, she noticed his skin was remarkably smooth. She couldn't help but tug at it, the springy texture enticing her to continue. It felt like jelly. One poke, and it bounced back. Another poke, and it rebounded again. Feeling unsatisfied, she pinched his cheeks, pulling them apart. Unable to endure any longer, Yun Jinghe summoned all his strength to open his eyes. Is that amusing? Oh, it's good to see you awake. Chen Beige awkwardly released her grip. Yun Jinghe pursed his lips, casting a cold gaze in her direction. Though his imposing aura was somewhat diminished, his usually fierce eyes now appeared more menacing than lethal. Reminiscent of a small puppy in the arms of a British landlady that she would tease, prompting her to reach out and poke it. It seems, Miss Chen, you do not wish to relinquish this pig trotter. Yun Jinghe's tone was as bland as lukewarm water. Chen Beige discreetly hid her hands behind her back, chuckling. Would you like to eat? I've roasted some delightful sweet potatoes. Huh, no. Gurgle. Chen Beige teased, glancing at his stomach, and then waited. Just peel it first. Yun Jinghe closed his eyes. Let it all end. Chen Beige consumed only one of the sweet potatoes she had roasted earlier, feeding the rest to Yun Jinghe. After he was satiated, his complexion improved considerably. Outside, the rain poured heavily, while inside the cave, the two of them sat by the fire, leaning against one another. The atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. What illness have you contracted? Why are you here alone? Bored, Chen Beige couldn't resist striking up a conversation with Yun Jinghe. When she received no response, she began guessing to herself, muscle atrophy, food poisoning. Observing her increasingly absurd conjectures, Yun Jinghe's expression darkened to that of a pot bottom. Poisoned. No cure? Upon hearing this, Yun Jinghe paused momentarily. I suppose so. Is it, or isn't it? How can you say I suppose so? Miss Chen, being so forward with a man outside your family suggests you have yet to learn the virtues of womanhood. Such a bold lad. Now he dares to rebuke her. Chen Beige rolled her eyes at him. If you don't want to speak, then remember to pay me back for the sweet potatoes when we return, 1 tael each. Don't think I don't know. You all have plenty of silver. Why not just rob it? Then regurgitate it back to me now. Yun Jinghe. As the rain outside began to lessen, Chen Beige quickly packed her things and prepared to leave. Once she had set off, Yun Jinghe slowly sat up, loosening his clothing to reveal his chest. At the center of his heart lay a red semicircle. The day it formed a complete circle would mark his demise. Gulp. The sound of swallowing startled him, and he quickly donned his clothes. It was Chen Beige again. Such a greedy and lustful individual. She must not be allowed to live. Under Yun Jinghe's cool gaze, Chen Beige sensed the murderous intent. Her hand trembled slightly as she pointed at the small copper kettle over the fire, stammering. I just came back to grab a water kettle. I didn't see anything. Oh, should I let Miss Chen take a closer look? No. I'm leaving right now. Upon hearing this, Chen Beige frantically waved her hands. Though she was lustful, she valued her life above all. The murderous glint in Yun Jinghe's eyes seemed ready to overflow. After speaking, she grabbed both the stick and the kettle, not forgetting to add, "I want TB back." Huh. Yun Jinghe found it amusing. Just wait. Chen Beige felt her heart pounding as she caressed her chest, her limbs growing weak. The encounter with Yun Jinghe had been truly terrifying. She decided to push those thoughts aside, prioritizing her return home, for she imagined her parents must be quite anxious. As expected, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she stumbled upon Chen Wanli and his son searching for her. "Beige, are you all right?" "Father, I'm fine. I was just caught in the rain on the mountain." Seeing her safe eased Chen Wanli's worries. The father and daughter strolled back together, engaging in light conversation, while Chen Baihan quietly trailed behind, listening to their exchange. By the time dinner arrived, Chen Beige noted that the person next door had yet to return. A restful night followed. "Good morning, Grandpa Yun," Chen Beige greeted as she stepped outside and noticed Grandpa Yun standing at the gate. "Morning, Beige." After their cheerful exchange, she made her way to the beach, intent on treasure hunting and having packed provisions to ensure she wouldn't miss lunch. The air on the island was particularly refreshing, and the rain-soaked beach had dried under the sea breeze overnight. A row of coconut trees lined the shore, bearing fist-sized coconuts. Chen Beige slipped off her shoes and walked barefoot on the soft sand, the gentle wind caressing her cheeks, filling her with a profound sense of comfort. As she ambled along, she hummed a tune. Once she reached a deserted area, she plunged into the water. The sea was pleasantly warm, with small schools of fish swimming past her. She playfully poked at the little fish, which scattered in fright. This was her first time exploring this sea, and perhaps due to lesser pollution than in modern times, the marine life here was remarkably abundant. Not long after diving, she spotted a pair of hawksbill turtles, one large and one small, foraging amidst the coral. The coral reef stretched endlessly, with layers of coral branches swaying rhythmically with the tides. Under the sunlight, the vibrant corals sparkled beautifully. Among the corals, numerous small creatures were also foraging, and she noticed a plump golden seahorse swimming gracefully. Since the seahorse was pregnant, she decided against capturing it. After swimming for a while, without finding anything of value, she heard a somewhat familiar sound and recalled it belonged to a pod of orcas. Quickly, she concealed herself within her spatial realm, waiting for them to pass. "Third brother, my back feels a bit uncomfortable. Could you check if I have barnacles?" "You do." "Third brother, could you help me get rid of them?" "Go find big sister." "Third brother, is it because I snatched your sea hair that you no longer love me?" "Third brother, do you remember?" "Enough talk. I'll help you, but swim sideways to the surface." The second orca, hearing this, shook its head proudly and swam sideways. Then, the third orca surged forward, powerfully slapping its right fin against the second orca's back, sending the barnacles flying. "Ouch. Third brother, did you do that on purpose?" "That hurt. Next time, don't call me." "Hey, don't. I was just joking." Watching the two lagging orcas, Chen Beige suddenly had an idea. "Second orca, stop, or I shall curse you." The second orca was taken aback, curiosity mixed with fear. "Third brother, did you hear something? Could they be calling for me?" The third orca remained silent, cautiously circling the area but finding no anomalies. "Big sister and the others are ahead. Let us hurry." At this, Chen Beige chuckled mischievously. She casually retrieved a long piece of gauze from her spatial realm and swiftly looped it around the second orca's powerful tail, tying a firm knot just as it was taken aback. Help me, third brother." The third orca, noticing this, turned swiftly and charged toward Chen Beige. With a mere thought, she vanished into her realm. The second orca, still screaming, was disoriented by the collision. Realizing its attack had failed, the third orca quickly swam away, presumably to summon help. "Third brother, don't leave me behind." The second orca flailed its front flippers towards the direction the third had gone, almost igniting sparks from its frantic movements, yet it dared not move, fearing that any action would invoke Chen Bei's curse. "Orca life is tough. Orcas do not speak. Be quiet. What do you want from me? I can do nothing. Seek third brother. He knows much more." "Does third brother know what kind of orca you are?" "I want you. Hee. Take me to the sperm whale's territory, and if I can collect a few pieces of its excrement, I shall let you go." "How does that sound?" The second orca was stunned. Collect what? It was either hearing wrong or finding the two-legged creature revolting. "You heard correctly. Let us go. Isn't it fine to collect from our own den? I have plenty. I'll give them all to you. I don't want yours. Are you coming or not? It's all just waste. Why not take theirs?" The second orca felt indignant, but dared not protest. "I can't go alone. I can't fight them. They are fierce when they lash out at orcas." "I won't go? I won tea." Chen Bei's lips twitched. "After all, they attacked you because you were always capturing their young. No large species in the ocean wish to spare you." After contemplating, she embraced the orca and, with a thought, they both entered her spatial realm. This was her first experiment with bringing a living creature inside. Wow, I can swim even without seawater. How delightful. As the third orca returned with the previous 3 orcas, it noticed the absence of the second orca and began calling out anxiously. The second orca, seemingly oblivious, was stealthily consuming the seafood Chen Bo Ge had caught earlier, only indulging in the sea hares. Isn't this fun? Take me to the sperm whale's nest. If they attack you, I'll help you hide, and afterward, I'll bring you to eat sea hares. What do you say? Really? Indeed. I promise they won't harm you, and you can have all the sea hares you desire. Then I'll add a condition. May I attack them? If that is the case, let us go. I want to attack you right now. Let us go. We'll trick them first. The orcas had already departed, and as Chen Bo Ge mounted the second orca, it sped through the depths of the sea, truly racing. The creature seemed to have a sudden burst of speed, allowing her to experience a sensation akin to flying. Oh no, there's a little turtle ahead. Watch closely. I'm going to perform a turtle slap. I advise you to reconsider, or I'll showcase my whale slap. The duo, in a flurry of excitement, sped along. At this astonishing speed. How come we haven't arrived yet? Oh, what is the rush? You best not be lost. The second orca slowed, its tail flicking uncertainly as it mumbled to itself. I've been here with Big Sister before. It should be around here somewhere, but I'm not sure. Let me take another look. It was a foregone conclusion. Chen Bo Ge mentally scolded the orca. Just then, the second orca accelerated with excitement, almost throwing her off. I remember now. In that place, where throngs of male sperm whales congregate, even the legendary 5 tigers would not dare to venture. Chen Bo Ge gently patted Eru's head. I will first place you in the space to play with air. Once I ascertain that there is no danger, you may come out. Without waiting for Eru's response, she swiftly sent it into the space. This creature was too large. If she delayed, it would be too late to retrieve it, and allowing it to be harmed would be undesirable. Alone, Chen Bo Ge searched through the sandy pit. After a considerable time, she finally discovered a piece of white excrement, roughly the shape of an oval ball, nestled within a recessed rock crevice. Upon carefully extracting it, she suddenly realized she had been misguided. The excrement of sperm whales is the raw material for producing ambergris. However, not every sperm whale produces fragrant material. Only those that have consumed the Grand King squid do so. The whale's excrement, having been soaked in seawater over the years, becomes exceedingly light, often floating upon the ocean's surface, and after storms, it washes ashore. At this moment, Chen Bo Ge felt hungry. She hugged the ambergris raw material and slipped into the space. Eru gazed curiously at the suspended orb, as if pondering its taste. Stop staring. That is merely an illusion. What are you eating? Share some with me. Eru wagged its tail and approached. This is food for bipeds. If an orca consumes it, it will perish. Chen Bo Ge took a bite of the roasted fish. Crispy and savory. This was from her earlier catch. She had woven a net from Rami and placed it in the small river behind her house daily, sometimes trapping fish and shrimp. When she could not consume them all, she would season and roast them until they were delightfully crispy. They were exquisite, and her family adored them. Watching her eat, Eru narrowed its eyes. This is clearly fish. Realizing it could not deceive Eru, Chen Bo Ge tossed a piece into its mouth. However, Eru's mouth was enormous. That dried fish was hardly bigger than its teeth. More. I can't taste anything. Let us agree that after this, we want to go after the sea hare. No, I'll go myself. Thus, Chen Bo Ge offered all her dried fish to Eru while she pulled out a steamed bun to nibble on with hot water. What are you eating now? Share some. A bun. You don't even like them. I love them. If you don't share, I'll draw a circle and curse you. Chen Bo Ge tossed one into its gaping mouth. Just as it entered, Eru wanted to spit it out. It was as hard and tasteless as the wood it had accidentally consumed once. But seeing Chen Bo Ge's ominous gaze, it had no choice but to close its eyes and swallow it whole. Are you full? If you're full, let us go beat up the sperm whale. Eru excitedly wagged its large tail, feeling as if it had already triumphed. Chen Bo Ge paused. Next time, we haven't even spotted one yet. Eru also fell silent. Indeed, that family could be anywhere. It shook its head and quickly regained its cheer. All right then, we'll head back and take on whoever we meet. Chen Bo Ge remarked. Next time I want to seek it out, lest it tarnish my reputation. Fortunately, on their return, they encountered only small fish and shrimp. Just as they were nearing home, Eru halted. When will you come to play with me again? Chen Bo Ge stroked Eru's head. When you no longer wish to catch fish. I don't care. When you come down again, remember to bring lots of dried fish. I love eating it. Chen Bo Ge swam down herself. How delightful. What do you want? I can take you to find it. I know where there's more of that excrement. Plenty of it. So much that we don't even want to go. That sounds dreadful. Chen Bo Ge turned and raised her palm to slap its head. Next time I want to look for you, I'll find Sanner. No, you mustn't seek out Sanner. I want to allow it. Chen Bo Ge was now quite upset and ignored Eru, quickly swimming back. In no time, She was ashore. When she turned to glance at the sea, Eru was waving its flippers at her. Chen Bo Ge chuckled heartily. She waved back to Eru. And on the golden surface of the sea, an orca leaped out, spun in circles, and then gradually swam toward the deep sea. Just as Chen Bo Ge considered giving it another chance, she noticed a black object beside the bamboo basket. It was Eru, engaged in boasting with the other 4 tigers. Eru seemed to sense something. What's wrong, Eru? Surely the biped has discovered the surprise I prepared for her. She loves sperm whale excrement. So she will surely adore mine. The 4 tigers were astonished. So the biped enjoys excrement. Meanwhile, Chen Bo Ge, with a dark expression, cleaned up the space and slowly made her way home. You child, you mentioned you would return later. Why are you so late? Mother, I will strive to come back earlier next time. Zhao Xianglian took Chen Bo Ge's bamboo basket, her face filled with disapproval. From now on, you needn't earn money for the family. Your father and I are here. What if something were to happen to you? Though her daughter was favored by divine beings. What if the deity were to doze off? Besides, their family was not struggling. The 1,600 taels her daughter had previously given her were sufficient. And with the 500 taels she had given back, plus the 300 taels already spent, she still had 800 taels left. With such a sum, if spent frugally, it would cover their family's expenses for a lifetime. No matter what, she was not prepared to let her daughter venture into danger again. At this moment, Chen Wanli echoed, Your mother is right. Although they were unaware of what their daughter was busy with, it was evident that she had gone to the sea, bringing back items that were not easily caught. Chen Bo Ge, understanding her parents' concerns, sighed. All right, I will heed mother's advice. At most, I will sneak out. Just as the family was having dinner, Zhao Ren arrived. His eyes swiftly scanned Chen Bo Ge before settling on Chen Wanli. Uncle Chen, the government's ship has just arrived. They said boarding is at the hour of Chen tomorrow, and they will not wait. Ah, understood, Uncle knows. Have you eaten yet? Why not sit down with us? We just caught some seafood. No, thank you, Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen. My parents are waiting for me at home to eat. I must be off. After speaking, he dashed away. Chen Wanli watched Zhao Ren disappear and mumbled in astonishment. What's with this child? Rushing about as if chased by a dog, huh? Chen Bo Ge added. Hee. Zhao Xianglian shot a glare at the two, and they both fell silent. The night passed without incident. The next day at dawn, Chen Wanli and his son went to help settle the workers' wages and inform them of the holiday. The entire family planned to go to the market and would resume work the following day. Chapter 20 Many ladies secretly looked down upon Chen Bo Ge. The hour of Chen is from 7 to 9, yet it was barely past 6, and the ship was already filled with passengers. Chen Bo Ge thought her family had arrived early, only to find they were the last, with seats nearly gone. Aunt Zhao, come here. Sit with me. It was Wang, Zhao Ren's mother. She was seated with a group of women, discussing something. Child's mother, why don't you take Beige over there? I will walk with Oiba. The women's eyes brazenly scrutinized Chen Bo Ge, and though she wanted to slip away, Wang held her back. Aunt Zhao, your 2 children didn't stand out during the calamity, but now they are growing increasingly handsome. Look at this girl. Indeed, these 2 siblings are exceptionally good-looking. Zhao Xianglian noticed her daughter's discomfort and, while speaking, pulled her hand back. They are not as exaggerated as you say, unlike your family. Zhao Xianglian praised each of their children, quickly shifting the topic. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bo Ge made her escape. Mother, Miss Qian is calling me. I'm going over to find her. Go on, but remember to return later. Chen Bo Ge had long noticed Qian Duo, who was waving at her. Since that fateful day when Qian Duo witnessed Chen Bo Ge diving in to save someone, she had been eager to learn swimming. However, everyone had been busy lately, and they had not had the opportunity to converse properly. Finally, they could speak now. Next time, I will come find you to teach me how to swim. I was envious watching you glide through the water like a fish. At this moment, Chen Bo Ge recalled Lu Wushuang. It was said that Lu Wushuang had caught a severe cold after being rescued and had not been seen by anyone since, except for the neighboring households, who occasionally glimpsed her figure. Chen Bo Ge did not respond affirmatively. Do your parents permit you to swim? It was not that she was being nosy. In ancient times, the restrictions placed on women were quite severe, especially regarding swimming. It was considered a private matter. Did not those dramas often depict that when one fell into the water and got their clothes wet, it was akin to being exposed, thus losing their chastity? Although she and Lu Wushuang had been seen, the situation had been urgent at the time, and with the layers of clothing worn back then, nothing could be discerned. In any case, she would not mind, nor would her parents blame her for it. No, I told my parents. And they even asked me to pay you a tuition fee. The Qian family was so open-minded. No wonder they were the greatest merchants of the previous dynasty. All right. The next time you come over, I will teach you to swim. As Qian Duo and Chen Bo Ge were conversing closely, a few young women were seated not far away. One of them, dressed in a pink skirt, feigned confusion and addressed Chen Bo Ge. You must be Miss Chen Bo Ge, renowned for your exceptional swimming skills. May I inquire whether you often swim? How else could you have honed such abilities? Her tone was laced with mockery, and the girls around her stifled their laughter. The pink-skirted girl's voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of those nearby. Isn't it said that trouble comes from the tongue? Could Chen Beige tolerate her? This large bear of a girl seemed to live an uncomfortable life. One wondered if she often concocted schemes against others, given her penchant for embarrassing them. The moment these words were uttered, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Haha, she truly resembles a large bear. Chen Bei's wit was quite entertaining. The girl in the pink dress, feeling humiliated and enraged, covered her face and ran away. Haha, you are truly remarkable. That large bear is Wang Xiyu. She spends her days scheming against others. Last time, she even remarked that I reeked of the smell of copper. You have avenged me today? Qian Duo exclaimed, clutching Chen Bei's hand, laughing so hard she almost toppled over. Her family had been forced into the wrong ranks, destined for reckoning. However, Qian Fugue, Qian Duo's father, decisively surrendered all their family wealth and provided ample information, thus sparing the family from a grim fate. Yet those self-righteous officials did not look kindly upon the Qian family. Nonetheless, the Qian family remained indifferent. Li Wanling, who had observed everything, regarded Chen Beige with an inscrutable gaze. Even in her plain attire, Chen Bei's beauty was undeniable. However, her flamboyant demeanor and disregard for propriety drew disapproval from many ladies in secret. Contemplating this, Li Wanling averted her gaze. The journey was smooth, and after 2 hours, they arrived. Just as it reached noon, the Chen family decided to have lunch before exploring. Today was a market day, bustling with people. They primarily sought to purchase furniture and grain. In rural households, furniture was typically only bought during weddings, with most being handcrafted. Although the craftsmanship might be crude and unattractive, it was cost-effective. However, no one in the Chen family possessed such skills. They relied on the village craftsmen for assistance, using materials they had sourced themselves, which cost little. But now, with no craftsmen available, they had no choice but to buy. In Shanyu County, there were only 2 furniture stores. One offered standard furniture that was neither remarkable nor distinct, yet affordably priced. The other had intricately designed pieces, exquisite in their craftsmanship, which even Chen Beige admired. But they could not afford. A simple desk made of ordinary materials was priced at 30 taels. Zhao Xianglian decided to purchase from the cheaper store. They carefully selected and bought 2 desks, 3 beds, a dining set, a set of chairs for guests, a cupboard, and several clothing chests, all made from standard pine wood, totaling 180 taels. After settling the payment, they asked Chen Wanli to accompany the workers to transport the goods to the dock. Mother, I wish to explore on my own for a bit. I will return to the boat later. She did not wish to wander alone, as there were many things she could not afford. I also want to roam, Chen Baihan chimed in. All right, just be cautious and avoid conflicts with anyone. Remember, the boat departs at the hour of Shun. Understood, they replied. After separating, Chen Beige promptly headed to Wanbeige. She had numerous items she wished to purchase, but could not buy anything without selling her current materials. Welcome to Wanbeige. As soon as Chen Beige entered, a young attendant approached her. Is Manager Su here? Upon hearing she was looking for the manager, the attendant quickly bowed and explained, Miss, our manager is currently attending to a customer. If you do not mind waiting, you may browse Wanbeige in the meantime. Then I shall wander for a bit. You may attend to your duties. Certainly, call me if you need anything. After the attendant left, Chen Beige began to explore alone. Wanbeige primarily dealt in treasures, so even on market days, the store was not crowded. At that moment, on the highest floor, Manager Su had just finished reporting information to his superior. Is there anything else from the master? It has been a year. Have we not located the Longzi? Replying to the master, it is currently the breeding season for Longzi. I have increased the reward. I believe we will receive news soon. Very well, you may leave. Meanwhile, Chen Beige, feeling quite bored downstairs, noticed the young attendant returning. Miss, our manager requests your presence. Following the attendant, Chen Beige entered the inner room they had visited previously. Haha, it seems Miss Chen has discovered another treasure. Manager Su cheerfully invited Chen Beige to sit. Chen Beige smiled brightly as she took a seat opposite him. Indeed, this time I have obtained dragon saliva. I wonder what price the manager will offer? Chapter 21. Could she possibly be a sea demon? Manager Su's hand trembled as he held his cup, spilling the tea. What has Miss Chen acquired? Chen Beige did not respond directly. Instead, she retrieved a piece of ambergris from her basket. A chunk resembling an olive ball appeared before Manager Su. The white substance emanated a sweet, amber fragrance intertwined with a woody aroma. Manager Su recognized it at once as the primary material for producing dragon saliva. Lowering his head to take a whiff, he detected a hint of fishiness mingled with other ingredients, a scent reserved for the elite. If Manager Su has no further questions, shall we discuss the price? Stepping out of Wanbeige, Chen Beige felt elated, almost as if she could soar. Dragoness saliva typically came in large, yet lightweight chunks. But it was expensive, 2 taels per gram. Her piece weighed nearly 600 grams, and manager Sue calculated the price at 600 grams, giving her 1,200 taels. With this, she possessed a total of 1,400 taels. It was time to indulge. Her first stop was the government-operated iron shop, where she purchased a large iron furnace capable of withstanding high temperatures. She intended to construct a steam engine. With a steam engine, she could create steam-powered automobiles and ships. Desde su infancia, había estado fascinada por la estética steampunk de la era medieval, razón por la cual elegí estudiar en Inglaterra, el lugar de origen de la era del vapor. Estudié ingeniería mecánica, durante sus años de estudios en el extranjero. Se había dirigido a una tienda local con mucha historia y aprendí de un maestro sobre las invenciones de la era del vapor. Cuando llega este tiempo, su habitación estaba llena de modelos de vapor. In ancient times, apart from the Qin dynasty and the Ming dynasty, the regulation of iron was not as stringent. Common folk were permitted to utilize iron tools, thus she procured some materials and tools for iron smelting. After completing her purchases, she instructed her servants to deliver them to a secluded alley. Once she ensured no one was watching, she concealed everything within her spatial storage. She also acquired fabric and cotton to craft undergarments and sanitary pads. Although she was unfamiliar with making sanitary pads, she was eager to experiment. The horse-riding fabric wrapped in plant ash was quite uncomfortable for her to use. Subsequently, she bought a variety of seasonings, intending to prepare grilled dried fish. She also collected a myriad of miscellaneous items, spending nearly half of her money, primarily on iron, which was exceptionally costly. After her shopping spree, she made her way to the dock. The return journey was not as smooth as the mornings. By the time they reached the shore, the sun had already set. As no vessels operated at night, they would have to wait until the following day to depart. The Chen family had made substantial purchases and resided further back, so they only transported lighter items home, planning to seek assistance for the larger pieces the next day. On the following day, those who came to help, along with Chen Wanli, began to move the furniture. The Chen family had evidently struck it rich. Oh my, so much new furniture. It was perplexing how the Chen family acquired such wealth without any apparent business ventures. Indeed, you seem quite close with the Zhao family. Perhaps you could inquire if they have any lucrative opportunities. Early in the morning, as Chen Wanli and his family transported the furniture back and forth, they caught the attention of some onlookers. The gossip grew louder, and Chen Wanli, noticing the escalating rumors, halted his steps. Ladies and gentlemen, my family and I are not merchants, and we do not possess any schemes for wealth accumulation. The items you see were obtained when my daughter fortuitously discovered a ginseng plant while foraging in the mountains. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately expressed their desire to venture into the mountains in search of ginseng, as if it were as plentiful as cabbage. Chen Wanli understood the reality of their situation and was concerned that their greed might lead them deeper into the wilderness, potentially resulting in misfortune for which he would be accountable. I would like to advise you all to travel in groups when heading into the mountains, as the back hills have only been minimally explored. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not blame me for not warning you. After delivering his caution, he resumed his tasks. The bystanders, whether they heeded his advice or not, seemed more interested in the news of Chen Bei's ginseng discovery, which spread rapidly throughout the community. Have you heard? The daughter of the Chen family unearthed ginseng in the mountains, and all those new possessions were purchased with the proceeds from selling it. They had observed the family moving furniture in the morning, yet they had also acquired a considerable amount of rice, flour, and fabric. The ship's hold was nearly overflowing with their goods. Another person chimed in, "Goodness, how much must they have sold it for? I must return home and gather my family to search for some ginseng as well. There's no time to waste. I need to summon others before it gets picked clean." Thus began a fervent trend of ginseng foraging in the mountains. Witnessing this, Chen Beige could not suppress a smirk. She intended to gather Rami to weave a larger fishing net. But wait, why couldn't Era do the fishing? Upon this realization, she took some leftover bamboo from the fence and crafted a square bamboo trap, leaving openings on 3 sides, and finally affixed sharp bamboo tips at the entrance. It resembled the traps seen in videos where monkeys reach for bananas, an entrance that allowed access but made withdrawal impossible. Once she completed her preparations, she headed to the spot where she had last said goodbye to Eru, contemplating whether to venture into the sea. After a moment's hesitation, she noticed a large fish swimming toward her, its back glistening in black. Could it be Eru? She called out, "Eru." Not far off, 2 men were conversing. One was Yun Jinghe, while the other stood in silhouette, obscuring his face. "You may go ahead." Yun Jinghe gestured for the other man to leave, then quietly approached the source of the sound. Just then, Chen Beige, fearing Eru hadn't heard her, called out several more times. Meanwhile, Eru had been stealthily wandering this area for the past few days, curious to see if any two-legged creatures had come to visit and perhaps bring fish jerky. Upon hearing the call of the two-legged creature, Eru was filled with excitement, thrashing its tail like a propeller and swiftly darting into shallow waters. Two-legged creature, you've come. Did you bring me fish jerky? Hurry, hurry. Chen Bo Ge replied. Without fish, there can be no fish jerky. If you want fish jerky, you must catch fish. With that, she tossed the specially made bamboo trap toward it. Uncertain, she pointed at the trap and instructed Eru, you need to herd the fish into this trap. Once they enter, they won't be able to escape. Do you understand? Eru let out an affirmative cry and pulled the trap into the water. It only stopped when the rope was taut, leaving Chen Bo Ge in awe. Scientists have claimed that the intelligence of orcas is comparable to that of a 15 or 16-year-old human. It truly seemed to be the case. The interaction between Chen Bo Ge and Eru was fully observed by Yun Jinghe, who also witnessed Chen Bo Ge bidding farewell to the large fish. Most creatures of magic are known to be greedy and lustful. Could she possibly be one of them? He had heard of many man-eating spirits, most of which lurked in the depths of the mountains. Could she be a sea demon? Chapter 22. The Visit of Lu Wushuang. Unbeknownst to Chen Bo Ge, she was being mistaken for a supernatural being. Having resolved the issue of her fish jerky supply, she cheerfully made her way back home. Time flies relentlessly, whether pursued or not. Chen Bo Ge had been so preoccupied with crafting sanitary pads that she had neglected to discuss teaching Qian Duo how to swim. The process of making modern sanitary pads was particularly intricate, and she had no experience. However, she had watched an Indian film that depicted a husband creating sanitary pads for his wife, and she planned to follow a simplified version of that method. First, she would cut the oiled paper she purchased into appropriate shapes, then fill them with cotton and plant fibers, and finally use her homemade press to shape them. The most challenging component was sourcing plant fibers. After much searching in the mountains, she eventually found sphagnum moss in a moist area. This plant, once processed and sterilized, could serve as a substitute for cotton in dressings or emergency kits. Unable to find a better absorbent material, she settled for this. The press was significantly easier to construct, requiring only 2 thick iron plates and an axle. After nearly 2 months of solitary experimentation, she finally crafted a basic but functional sanitary pad. Beige, are you still busy? Lu Wushuang is here. You should come out. Lu Wushuang was indeed Lu Wushuang. Once, when Chen Bo Ge was gathering materials in the mountains, Lu Wushuang had accompanied her parents on a visit. At that time, the Chen family's house was in disarray, as they were constructing the framework, and Chen Bo Ge had not been home. Consequently, Lu Wushuang had left their belongings and departed. Now that the house was completed and airing out, Chen Bo Ge was unaware of how her father calculated the timing, but he claimed that 3 days hence would be auspicious for moving in. So the family decided to relocate then. Mother, I've finished. I'm coming now. Chen Bo Ge exited her room, securing the lock behind her. The wooden structure at the back was her personal workspace, and since its completion, the rest of the Chen family had not entered, only aware that she busied herself within. Occasionally, there were sounds of tinkering or a serene silence. Unless called for meals, she remained inside, although the family had yet to move in. The reception area on the first floor was already in use. After washing her hands, Chen Bo Ge entered to find Lu Wushuang seated quietly, sipping tea. Miss Lu has arrived. Upon seeing Chen Bo Ge, Lu Wushuang set down her teacup, standing to greet her. Miss Chen, there is no need for such formality. Miss Lu, let us sit and converse. This tea is delightful, is it not? Lu Wushuang gracefully took her seat, embodying elegance in every word and gesture. It was a unique experience to savor fresh tea for the first time. In the teacup, golden yellow honeysuckle blossoms stood upright. The pale yellow tea, when sipped, presented a taste that transitioned from bitterness to sweetness, accompanied by a faint aroma, which she found quite delightful. This is the honeysuckle I picked. It cools heat and alleviates fire. It is summer now, so let us drink more. Here, allow me to pour you another cup. Chen Bo Ge said as she lifted the teapot to refill her cup. In her previous life, she had lived for 20 years without encountering such an unabashed individual. Indeed, she had perished in the capital, yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself back at the age of 15 on the day she fell into the water. The only difference was that the one who saved her had changed from Wang Yuming to Chen Bo Ge. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but raise her gaze to scrutinize the woman before her. It was said that she had died in Duku County and had not lived to see Xuanyue Island. Was it possible that Chen Bo Ge, standing before her, was also someone favored by the heavens? Chen Bo Ge filled her own cup and, like a cow drinking water, gulped it down in a few swift motions. After finishing, she poured herself another cup, grumbling as she did so. It is only June, and the weather has turned so hot. I wonder what business Miss Lu has with me. Wu Shuang had come to express her gratitude to Chun for saving her life. I have thanked you before, so there is no need for you to feel burdened. Come. The pastries on the table are all made by my mother. Do give them a try. The two engaged in casual chatter for a while, until Lu Wushuang finally took her leave. Zhao Xianglian waited until they were gone before stepping outside. What was that young lady here for? Mother. Miss Lu invited us to dinner at her home tonight. As dusk approached, the Chen family arrived at the Lu residence, carrying some snacks while basking in the lingering glow of the sunset. The Lu family was already awaiting them and quickly ushered them to their seats. At the dinner table, conversation was kept to a minimum as everyone silently enjoyed their meal. Once dinner concluded, the Lu family solemnly thanked Chen Bo Ge once more, and then the two families settled in for a friendly chat. Lu Weihua remarked, I wish to establish a private school on the island. I wonder if Wang Xian would be willing to come and teach. Currently, there was little to occupy their time on the island, so they were not required to take shifts. Wang Xian was the courtesy name of Chen Wanli, and he, of course, was inclined to accept. It mattered not whether he taught or not. What was crucial was that Chen Baihan could continue her studies. Chen Baihan had originally planned to participate in the child scholar exam, but unforeseen calamities had forced their family southward. I am willing. Thank you for your kind consideration. Old Master Lu, should we consult Lord Chai Biao? Lu Weihua, seated at the head of the table, appeared relaxed. It matters not. We are no different from ordinary citizens. As long as we do not engage in illegal activities, the court will not interfere. Chen Bo Ge, her eyes sparkling, suggested. Why don't we open a street along Xuanyue Square, where everyone can sell whatever they wish? Laughter erupted as they inquired what she wished to sell. I want to open a blacksmith shop. The moment her words left her lips, everyone turned to look at her, astonished and perplexed. A young girl wishing to run a blacksmith shop? Chen Wanli's heart skipped a beat. If he did not allow his daughter to venture into the sea, would she then wield a heavy hammer? The image of burly blacksmiths flashed through his mind, contrasting sharply with his delicate daughter. No, I cannot agree to this. Father, I want to open a blacksmith shop. The two stared at each other, their eyes locked in disagreement for the first time. Soon, Chen Wanli found himself at a loss. This was a battle he could not win. Let her mother handle it. If your mother agrees, I have no objection. Zhao Xianglian understood Chen Wanli's intentions, but believed their daughter was sensible. I agree. Your mother certainly does not, does she? You must be mistaken, my child. Did we not just agree? Chen Wanli shot a reproachful glance at Zhao Xianglian. Father, my mother said she agrees. Tomorrow I will take the money and ask Grandfather Lu to measure the land for me. On the island, land was vast and sparsely populated. Anyone wishing to acquire property could approach Chen Wanli and Lu Weihua to purchase it. With only half the cost, one could buy a plot of land as large as before. Do not worry, you buy. Grandfather Lu will surely measure it well. Laughter filled the air as the evening unfolded, with everyone except Chen Wanli in high spirits. Chen Bo Ge was particularly joyful, her face alight with smiles. The prospect of opening a blacksmith shop made the establishment of her steam engine seem imminent. Chapter 23. I want to learn to swim with you. Are you certain you wish to purchase this piece of land? Chen Wanli gazed at the land before him, somewhat perplexed. His two accompanying aides appeared equally bewildered. Indeed, they had brought a few aides with them, all of whom were on the payroll. In the past, they had occupied themselves with personal matters, only attending to business at the administrative office on Xuanyue Square when necessary. Chen Bo Ge sensed their confusion. This land, located at the confluence of river and sea, was rocky beneath and sandy on top, making it an unsuitable location for most endeavors. However, for shipbuilding, it was a treasure trove. She had only decided to purchase it after careful consideration. Yet, she knew that claiming she intended to build ships would likely be met with skepticism. Thus, she refrained from explaining further. Father, this place won't disturb anyone when forging. The back mountain is also quiet. I believe this is a site of good fortune. I want all of this area. Looking at the space her daughter gestured towards, it seemed to encompass at least 8 acres. What kind of blacksmith shop was she planning to build? Chen Wanli's thoughts were tumultuous, but Chen Bo Ge remained unaware. In the end, she spent 40 taels to purchase 10 acres of land, roughly the size of a football field. Chen Wanli even had the deed registered in her name. She had also sketched the architectural design for the blacksmith workshop. Once they relocated the following day, she could begin seeking builders. The next day, the Chen family moved. Although they referred to it as a relocation, they did not invite many people, only a few helpers and the Chen family. Initially, they had not invited the Yun family. But when Yun Zhongshu inquired about their plans, she casually extended an invitation. To her surprise, he actually brought Yun Jinghe along that day. Additionally, the Lu family arrived uninvited. Fortunately, Chen Bo Ge had planned from the start to set up a buffet. The meals she and her mother prepared overnight were ample. Otherwise, she would have worried about sufficiency. She had early on arranged for several long wooden tables to be made using leftover materials from the house construction. The tables were set under the shade of trees, adorned with food and wildflowers. One table overflowed with meats, including seafood and game purchased from Hunter Wong. Another was laden with vegetables, snacks, and fruits. all of which were currently in season on the island: bananas, lychees, and mangoes. The final table held utensils and beverages, with drinks being a simple homemade version of lemonade. Making lemonade required little skill. It was merely steeping pine needles in water, sealing it for fermentation, and then adding rock sugar once fermentation was complete. Though it lacked authenticity, it was more than sufficient for those unaccustomed to ancient flavors. The alcohol was all store-bought, while Chen Bo Ge had witnessed others brewing their own. She had also seen the consequences of a classmate's family brewing gone awry, resulting in organ failure. Thus, she had refrained from attempting it herself. When the guests arrived, they were taken aback by this novel approach to hospitality. Chen Bo Ge stepped forward, directing them to the long tables. "Everyone, please take a plate here and help yourselves to the food over there. Once you have filled your plates, you may sit and enjoy your meal." After demonstrating, she attracted the attention of the guests, though a few, like Lu Wushuang's mother and sister-in-law, appeared somewhat hesitant. However, most were intrigued, and even Lu Weihua was enjoying the experience. They soon followed suit, carrying plates to serve themselves. "I am fond of this banquet. Next time, I shall host a similar gathering at my home. Please sell me the recipe for the divine nectar. It is simply exquisite." The name Xinxian Shui was bestowed upon it by Chen Bo Ge for lay-by. "If you wish to taste it, I shall gladly teach you." She does not rely on this for her livelihood, and the sum she would earn from selling a recipe is but a trifling amount for her. We shall discuss it at a later time. If her father also finds it delightful, he may consider turning it into a business. She could always pay Chen Bo Ge then. "You promised to teach me how to swim. When shall you commence? I have awaited your instruction for so long. I am resolute. You must teach me tomorrow. The next few days are not feasible. I have my monthly cycle." Uft. Qian Duoduo was taken aback by her revelation. "You? How could you?" Chen Bo Ge's words not only made Qian Duoduo blush, but also caused Lu Wushuang, Zhao Tao, and Wang Chui'er to redden. Chen Bo Ge remarked that she had forgotten that discussing such matters was not appropriate in ancient times. She touched her nose and said, "I will find you in a couple of days. I will also prepare some things." At that moment, Lu Wushuang looked into Chen Bo Ge's eyes and asked, "Miss Chen, may I also learn to swim with you?" Chen Bo Ge was somewhat surprised. If Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu agree, then there is no problem. After pondering for a moment, she added, "If Zhao Tao and Chui'er wish to learn as well, they must also seek their parents' consent." Zhao Tao had no desire to learn. Her mother would likely disallow it. Wang Chui'er, on the other hand, was eager to learn but uncertain whether her parents would permit it. If they did not allow it, she would need to persuade them earnestly. The group continued their conversation, while several other tables buzzed with excitement. Who could have imagined we would have the opportunity to sit together? Indeed, after parting in Shengjing, many shall not meet again. Yun Zhongshu and Lu Weihua engaged in conversation, while Chun Wanli and Qian Fugui chatted animatedly. At the women's table, initial politeness soon gave way to enthusiastic discussions about the buffet, praising Chen Bo Ge's ingenious ideas, followed by mutual admiration for each other's children, creating a warm atmosphere. Once the meal concluded, the Chen family prepared gifts for their guests, which were delightful little snacks crafted by Chen Bo Ge. Ultimately, the banquet brought joy to both hosts and guests alike. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted." After bidding farewell to the guests, Chen Wanli stretched and mumbled. Zhao Xianglian shot him a disapproving glance. "I have been busy with our daughter at night and did not complain of fatigue." She pointed to the yard post-banquet. "You and Erbai must clean up before resting." Understood. "We appreciate all the hard work you've done, my dear wife and daughter. You both should rest. Erbai and I will handle the cleanup." "Yes, mother. You and sister should rest. We will manage." The Chen family does not adhere to the notion that men do not work. As Chen Wanli himself said, everyone contributes, making the home feel more like a home. Chen Bo Ge found this sentiment quite rare. She believed her father's mindset was not akin to that of ancient times. Now, thoroughly exhausted, she felt her body ache and naturally did not bother to be polite with her father. After washing up, she lay down in her new room and drifted into a deep sleep. Su Shi, just returned from the Chen household, noticed her daughter's somewhat distracted demeanor and inquired with concern, "Shuang'er, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "Mother, I am fine, but I wish to learn swimming from Miss Chen." Su Shi could hardly believe her ears. "Shuang'er, do you understand what you are saying? I cannot agree to this." Lu Wushuang knew her mother would undoubtedly disapprove. However, her aim was not to convince her parents, but rather her grandfather. Chapter 24, The Blacksmith Shop. At that moment, Lu Weihua and Lu Zhao, who had been conversing, ceased their dialogue and turned to Lu Wushuang. "Why do you wish to learn swimming? Is it because of the incident when you fell into the water?" Lu Zhao queried, perplexed, as Shuang'er had become particularly resolute since that incident. "Father, my desire to learn swimming is not solely due to my previous fall. It is also because we reside on an island surrounded by water, making swimming an essential skill." Shuang'er presented a reasonable argument, yet a woman's reputation holds significant weight. Sacrificing it for an unlikely occurrence would be unwise. Father, I am now of age. If a man had saved me during my fall, would I then be obligated to marry him? In her previous life, being rescued by Wang Yuming led to a quick engagement between their families, culminating in marriage the following year. After marriage, she dutifully served her in-laws and treated the Wang family kindly, enjoying marital harmony. Yet, in the third year of her marriage, Wang's mother abandoned her, claiming her inability to bear children. After being cast aside, she felt too humiliated to return to the Liu family, ultimately seeking solitude in a small courtyard, enduring a life of hardship. Before long, she could no longer bear it. In her final moments, a visiting doctor informed her that the bracelet she had worn was imbued with the scent of musk, the very bracelet gifted to her by Wang Yuming on their wedding night. In recent days, she found herself involuntarily recalling the day of her fall. At that time, she had stood up after sitting for too long, only to be knocked overboard by a wave, inadvertently pushed by someone behind her. In her past life, she considered it a mere accident, but upon reflection, it seemed likely that she had been deliberately shoved. However, she had not disclosed this suspicion to her parents, lacking certainty and fearing it would only add to their anxiety. Thus, before Lu Zhao could respond, she spoke again. In that moment when I fell into the water, did you not resent your inability to swim and save me? The family recalled their emotions during that incident, filled with regret, particularly Lu Zhao and Su Shi, who lamented their inability to swim, which resulted in their helplessness as they watched Shuang'er drown. Moreover, how many individuals on this island can swim? What if such an event were to occur again? I wish to take control of my fate. Grandfather, I wish to learn swimming. She looked into Lu Weihua's eyes with determination and bravery. A silence enveloped the hall. If you wish to learn, then go ahead. Remember to prepare a gift for Airbai. Father. Su Shi, seeing her father-in-law acquiesce to her daughter's request, stood up in excitement. Lu Wushuang, however, was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. Lu Weihua waved his hand, understanding his daughter-in-law's concerns. We are now commoners, and there is no need to adhere to such rules. Moreover, Shuang'er raises a valid point. There are few who can swim on this island. I plan to introduce swimming lessons, separating the classes by gender. Shuang'er simply wishes to get a head start. Su Shi intended to voice further objections, but Lu Zhao firmly pressed her hand down. I will seek out instructors. I shall draft a recruitment notice for female instructors tomorrow. Miss Chun is still a young girl and may not be suitable. Lu Weihua nodded in satisfaction. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Bo Ge instructed Chun Wanli to assist her in hiring individuals. The construction team had already been engaged, utilizing the same workers as before. However, as she intended to build a larger workshop, more materials and workers would be required. With spring plowing concluded, everyone was now ascending the mountains daily in search of ginseng, even forming teams to venture deeper into the mountains, as some had indeed discovered ginseng, causing quite a stir and heightening enthusiasm. However, some who had searched for days without success had given up. Upon hearing that Chen Bo Ge was hiring, they eagerly rushed to work. This time, she sought the blacksmith, Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan's family consisted of 8 members, his parents, his wife Yao Shi, and their 3 sons and 1 daughter. Just after breakfast, as they prepared to head to the mountains, they encountered Chun Wanli and his daughter. Why has Scholar Chen come? Please come in. Zhu Dajuan was the first to notice them and quickly ushered the father and daughter into the courtyard, calling for Yao Shi to fetch water. I wonder what brings Scholar Chen to seek my assistance. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Dajuan inquired with curiosity. I do not require assistance myself. Rather, my daughter wishes to open a blacksmith shop and seeks your help. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dajuan's face lit up with joy. He had been concerned about finding work here and was apprehensive about learning to farm. He had contemplated opening a blacksmith shop, but the costs were prohibitive. May I ask? Miss Chun, Zhu Dajuan began, but Chen Bo Ge anticipated his question. Uncle Zhu, the blacksmith workshop has just begun construction. It won't be completed until next month at the earliest. You can discuss how to build the forges with them. I plan to set up 10 furnaces. 1 would be insufficient, but 10 should suffice. If more are needed later, we can add them, and if there are extras, it won't matter. 10. Zhu Dajuan exclaimed. Yes, we will need to hire workers in the future. As for your salary, it will remain the same as before, but if the work is well done, I will offer additional rewards. What about my eldest son? He can forge some small items. Zhu Dajuan asked eagerly for his son. Chen Bo Ge glanced at the honest man standing a short distance away and replied, Of course, that would be wonderful. In the future, you can also take on apprentices. If you train a good one, I will reward you as well. The first step to becoming a capitalist is learning to envision grand plans. Thank you, Miss Chen. I will ensure they build the furnaces properly. Yao Shi had not anticipated that Chen Bo Ge would immediately provide work for the father and son, with a salary that remained unchanged. She smiled so broadly that her eyes squinted with delight. Chen Xiaocai, Since it's your first visit to our home, you must stay for lunch before leaving. Yes, let me go kill a hen. Chen Wanli hurriedly stood to stop Zhu Dajuan. No need to fuss, we just had breakfast. Please invite us again next time, haha. Seeing that he was sincere, Zhu Dajuan abandoned the thought of killing the hen and followed them to the blacksmith workshop. Many people were busy at the workshop, and upon seeing Chen Wanli and the others arrive, they greeted him. Chen Xiaocai is here. Chen Xiaocai, leaving Zhu Dajuan to supervise. Chen Wanli and his daughter returned home. Chen Beige promised to teach Qian Duo how to swim the next day, and upon returning home, she began preparing for the swimming lesson. The following day, before 9 o'clock, Qian Duo arrived, bringing a box of pastries and a piece of cloth as a token of appreciation. Next came Wang Chuier, carrying dried rabbit meat, a gift from her father, Wang the hunter. Finally, Lu Wushuang arrived with her own box of pastries and a piece of cloth. Chen Beige had thought that Lu Wushuang and the others would not come, but to her surprise, they did. Chapter 25, Bipedal Beasts. I'm coming. She had previously mentioned not to bring gifts, but since everyone else had, she accepted them graciously. Help me hold these, we will need them later. Chen Beige distributed the items she had prepared the previous day to them. Qian Duo and Lu Wushuang hugged the grass mat, while she and Wang Chuier each carried several long bamboo poles. Their mule cart was working at the blacksmith workshop, so they could only carry these themselves. Are we ready? Let's go? Where are we learning? Qian Duo exclaimed with excitement. The summer on the island was sweltering, and once she learned to swim, she could often dive in to cool off. Whenever she washed clothes by the river, the cool water tempted her to jump right in. Since arriving on the island, everyone had to work with their own hands, and there were no more servants to command. Some women from official families often caused quite a few amusing incidents. But those stories need not be mentioned. At the previous docking area, ahead lay Shuangyue Square, and behind it were the residences of the islanders. Chen Bei's blacksmith workshop was located not far to the right of Shuangyue Square, where many people were currently at work. Thus, Chen Beige decided to lead them to the left. All right, we will stay here. This part of the sea below has no rocks, so you won't hurt your feet. If we walk a bit further, we will reach the junction with Eru. I dread the thought of him scaring the three of you. She shuddered at the idea. Let's dig a hole to insert the bamboo poles, and then we can hang the grass mat to change clothes. After marking the spots, she took the lead in digging. Fortunately, the sand on the beach was soft, making it easy to dig with their hands, and they didn't need to dig deep. Half a meter would suffice. After half an hour of labor, they finally completed the changing area. Let's change into our swimsuits first. These are garments I made. Wearing too many clothes is not conducive to learning to swim. Chen Beige took out several modified outfits for them to change into. Once everyone was ready, she led them into the water. Wow, this feels amazing, exclaimed Qian Duo, with Lu Wushuang and Wang Chuier sharing the sentiment. First, get used to the water. Then hold onto this rope and slowly swim deeper to feel the water's resistance and buoyancy. What is buoyancy? It refers to the force of the water. They then practiced holding their breath, starting with a deep inhalation. Chen Beige guided them step by step, continuing this teaching for about 10 days. During this time, Lu Weihua School also commenced. In addition to regular classes, a swimming course was established, divided into male and female classes, with a nominal fee of 5 coins until mastery was achieved. However, not a single girl had signed up for the class. Since everyone has been learning for a while, today we will attempt to swim to a deeper area. Chen Beige observed that they were all doing quite well and decided to let them try swimming on their own. Don't be afraid, I will be right beside you. Qian Duo, unfazed, took the lead and swam ahead, with Lu Wushuang and Wang Chuier following closely behind, while Chen Beige trailed them. Oh, there are some bipedal beasts ahead. The Wuhudui had just emerged, and Dahu had spotted the few swimmers in front. Eru, having not seen Chen Beige for several days, was quite excited. In a flash, he dashed forward, then seemed to recall something and turned to Sanhu. Sanner, I saw a multitude of sea hares near the coral yesterday. If you go now, you can feast to your heart's content. Sanner, do you really believe what you're saying? Sanner retorted. Given Eru's nature, would he ever let a sea hare go? Moreover, it had been a whole night since then. Surely the hares would not still be there. Realizing this excuse was rather flimsy, Eru relaxed. Hee, let us go watch them. As they drew closer, he caught a familiar scent. Bipedal beasts. Here I come. At that moment, he could not concern himself with whether Sanner would steal his prey. With a loud call, he charged forward like a cannonball. Oh no! Chen Beige shouted internally. She thought she heard Eru's voice. Come back. Swim back quickly. There was no time. A big fish. The trio was thrown into a panic. Bipedal beasts. Here I come. I haven't seen you in so long. The speed of the orca in the ocean was unmatched. In the blink of an eye, Eru reached the trio. Chen Beige swam ahead of them, urging them to return. As she noticed the other 4 whales slowly surrounding them, the 3 of them were novices, and fear caused some of them to involuntarily cramp up. I can't swim anymore. Chen Duo exclaimed. I seem to be unable to swim. Wang Chui'er added. Only Lu Wushuang, with her experience, managed to avoid cramping, though she was still frightened. Beige. I'm scared. Chen Beige supported Chen Duo and Wang Chui'er as they slowly swam back, while Lu Wushuang clung tightly to her. Don't be afraid. I know them. They don't eat humans. You know them? The three asked in disbelief. You must be joking. Chen Beige, feeling helpless, called out, Eru, what do you mean by bringing them over here? Eru glanced at the four whales in a fan shape, waving his fins. Sister, take Saner, Sime, and Wudi back. These bipedal beasts aren't worth your time. Let's head back. The words of Eru bore no significance whatsoever. Are you the two-legged creature who deceived my younger brother daily? The Who questioned her. You are the same two-legged creature from last time. San Hu also recognized her, the last time it had surfaced. This two-legged creature had taken Ergu away. What do you mean I deceived your brother? Your brother seeks food from me every day. I have yet to ask him for any form of compensation. Chen Baigu responded internally, unable to voice her thoughts. Only able to communicate silently to avoid causing a stir. The trio could only hear a few large fish making sounds directed at Chen Baigu. Yet none came forth to bite. They gradually relaxed. However, Chen Baigu wished to avoid further conversation. Supporting both of them was proving too taxing. Erhu, come help me carry these people to the shore. If you dare to frighten them, you shall never enjoy dried fish again. Fear not. I shall not. Erhu shook its head and swam closer, diving a bit deeper to allow Chen Baigu to place the people on its back. Duo. I will place you on its back. Do not be afraid. We are right behind you, and everyone shall remain calm. I am scared. We are scared. The three, who had just relaxed, became tense again due to Chen Baiji's words. Yet, Chen Baigu could not hold on any longer, seeing Erhu approaching. She quickly used the buoyancy to place Chen Duo on its back, still remembering to comfort her. I truly know it. It will not harm you. You must trust me. Wu Hu swayed its body, moving closer to Chen Baigu. I want to carry someone too. Let me have one. Chapter 26, Joining Forces. Can you safely deliver these people to the shore? I feel like you might not be very capable. How can I not be capable? I am indeed. Hurry and place them on me. I can surely get them to the shore. Wu Hu swung its large tail, eager to prove itself. The third of the tiger whales. Well, you must be cautious. If you drop them, that would mean you are indeed incapable. Hurry up. I can do it. Chen Baigu finally felt at ease placing Wang Chui'er on Wu Hu's back. Do not worry. I will follow closely behind. Having said that, she moved alongside Lu Wushuang, both trailing behind Wu Hu as they swam towards the shore. The tiger whales could swim close to the beach. They often feigned being stranded, prompting humans to push them back into the sea. They did not swim far, soon. Da Hu and Who had delivered the individuals to the shore and returned. You all sit here for a while. Once your limbs regain mobility, you can change your clothes and head back. And you? I will go thank them and return shortly. Chen Duo and the others found it quite astonishing. Yet they accepted it. After all, some people inherently attract animals, like her, who is adored by cats and dogs. It did not seem strange that Chen Baigu was favored by large fish. Thus, the three observed Chen Baigu as she returned to the large fish. Erga said you feed it dried fish every day. What kind of dried fish is it? Can I have some? The smallest and most reckless, Wu Hu, raised its large head to inquire of Chen Baigu. It is possible, but not right now. Why? Because I did not give you any treats? If I give you some, can I then exchange for dried fish? Chen Baigu gazed at Wu Hu's serious whale face. Erhu, what exactly have you told them? Did you promise Ergu that it could beat those sperm whales? Sen Hu also chimed in. What could Chen Baigu say? No. Is it because it does not take you to find the sperm whales? If I take you, can you let me beat them too? Indeed. The tiger whales possess an inherent propensity for mischief. No, you must not accompany Sen Air. I will take you there right now. Erhu was not pleased. It knew Sen Air was troublesome, competing for the two-legged creature. Chen Baigu. Erhu, seeing that Chen Baigu remained silent, darted in front of her, flapping its wings in the water. Take me, take me, take me. Chen Baigu wiped the splashed water from her face, smiled slightly, and playfully tapped Erhu's large head. Not now. After that, regardless of the pitiful expression on Erhu's face, she tucked her hair behind her ears. Once I finish my tasks, I will wait for you by the fishing spot. You will take me to seek treasure. When will you be done? I will finish when it is time to finish. On the way back, Chen Duo could not help but ask Chen Baigu. You are so impressive. How do you know them? And how can you understand what they say? Wang Chui'er nodded in agreement. Lu Wushuang also gazed at her curiously. Once, while I was beachcombing, I encountered a large fish washed ashore and saved it. I could not understand their words. I was merely guessing, haha. Chen Duo, that is still quite impressive. Wang Chui'er, yes indeed. Just as Lu Wushuang was about to speak, a man approached them. It was Wang Yuming. Upon recognizing him, Lu Wushuang's hands instinctively clenched. Ladies first. Wang Yuming had one hand behind his back. The other clenched in a fist against his abdomen, slightly bowing his head with a warm voice. His features were flawless and handsome, his hair tied up high like jade, his figure resembling a jade tree, dressed in a white robe, exuding a gentle aura. Instantly, he won the favor of the few, except for Lu Wushuang. However, none of them spoke. They merely nodded slightly before parting ways. Wang Yuming watched the departing figures, the warmth in his eyes fading to indifference. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chen Bo Ge lingered at the back, bidding farewell to Qian Duo before heading home alone. She still had some iron pieces left from her previous purchase, though not enough to make 2 wheels. In a couple of days, she needed to find more valuable items to exchange for money to buy raw iron. She also wished to acquire a small boat for convenience in transporting goods. Otherwise, she had to wait for the government to arrange for a boat, which was incredibly inconvenient. She pondered these matters until she reached home. Today, due to the interruption from Wu Hu's team, she returned earlier than usual. Zhao Xianglian sent her to prepare dinner. There was still some cured meat at home, and she planned to make a stir-fry with garlic shoots and another dish of greens, finishing with a fried fish, which would suffice. Currently, a section near Shuangyue Square had been designated for trading, with vendors selling various items, including homegrown vegetables, hunted game, and homemade goods. It was likely that soon, poultry meat would be available for purchase, as she had seen many people returning from the market with young livestock. She slung her vegetable basket over her arm, opened the small door to the backyard, and followed the cobbled path to the riverside to prepare her ingredients. The sun blazed fiercely. She squatted beneath a half-grown fruit tree, diligently cleaning her items. At that moment, Zhao Xianglian's voice came from behind her. Make a few more dishes. Chen Bo Ge turned around, somewhat astonished. Zhao Xianglian was carrying a large basin filled with wild chickens and several potatoes. Mother, can we eat all of this? Starting today, Mr. Yun and his grandson will be dining with us. This is what Mr. Yun brought over. Just now, the neighbor, Yun Zhongshu, delivered a wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits, saying that neither he nor his grandson could cook and wished to pay to join us for meals. Yun Zhongshu was also at his wit's end. The aroma of food from next door wafted over, making the meals prepared by Xiao Lu unappetizing. Moreover, the Chun family's atmosphere was delightful, prompting him to muster the courage to approach Chun Wanli, proposing to contribute some silver each month for their meals. Zhao Xianglian was present, and, seeing the two were truly pitiful, she agreed without a second thought, considering it merely an addition of rice. Furthermore, regarding Mr. Yun, he occasionally helped Chun Baihan with his studies, providing guidance. He was a top scholar and had navigated the officialdom for decades. His knowledge far surpassed that of Chun Wanli. If he wished, countless people would be willing to pay him for advice. The Chen family also appreciated this, which was why Zhao Xianglian was unwilling to accept his money. However, Yun Zhongshu's refusal to come led Zhao Xianglian to accept the invitation. At first, Chen Beige was perplexed as to why he chose to dine at her home instead of his own son's. Yet, recalling a previous incident she encountered, she began to fathom the reason. On that occasion, as she was preparing to enter the studio, a cacophony of curses erupted from next door. Yin Jinghe, did you kill my cat? In chapter 27, it became apparent that she had been perpetually enticing Yin Jinghe. Come out, you perverse fiend. A young girl, undeterred by the attempts of those around her to restrain her, unleashed a torrent of invective towards the room. What do I have to fear? Is he going to kill me? At that moment, Yun Zhongshu was absent, and Yun Jinghe emerged from the room, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice chilling as ancient ice. Miss Yun, such impeccable upbringing, he remarked. This only incensed Yun Yuehan further. You vile wretch dare speak of upbringing? You have previously killed my cousin's dog. If you did not slay my cat, then who could have? Since you dined at my home with grandfather, my cat has perished. How can you deny it? Upon hearing the term vile wretch, Yun Jinghe's dark pupils deepened ominously. If you seek death, I am more than willing to facilitate your passage. Before his words had fully dissipated, he swiftly closed the distance to Yun Yuehan, gripping her throat with one hand. It was not until her eyes turned crimson from the pressure that he cast her aside onto the ground. The entire scene unfolded with alarming rapidity, leaving Yun Yuehan's companion, Yun Yuetang, in stunned silence. Not only did this spectacle terrify Chen Beige, but it also provided her with a glimpse of ancient martial prowess. Murder! Yun Yuetang screamed in terror, while Yun Yuehan knelt on the floor, her eyes filled with dread, clutching her bruised neck, unable to utter a sound. Just then, Yun Zhongshu returned, and Chen Beige felt it inappropriate to continue observing. With Zhao Xianglian assisting in the kitchen, Chen Beige swiftly prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and soup. A large bowl of chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried cured meat with garlic sprouts, sauteed greens with garlic, pan-fried fish, and seaweed soup adorned the round table, symbolizing unity. Chen Wanli occupied the seat of honor, with Yun Zhongshu to his right, followed by Yun Jinghe, Chen Baihan, Chen Beige, and Zhao Xianglian, forming a circle. Mr. Yun, please, Chen Wanli gestured. It has been quite a while since I have savored such delectable home-cooked meals. With a cheerful smile, Yun Zhongshu picked up a piece of marbled cured meat and brought it to his mouth. Chen Beige grinned. Delicious, isn't it? Do indulge. Indeed. Your cooking surpasses that of her mother, although she does not boast much. Chen Wanli remarked, only to suddenly let out a yelp. Chen Beige remained silent. Chen Baihan looked on, bewildered. Yun Zhongshu and Yun Jinghe were equally taken aback. Zhao Xianglian calmly waved her hand. Do not concern yourselves. He must have pricked himself on the wooden splinter of this table. This table does have splinters. There is no need to worry. I will extract it with a needle shortly, won't I, dear? Yes, indeed. That splinter is quite painful. Zhao Xianglian smiled slightly. But do be careful next time. Chen Wanli shivered. Zhao Xianglian, undeterred, picked up the communal chopsticks and placed a chicken leg into Yun Jinghe's bowl. Come, everyone, let us continue eating. Look at this child. So thin, do eat up. Here, there is no need for formality. Yun Jinghe glanced at Chen Wanli's contorted face and then at the chicken leg in his bowl. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Not at all. Eat up quickly. What is wrong with you two siblings? Have you also been pricked by a splinter? The two who had been enjoying the commotion quickly raised their bowls and began to eat. Sister, your cured meat is truly delicious. Yes, please ladle me some soup. I am choking on my food. The afternoon was leisurely, and Chen Beige had initially intended to go to the beach, but the sun was too scorching. She had no choice but to abandon that idea. Shouldering her bamboo basket, she prepared to wander into the mountains. Mother, I told you I do not wish to marry my cousin. I detest him. Li Wanning shouted at her mother before hastily running outside, clutching her skirts. Her mother had ventured off the island previously to arrange a marriage for her, and the intended groom was her cousin. She had met him often when her family was still in good standing, frequently visiting with her mother. Her aunt, who was also her maternal uncle's wife, always hinted during conversations that she should marry her cousin. The scheming expressions on their faces filled her with disgust. Fortunately, her mother had also disdained her maternal family, hence delaying the agreement. However, now that her family had fallen on hard times, her mother was eager to marry her off, claiming it was a good match since her maternal grandparents had a respectable household and operated several shops. Her father even found the proposition appealing, as her aunt was willing to provide the previously discussed betrothal gifts. Only she harbored an intense aversion. She was infatuated with Yun Jinghe, whose beauty was unparalleled, resembling a jade tree. She had never encountered a man so exquisite. Her cousin even paled in comparison. Fuming, she plucked a flower from the roadside, just as she unwittingly approached the vicinity of the Yun residence. Father, why would you rather dine with others than come to your own son's house? Yun Zhongshu did not even glance at his eldest son. I had no desire to walk far in this sweltering heat. Everyone lives in close proximity. The farthest distance is merely a 10-minute walk. Where's the distance? Yuniru felt utterly helpless. Father, I have already punished my elder sister severely for her previous misdeeds. If it is about that, you need not worry. She will not err again. He had indeed been strict with his legitimate daughter, disregarding the pleas of Zhongshu, punishing her to kneel for 3 days and requiring her to copy the principles of female morality multiple times. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhongshu's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Not perturbed by his father's lack of response, Yun Iru continued speaking. Both I and my third brother are here. There is no reason for you to dine elsewhere. I will instruct Zhongshu to prepare your meals tomorrow. Do you and Xiao Lu have any preferences? We find dining at Qin Xiaocai's home quite comfortable. There is no need to go through the trouble. He was well aware of how they treated Xiao Lu privately and had intentionally distanced himself from them to prevent their sporadic provocations. The recollection of Yun Yuhan's harsh words lodged a lump in his throat, intensifying his discomfort. It is your responsibility to manage your own children. Stay away from here unless necessary, including yourselves. Now, go. I shall not repeat myself. As Li Wanning observed Yun Iru departing, she gradually straightened her posture, discarding the wildflowers she had grasped. Previously, she had wandered here and witnessed Chen Beige conversing with Yun Jinghe over the bamboo fence. Yun Jinghe had given her money, claiming it was for purchasing her sweet potatoes. She had replied that she had no silver for change and would return it to him later. Yun Jinghe had coldly rejected her offer, yet she had playfully insisted that she did not wish to take advantage. Was she not merely attempting to entice Yun Jinghe once more? This wretched girl. No, Yun Jinghe belongs to me, as long as I have him. I need not marry my cousin. When Zhao Xianglian emerged from the backyard, she happened upon a young girl standing under a tree with her head bowed, and she curiously inquired, "Are you here to find Ibai?" Unfortunately, he just went up the mountain. Thank you, Aunt. I shall take my leave now. Li Wanning replied with a bright smile as she turned back. It was quite normal for something to go awry while ascending the mountain. In Chapter 28, Someone has died. Miss Wang, would you care to accompany me to the mountains to gather flowers? Miss Wang was Wang Xiyu. She was pleasantly surprised to see Li Wanning seek her out. Ever since Chen Beige had referred to her as a big black bear, she had faced ridicule each time she ventured outside, making her too fearful to leave her home. Yet that was not the worst of it. The most unfortunate part was that her penchant for gossiping behind others' backs led to her arranged marriage being annulled after the rumors spread. Furthermore, since that return, no one had come to visit her for play. At present, Li Wanning has called for her, and how can she not feel displeased? Wait for me to change my clothes. Li Wanning verbally agreed, while inwardly cursing, what an eyesore. If I don't hurry, I won't be able to catch up with Chen Beige. On the mountain path behind, Chen Beige was resting under a large rock. This path, originally less than a meter wide, had recently been widened to nearly 2 meters due to everyone's development efforts. The nearby mountains had likely been turned upside down. There was another path that extended along the mountainside to deeper peaks, which must be their newly developed area. She planned to explore it shortly. At the foot of the mountain, Li Wanning casually mentioned the recent swimming lessons Chen Beige had been giving to Lu Wushuang and others. This instantly provoked Wang Xiyu to erupt in anger. That shameless hussy. If it weren't for her, would I be laughed at by everyone? She has even caused me harm. She was so worked up that she almost revealed her own broken engagement, but managed to stop herself just in time. Then she clenched her teeth, vowing, if I ever encounter her, I will definitely make her pay. Yes, it would be best if she suffered greatly. At least that would deter her from seducing men all day. Li Wanning chuckled inwardly, concealing her amusement. Enough of these angry words. Everyone says Chen Beige is not only intelligent and beautiful, but also fortunate. She has recently purchased a large piece of land and hired many people to help her build a workshop. She feigned envy, lifting her chin slightly and murmuring. Many ladies say she is a fortune-bringing maiden and wish to marry her as a daughter-in-law. This remark struck a nerve with Wang Xiyu. She had not been out for days, and that wretched girl was flourishing to such an extent. How could she, who had caused her such misery, be doing so well? Observing the dark expression on Wang Xiyu's face, Li Wanning lowered her head to hide her smile. The two of them became lost in their respective fantasies. And for a moment, they fell silent, their pace quickening. Hey, is that Chen Beige? Exclaimed Li Wanning, her eyes lighting up. What a coincidence. We were just talking about her. Wang Xiyu followed Li Wanning's pointing finger and indeed saw Chen Beige. That hussy. I will make her pay. Wang Xiyu declared. These mountains are nothing to find. Let us follow her. The two exchanged knowing glances and trailed behind Chen Beige, unaware of the two following her. Chen Beige continued along the mountain path. The air was cool, a gentle breeze caressed her face, and the green trees formed a canopy overhead. Occasionally, she came across fruit trees laden with half-ripened wild fruits. Such fruits were perfect for making preserves. Chen Beige intended to pick some to take home. As she walked and observed, she had yet to gather anything particularly special. Her bamboo basket contained only a few early ripening wild fruits. Upon noticing the path ahead had ended, she hesitated for a moment before venturing into an unharvested mountain. This mountain was not tall, but steep, and Chen Beige ascended slowly from the foot. Wow, there's lion's mane mushroom here. In a small grove halfway up the mountain, she discovered the mushroom, which resembled a monkey's head and was covered in a layer of white fluff. Lion's mane mushrooms were always expensive. Chen Beige planned to search a bit more in the area. Noticing that the two trailing her had stopped, she turned to explore nearby, managing to gather 10 lion's mane mushrooms. Some were quite large, filling half of her bamboo basket. Ahead lay a precipice, and she decided not to proceed further. As she turned, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a vivid red at the edge of the cliff. It was a large red rasher. The mushroom was substantial, resembling a large lid, growing closely against the root of a dead tree, its cap extending outward over the precipice. Chen Beige crouched at the edge, shaking off the surrounding powdery spores to let them drift away. Though this too was medicinal, it was also the reishi's seeds. Only after shaking them off would more reisha grow. Thereafter, she carefully began to dig around the base. Wang Xiyu had been following closely behind, and she too saw the precipice. She walked slowly to the edge and discovered that Chen Beige held a reisha in her hand. That hussy really has good fortune. Every time she enters the mountain, she either digs up ginseng or collects reisha. However, she thought, once I eliminate her, that good fortune will belong to me. Previously, she had hesitated about whether to push this wretched girl off the cliff, but upon seeing the large reisha, her resolve was instant. Ha! Seizing the moment when Chen Beige turned around, she swiftly snatched the reisha from her hand and pushed Chen Beige off the cliff. Ah, no, it's terrible. Someone has died. Help! Someone save me. Help, please. Li Wanning stumbled down the mountain, panic-stricken, her hair disheveled, and her clothes torn by branches. Oh, isn't this the daughter of the Li family? What happened? Miss Li, what has happened? Who has died? She had just come down from the mountain. And the thought of someone being devoured by a beast crossed Zhao Xianglian's mind as she hurriedly squatted in front of Li Wanning, holding her shoulders and asking, "Who has died? What happened on the mountain?" Li Wanning herself was quite frightened. A giant insect. The giant insect devoured her. The giant insect devoured Wang Xiyu. She had pretended to leave earlier. Wang Xiyu had been like a mantis stalking a cicada, while she was the yellow bird lurking behind. Initially, she had only wanted to see how Wang Xiyu would teach Chen Beige a lesson. Then she had witnessed Wang Xiyu push Chen Beige off the cliff. At the moment Chen Beige fell, she had even scratched Wang Xiyu's arm. As Wang Xiyu cursed Chen Beige, she walked back, tightly clutching a razor. Just as she prepared to reveal herself, a large insect approached Wang Xiyu step by step from behind. Then, with a sudden leap, it bit down on Wang Xiyu's shoulder. Terrified, she scrambled away, not daring to look back. Reflecting on it now, she still trembled. "Have you seen Chen Beige, Miss Li? Miss Li?" Li Wanning regained her composure, looking at Zhao Xianglian, who appeared anxious, and deepened her gaze. "No, I have not seen Chen Jijia." Chapter 29, Chen Beige Goes Missing. Beige. Miss Chen. A group, led by Yang Jifa, entered the mountain along with Li Wanning. Chen Wanli was worried that she might encounter a tiger, so he dismissed the workers at the blacksmith shop, allowing those willing to join in the search. Everyone proceeded. Li Wanning claimed that Wang Xiyu had met with an accident in the deep mountain, but no one knew where Chen Beige was. Chen Wanli instructed people to search in different directions, while he led Chen Baihan and Zhao Xianglian deeper into the mountain with Yang Jifa. At the foot of the mountain where the razor was discovered, someone exclaimed, "Look, there's a blood-stained embroidered shoe." Everyone turned to look in the direction indicated. Seeing a bloodied embroidered shoe hanging on a low shrub, Wang Xiyu's mother rushed over to cradle the shoe, crying, "Ah, my child." Yang Jifa examined the surrounding traces and pointed to another mountain, saying, "The tiger came this way. Yang Li, you take everyone to search this mountain. Wang the hunter will accompany me to check ahead." Yang Li, Yang Jifa's son, was worried for his father's safety. "Father, let me go with you." Zhao Xianglian quickly added, "I have some skills, I can come along too." Yang Shiping had no time to linger with them and reiterated, "The Zhao family will search this mountain. Yang Li will follow me." After saying this, he led the way. Zhao Xianglian could no longer afford to delay the others, so she took the lead in searching on Lingji Mountain. "Here is a scrap of cloth. Ah, there's blood here. A broken branch. A Lingji mushroom. I'm about to strike it rich. I found one too." In areas where Lingji flourished, it was certain that others would be found nearby. And even Chen Baihan collected one. Each time someone gasped, Chen Wanli and the others felt a pang of anxiety, but fortunately, none of the discoveries belonged to Chen Beige. The mountain was not tall, and they searched while calling out to one another. As the sky gradually dimmed, they had yet to find anything. Chen Wanli could only place his hopes on Yang Jifa. Heavens! Yang Jifa has truly captured a great beast. Yang Li held a torch to lead the way, while Yang Shiping and Hunter Wang carried a magnificent tiger behind him. "Oh my, this beast is enormous. If I encountered it, I might not even escape." "Stop boasting. If you truly faced it, you'd be done for." This tiger was as large as a bull. Everyone hurried to touch and examine it before helping to carry it back. Chen Wanli glanced at Yang Shiping, who shook his head in response. Chen Wanli felt a slight relief. Not finding Chen Beige among the beast's possessions was good news. Wang Xiyu's parents, upon receiving the items from Yang Shiping, began to weep again. It was a torn piece of clothing and half a red Lingji, discovered in the beast's den. The once pot lid-sized Lingji was now merely the size of a bowl, its edges ragged and the root missing. It seemed that while the tiger had carried Wang Xiyu away, the thorns had damaged it. Unable to find Chen Beige, Zhao Xianglian wished to continue searching. "Let us go back. Perhaps Ibai has already returned home." Chen Wanli held Zhao Xianglian's hand, offering comfort. Li Wanning, listening to the couple's conversation, lowered her head and smiled subtly. At that moment, she had rushed to the cliff's edge to search, hoping Chen Wanli and the others would not discover any clues. Although nothing was evident there, who could tell? That wretched girl should remain lost forever. Haha. The group helped carry the tiger, marching down the mountain in high spirits. "They're back. They're back. Wow. Mother, what a massive beast. Thank the heavens. If we had encountered it, we surely would have perished." Without a doubt, the enormous tiger once again caused a stir. "Master, did you find any Lingji? Did the Wu family find some too? What should we do? Our daughter hasn't returned." "Husband, I want to search again." Chen Wanli's heart was heavy. "Lianer, listen to me. It's dark now. If our daughter is merely trapped somewhere while we encounter misfortune, what will she do? Trust me. At dawn, we will search again, all right?" Chen Wanli tried to soothe Zhao Xianglian. Meanwhile, at the base of the cliff, Chen Beige slowly regained consciousness. Hiss, cough, cough. When she fell, she had quickly entered the space. Although the space had saved her life, the pull of Earth's gravity had not relented. She felt as though her internal organs had been displaced from the impact. It hurt terribly. Was that great black bear a madman? Hiss. Get out. The cliff at Lingji Mountain was steep. Retracing her steps was nearly impossible. She could only carefully explore her way back along another side. However, it was now dark, and her immediate concern was how to survive the night. The cliff bottom was strewn with loose stones, offering no shelter. Chen Bo Ge assessed her surroundings in the moonlight and cautiously made her way to the opposite side. Upon entering the thicket, the moonlight was obscured. Chen Bo Ge dared not proceed further. She retrieved a fire starter from her space, crouched down, and groped for some firewood, returning to the rocky edge to ignite it. Once the flames grew, she gathered many fallen twigs nearby. After collecting enough, she paused to eat. On her last trip off the island, she had stocked up on plenty of food in her space. After eating, she did not dare to sleep immediately. Just then, a breeze stirred, bringing with it a faint green glow. Delicate green lights flickered over the rocky shore and through the thicket, dancing in the air. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet regrettably unrecorded on a phone. She recalled her childhood summers spent at her grandfather's rural home, where fireflies would abound at night. She would insist that her grandfather accompany her to catch them, and they would fill a jar. However, upon waking the next day, all the fireflies in the jar had perished. Chen Bo Ge reminisced about her previous life, from elementary school to high school, and then studying abroad. Thoughts of her parents, delectable foods, and the boys who had confessed to her flooded her mind. How foolish she had been to catch a baby with bare hands. The more she pondered, the sadder she became, hugging her knees and sobbing. She had no idea how long she cried. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she extinguished the fire before slipping into her space to sleep. Hello, is this 120? Someone has been crushed here. The address is... Beep beep. In the operating room of a hospital, a team in white coats was busy saving an infant. In another room, another group of doctors was hard at work. After signing her organ donation, Chen Bo Ge's usable organs were harvested, and now they awaited suturing and burial. Chen Bo Ge gazed at his daughter's dismembered body, his voice choking with grief. His wife, overwhelmed with sorrow, had already fainted in their eldest son's arms. The scene then shifted. Before a gravestone, Chen Bo Ge supported his wife, who was reluctant to leave. Mom, Dad, let us go. Chen Bo Ge stood behind them with an umbrella. He had heard that the child his sister saved had recovered. His sister's organs had also been used in 3 patients. Everyone would ensure that she lived on through them. His clever and kind-hearted sister. Chen Bo Ge's eyes glistened with tears. Chapter 30. Your ugly quirks are quite fantastical. Your thoughts are rather beautiful. Chen Bo Ge, feeling sorrowful, couldn't he help but shout at the 3 Mom. Dad, brother, I'm not dead. I've transcended. I've transcended. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations washed over her, and she awoke. Opening her eyes, she noted that dawn had yet to break. She ignited a fire to cook something, finished her meal, and then extinguished the flames. Next, she found a long stick and cautiously made her way into the thicket. At home, Chen Wanli and the others had also set out. Along with them were more individuals eager to find Lingji. Venturing into the untrodden depths of the mountains, Chen Bo Ge treaded carefully, fearful that a moment of carelessness could lead to her demise. She wrapped herself tightly, leaving only her eyes exposed. In this jungle, besides wild beasts, there were also plenty of snakes, insects, and ants. A single bite was no laughing matter. After traversing the mountains for an entire day and entering her space countless times, Chen Bo Ge had only crossed 2 mountain peaks. At times, she had to take longer routes. Thus, for days past, she estimated she was nearing the outskirts because, during the day, she encountered no carnivorous animals and even heard the sound of waves. Watching the sun set in the west, Chen Bo Ge decided to stop and find a place to rest, planning to continue her journey the next day. She quickly cleared a patch of ground and set up a fire. She tossed a few sweet potatoes into the flames and roasted a wild chicken caught in her trap, quietly waiting for nightfall. Throughout these 3 days of survival in the wilderness, she had utilized her space to evade wolf packs, dodged a forest python, and even escaped a tiger. The dangers had been immense, and during her encounter with the tiger, she had nearly lost her life. However, her efforts were not in vain. She had gathered some fruits, harvested a ginseng plant, and dug up several valuable herbs, all stored in her space. Just recently, she had discovered a dormant volcano. Had she not found the minerals produced by volcanic eruptions, she would have been unaware of the volcano's existence. Volcanoes typically accompanied mineral resources, whether coal, iron, gold, or other minerals. She planned to thoroughly explore the vicinity the following day. It seems her parents and younger brother are likely to be quite worried, isn't it? On the other side of the small island, as the group ventured deeper, they had explored half of the mountain's depths. Many had gathered Lingji mushrooms, while 2 households had unearthed ginseng. More commonly, they found various wild fruits, and nearly everyone returned laden with treasures, except for the Chen family. Chen Wanli and his companions, despite joining the expedition, returned empty-handed after 4 days of searching. Their initial hope gradually faded into disappointment and then despair. Whispers circulated among the others, suggesting that Chen Beige had been devoured by a wild beast. Li Wanqing was quite pleased by this news, having spent several days strolling near the Chen household, partly to gather information and partly to seek the attention of Yun Jinghe. However, Yun Jinghe was always out early and back late, leaving her with no opportunity to converse. One morning, she hastily ran towards the Chen family's direction without even having breakfast. Spotting Yun Jinghe about to leave, she quickened her pace and feigned a collision. Yun Jinghe sidestepped, watching as Li Wanqing fell to the ground, scraping her palm in the process. Infuriated, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Young Master Yun, could you assist me? I seem unable to rise." Her petite and charming appearance often garnered her sympathy. Yun Jinghe, stifling the urge to crush her face, leaned down with a sarcastic tone. "Your peculiar ugliness is quite a sight, yet your aspirations are grand." With that, he turned to leave. How dare he call me ugly?" Li Wanqing exclaimed in fury, rising to her feet with a fierce glare. "Are you going to find Chen Beige? She has long been consumed by a beast." Yun Jinghe did not look back. Whoever was devoured, Chen Beige is not among them. She is no ordinary person. Meanwhile, Qian Duoduo and Wang Chui'er, standing in the Chen family's courtyard, witnessed this exchange and scoffed internally at Li Wanqing's audacity to target Yun Jinghe. They knew all too well that she would meet her demise if she continued down this path. In her previous life, although Yun Jinghe had perished before her, he was known for his ruthless nature. He had suffered abuse from his mother in his youth, enduring hunger and neglect. After finally attending school, he faced mental torment at her hands, the extent of which remained unknown to others. However, his aversion to being touched was common knowledge. At the age of 16, he returned to Shengjing and, within 2 years, had purged the court with remarkable force, earning the title of the King of Yanming from the current emperor, thus becoming the first royal of a different surname. During his rise, the King of Yanming was highly sought after, yet he showed no interest in women. Consequently, many officials devised plans to introduce their daughters into his residence. One miss from a third-rank official's family harbored secret affections for him and drugged him during a celebration banquet. The following day, she was found hanging at her own doorstep, a plaque emblazoned with derogatory words affixed to her. That day, the King of Yanming was summoned for questioning. But it was the third-rank official who faced punishment for his lax household management. After that incident, no one dared to send women his way or provoke him. The aftermath of his life remains unclear to her, as she was then enduring her own hardships in the Wang family. By the time news of the King of Yanming's death reached her, she was barely surviving in a dilapidated courtyard. According to the old woman who cared for her, he had taken his own life before his grandfather's grave. The woman also mentioned that he had intended to kill his mother, but mistakenly ended his grandfather's life instead. It was beyond her expectations that the cold-faced prince would meet such an end, and he had eliminated numerous corrupt officials along the way. But grandmother, didn't the uncles say he was a villain? They said he enjoyed killing. A little girl beside the old woman chimed in. The old woman did not respond to the girl, merely blowing on the porridge in her bowl before gently bringing it to the girl's lips. Reflecting on Yun Jinghe's tragic life, Lu Wushuang forced a bitter smile. How could she pity others when her own life had been so miserable? Just as she was lost in thought, Zhao Xianglian's voice reached her. "Wushuang, thank you for your help over the past days. Please convey to Duo that you need not accompany us in the search anymore." Zhao Xianglian, suppressing her pain, expressed her gratitude to Lu Wushuang. The trio learning to swim had recently joined the search in the mountains. However, as Lu Wushuang began to speak, Zhao Xianglian interrupted her. "I know everyone is saying that my Ibai was eaten by a beast, but I refuse to believe it. Ibai is favored by the divine." Observing Zhao Xianglian's choked emotion, Lu Wushuang felt a pang of sorrow. She steadied Zhao Xianglian, offering comfort. "It won't happen. Ibai has excellent luck and is adored by animals. We've even seen her converse with large fish. Aunt Zhao, please don't worry, Ibai will return soon." Chapter 31. Am I too benevolent? Chen Beige awoke at dawn. After a meal, she picked up a long stick and began to explore the surrounding peaks. She suspected that this island had formed due to a volcanic eruption. An oceanic volcano could create an island through the flow of lava, while volcanic activity often brings mineral resources. Particularly, the nearby low peak likely harbored such resources. This low peak was only about 5 or 6 stories high, mostly covered in low shrubs. Chen Beige produced a hoe from her space and found a relatively suitable spot to begin her labor. Under the scorching sun, she perspired profusely. Before long, blisters formed on her palms. "I can't go on. I need a break. This is exhausting." She dropped the hoe and sprawled on the ground. After lying for a moment, fearing that the sun would grow even hotter, she gritted her teeth and resumed digging. Fortunately, It was not long before she unearthed a layer of bluish-gray earth. She dropped the hoe and picked up a handful for inspection. Ha ha ha. This is an iron mine. Confirming her discovery, Chen Bo Ge ceased her digging, stowed the hoe, and set off toward the dormant volcano. Yesterday, she had only observed the mountain's exterior and had yet to explore its interior. She planned to follow the crater's edge to see what lay within. The mouth of the dormant volcano was stark, composed of bare black rocks, devoid of vegetation, spanning approximately the width of 1.5 football fields. Inside the volcano, lush greenery flourished. Chen Bo Ge even spotted a few lychee trees laden with vibrant red fruits. Gradually sliding down the crater, she encountered fewer large stones, leading to a lack of footholds. Suddenly, she found herself cascading down like a flood release. I can't stop. Chen Bo Ge flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to grasp something. However, she did manage to seize a branch. But her rapid descent caused it to snap with a loud crack, revealing a large beehive at the break. In an instant, a swarm of bees surged toward her. Chen Bo Ge's mind screamed a warning. With her, she had brought the branch and the hanging beehive into her space. Startled, the bees swarmed out in a frenzy. Buzz. To avoid giving the bees an easy target, Chen Bo Ge immediately jumped out of her space and took off running. Yet, in the tangled underbrush and rocky terrain, how could her legs outrun the bees? Oh, help! Chen Bo Ge, covered in welts from stings, dashed wildly through the mountain hollows. Just when she felt cornered, she spotted a river in the darkness of a cave. With newfound energy, she leaped into the water. The pursuing bees, unwilling to concede, watched her float away, circling in frustration before finally turning back. The river's current was fierce, and Chen Bo Ge was swept away, disoriented and struggling to keep afloat. Had she not possessed the ability to breathe underwater, she would have long since met her great-grandmother. By the time she resurfaced, the current had carried her far into the vast sea. Yun Jinghe, who had ventured out that morning, now found himself within the cave where he had previously sought refuge from the rain. The entrance to the cave had been cleverly concealed by him. If one did not approach and examine it closely, no one would suspect that a cave lay hidden here. At this moment, he sat before a flickering fire. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his eyes were tightly shut, his jaw clenched, and his complexion was ghastly pale. Accompanying the dizziness was an unsettling turbulence within his body. The hair that had been tied back was now severed by the surging internal energy. Strands of dark hair cascaded down, clinging to his form, accentuating the agony etched across his twisted features, rendering him somewhat fearsome. Yun Jinghe sensed the effects of the medicine taking hold within him. He immediately bit down on his tongue to maintain consciousness. He then focused his internal energy, aiding the medicinal potency in gradually pushing the poison of Kijuzan towards his heart. For a time, the cave was filled only with the crackling sound of damp twigs being consumed by the fierce flames. After an indeterminate period, as the fire died down, Yun Jinghe finally roused from his stupor. He glanced down at his chest, where the once semicircular wound was now nearly complete, missing only a quarter to form a full circle. Adjusting his attire, he stepped slowly out of the cave. The mountains were enveloped in silence, the setting sun ushering in a flock of weary birds. By the time he descended the mountain, dusk had begun to settle. What would you like to eat? Mother will prepare it for you. Hee, I desire stir-fried cured meat with garlic sprouts. Very well, you wish for stir-fried cured meat with garlic sprouts. Mother shall make it for you. Bye. Later you go and invite Mr. Yun over for dinner. My daughter, does it hurt? As he passed by the Chen family's residence, Yun Jinghe heard cheerful voices emanating from within. The atmosphere was lively and joyous, a long-awaited feeling. As night fell, the island was enveloped in tranquility. In the Chen household, for the first time since Chen Bo Ge's disappearance, laughter echoed once more. Have you invited Mr. Yun? Before Chen Baihan could speak, Yun Zhongshu's voice rang from the entrance. I have invited him, but the old man's legs are slow. Has Erbai returned? Is he injured? Before Yun Zhongshu could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Chen Bo Ge, whose face was swollen like that of a pig's head, prompting him to abruptly change his tone. As long as he is back, that is all that matters. Yun Jinghe chuckled softly upon seeing her. At this moment, Chen Bo Ge's entire visage resembled a doe that had been overkneaded, red and swollen. Her eyes were reduced to mere slits, her lips puffed up, and even her ears appeared swollen like bat wings. Upon noticing Yun Jinghe's light laughter, she immediately protested. Xiaolu is laughing at me, she exclaimed, pointing an indignant finger at him. Yun Jinghe chose not to mind her use of his nickname. He raised a hand to touch his nose, stifling his amusement. No, I am not laughing. Although he refrained from laughter, Chen Baihan could not contain himself. Is my sister not amusing? Zhao Xianglian, unable to endure any longer, delivered a sharp rap to his head. Ouch, mother, that hurts. If it hurts, then sit down and eat. Chen Bo Ge felt triumphant. She intended to make a mocking expression at Chen Baihan, but inadvertently strained her injured face. Ouch! Chen Baihan was about to laugh, but stifled it upon seeing their mother's stern expression, turning instead to Yun Jinghe with a playful wink. Yun Zhongshu shook his head with a chuckle. Xiao Lu, no more mischief, sit down and eat. Yes, grandfather. Following this, the dining hall was filled only with the sounds of chewing and the occasional gasps from Chen Beige. Bai, what have you been up to these days? Upon mentioning her recent experiences, Chen Beige became incensed. The other day when I climbed the mountain, I stumbled upon a large spirit mushroom at the edge of a cliff, only to have it snatched away by Wang Xiyu, who even pushed me off the cliff. Luckily, I fell onto a large tree, otherwise. She recounted her experiences over the past few days, half in jest, concluding with a furious declaration. Tomorrow, I shall not only demand that Wang Xiyu return the spirit mushroom, but I will also see her imprisoned. As her words fell, silence enveloped the room. What is it? Am I being too merciful? It was not that at all. It was simply that on the day of her disappearance, Wang Xiyu had been devoured by a tiger. Chapter 32. Brother, am I beautiful? The news of Chen Bei's return spread across the island like wildfire. Many marveled at her fortune, deeming her a person of great blessings. Even those who had previously looked down upon her discreetly altered their opinions. Some even approached Zhao Xianglian, seeking items previously used by Chen Bei, hoping to bring themselves good luck. Only Li Wanqing, upon hearing this news, nearly ruined her skirt from the fervor of her grasping. Chen Bei was well aware of the rumors circulating outside. Since her return, Lu Wushuang and her companions had visited her. However, she remained confined to her room, not venturing outside until her face had sufficiently healed, spending her days focused on her sketches. She had completed the design for a steam engine, as well as a steam automobile, leaving only the steamship and steam train unfinished. That night, having exhausted herself from drawing, she unknowingly succumbed to slumber at her desk. When Yun Jinghe leaped in through the window, she remained undisturbed. He had initially intended to ask for her assistance in locating a medicinal herb, but to his surprise, she was asleep. Just as he contemplated leaving, a sudden gust of night wind swept through, scattering the sketches across the table. Instinctively, he caught several sheets. Among them were the complete drawings for the steam automobile, explanations of its principles, and various scattered components. Have you seen enough? If so, return them to me. Came the languid voice of Chen Bei from her reclined position against the chair. Yun Jinghe lifted his gaze to her. The candlelight nearby flickered within its shade, and the night breeze played with a few strands of her hair, brushing them against her face. Her visage was markedly different from the previous days. The swelling had subsided significantly, allowing her original beauty to emerge. The breeze carried a hint of her fragrance, momentarily entrancing Yun Jinghe. Noticing that he was staring at her in silence, Chen Bei feigned a playful smile. Brother, am I beautiful? Yun Jinghe paused for a moment before handing the papers back to her. After a brief contemplation, he spoke in a cold tone. If you do not wish to be confined for eternity, it would be wise to burn these. Chen Bei then adopted a serious demeanor. What you say is unreasonable. If it cannot be kept secret, then why not share it publicly for everyone's benefit? Yun Jinghe was uncertain whether she was genuinely naive or merely pretending. To create these inventions requires a significant expenditure of labor and resources, not to mention the need for coal as power. How many people do you believe will have access to them? Furthermore, those in power will not allow such knowledge to disseminate. If these were to be utilized in warfare, think of how much time and manpower could be saved. If further modified, combined with long-range weapons like bows or crossbows, have you considered the consequences? Chen Bei fell silent. Initially, she had merely wished to facilitate her own life and usher the island into the steam age, aiming to create an unprecedented haven. However, there are no what-ifs. Once these inventions see the light of day, you will be bound to Xinjing, creating for those in power until your demise. Yun Jinghe was unsure why he had spoken so much. After finishing, he fell silent. Chen Bei also remained quiet. After a long while, she finally spoke. I understand now. Thank you. But what did you come to find me for? As she gathered the scattered papers, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. He hesitated for a moment before responding. I seek your assistance in procuring a medicinal herb, and you may name your price. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She tucked the sketches into her arms, her expression turning cunning. Really, I can name any price? Her eyes shone brightly, revealing no trace of her earlier disappointment. Indeed, in that case, I do not want money. I wish for you to agree to one condition. Is that acceptable? What condition? Chen Bei waggled her finger. I haven't thought of it yet. I will let you know once I do. Remembering how she often fawned over him, Yun Jinghe's expression darkened. I will not consent to anything that involves compromising my dignity. Hee, I wouldn't do that. So what do you want me to help you find? If it is too difficult, I may not be able to. Yun Jinghe's complexion finally improved somewhat as he spoke softly. his gaze deep and contemplative. You will surely find it. What I seek is the golden luolongzi. Golden luolongzi? Is that not the golden seahorse? Chen Bo Ge patted his chest. All right, how many do you need? I can catch some for you in a few days. Yun Jinghe replied indifferently. I require only one. But it must be a pregnant golden luolongzi. Ordinary luolongzi are not particularly rare. However, the poison of Qi necessitates a pregnant luolongzi. The luolongzi is exceptionally unique, as it is the male that bears offspring. Thus the medicinal effect is maximized just before it gives birth. Furthermore, luolongzi only gives birth in the 5th to 8th months of the lunar calendar. Now that it is July, if we cannot find it, he may not live to see next year. Consequently, he had no choice but to seek Chen Bo Ge's assistance. Upon hearing that he required a pregnant luolongzi, Chen Bo Ge's lips twitched. You could have mentioned that earlier. I saw one not long ago, but it has likely given birth by now. With a lack of enthusiasm, she walked toward the bed. Understood, I'll look for it again in a few days. She waved him off, signaling him to leave. Oh, and please close the window on your way out. There are so many mosquitoes. Yun Jinghe, who was preparing to jump out the window, paused his steps. Then, with a flicker of candlelight, he vanished. Ah, I forgot I live on the 2nd floor. That must be quite a task for him. Chen Bo Ge muttered to herself as she returned to close the window. 3 days later, Chen Bo Ge's complexion returned to normal. However, since the day she returned, she had not entered the space again. She wondered if that swarm of bees had perished. The thought of her swollen face made her shudder. Yet, she could not avoid entering the space. Thus, she found some fabric and wrapped herself up like a mummy, wearing a hat with a veil. Only then did she muster the courage to enter the space. Inside the space, the bees had already settled in. They were busily collecting nectar from the flowers Chen Bo Ge had previously dug up. The lychee on the branches and the fruits she had picked were also in a state of disarray from their stings. Fortunately, they did not pursue Chen Bo Ge. Now, she needed to find a place to relocate them. Perhaps she could move them to the fruit trees in the backyard, where her mother had planted some flowers. There were also many wildflowers growing by the riverbank outside. They could live there and still produce honey for her family. Honey was quite precious in ancient times, even more so than sugar. Without further ado, she fetched 3 wooden boxes, cutting doors and windows into them. She climbed the tree to secure them properly. After adorning the boxes with drawings of bees, she surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was watching. Taking advantage of the bees' inattention, she swiftly transferred them into the boxes. Covering her head with her clothing, she waited for a moment, and upon realizing the bees had not become agitated, she carefully slipped away. The fruits in the space had been damaged, so she refrained from taking them out. However, the flowers needed to be moved and planted. Chen Wanli and Chen Baihan had gone to school, leaving only Zhao Xianglian at home. After finishing up with the herbs, she approached to find Chen Bo Ge planting flowers. Where did you dig up these beautiful flowers? Mother, Chen Bo Ge called out, continuing her work. Zhao Xianglian, undeterred, pointed to the boxes in the tree and asked, what is inside those? Bees, mother. We will have honey to drink, hee. Zhao Xianglian was taken aback. Did they sting you? No, they are a different batch. Chapter 33, The Great Tidal Rush to the Sea. After planting the flowers, Chen Bo Ge, feeling aimless, decided to go to the sea. It was fortuitously a cloudy day, making it an ideal time to avoid sunburn. Recalling the swimming group that had come to find her a few days prior, she resolved to invite them along. If you go to find them, please take these with you. Zhao Xianglian hurriedly handed her 3 paper bags. What's inside? Chen Bo Ge inquired curiously. Some food I made. During the days you were away, the 3 girls helped me search for a few days, so I made this for them. Oh, then I shall be off, mother. Go on, and return early. In front of the Lu family gate, Wang Yuming saw Lu Wushuang open the door. He extended the items in his hand, expressing his gratitude. Miss Lu, I have come to thank you. I hope you do not take offense. Upon seeing him, Lu Wushuang felt a surge of hatred. Just a few days prior, she had been washing clothes by the river with her mother and sister-in-law. Since her mother and sister-in-law had a larger load, she had finished her own and returned first. On her way back, she discovered someone collapsed by the roadside. She quickly set down her clothes and rushed over to assist. To her surprise, the person turned out to be her sister-in-law from her previous life. In her past life, she had married into the Wang family and was the only one who had never shown her a sour face. Reluctant to abandon her in distress, yet unwilling to become entangled with the Wang family, she needed to find someone to inform the family to take her back. Just then, Li Wanqing was walking by and asked if she needed help. She typically avoided interaction with Li Wanqing, but with no one else around, she was left with no choice. She explained her situation to Li Wanqing and specifically cautioned her not to mention her name in front of the Wang family, thinking that the matter would end there. She was taken aback when Wang Yuming not only found out, but also came to her door. Thus, she exerted great effort to maintain her composure, adopting a blank expression and a cold tone. There is no need to thank me. I did nothing. Please leave. without waiting for Wang Yiming to respond. She promptly shut the door. Miss Liu, do you harbor some misunderstanding against me? Miss Liu? Wang Yiming was bewildered and could not help but ask from behind the door. Seeing that there was no response from within, he left with a stern expression. After Wang Yiming departed, Lu Wushuang was about to return to her room when the door was knocked upon once more. Assuming it was Wang Yiming returning, she immediately turned cold. Just as she was preparing to open the door and deliver a sharp reprimand, she discovered it was Chen Bo Ge and the others. Chen Duo. Glancing in the direction Wang Yiming had left, curiously asked, "Did that Wang gentleman come to find you?" Lu Wushuang shook her head. "He was looking for my second brother, but he is not home." She observed the three with their baskets and inquired, "Where are you all heading?" "I thought since it was a cloudy day, I would invite them to go to the sea with me. Do you want to join us?" Chen Bo Ge said as she rummaged through her basket. "Here. This is what my mother specifically asked me to bring. They all accepted it, so you should take it too." Lu Wushuang smiled as she accepted the paper bag. "All right. Just wait for me a moment." Before long, the group was laughing and chatting as they made their way toward the sea. "This time, I want to collect more crabs. My father loves to eat them. My family prefers them." As Qian Duo and Wang Chui'er were conversing, they were suddenly interrupted. It was Wang Shi. "Oh dear. Is this naughty Bai? Are you all going to the sea? Why didn't you call us? Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao." She cheerfully spoke to the people outside the courtyard and called for Xiao Tao to come out. The group, feeling helpless, had no choice but to stop. Xiao Tao emerged from inside, and, upon seeing Chen Bo Ge and the others, felt a bit awkward. Ever since she had not joined them for swimming, they had not come to seek her out for play. They always went in and out together as a quartet, making her feel somewhat excluded. Her mother had recently been urging her to play with Chen Bo Ge, but she had been reluctant to go, as if her mother had not heard her. "How annoying. What is wrong, daughter? Quickly go with Bai to gather some seafood. Your father has been craving it lately. I have prepared the basket for you, so hurry along." "Mother, I have a bit of a stomachache." Wang Shi, knowing Xiao Tao did not wish to go, deliberately found an excuse. However, she had her own plans and would not allow Xiao Tao to simply refuse. "Hurry up and go. Do not think of being lazy. Next time we go off the island, I will buy you a bracelet." Realizing there was no escaping, Xiao Tao reluctantly snatched the basket from her mother's hands and stepped out of the courtyard. Chen Bo Ge and the others smiled at her, and she returned a smile in kind. "What have you been doing at home lately?" Chen Bo Ge noticed her discomfort, but thought it unnecessary to make the atmosphere awkward now that they were all out together. Moreover, it was she who took the initiative, inviting everyone to join her in gathering seafood. The others soon recognized Chen Bo Ge's intent and engaged in conversation with her. The previously awkward atmosphere gradually dissipated. Each month, there are 2 instances of high tide, and today marked one of those occasions, with the sea receding lower than usual. The marine life in different areas varies. This island is known for its abundance of crabs, while shellfish are relatively scarce, although sea snails are quite similar to those found in Qinjiasiyuan. Each high tide brings with it a new bounty of seafood. Having lived on this island for several months, everyone had begun to understand the local patterns. At present, in addition to their small group, many others were also out gathering seafood. "Let us head over there. It seems less crowded," one suggested. "Yes, but let us not scatter too much. Let us regroup later," she replied, and the 5 of them began to separate. It had been a while since she last gathered seafood, and this time, she was determined to collect an ample supply. The thought of spicy stir-fried sea snails and steamed crabs with dipping sauce made her mouth water. No more daydreaming. Focus on gathering, she reminded herself, lowering her head to search among the rocks. Collecting sea snails during the day could be troublesome due to the need to overturn stones, but at night, they would emerge to forage. However, gathering seafood must follow the tides, so she carefully flipped the stones. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, she would find several large snails nestled beneath a single rock. The common finds included the woven textured snail, the cow-eye snail, and the horned sea snail. Before long, Chen Bo Ge had collected quite a number. To find crabs, she needed to search under the rocks with small pools of water, as they often burrowed into the sand beneath the stones. If one had never sought them out, discovering them was quite a challenge. "Wow, there are 2 here." One of them was heavily laden with eggs and could not close its shell. Chen Bo Ge refrained from capturing that one and instead pursued a larger male crab. Crabs are notoriously cunning. At the slightest disturbance, they would dash away. Yet, they were somewhat foolish, always scuttling from one rock to another. Chen Bo Ge tiptoed closer, swiftly pressing down on the back shell of the male crab, securing its pincers in her grasp before tossing it into her basket. After capturing a dozen, her basket was nearly full. She then wandered towards the others, continuing to gather. "Chen Gunyang," a voice called out as she bent to search for sea snails. It was Zhao Ren. "Brother, what brings you here?" Xiao Tao inquired curiously, while Chen Bo Ge turned to look at him. Zhao Ren's face flushed instantly, but fortunately, his sun-kissed complexion concealed the embarrassment. "Ah, Mother mentioned you were unwell and asked me to come help carry things. In truth, his mother had long intended for him to come. She wished for him to speak with Yi Bai and assist her with the items. However, he felt somewhat timid and had hesitated to approach. If it weren't for her walking towards his sister, he might not have gathered the courage to come at all. Even upon arriving, he did not dare call her Yi Bai, only addressing her as Chen Gunyang. Zhao Tao was well aware of their mother's intentions. She rolled her eyes and handed the basket to Zhao Ren. Then you can carry it. I think it's getting heavy. Zhao Ren accepted the basket, his palms sweating, and mustered the courage to ask Chen Beige, do you need my help carrying anything? I can help you take it home. Chen Beige, unaware of his feelings, was not one to trouble others unnecessarily. No need, I can manage, it's not heavy. Zhao Ren felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing her refusal. Just then, Qian Duo called out from a distance, hey, have you all gathered enough? Let us head back when you're ready. All right, we'll be there shortly. Chen Beige replied, leading the way as they departed. The Zhao siblings followed closely behind, whispering to one another. Brother, why did it take you so long to come? Mother summoned you not just to carry things, right? With everyone finally gathered, Zhao Ren spoke in hushed tones. All right, enough of that. Qian Duo and the others glanced at Zhao Ren in surprise, seemingly puzzled by his presence, but no one inquired further. Let me see what you all gathered. She said, I want to see too. Wow. Wu Shuang, you caught such a big fish. That's nothing. Duo caught nearly a basket full of crabs. Among us, Chui Air gathered the most. Her basket is almost full. Isn't it heavy? Not at all. I can carry it. It feels like free bounty. Indeed. The feeling of it being free is utterly delightful. Ha. Among the five, Wang Chui Air had the most, Zhao Tao the least, and Lu Wu Shuang the most valuable haul. Qian Duo did not collect any sea snails, focusing solely on crabs. Let us hurry back. It seems like it's going to rain soon. Quickly. Throughout the return journey home, Zhao Ren did not have a moment alone with Chen Beige. Upon arriving home, Wang Shi eagerly pulled him aside to inquire, how did it go? Did you manage to talk? Zhao Ren lowered his head, replying, no, there were too many people. Wang Shi's face displayed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. Don't worry, tomorrow I will subtly probe Zhao Ani's thoughts. If there is good news, we shall prepare the betrothal gifts for our next trip off the island. Zhao Ren was startled. Mother, please don't rush. Once I have confirmed with Yi Bai, I will seek your assistance. Wang Shi understood her son well. He lacked the courage even to speak to Chen Beige. If he were to wait until he mustered the determination to act, Chen Beige would likely have already moved on. Nowadays, many were eyeing her with interest. Wang Shi did not wish to argue with him and sent him on his way. All right, I understand. You can go back to what you were doing. She resolved to visit the Chun family tomorrow to explore their sentiments. Upon returning home, Chen Beige found the sky heavy with clouds, the air thick with the scent of earth. Chen Wanli and Chen Baihan had also come back. Bai, please go summon Mr. Yun and the others. We must avoid the heavy rain. Mother, I will first wash the sea snails. It feels like the rain could pour down at any moment. Washing at home was quite convenient. When building the house, she had installed a water collection and drainage system. Most of the iron she purchased had been cast into pipes. She used these iron pipes as conduits to channel river water into the kitchen and bathroom. The drainage system involved excavating a section of the backyard, coating it with a thick layer of cement, allowing wastewater to flow through the iron pipes. Eventually, adding dry twigs and leaves would allow it to ferment into fertilizer. However, both she and Zhao Xianglian preferred to wash by the small river. Oh, make sure to hurry back. Child's father, please close the windows upstairs and downstairs. I need to prepare dinner. The family busied themselves. By the river, Chen Beige was shaking the sea snails. The freshly gathered snails required a vigorous shake to remove the sand. Crabs needed only a quick rinse. Suddenly, a loud rumble of thunder echoed, and the wind bent the trees in all directions. Chen Beige dared not linger, clutching her belongings and quickly making her way down the pebble path into the backyard. She secured the gate just as Chen Baihan came to find her. I thought you wouldn't return. Give this to me. Chen Baihan took the washed sea snails and led the way into the house. Before long, the rain began to pour. A torrential downpour that transformed the early evening into darkness akin to nightfall. In the kitchen, Chen Beige and Zhao Xianglian prepared dinner, while Yun Zhongshu and Chen Wanli conversed in the living room. Chen Baihan studied his books, and Yun Jinghe gazed out at the heavy rain, lost in thought. Bai, come and help me pick the snail meat. Chen Beige called from the kitchen, holding a basket of sea snails, with a package of embroidered needles resting atop. Hearing someone call Little Six, Yun Jinghe snapped back to reality, his brow furrowed as he softly replied, I don't know how to pick. Neither do I, sister. Zhao Xianglian, busy with other dishes, was left to tackle the task alone, unsure of when she would finish. Chen Beige placed the conch at the entrance and instructed Chen Baihan to bring 3 low stools. Do not worry. Sit comfortably and each take a needle. I will teach you. She demonstrated. Now, use the embroidery needle to pierce the edge of the conk's eye, gently twist, and it will come right out. As Chen Bo Ge taught while picking, she added, have you seen this type of conch before? After extracting it, just remove the tail and the rest will follow. After extracting several, she finally raised her head to look at the two. Do you understand? If so, let us begin. The two young boys remained silent, each taking a needle to start their task. For a moment, the three were huddled together, focused on their work, observing their nearly touching heads. Yun Zhongshu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was worth his while to join them. Even Xiao Lu seemed less gloomy than before. As time passed, the rain showed no signs of letting up, and it even seemed to intensify. By the time they finished dinner, the wind had picked up as well. Mr. Yun, with such fierce winds and rain outside, perhaps you should stay here for the night. We have guest rooms on both the first and second floors. The commotion outside was considerable, with the faint sound of branches snapping in the wind. Given Yun Zhongshu's age, it was no laughing matter if he were to be knocked down or struck by something. Furthermore, venturing out in such weather would surely leave one drenched. Let us wait a while. If the wind and rain persist, we shall impose upon you. After dinner, it was still only 7 o'clock, and no one was inclined to retreat to their rooms. Among those present, other than Yun Zhongshu and Chen Bo Ge, it was their first encounter with a typhoon. Thus, there was a mix of excitement and anxiety in the air. Chen Bo Ge, noticing the group's spirited energy, suggested, why not play Do Di Zhu? Do Di Zhu? What is that? Chen Baihan asked. You will find out shortly, she replied, dashing upstairs to fetch a deck of cards. When in the depths of the mountains, she would retreat to her space at night. Yet, finding it dull and unable to sleep, she had crafted a set of playing cards from bamboo for her own amusement. Come, let me explain the rules. Here are the jokers. After establishing the rules, they were left with the task of selecting players. You youngsters can play. I lack the energy and will just watch. With that, the three children took their seats. Let us begin. Remember, the winner can draw on the loser's face. Understood. Quickly draw your cards and do not dawdle. The adults watched as the game commenced. Right, Chen Bo Ge declared. I cannot accept this. Chen Baihan exclaimed. Do you truly not wish to? King Bom. Ha ha, I win. Chen Bo Ge won the first round. Her joy evident as she held the inkstone in one hand and the brush in the other, preparing to draw on the faces of her peers. Do not move. I will draw carefully. If it turns out crooked, do not blame me. She intended to give Chen Baihan a playful expression and Yun Jinghe a wild expression. However, with just the first stroke, it was not yet discernible, but it was still quite amusing. The three adults could not help but chuckle. Come on, let us continue. Gradually, as the two expressions remained incomplete, their beginner's luck arrived. Airplane, Chen Baihan shouted. I do not want it, Yun Jinghe replied. Chen Bo Ge looked at her sequence of cards, declaring, I cannot accept this. I have a pair. Chen Baihan exclaimed. Humph, now it is our turn to win. Bring me the brush. Airby, I have treated you well. Do show some mercy. Enough chatter. A pig is definitely going to land on your face. The three adults were in fits of laughter. By the end, Chen Bo Ge's entire face and forehead were decorated, while Chen Baihan's face was also covered, though Yun Jinghe had the least. With merely half of his face adorned, Chen Bo Ge had intended to play with them, but found herself the clown instead. No more. Time for bed. Ha ha. A typhoon often lasts for 2 to 3 days. The prolonged heat had been swept away by the storm. Last night, the winds were at their strongest. Although there was still wind and rain today, it was not as severe. After spending the night, Yun Zhongshu and Yun Jinghe returned home early, donning their raincoats. Chen Wanli had also left for the office early and did not return until after lunch. After her meal, Chen Bo Ge lay on her bed reading. The rhythmic sound of rain outside was like a lullaby. As she read her book on the laws of the Deshan, the words began to dance before her eyes, eventually cascading to the ground. Chen Bo Ge fell into a deep, sweet slumber, while a visitor arrived at the courtyard. It was Wang Shi, carrying some vegetables she had grown. Ah, your family has truly invested a fortune in this house. It is far sturdier than ours. Zhao Xianglian approached with a paper umbrella. What brings you here? Come in. Last night the wind was so fierce that the vegetables I planted in the front yard were ruined. I thought I would bring you some since we cannot eat them all, to avoid waste. Then I shall gladly accept them. I will send some fruit back with you. Many guavas from my backyard have fallen due to the wind. Zhao Xianglian welcomed Wang Shi inside and poured her a cup of hot tea. Where are your 2 children? Wang Shi asked, surveying the decorations in the hall as she sipped her tea. The furnishings had changed since the last time she visited after moving in. There were now many more pieces of furniture and decorations. Upon entering the Chen family through the bamboo gate in the front yard, one would find a cobblestone path extending to the backyard. Climbing roses were planted on either side of the fence in the front yard. Climbing up to the tall courtyard gate, adorned with delicate pink flowers. To the right of the cobblestone path lay an open space, where Zhao Xianglian typically dried herbs or fish and meat. To the left, Trees that had been planted earlier were cut down after the relocation feast, and now it served as a firewood area, stacked high with logs. Even Chen Bei's studio was cluttered with firewood and miscellaneous items. Continuing on, there was a two-story building on the right, while the left side of the cobblestone path led to the backyard. The backyard featured several fruit trees on either side, where Chen Beige kept her bees. In the center was a small door leading to a pebble path that led to the riverbank. This two-story building was quite lovely. Though the furniture was not of exceptional quality, it was complete and exquisite. Even the shell wind chimes tinkling under the eaves seemed particularly special to her. Airby was napping, while Airby had gone to school. "This is the dried fruit I made. Come, try some." "Oh dear. Stop fussing around and sit down. Let us chat." Wang Shi pulled Zhao Xianglian to sit down. Pointing to the wind chimes, she exclaimed, "This must have been made by Airby. It is so beautiful. I absolutely adore your Airby. She just made it haphazardly. It hardly deserves your praise. Do not be so modest. In my eyes, your Airby is simply wonderful." Although Zhao Xianglian felt pleased, she did not wish for others to continually praise her child, so she tried to change the subject. However, Wang Shi had come specifically for this reason and soon brought the conversation back to Chen Beige. "Airby and Airby are twins. She must have just come of age, right?" If Zhao Xianglian did not understand Wang Shi's meaning by now, she would have been living under a rock. Indeed, she just came of age this year, but both siblings are rather careless and still act like children. "You know," Wang Shi said, "you have no idea how many people outside are praising her. Just the other day, my old lady said whoever marries Airby as a daughter-in-law will laugh out loud in their sleep at night." Zhao Xianglian had heard some gossip and chuckled at this remark. "Haha, it is not as exaggerated as you say, but what? But her father and I have agreed. Before they turn 18, we will not consider marriage." Wang Shi was taken aback. 18? Is that not a bit late? Which good girl would wait until 18? Zhao Xianglian shook her head and laughed. As a healer, she naturally understood that the later a woman gives birth, the lower the risks involved. This decision was not solely made by the couple. Upon arriving on the island, Ibai expressed her intent not to marry before turning 18, emphasizing that the choice of her spouse must also be voluntary. Consequently, they resolved that neither of their children would discuss marriage until after their 18th birthday. Although this decision may seem delayed, it was not without merit. Wang Shi, undeterred, persisted with her thoughts. Perhaps they could get engaged first and hold the wedding when they turned 18? No, that would only delay the young man. Chapter 36. Could she also be the villain? Yun Jinghe, who had just jumped over the fence and was preparing to ascend to the second floor, overheard the conversation within. Upon hearing Zhao Xianglian politely decline Wang Shi's proposition, he decided not to linger and swiftly leaped into the guest room. As he retrieved his belongings and prepared to depart, he glanced up to meet Chen Bei's half-smiling gaze. He paused for a moment and explained, "I left something last night and came to collect it. Is the main entrance barred to you? You leap through the window daily, wearing down the sill." Yun Jinghe pursed her lips. He was not one to socialize, and entering through the front door would necessitate interaction with Zhao Xianglian. "So, take care next time." With that, he swiftly jumped out of the window. When she descended, Wang Shi had already taken her leave. Spotting Zhao Xianglian entering with an umbrella, she inquired curiously, "Mother, have you been out?" "No, we had a guest at home, and I just saw her off," Zhao Xianglian replied. Chen Beige nodded, and at that moment, Chen Wanli returned as well, though his clothes were half-soaked and torn in several places, clearly having been snagged. He did not change his attire but sat at the dining table, ravenously consuming the meal set before him. "Father, did you not eat anything at noon?" "Yes. The wind was fierce last night, uprooting many trees, particularly in the farmland where crops were significantly damaged. We have been helping to clear the debris until now, and I must leave once I finish eating." Seeing his fatigued expression, Zhao Xianglian felt a pang of sympathy. "Is the clearing not yet complete?" "The broken branches have been cleared, but nearly every road has standing water, some quite deep, which needs attention." Chen Beige pondered for a moment and suggested, "Father, do you still remember our concrete mixture? Once the weather improves, you should organize everyone to pave all the roads on the island with concrete." Chen Wanli's eyes brightened at this idea. What a splendid notion. He hastily shoveled food into his mouth, finished his meal, and left in a hurry. While they worked, a carrier pigeon landed at Wang Yuming's window. He rose and approached the window, untying the bamboo slip from the pigeon's leg. Upon opening it, his expression darkened. After much contemplation, he moved to his writing desk, pinned a response, and returned it to the bamboo tube. After securing it, he gently patted the pigeon's head, and it took flight into the sky. After 2 days of continuous light rain, the island basked once more in brilliant sunshine. The sweltering heat reclaimed Shuangyue Island. Chen Beige felt the urge to venture into the sea. She had previously arranged with Eru and the others to seek out dragon saliva. Having not gone in quite some time, she wondered if they still remembered. Remembering them, she placed several dried fish in her space before heading out with her bamboo basket. Walking along the road to the seaside, she discovered the extent of the typhoon's devastation. Many trees had been uprooted, and even some roofs had been blown away. The roads were riddled with puddles. Her father had mentioned they were already discussing plans for the road repairs, but she was uncertain about the specifics of the implementation. As she pondered, she waded into the sea. Suddenly, she sank and swiftly swam far out. She checked the box where she had previously instructed Eru to catch fish. Inside were numerous large fish, all deceased, their corpses attracting many crabs. The crabs were currently tearing into the flesh, feeding themselves. However, she had no time to tend to this now and would have to wait until her return to clean up. After swimming for a while without spotting Eru and the others, she decided to search for seahorses for Yun Jinghe and set off toward the Coral Sea. Upon arriving at the Coral Sea, she was momentarily taken aback. The typhoon had significantly impacted the ocean as well. Previously, when she visited, the diverse coral trees grew tall and lush, but many had been broken by the waves, leaving fallen branches scattered across the ground. Unable to resist slowing her pace, she began to sift through the debris, collecting pieces that could be fashioned into beautiful ornaments. Even the red coral trees, favored by nobility, had suffered damage. After a while, she was satisfied with her haul and turned her attention to finding seahorses. Seahorses typically latch onto coral branches of the same color with their tails. Since Yun Jinghe was looking for golden ones, she sought out golden yellow coral. However, after nearly an hour of searching, she only found a few golden seahorses, none of which were pregnant. As her impatience grew, Eru arrived. Two-legged beast. You finally made it. Chen Bo Ge was delighted to see them. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Hui interjected. Are you here to find us? Did you bring dried fish? When are we going to beat the sperm whale? Chen Bo Ge was taken aback. She had underestimated this group. After so long, they still remembered to confront the sperm whale. I brought dried fish. Would you like some? Yes. Yes. I want some. In her space, Chen Bo Ge began to feed them one by one. It's my turn. It's my turn. Old two. You just ate. Hee hee, big sister. I just want to eat a little more. Due to the large quantity being dried, this batch of dried fish turned out a bit rough. Yet they devoured it with gusto. However, Eru had the audacity to complain. It's delicious, but it's a bit scarce. Chen Bo Ge glanced at the empty burlap sacks and shot him a look. Though these were not all prepared at once, they had taken nearly 2 days of her effort to accumulate. How dare he complain about the quantity? However, Eru, oblivious to her glare, continued, two-legged beast. Next time. Can you prepare more? I'm still hungry. Chen Bo Ge ignored him entirely and sent them all out of her space. Once we have eaten, we shall embark on an adventure. Aren't we going to find the sperm whale? Another time. Thus, Chen Bo Ge surrendered herself to the adventure, riding Eru with the other 4 following closely. In the expansive blue sea, they leaped above the waves and chased schools of fish. Ha! This is splendid. Waves rose and fell around them. A pod of dolphins raced alongside the rolling waves, leaping playfully. They soon noticed Chen Bo Ge and slowed their pace. Drawing near to the orcas, comforting her. Human, do not fear. We are here to rescue you. Do these dolphins think I am being held captive? No. I am with them. This statement left the dolphins in shock. Did you hear what that human said? She is with those wicked fish. Could she be a villain? Chen Bo Ge felt a wave of frustration. Should we still help her? Let us inquire further. Human, do you wish for us to escort you back to shore? Chen Bo Ge waved her hands repeatedly, insisting, No, thank you. And I am not a villain. Please do not misunderstand. The dolphins, upon hearing her words, ceased their confusion. They turned and, following the waves, continued their pursuit of the sun. Chapter 37. Perhaps she is yet to awaken to the truth? Watching the pod of dolphins gradually recede, Dahu felt a pang of regret. Let us follow them and feast on a few straggling dolphins. Indeed. I wasn't full earlier. They just called us wicked fish. Orcinus orca and dolphins belong to the same family, yet the diet of the former includes the latter. When encountering a solitary dolphin, they may hunt and consume it. However, at present, Chen Bo Ge forbids such actions, as the group of dolphins is still attempting to rescue her. No. Do not eat them. There are far tastier morsels ahead. Why? Their flesh is tender and delectable. The 5 tigers were perplexed. They followed closely, questioning how long they would linger behind. Did they not promise to take her on an adventure? Surely they would not devour her fish jerky and abandon her, would they? Chen Bo Ge inquired. Upon hearing her, a few of the orcas expressed their intention to cease the pursuit and take her on an adventure. Let us proceed to that place from a few days ago. Yes, let us heed Sanur. There are plenty of sea hares there. 2 of the orcas led the way, swimming against the sunlight toward an unknown sea region. Wow, how beautiful. The 2 orcas guided her through a lengthy canyon. Arriving at a low coral area, the corals here were not densely clustered. Some resembled large mushrooms, others looked like clusters of cauliflower, while some elongated like seaweed. Countless colorful fish swam above, and occasionally, a sea turtle would pass by. Chen Bo Ge, with her keen eyesight, even spotted a large lobster. You all go ahead and find something to eat. I will play here for a while. The small creatures were terrified and scurried away in a frenzy due to their presence. Thus, she sent them off to fill their bellies. The 5 tigers swayed their tails and soon swam away. Once the orcas departed, the small creatures re-emerged, with some curious fish approaching Chen Bo Ge. After admiring them for a while, she set about catching lobsters. Catching lobsters requires swift hands. If one does not seize it quickly, it will immediately burrow back into its lair. Their lairs, however, lie beneath the corals, which cannot be excavated. After catching about 10, Chen Bo Ge also collected several oversized sea snails. While gathering, she did not forget to search for seahorses. Unfortunately, she did not encounter any golden seahorses, but she did manage to catch a few of other colors. Bipedal beings, we are full. Would you like to play elsewhere? The 2 orcas returned. Please take me to a nearby island. I wish to roast something to eat. The 2 orcas nodded and swiftly transported her to the nearby island. Ahead lay the island, but there were too many reefs for her to swim across. Chen Bo Ge climbed off the orca and swam toward the shore alone. Huh, are there people on the beach? Cautiously, Chen Bo Ge approached. Ah, a corpse. A bloated corpse. She dared not look a second time and hurriedly moved away. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, she spotted an overturned boat. Uncertain if any survivors were nearby, she called out to the woods. Is anyone there? After several shouts with no response, she muttered to herself. Could they all be dead? She picked up a stick from the ground and, gathering her courage, prepared to investigate. This was a fishing vessel, 20 meters long and less than 5 meters wide. The sail appeared to have been torn by the wind, the break resembling that of a large tree. The hull tilted at a 90-degree angle. Chen Bo Ge bravely climbed aboard, finding the interior surprisingly orderly for a fishing boat, containing only a few large wooden boxes. The boxes were locked. Just as she was about to retrieve tools from her space to pry open the lock, she saw the corpse again. This time, she did not scream but approached the body, for on the corpse's chest lay an oil paper package. She picked it up and opened it, discovering 2 banknotes of 100,000 taels and a letter. She could only decipher a small portion of the letter, as it was written in Japanese. Could this be a fishing boat disguised by pirates, destroyed by a typhoon, with all aboard perishing here? She carefully stored the letter and banknotes, also placing the boxes into her space, intending to return and inform Lu Weihua and the others, who would know how to handle it. After some thought, she even stored the boat in her space. Having completed this, she walked a little further before taking out her equipment to start a fire. The deserted island never lacked for firewood, and she even plucked a coconut. On her specially crafted grill lay the prepared lobsters and sea snails. As time passed, the lobsters on the grill cooked first. The lobster, split down the middle and filled with garlic, bubbled enticingly, its white flesh sizzling. A rich aroma wafted to her nose, and she quickly used chopsticks to pick up a piece of lobster meat and tasted it. The lobster, soaked in sauce, was firm and bursting with flavor. Chen Bo Ge's eyes squinted into crescent moons of delight. Forgetting the heat, she transferred the remaining lobsters to a plate and began to feast heartily. After the lobsters, the sea snails were also ready, with their meat possessing a delightful chewiness. She added extra chili inside, making the flesh both fresh and spicy, leaving her longing for more. However, she had reached her limit. She rubbed her slightly bulging belly and reclined comfortably in the shade of a tree. The sea breeze gently wafted, and before long, she fell asleep. The sun gradually moved, and the original shade began to let in light. Sunlight fell upon her face, jolting her awake. Oh no! How long have I been asleep? She hurried back into the sea, just in time to see the 2 orcas playing with a devil ray. They used their heads to knock the devil ray into the air, while another one waited on the other side, several orcas tossing it back and forth. The devil ray, caught in their antics, opened its large mouth wide, uncertain if it was alive or dead. Chen Bo Ge, let us stop playing and return home. At the Zhao residence, Wang Shi had just sent someone away when Zhao Ren lamented. Mother, why won't you listen to me? What use is it to listen to you? They are not discussing a marriage proposal now. Wang Shi glared at her son, infuriated by his lack of ambition. Since returning from the Chen family, she had been searching for a new daughter-in-law. The recent visitor was a matchmaker she had invited. Yet, Zhao Ren was utterly uncooperative. Mother, regardless of whether they are discussing a marriage proposal, could you please not interfere? Can I handle it myself? Handle it yourself? Have you forgotten how old you are? In 3 years, you will be 20. Wang Shi, fuming, pointed toward the Chen family and continued. They say it nicely, that they will wait 3 years to discuss marriage. What if they still do not find you suitable then? How many years can you afford to waste? Zhao Ren was not oblivious to the fact that Chen Bo Ge had no romantic feelings for him. Yet perhaps she had not realized it yet. Mother, please give me some more time. 1 month. If you have not resolved it in a month, you will obediently accept my arrangement. Mother. 1 month. Zhaoren stood up, wanting to argue, but was interrupted by his mother. How long do you need? A year? 3 years. Among those boys who fled with us, how many are unmarried? The Li and Sun families have even sent their children to work in the fields. Do you really want to delay your younger siblings? Zhaoren was taken aback. He had no such intention. However, if he did not marry, his younger brother Zhao Yi and sister Zhao Tao would indeed be delayed. Fine. 1 month. Chapter 38. Do it if you want to. When Chen Bo Ge returned home, the sky was already dark. How is it? Is this acceptable? By the fence of the courtyard, Chen Bo Ge presented the seahorse to Yun Jinghe. Yun Jinghe observed the seahorse in her palm, his eyes brightening. This seahorse was about the length of his hand. Its belly swollen, certainly ready to give birth. It is good. Of course, if it weren't for searching for it, I would not have returned so late, would I? When she returned from the deserted island, the sun had yet to set. However, she thought that since she had not found the golden seahorse in the morning, perhaps she would encounter one in the afternoon. Thus, she had the 2 orcas escort her back near the Coral Sea, where she searched for quite some time until she finally spotted one. Yun Jinghe felt grateful, though he did not show it on his face. Once you have decided what you desire, come find me. His associates searched for a year without success, but now, with this potent lure, everything will proceed smoothly. Both individuals acquired what they sought, and then, content, returned to their respective homes. The following morning, Chen Bo Ge accompanied her father to the office. Lu Weihua and his companions reported to work there every morning. Bo Ge, what is so mysterious that you wouldn't tell me at home, insisting on discussing it here? At the opposite end of Shuangyue Square lay the school, where the sound of reading occasionally drifted out. Chen Wanli led Chen Bo Ge inside, ensuring to close the door behind them. Grandfather Lu, Officer Yang, Chen Bo Ge greeted, then produced the letter and 2 silver notes from her pocket. I discovered this yesterday, along with several large boxes. After handing the items to Lu Weihua, his cheerful demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness upon examining the correspondence. He passed the letter to Officer Yang, who, though unable to read Japanese, understood it to be a missive from an adversarial nation. Bo Ge, where are the boxes you mentioned? Chen Bo Ge explained that she had placed the dilapidated vessel along with the boxes at the location where she had been swept out by the undercurrents. When Lu Weihua inquired, she naturally responded, then added, shall I guide you there? Wait, I will send someone to fetch you later. Bo Ge, you have accomplished a great deed this time. With a sense of accomplishment, Chen Bo Ge eagerly went to check on her blacksmith workshop. It was nearly complete, and once the final touches were made, they could begin smelting iron. Master Chen has arrived. Uncle Zhu, Uncle Chen. Chen Bo Ge greeted each of them in turn. At some point, everyone began referring to her as Master Chen. She objected a few times, but when they did not heed her, she acquiesced. Master Chen, if we tidy up today, we will be all set. Would you like to inspect? Ha. Everyone paused their work to jest with her. She joined in the laughter. Appreciating that these individuals had been carefully selected, they worked diligently, and she resolved to invite them again in the future. I am well aware of how well you have all worked, and since the construction is complete, remember to come tomorrow for your wages. We will surely remember. After working for so long, we have been waiting for this day. All right, everyone knows now, so I shall not need to announce it again. Having said this, she bid farewell to the group and entered her personal workshop. Inside, she arranged some tools that she had previously used at home. Since she was to settle the wages tomorrow, she needed to calculate the payments now. The blacksmith workshop had been under construction for nearly 50 days, employing 15 workers, plus the Zhu father and son, totaling 17 individuals. As she did not provide meals, the wages were slightly higher, at 30 won per day per person. In this fictitious dynasty, the cost of living was not steep. 2 steamed buns cost 1 won, and a family of 3 could average 10 won in daily expenses. A strong laborer working 10 hours could earn 20 won, and without meals, they would receive an additional 5 won. Thus, offering 30 won was certainly a generous compensation. According to her father, on the day she went missing, everyone voluntarily searched the mountains for her, so she decided to calculate their wages based on 50 days of work. Zhu Dajuan served both as a supervisor and a worker, so she allotted him 50 won per day. This meant that the others would each receive 1,500 won, equivalent to 1.5 taels of silver, while Zhu Dajuan would receive 2.5 taels. Having calculated the wages, she happened to have silver on hand, so she decided to distribute it immediately. Let us do it. Chen Bo Ge called for assistants to move a table and summoned everyone to receive their wages. Uncles and brothers, since the work is done and you are all here, there is no better day than today to settle your payments. Oh, Master Chen is indeed generous, giving out wages without fear that we might leave with the money. Indeed, the remaining materials are not yet organized. Ha ha ha, it's just a matter of a moment. We can tidy up after receiving our wages. It won't take longer than half a tea time. What if Master Chen decides not to pay us again? Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, their eagerness to receive their silver was palpable. Who wouldn't want their payment? Chen Bo Ge, fully aware of their sentiments, sat cheerfully at the table with a list in hand, announcing loudly, "Uncles and brothers, those whose names I call, please step forward to collect your wages and mark your names with a thumbprint." The crowd gathered around the table, eagerly discussing how much silver they would receive. I should be able to claim a tael of silver, right? What nonsense. We all started on the same day. I calculate I should receive 1 tael and 61. Oh, after working hard in the fields for half a year, we might not even save a tael of silver. Indeed, this work is not sustainable. Yet it's still much better than before. Where could we find such work previously? Ignoring their chatter, Chen Bo Ge called out, "Zhao Taizhu." A dark-skinned man in the crowd quickly responded, "I'm here. I'm here." He rubbed his hands nervously and stepped forward to the table, looking at Chen Bo Ge anxiously. "Uncle Zhao, here is your payment of 1.5 taels. I've added an extra half tael as a thank you for helping my parents search for me." "Master Chen, this no worries. Take it. My life is worth more than these few taels of silver. I senti it." Zhao Taizhu accepted the 2 taels of silver. His face flushed with excitement. "Please check if the weight of the silver is correct. If there are no issues, just mark your name with a thumbprint." Right. Thank you, Master Chen here." All right, the crowd erupted in excitement, wondering if they too could receive 2 taels of silver for their efforts. "Li Dafu, coming. Let me through." "Dafu, don't be anxious. Master Chen isn't going anywhere." Ha. During the process of distributing wages, everyone remained exuberant. Master Chen is truly generous. Next time there's work, be sure to call me first, and I'll work my hardest. Me too. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the extra silver Master Chen gave. Everyone's joy and enthusiasm lifted Chen Bo Ge's spirits as well. "Uncles and brothers, you need not overexert yourselves. If you tire yourselves out, the aunties come to my house to fetch you." "Oh, we were just joking." Ha. Once everyone had received their wages, Zhu Dajuan waved his hand to signal them to tidy up the materials. After the crowd dispersed, Zhu Dajuan privately asked Chen Bo Ge, "Master Chen, the blacksmith workshop is ready, but the iron materials have yet to arrive. Does this mean we cannot start work?" Chen Bo Ge, understanding his concerns, reassured him. "There is no need for worry. Take a few days to rest at home. If all goes well, the materials should arrive in a few days." Zhu Dajuan felt relieved upon hearing this. Just as Chen Bo Ge finished managing the affairs of the blacksmith workshop, someone approached Lu Weihua. The newcomer wore protective clothing, and she had seen him beside Chai Biao several times. "Miss Chen, Lord Chai requests your presence." Indeed, Chai Biao had arrived. She followed the guard to Shuangyue Square, where everyone awaited her, including Chai Biao, Lu Weihua, Officer Yang, Chen Wanli, and several guards. "Greetings, Lord Chai. There is no need for such formalities. We must trouble Miss Chen to guide us. Let us depart then." Chen Bo Ge, not one to dawdle, stepped forward in the direction of the sunken ship. Walking under the blazing sun for about half an hour, Chen Bo Ge felt as though she might succumb to heat stroke. It's just ahead. When she had swum in the water earlier, it hadn't seemed far, but on foot, she realized it would take an hour to reach. She was drenched in sweat, her attire heavy for the season. Not just her, everyone was suffering from the heat. Yet, they had important tasks to attend to, unlike Chen Bo Ge. Upon reaching their destination, she sought refuge beneath a shady tree, observing the others as they busied themselves. "Sir, there is no one inside." "Sir, there are 5 boxes." "Sir, there are some rations produced by the Woku." As they meticulously searched, they indeed uncovered a considerable amount of items. In addition to the 5 boxes, they discovered a flame-shaped token. The boxes were filled with weapons, each etched with the same emblem as the token. "Sir, what do these represent?" Chai Biao gazed at the token in his hand, his expression darkening. "The left prime minister of the Woku nation. That cunning left prime minister? It is said he is ruthless and unscrupulous. Has he come to our Deshan as well? Enough. Let us return these." "Yes, sir." The guards responded loudly. "Wait, Sir Chai, I have one more matter to report." As they prepared to leave, Chen Bo Ge hurriedly called out to Chai Biao. Upon hearing her words, Chai Biao halted. Turning to face her, "Sir Chai, I have discovered an iron mine nearby." They followed her to the foot of a low mountain. "Is this the mountain?" Upon receiving Chen Bo Ge's confirmation, Chai Biao commanded the guards to continue digging at the site she had previously unearthed. Moments later, they unearthed a large expanse of bluish sand. "Sir, it is indeed an iron mine." The guards exchanged glances, acknowledging the remarkable ingenuity of this young lady. Discovering the Woku's sunken ship was significant, but the discovery of an iron mine was an even greater achievement. In ancient times, transportation was limited and the population density was low, with exploratory methods being primitive. Deshan had very few iron mines. Most were reserved for military use, with only a small portion allocated for civilian needs, and even that was tightly controlled. Previously, Chen Bo Ge had only been able to purchase half the amount of wrought iron due to her spending limit. Now, the discovery of an iron mine filled her with joy. Chai Biao felt a surge of excitement, realizing that war was indeed approaching. Miss Chen, if there are no pressing matters, I would like you to accompany me to Haifeng Prefecture. After a moment's thought, he added, Chen Guanshi should also accompany us. Chen Wanli was about to voice his desire to join, but Chai Biao had already suggested it. Very well, I thank you, Sir Chai. There is no need for thanks. Their arrival had been discreet, but their return was even more understated. Chen Wanli sent word to Zhao Xianglian before departing with Chai Biao. The vessel was a military ship, significantly faster than ordinary vessels. Upon arriving at Haifeng Prefecture, it was not yet dinner time. Chen Beige and her father were assigned quarters within the government office. Miss Chen, the prefect requests your presence. Just as Chen Beige had settled down to catch her breath, Wan Ning summoned her. The prefect was rather impatient, not allowing anyone a moment's respite. She grumbled as she tidied her appearance before stepping out to join the guards. In the back hall of the government office, Wan Ning sat at the head of the table, with Chai Biao at his side. As she reached the entrance, she encountered her father. Father, you are here too. Let us discuss inside. Chen Beige followed her father into the room. Greetings, prefect. Greetings, prefect. Please, no need for formalities. Sit down. Someone bring tea. Wan Ning smiled, gesturing to the empty chairs on his right for Chen Wanli and his daughter to take their seats. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Having previously interacted with Wan Ning, they felt at ease. Chen Beige, feeling a pang of hunger, began to nibble on the pastries on the table while listening to her father brief the prefect about the matters on the island. In truth, Wan Ning was well aware of the island's affairs. He merely needed to maintain appearances. Chen Beige, I did not anticipate that after a few months, you would bring me such delightful surprises. While enjoying her snack, Chen Beige was abruptly called by name, causing her to choke momentarily. Seeing this, Chen Wanli quickly offered her water and patted her back. Ha ha ha, take your time. If you need more, I shall have someone bring it. Even with her thick skin, she felt a hint of embarrassment, though it dissipated quickly. Your Excellency, I have yet to eat lunch. I am indeed hungry. Having just dealt with the blacksmith's workshop, then rushed to locate the sunken ship, followed by the iron mine, she had not even had a sip of water before being brought to Haifeng Prefecture. Ha ha, you have endured much. Later, I shall treat you to a hearty meal. Hee hee, I thank you in advance, Prefect. You clever girl. Now, let us discuss serious matters. How could a young lady like you venture alone to the sunken ship? It is quite a distance from where you reside. Chen Beige knew this question would arise, so she answered calmly. To the prefect, I was inadvertently pushed off a cliff by someone and stumbled upon the mountain. When I returned to investigate, I discovered the sunken ship. Chapter 40, Conquering the Sea. Wang Xiyu had pushed her off the cliff, and the incident where she had slashed Wang Xiyu was reported by Chen Wanli the very next day. However, since Wang Xiyu was already deceased, she had no intention of pursuing the matter further, allowing it to pass. The mention of it now served to lend authenticity to her tale. Upon hearing this, Wan Ning marveled internally, noting how fortunate this girl was. Not only did she survive being pushed off a cliff, but she also garnered such significant merit. Yet this girl was not ordinary. She had previously ventured to the capital to seek help and had effortlessly resolved a long-standing problem for Su Zhao. Oh, how did you ascertain that it was an iron mine? To the prefect, as I passed by the mountain, I noticed a large pit revealing bluish sand and stone, identical to what I had seen in a book about iron mines. Were you not afraid of being mistaken? Could a seasoned travel blogger like myself make such an error? Surely, you jest. She flashed a cheeky smile at the man in his 30s. Your wisdom is beyond question, sir. You would not penalize me for a mere misidentification. Chen Wanli felt an immense pride swell within him. His daughter's cleverness was unmistakably inherited from him. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Rather than being irritated, Wan Ning was thoroughly amused. With a broad smile, he inquired of Chen Beige, what reward do you wish for? Chen Beige's eyes gleamed with mischief as she replied with a radiant smile. Serving the nation is the duty of every citizen of Deshan. I seek no reward. Wan Ning shot her a sidelong glance. Is your blacksmith workshop not in need of wrought iron? Chen Beige discreetly cast a glance at the silent Chai Biao. Your Excellency truly knows everything. Hee hee, you clever girl. I will have someone commence the mining of the iron ore. Subsequently, the amount of wrought iron allocated to your workshop will be doubled. Is that all? After all her efforts, she was granted merely double the quota? She might as well have secretly procured it herself. Not quite satisfactory. Thank you, sir. Ha ha ha. Did you not just declare that you did not desire a reward? Observing Chen Beige's struggle to maintain her smile, Wan Ning laughed heartily, and even Chai Biao could not suppress his amusement. Chen Wanli hastily signaled to his daughter. Wrought iron is traditionally tightly regulated. For the prefect to grant a double quota is a remarkable favor. I thank you on behalf of my daughter. Wan Ning waved his hand, indicating Chen Wanli should not be overly courteous, then continued to question Chen Beige. My dear girl, While I cannot provide much in terms of wrought iron, I can offer you a more substantial monetary reward. Would you accept? I would. Ha ha. Here are 3,000 silver notes, 2,000 as a reward for discovering the sunken ship, and an additional 1,000 for the discovery of the mine. Chen Bo Ge had anticipated a maximum of 1,000 taels, but receiving an additional 2,000 brought her genuine delight. Thank you, Prefect. Are you now satisfied? Hee. I am quite satisfied. If the adults could provide a boat for us on the island, making it easier for us to leave, I would be even more content. She decided to advocate for the welfare of everyone. Wan Ning did not express agreement or disagreement, but instructed her to replenish the business license for the blacksmith shop tomorrow. As night fell in Wanbao Pavilion, a voice questioned, Master, is this appropriate? Su Zhonggui's eyes were filled with agitation. It was widely known that the master of the Gui men was poisoned, and both the light and dark factions were watching closely, waiting for the master to falter, ready to swarm and devour Gui men. Currently, the master's poison had not yet been resolved, yet he was still allowing information to leak. The man seated at the writing desk continued to write, his silver mask glimmering coldly. Upon hearing the question, he did not pause his writing. You simply need to carry it out. The reward for the medicine will be an additional 100,000. Su Zhonggui slightly raised his head to observe the man, whose silver mask obscured his face, revealing only a grinning, ghastly visage that sent chills down one's spine. Yes, master. After Su Zhonggui departed, the man leisurely sealed the envelope in his hand. Gui Qi, this letter must be personally delivered to Lu Taiwei. Gui Qi, hidden in the shadows, appeared to take the envelope and vanished in the blink of an eye. Following his departure, Gui Shi arrived. Master, the person from Heyuan has been quite restrained recently. What shall we do? Inform her of the imprisonment of the entire family of the vice minister. Should we deal with the 2 maidservants by her side now? Those 2 maidservants have been here for 2 months, causing continuous disturbances, and even the one with unstable mental state has been pacified. Gui Shi has long wished to replace them, but the master forbade it. No need, just keep a close watch on them. Yes, master. Master, this is a letter from Gui San for you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. In the early morning, light rain began to fall in Haifeng Mansion. Chen Bo Ge and her father had breakfast together, and the 2 of them, armed with household registration documents, promptly obtained the business license for the blacksmith shop at the government office. After finally stepping out of the mansion, they were eager to explore the streets with their oil umbrellas. The streets of Haifeng Mansion were bustling despite the rain. Steamed buns. Hot, succulent meat buns. Just 1 each. Come and get them. Tonghalu. Tonghalu. Dear guests, I have refreshing Qingbu Liang here. Would you like a bowl? Even though the father and daughter had already eaten breakfast, they could not resist nibbling along the way. Chen Bo Ge looked at her father, Chen Wanli, who was already stuffed yet still yearning for more, unable to suppress a sigh. Father, there's a bookstore ahead. Let us go take a look. Chen Wanli, eyeing a nearby roasted duck, could hardly contain himself. Father? Father. I'm coming. Chen Wanli reluctantly turned around, hoping to avoid temptation. However, the aroma of the roasted duck continued to waft into his nostrils, and he succumbed to the allure. Beige, let us buy a duck. Father, you cannot eat any more now. We will buy 1 for lunch later. Chen Wanli reluctantly agreed. He attempted to rub his round belly, but suddenly realized it was inappropriate. The hand resting on his belly casually adjusted his clothing, as though that was his intention all along. After tidying himself up, he stepped into the bookstore alongside Chen Bo Ge. This bookstore appeared to have been established for quite some time, with 2 floors. The shopkeeper was busy counting accounts at the counter, not bothering to look up as customers entered. However, a young attendant approached. You 2 seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? May I guide you to the section you seek? The bookstore was neatly arranged with numerous shelves, each filled with a myriad of books, making it difficult to navigate without guidance. Father, I want to look by myself. Chen Bo Ge, not taking the imperial examination, had a more eclectic taste in reading. She had nearly finished the books she purchased last time and now desired some travelogues. Indeed, she planned to build a boat and embark on solo adventures across the ocean. Chapter 41. Let her die first. The first floor of this bookstore was primarily dedicated to books on the imperial examination. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Wanli, Chen Bo Ge ascended to the second floor. The arrangement of books on the second floor was less dense, and fewer people occupied the space. She lowered her head to browse the volumes, discovering that the ancient texts followed a similar narrative. A poor scholar saves a wealthy young lady, leading to mutual affection, culminating in success and a beautiful union. It is unclear who first claimed that ancient people were subtle. As she read the poetic verses in these tales, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. While critiquing them, she found herself unable to stop reading. Excuse me, sir, could you please make way? Just as she was engrossed in her reading, a melodious voice interrupted her. She thought she heard a child laughing behind the man. following his finger. She noticed the book titled De Shun Za Tan that she had inadvertently blocked. She quickly stepped back to grant him space. I apologize. The thought of being caught reading a romantic tale by a handsome man made her wish she could simply vanish. Thankfully, she had chosen to wear male attire today. However, she felt she could no longer remain on the second floor. In a flurry, she clutched several selected books and hurried downstairs. Cashier. Uncertain of when her father would finish selecting his books, she contemplated stepping outside. Upon hearing a call for checkout, the shopkeeper, wearing a smile, lowered his head to examine the books on the counter. Once he saw her selections, he gave her a peculiar glance before quoting a price. That will be 35 taels and 3 won. You need not pay for the change. After settling the payment, Chen Bo Ge turned to find Chen Wanli, who was engrossed in a book, animatedly discussing it with 2 nearby men. She refrained from interrupting and instead sought out the young attendant from earlier, giving him 2 copper coins to relay a message to Chen Wanli before departing the bookstore alone. At that moment, the rain outside had ceased. It was roughly 10 o'clock, and the street was even more lively than before. Chen Bo Ge strolled along, observing the surroundings and purchasing items that caught her eye. Before she realized it, her arms were laden with goods. Just then, a voice of outrage erupted from behind her. You wretched woman, stealing from me and daring to betray me. A burly man was pursuing a distressed woman through the crowd. The woman appeared disheveled, her hair unkempt and her frail body stumbling through the throngs. A piece of her clothing had been torn from her shoulder, and fear was etched on her face as she pleaded, I did not. I am innocent. Please, someone help me. The crowd, witnessing the man's fierce demeanor, averted their gazes, too fearful to intervene. How absurd. This butcher was not someone to be trifled with. As the woman neared capture, she desperately grasped Chen Bo Ge's hand. Sir, please save me. If I am caught, I will surely be beaten to death. I beg you, help me. Before Chen Bo Ge could respond, the butcher caught up to them. He crossed his arms, scrutinizing Chen Bo Ge from head to toe, the flesh on his face jiggling as he sneered. Huh, are you sure you want to meddle in my affairs? Sir, the woman, seemingly afraid that Chen Bo Ge would abandon her, called out softly and tightened her grip. Chen Bo Ge did not respond to the man, but instead frowned and said to the woman, You need to let go of me. Seeing the red marks on her wrist from her grip, the woman quickly released her hand but swiftly hid behind her, as if believing that the person before her would certainly save her. The butcher seemed to think the same. Chen Bo Ge was reluctant to interfere, but it appeared there was no way to pass by. Growing somewhat irritated, she spoke up. If you believe she is guilty of infidelity, you should report it to the authorities. The government will deliver justice. What kind of man resorts to beating a frail woman in the street? As she spoke, the surrounding crowd could not help but murmur among themselves. I am aware that this woman is a refugee purchased by Li Tufu a few months ago. She is treated like a beast of burden in their household, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. How could she possibly go out to steal a man? Could it be that, seeing she is unable to bear children, they are deliberately tormenting her? It is said that Li Tufu has already changed wives 3 times. Yet he has sired neither a son nor a daughter. These 3 wives suffer under his mother's abuse during the day and endure his torment at night. He initially promised 20 taels as a bride price, yet no one was willing to marry him. Seeing no legitimate means to take a wife, he had no choice but to buy a refugee. Is it not true? If he cannot treat her well, once he exhausts her to death, he may find that even offering 50 taels will not entice anyone to marry him. Alas, this woman is pitiful. I can hear the sounds of beatings and scolding coming from the Li household daily. Do you think Li Tufu is truly incapable of fathering children? Otherwise, how could it be that, after 4 wives, he still has not produced an heir? Various speculations abound in the crowd, causing the veins on Li Tufu's forehead to bulge in anger. He scanned the crowd with a fierce glare, attempting to identify who dared to claim he was infertile. However, upon his gaze, the crowd quickly averted their eyes, and silence fell over the scene. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze and spoke darkly to Chen Bo Ge. This wretched woman is mine. I can treat her however I please. If you know what is good for you, get out of my sight. Or do not blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo Ge let out a cold laugh. You are ignorant of the law. According to our legal system, one cannot arbitrarily harm or kill another. Doing so would cost you your life. If you were to beat her to death or maim her without cause today, I would report you to the authorities. Furthermore, you claim she is committing adultery. That can easily be resolved. We can visit the magistrate's office to clarify everything. Hearing Chen Bo Ge stand up for her, the woman stepped forward from behind. I am willing to go. I did not steal anyone. Li Tufu's face turned crimson with fury at her words. You wretched creature. Do not forget that I bought you for 30 taels. Your contract of servitude is still in my possession. His tone was laden with menace. I will not accuse you, but you must return home with me immediately. The woman turned pale upon hearing this, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I will not go back. I will die if I do. I do not want to return. Hearing her mutter continuously, Chen Beige sighed and took a small step forward to block Li Tufu's view, asking softly, if you do not wish to return, do you know of any incriminating evidence against Li Tufu? At her words, the woman paused, her eyes shining with a startling intensity. I know how my 3 sisters died. Suddenly recalling something, she knelt before Chen Beige, bowing her head and pleading for her assistance. Sir, he and his mother killed my 3 sisters and sold their flesh to everyone. Her revelation shocked not only Chen Beige, but also stirred a tumult among the crowd. What? I have been purchasing meat from him. How repulsive. A wave of nausea swept through the onlookers. Chapter 42. Someone. Call for the coroner. Upon hearing the accusations of murder and cannibalism, the crowd erupted, and Li Tufu found himself in a panic. However, he quickly regained his composure. You vile creature. I only scolded you a few times, and you resort to such slander. Had I known you were so malicious, I would never have bought you from the roadside after your parents died. He vehemently denounced Zhang Wan, attempting to confuse the narrative. Yet, the crowd was not swayed. Each time his wife died, he immediately reopened his butcher shop, showing no signs of grief. No wonder the meat he sold during those days was cheaper than usual. It was undoubtedly the flesh of his deceased wives. The crowd analyzed the circumstances surrounding the deaths of his 3 wives and recalled the times they had purchased meat from him. Li Tufu's eyes reddened with rage. Ignoring everything, he charged forward, intending to seize Zhang Wan by force. Sir, save me. Help me report him. I want to report him. Zhang Wan cried out in alarm. If she were dragged back home, she would soon become meat on the chopping block. Reporting him required someone to draft a complaint, and she had no money. Moreover, after this incident, Li Tufu would not grant her the opportunity to seek help. The nobleman before her was her only lifeline, fearing he would abandon her. She clutched at Chen Bei's clothing with both hands. Chen Beige, having seen a human meat bun before, felt a wave of unease wash over her at the mention of murder and cannibalism, yet she was not as shocked as the others. However, she resolved to take action. If the accusations of murder and cannibalism were true, this beast deserved to face dire consequences. Having practiced martial arts during her studies, she was not one to shy away from danger. Without further ado, she raised her hand and struck towards Li Tufu with force, following up with a sweeping kick. Li Tufu dodged her palm strike, but could not evade her leg. He staggered backward, taken aback. Although Li Tufu lacked martial arts skills, his imposing stature and years of experience in butchering gave him immense strength. While Chen Beige was not as strong as him, she was well aware of human vulnerabilities and techniques. After a few exchanges, Li Tufu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. As he lay on the ground, howling in pain, a commotion arose in the crowd. A few armed constables glanced at the scene. They recognized Chen Beige and respectfully saluted her before turning their attention to the fallen Li Tufu. You are Li Tufu? Take him away, commanded the leading constable. And Zhang Wan was also taken into custody. Because Chen Beige had intervened, she was also summoned to the magistrate's office for questioning. When the trial commenced, the courtyard was packed with people, a sea of faces. Wan Ning first called Chen Beige and asked her a few questions, then provided her with a chair to sit. He then addressed the court. Li Shun, Zhang claims you have murdered your wife and sold her flesh. Do you plead guilty? Naturally, Li Shun, the butcher, would not admit to any wrongdoing. Your Honor, this wretched woman is merely retaliating for a few scoldings. She is framing me. Please investigate thoroughly. Wan Ning looked at the complaint papers on the table and continued his inquiry. Zhang, it has been established that you are from Yuzhou and have been in Haifeng for less than 5 months, while Li Shun's 3rd wife has been dead for over 6 months. How did you come to know about his alleged murder and cannibalism? Just as Zhang Wan was about to respond, Li Shun turned to glare at her fiercely. You wretched creature, if you dare to speak recklessly and frame me. Bang! The judge's gavel struck down, startling Li Shun into silence. If anyone dares to make a disturbance again, they will be silenced and receive 30 lashes. The room fell silent. Zhang Wan then nervously replied, Your Honor, I unintentionally overheard a conversation between Li Shun and his mother a month ago. Initially, after being bought by the Li family, Li Shun and his mother treated me relatively well. However, as time passed, and I remained unable to conceive, their treatment towards me changed. At first, my mother-in-law assigned all the household chores to me, followed by constant criticism and scolding, and even Li Shun joined in. If he sold all the meat, it was fine, but if he did not, he would beat and scold me upon returning, even forcing me to sleep in the woodshed. One night a month ago, after a particularly exhausting day, I fell into a deep sleep, but Li Shun had beaten me hard that day. I awoke in pain and decided to get some water, only to find candlelight still flickering in the main room, with the faint sounds of conversation between mother and son. I hesitated to listen but could not help but overhear them mention the names of Li Shun's 3 previous wives. I was terrified, yet I drew closer to listen carefully. Since that day, I worked even harder, even going to great lengths to please them, just to extend my days. Today, it was because I accidentally broke Li Shun's teapot while cleaning that he chased after me to beat me. After they killed someone, they buried the dismembered limbs and head, which could not be sold, behind the toilet. If your honor sends someone to dig, they will surely find it. My lord, this wretched person is framing us. Do not be deceived by this scoundrel. How could you repay our kindness with such treachery? You heartless creature, why do you not perish? Just then, a constable entered, escorting an elderly woman, Zhong Shi, the mother of Li Shun. As she was brought in, she overheard Zhang Wan's words and could not refrain from cursing vehemently. She had been waiting at home for her son to return with this scoundrel for a reckoning, but instead, she heard someone angrily denouncing her and her son as beasts, murderers, and butchers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she knew trouble was brewing. Yet before she could unearth the remains, the constables arrived at her door. Hearing her foul words, the constable immediately silenced her and forced her to the ground. Wan Ning, uninterested in interrogating her, awaited reports on whether anything could be excavated from the Li family's latrine. Upon seeing his mother Zhong Shi, Li Shun began to tremble with fear. He had thought that if she caught wind of the situation, she would have hidden the evidence elsewhere. As long as they maintained their innocence and relied solely on Zhang Wan's words, they would not be convicted. However, in such a short span of time, his mother had been brought in, and he looked at her in despair, only to see panic in her eyes. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the constables returned with the incriminating items. Li Shun, what further words do you have to offer? Trembling, Li Shun repeatedly cried out that he was wronged, insisting that Zhang Wan had deliberately buried these items in a yard to frame him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shi banged her head against the ground, exclaiming that they were wronged, that it was indeed this scoundrel who had plotted against them. Wan Ning, observing the mother and son still clinging to their denials, commanded, "Bring the coroner." With this order, the two collapsed in despair. The coroner soon arrived, thoroughly examining the remains and confirming that they matched the height and weight of Li Shun's 3 wives. What other defense do you have? The mother and son continued to cry out their innocence, yet they could not prove their claims. At this point, further examination was unnecessary. Take Li Shun and Zhong Shi to the death cell, to be executed in the autumn. No, my lord. I will never dare again. Spare my life. At the pronouncement, Zhong Shi let out a great cry and fainted. Li Shun's face turned pale, his eyes vacant, and he even lost control of his bodily functions in terror. Soon, they were dragged away. Wan Ning ordered the Li household to be sealed. With the family sparse, only the mother and son remained. Now, they awaited execution in the autumn, and the Li family's assets would belong to the government, while Zhang Wan reclaimed her freedom. After settling these matters, Wan Ning turned to Chen Bo Ge, who was engrossed in a book. He called her name a couple of times before she came back to her senses. Thanks to your timely reminder. Or else Zhong Shi would have concealed the remains while the constables were digging. You two played a part in this case. Speak, what reward do you desire? Can I ask for anything? Wan Ning replied, then I shall grant you a token. Saying this, he produced a medallion and handed it to Chen Bo Ge. She examined it closely. The copper token was inscribed with the character for Fu on both sides. Noticing her curiosity, Wan Ning explained, this is a specially made token from the government office. If you find yourself in peril, displaying this token can help you avoid many troubles. Chen Bo Ge's expression brightened with joy. This was indeed a valuable item. She happily placed the token in her bosom. Thank you, my lord. Wan Ning smiled and shook his head at her satisfied demeanor. You, my dear girl. Before lunch, Chen Wanli returned, bringing not only numerous books, but also a duck. Seeing her father's cheerful expression, Chen Bo Ge realized he was unaware of the morning's events. She approached him with a smile, taking the books from his hands and urging him to wash up for dinner. As he washed his hands, he animatedly recounted how well the 2 scholars from the morning had suited her taste. She occasionally responded and helped him with the dishes. The father and daughter enjoyed their meal in a pleasant atmosphere. Father, you should rest this afternoon. I will find us a place to stay. After all, this is a government office. Chen Wanli had been chatting excitedly all morning, and after just having eaten, he indeed felt a bit weary. However, he remained concerned. No, I am not tired. I will accompany you. Chen Bo Ge, noticing his fatigue yet determination to follow her, felt warmth in her heart. Father, you need not worry. This is the capital, and the security is excellent. It's a cool, rainy day. You should take a good nap. Chen Wanli considered this and nodded in agreement. After tidying up slightly, she watched him return to his guest room before she set out again. She had to stay here last night due to the late hour. While it was safe, it was not very convenient, especially since she needed to buy many large items that required a place for delivery. It would be better to purchase a courtyard where her family could reside and use it as storage. After greeting the concierge, she prepared to check out the nearby shops, having heard that the official ones, though slightly more expensive, offered better security. Just as she stepped out, she heard Zhang Wan calling from behind. Young master, wait. She paused and turned, slightly surprised that Zhang Wan had been waiting for her. Zhang Wan quickly reached her, kneeling and banging her head on the ground. Ignoring her astonishment, Chen Bo Ge reached out to steady Zhang Wan's shoulder, preventing her from continuing to bow. Seeing that she was stopped, Zhang Wan urgently spoke, "Young master, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. I have no way to repay you, but I only hope you will grant me the chance to serve you faithfully." She gazed intently at Chen Bo Ge, her eyes filled with determination and hope. Chen Bo Ge felt a headache coming on and rubbed her forehead. "There is no need for such devotion. I did not intend to save you, so you need not serve me. Now that you are free, you should live your life well." She had her secrets and was better suited to solitude. As soon as she finished speaking, the light in Zhang Wan's eyes dimmed, replaced by resolve. "If you do not accept me, then I might as well die." With that, Zhang Wan staggered to her feet and swiftly approached a stone sculpture. "Wait!" Hearing the low call from behind, tears streamed down Zhang Wan's face. "Young master? Very well, you may follow me for now." "Thank you, young master." If she were not accepted, she would not survive. Setting aside her lack of skills, as a woman who had been sold to the Li family to bear children and was now alone, her existence was precarious in this world. Her family? That was another snake pit. The Zhang family was among the first to flee here, and they were not destitute, nor was her father gravely ill. Yet, for the sake of 30 taels of silver, her father feigned illness, and her mother allowed her brother and sister-in-law to sell her to the beastly Shan. If she returned, it was easy to imagine the treatment she would receive. Perhaps she would be sold again to another Li Shan. With this thought, she hurried to keep pace with the person ahead. "These residences all meet your requirements, and I shall provide you with detailed introductions. This 2-entry residence on Shodong Street is priced at 300 taels. It was previously occupied by a Jiren who was recently assigned elsewhere. There are also 2 properties on Fuxi Street, one 3-entry at 320 taels and one 2-entry at 250 taels. Lastly, on Funan Street, there is a 3-entry property for 500 taels and another 2-entry for 280 taels." Smiled as she looked at Chen Bo Ge, pointing at a spot on the notebook while speaking to her. Instead of commenting on the properties, Chen Bo Ge posed another inquiry. Why were there no listings for Guifeng Street and Kongbei Street? Guifeng Street is the very heart of Haifeng Fu, where most people hesitate to make a purchase. Even if they do, properties are swiftly sold within half a day. In contrast, Kongbei Street is the farthest from the center, a mixed bag of people and a place where safety is not as assured as in the other streets, posing potential trouble with the affluent. Once she finished speaking, Guanya stood quietly beside her, her gaze subtly directed towards Zhang Wan, who was behind Chen Bo Ge. She had witnessed the commotion of the morning court case and was surprised to find the person involved in the afternoon. The young master accompanying her must be the benefactor who came to her aid. It was said that this young master shared a close relationship with the magistrate, so it was imperative to treat him well. Observing Guanya's increasingly respectful demeanor, Chen Bo Ge pondered for a moment before responding. "Please take me to see these properties first." Guanya first led them to Shodong Street, followed by visits to Fuxi Street and Funan Street. After carefully inspecting 5 properties from the inside out, Chen Bo Ge felt a sense of assurance. Among these properties, 2 were immediately livable. The first was the 2-entry houses on Zhu Ren Family and Funan Street. However, she was particularly interested in the 3-entry house on Funan Street. Although it had 3 entries, it was more spacious than the typical 3-entry house, featuring a particularly large backyard with several fruit trees, and both the front and backyards had wells. Moreover, it was adjacent to the street, surrounded by various shops, which could be transformed into a fine business space if remodeled. Unfortunately, the inside was rather dilapidated, necessitating a considerable amount for renovations. The seller was adamant about a price of 500 taels without negotiation. It was no wonder it had been on the market for half a year with only viewings, but no buyers. "I will take these 2, Chen Bo Ge declared, pointing to the 2 properties on Funan Street in her notebook. The 2 houses were close to each other, making future business transactions convenient. The 3-entry house was non-negotiable, while she was eager for the 2-entry one and unwilling to haggle over 10 or 8 taels. The young master is generous, but the seller mentioned that they are offering their lowest price. If you negotiate, the most they might reduce is a few taels of silver. If you choose not to negotiate, the other party is willing to pay a handling fee, which also amounts to a significant sum." Guanya chattered as she accepted her silver note and turned to handle the transfer for her. With her payment made promptly, Guanya executed the transfer efficiently. After about half an hour, she emerged from the bank with 2 land deeds in hand. Zhang Wan, who had been quietly following, felt a bit out of place. "You should return and tidy up the house," Chen Bo Ge instructed as she handed the keys of the 2-entry house to Zhang Wan, sending her off. Since she could not drive her away, she might as well let her serve as a caretaker. "Yes, young master." "Enough with the young master and young lady. Call me Chen Dongjia." "All right, Chen Dongjia." Chen Bo Ge returned to the government office to fetch Chen Wanli. bidding farewell to Wan Ning along the way and leaving her current address. The father and daughter then bought dinner and headed back to Funan Street. Bai, you truly bought this courtyard? Upon arriving at the entrance, Chen Wanli seemed somewhat incredulous. You must have spent quite a bit of the 3,000 taels you received, right? Consider the money for this courtyard as a loan from your parents. I will discuss it with your mother and make it up to you. Hearing this, Chen Beige furrowed her brows. Whether it was the original owner or her current self, Chen Wanli and his wife treated both children equally. Unwilling to indulge in any comforts for themselves, dividing everything evenly. This reminded her of her modern parents. Now that she had the means, what was wrong with repaying her parents within her capacity? Father, what are you saying? You are my closest kin. Now that I have money, what's wrong with making your lives more comfortable? Haven't you both worked hard to provide us with a good life? Chen Wanli was overwhelmed with mixed emotions upon hearing her words. He opened his mouth to respond when Zhang Wan emerged from inside. Chen Dongjia has returned. Yes, this is my father. Greetings, Chen Leoi. Oh, I didn't expect you to bring someone back. Chen Wanli was somewhat surprised. Chen Beige offered no explanation, but instead busied herself with Zhang Wan in preparing dinner. After dinner, once Zhang Wan had cleared the table, she took the initiative to prepare bathwater. Seeing her walk away, Chen Beige then shared the day's events in detail with Chen Wanli. When he heard about her altercation with the butcher, Chen Wanli's breath momentarily caught. He was not interested in how his daughter had acquired such martial skills. He was solely concerned for her safety. You must not involve yourself in such dangerous matters again. What if you encounter someone formidable and get hurt? How would I explain it to your mother? Do you understand? Chen Beige chuckled, pulling out a token from her pocket to show her father. Father, look. I came out unscathed, and I even received this token. With this, I can move freely in Hai Feng Fu, can I? Her irreverent remarks left Chen Wanli feeling exasperated. She seemed composed in front of outsiders, but she transformed entirely around her family. The magistrate did not grant you this token for frivolous use. Keep it safe and promise me, if you encounter danger, do not involve yourself, understood? Chen Wanli said sternly, deliberately adopting a serious expression. Understood, Chen Leoi. Chen Beige immediately stood up, mimicking Zhang Wan's earlier gesture and bowing to him. Chen Wanli couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling fatigued. He decided to report her behavior to her mother, hoping she would manage her better. The next morning, Chen Wanli set out to commission a plaque. Chen Beige instructed Zhang Wan to purchase cooking utensils, intending to prepare a meal in their new home. Meanwhile, she ventured out for an extensive shopping spree. While some items could be reused, personal and essential belongings warranted complete replacement for safety. Moreover, she needed to stock her space and the ship she was planning to build. First, she visited a furniture store, selecting pieces and scheduling a delivery. Afterward, she turned to the adjacent fabric shop, where she could purchase not only fabric but also ready-made clothing and bedding. Again, she selected items, arranged for payment, and scheduled delivery. Next came the general store, grain shop, and blacksmith. She entered each, selecting items and arranging for delivery. Items designated for the new house were sent there, while those meant for her space were transported to the 3-entry house for storage. The most troublesome task, however, was acquiring the timber for shipbuilding. Such timber typically required soaking and air drying for at least 2 years, preferably 5 or more. She specifically visited several suppliers and ultimately ordered 300 pieces of seasoned wood. After 2 busy days, the father and daughter finally completed their tasks. Is anyone there? A person knocked on the door, glancing at the plaque bearing the name Chen Fu. Yesterday, Chen Wanli had acquired 2 servants from the bank, a doorman and a cleaning lady. The door opened promptly, and the doorman emerged, preparing to announce the visitor upon recognizing him as a constable. No need for trouble. Just relay a message to your master. Meet me at the dock tomorrow during the hour of Chun. With that, the visitor departed. Inside the hall, Chen Beige was sharing her shopping haul with Chen Wanli. When the doorman approached with the news, the two exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy in each other's eyes. Fantastic. We can finally go home. Wonderful. I can finally see my wife. The following day, after breakfast, the father and daughter called for Zhang Wan, who now served as the steward of Chen Fu. After discussing the affairs of the household with her, they then had the doorman take them to the dock. Coinciding with the morning market, the area around the dock was bustling with activity, filled with buyers and sellers, their voices mingling in bargaining shouts. The carriage slowly maneuvered through the crowd, halting beside the unloading platform. Chen Beige stepped out, her gaze immediately landing on the red official ship, the grand flag fluttering in the sea breeze. The wind today was rather strong, with guards both aboard and ashore. Chen Wanli greeted the guards before directing the doorman to start loading their belongings onto the ship. Chen Beige was preparing to board the ship when she felt something tugging at the hem of her skirt. Chapter 45, George and Peichi. She sensed that both sides of her skirt were being nibbled by something. Looking down, she was surprised to find 2 fluffy little puppies, each tugging at her skirt from either side, making soft whimpering sounds. With a gentle demeanor, she crouched down and lifted one of them. To her astonishment, it was a little female pup. Suspended in her grasp, the small creature whimpered anxiously as it dangled above the ground. The other puppy released its grip on her skirt and barked fiercely at her, attempting to leap up. After observing the little female dog, she gently placed it back on the ground and affectionately petted it. The startled puppy froze in place. The other puppy rushed over, eager to sniff the little female. But Chen Bo Ge would not allow it. With swift hands, she lifted it up as well. This incited its anger, and it twisted its head, trying to nip at her. Chen Bo Ge changed her stance and teased. "Oh, can you not reach me?" Frustrated by its inability to bite her, it barked furiously. Though she could not comprehend its words, she could sense its fierce demeanor. "Huh, your rage is quite amusing," she thought before setting it down. It promptly dashed back to the little female, and the two pups began sniffing each other. Noticing their desire to flee, she smiled and retrieved some fish jerky from her waist pouch, presenting it to the two puppies. "Would you like some fish jerky? It's quite delicious." Initially startled, they paused upon catching the enticing aroma of grilled fish. The little male hesitated, but the little female boldly approached, seizing a piece of jerky. The tiny creature's mouth struggled to handle the treat, causing Chen Bo Ge to burst into laughter. Just then, a child's voice called out from behind her. "Miss, those are my puppies." She turned to see a young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, who, after speaking, lowered his eyes, waiting for Chen Bo Ge to return the dogs to him. Watching him nervously clench his little fists, she chuckled softly. "You claim they are yours simply because you say so? Well, I might just say they belong to me." The boy, taken aback by her response, raised his head to look at her, his eyes reflecting both suspicion and irritation. "They are mine. How can you prove they are yours?" he retorted. "Dottie, Ermii, come back. Come back." The boy squatted down, calling out while making clicking sounds to summon the puppies. However, the two dogs were too engrossed in their treat to heed their owner's calls. Seeing their indifference and noticing that this woman was laughing at him only fueled his frustration. Yet, he dared not scold Chen Bo Ge, resorting instead to threatening the puppies. "Dottie, Ermii, if you don't come back, I'll not feed you later." After repeating his cries, a woman approached from behind him. Upon seeing Chen Bo Ge, dressed more elegantly than a commoner and accompanied by an official ship, she quickly pulled the boy behind her and bowed in apology. "Please forgive my little one. He is just a child and means no harm. If he has offended you, I hope you can overlook it." Chen Bo Ge's smile faded as she observed the woman's immediate bow. "There is no need for such formalities, ma'am. I was merely playing with him. There was no offense intended." After speaking, she glanced at the two puppies at her feet and gently nudged them with her toe. "All right, go back to your owner now." Upon hearing this, the boy peeked out from behind his mother and softly called, "Dottie, Ermii, come here." The puppies trotted a few steps toward their young master, but then turned back to tug at her skirt again. "Are you still hoping for more fish jerky?" Chen Bo Ge's lips curled into a slight smile, but she refrained from offering them any more treats. "Ma'am, I find these two little puppies quite charming. Would you consider selling them to me?" The boy, emerging from behind his mother, eagerly tugged at her sleeve, his expression pleading. His mother first patted his head and then took his small hand in hers. "What have I taught you? You must not interrupt when adults are speaking." And we agreed that all the puppies would be sold. The boy, realizing the situation was beyond his control, threw himself into his mother's arms, crying bitterly. The woman comforted him gently while speaking to Chen Bo Ge. "It's rare for a young lady to take a liking to them. These puppies are to be sold, and they aren't worth much. 20 coins will suffice." Last month, her dog had given birth to 8 puppies, and in recent days, acquaintances had taken 3 in exchange for goods, leaving 5 remaining. In a farming household, keeping one was already a considerable burden, let alone so many. She had planned to sell all the pups at the upcoming market, but now that someone was interested, how could she refuse? Chen Bo Ge rummaged through her belongings, finding only a few banknotes and some silver ingots. Seeing the little boy's tear-streaked face, she decided to offer him a small piece of silver, about half a tael. Approaching the boy, she gently tugged at his clothing. "Here, don't cry. I promise to take good care of these 2 puppies. This extra silver can buy you some candied hawthorn. You're a brave little man, so please stop crying, all right?" The tear-stained boy turned to look at her, and then at the puppies beside her, gradually ceasing his sobs. The woman, receiving the silver, repeatedly thanked Chen Bo Ge. "Oh, thank you, young lady, thank you." Chen Bo Ge waved her hand with a smile. "There is no need for such formality, ma'am. I simply find the little ones adorable and wish to compensate for the emotional distress." The woman, unfamiliar with the term emotional distress, guessed it was related to her son, and after expressing her gratitude a few more times, she finally led her child away. When Chen Bo Ge boarded the ship with the 2 puppies in her arms, she encountered Chai Biao. "Lord Chai, Miss Chen." Chai Biao raised an eyebrow at the puppies in her embrace, but said nothing, merely stepping aside to allow her to pass. This return journey was not rushed, and with fewer passengers aboard, Chen Bo Ge settled into the guest room assigned to her, playing with the two puppies until she realized the ship had docked. Upon arriving home, she discovered that Yun Jinghe had also left Shuanyue Island on the day she departed. Yet, wasn't he forbidden to leave this island? Not only was leaving prohibited, but bringing people back onto the island was also forbidden, was it not? However, she decided not to dwell on the unresolvable matters and thought instead about making a cozy nook for George and Peiqi. Chai Biao made another visit to the island, accompanied by many subordinates, sailing around to the other side of the island for reasons unknown. After returning, Chen Bo Ge did not remain idle. She gathered her original team to help construct a shipyard. Building a shipyard was the simplest step in the shipbuilding process. However, during the Deshun dynasty, such techniques were not yet established. Traditional dry dock methods were labor-intensive and costly. Therefore, she not only needed to draft detailed plans, but also had to supervise the construction on-site. Chapter 46, Shipyard. Upon her return, she immediately set about significant undertakings, stirring quite a buzz among the island's inhabitants. The mothers of eligible young men regarded her as a hen that laid golden eggs, frequently nudging their sons to seize opportunities to approach her. However, she remained busy in the blacksmith shop, often too preoccupied to meet anyone. By the time the shipyard was completed, half a month had quietly passed. Master Chen, a few soldiers have arrived outside, and they are accompanied by several carts. Zhu Dajuan rushed in, his tone somewhat agitated. Upon seeing the carts filled with pig iron, he wondered if this meant the furnace was about to be fired up. Aside from the few days when Master Chen returned to forge some small tools, he had been dealing with wood recently. Damn it, this is far more exhausting than working with iron. Chen Bo Ge understood the situation. Initially, the pig iron produced by Chai Biao was all taken away. During dinner yesterday, she casually mentioned to her father that he should ask Chai Biao for her share of raw iron when he went to work this morning. After all, once the shipyard was completed, it would be time to commence the shipbuilding. In ancient times, welding was not an option, but she envisioned replacing many components with iron. This necessitated meticulous calculations of the vessel's draft. Come on, let us go take a look. Chen Bo Ge put down his pen and exited with Zhu Dajuan. The main entrance of the blacksmith's workshop served as the facade, with a larger door on its side. At present, this grand door stood wide open, and numerous industrious workers could not help but glance at the several horse-drawn carts at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Bo Ge, the leading officer saluted and pointed at the carts. Miss Chen, these raw iron supplies were sent here by Lord Chai. He instructed me to inform you that the remaining materials will be delivered once they are refined. Chen Bo Ge smiled as she inspected the carts of raw iron, pulling out a few pieces of silver from her pocket and handing them to the leading officer. Please convey my thanks to Lord Chai. This is for you gentlemen to enjoy a drink. Understood, replied the officer. Please follow me. After they departed, Chen Bo Ge chose not to return to the workshop, but instead hummed a tune on her way home. It had been quite a while since she had bathed George and Peiqi. They must be feeling uncomfortable. After their bath, she could prepare dinner. When she brought these two little bundles home, her mother chattered incessantly at her for a long time. But in truth, it was her mother who took care of them. Sometimes, she was so busy that she hardly had time to eat. In the initial days after her return to the island, Qian Duoduo and a few others came looking for her, but upon seeing her engrossed in work, they quickly took their leave. However, tonight she planned to find an opportunity to bring out the air-dried wood from the space. Once everything was ready, she could get started. Does your master miss you? Upon arriving home, she set down her bag, took up a basket, and headed towards the doghouse. The two little bundles wagged their tails excitedly upon seeing her approach. She took out the prepared fish jerky and fed them each 2 pieces. Let us go, it's time for a bath. With that, she led the two little bundles from the backyard to the riverbank. George was particularly fond of water and could hardly wait to leap into the river, splashing joyfully with his 4 paws. Peiqi, on the other hand, was somewhat apprehensive about the water. Chen Bo Ge ignored George and found a large rock to set down the basket before crouching down to gently ladle water over Peiqi. The river, having been scorched by the sun all day, was now pleasantly warm. The moment the water touched Peiqi, it squirmed uneasily. Chen Bo Ge softly soothed it while lathering soap into its fur until bubbles formed. Initially resistant, Peiqi gradually settled down and allowed her to wash and rinse it. Woof woof. Just as she was thoroughly washing, the previously exuberant George started barking at a certain direction. She turned her head to see Zhao Dage approaching. The newcomer was Zhao Run, who had been pondering how to find Chen Bo Ge ever since he promised his mother. Unexpectedly, Chen Bo Ge had been away in the capital city with Chen Wanli for several days, and upon her return, she remained at the blacksmith's workshop. As the days passed, his anxiety transformed into urgency. He had just heard that the officers were delivering iron to the blacksmith's workshop and saw her leaving. After a moment of thought, he returned home to bring some fruits. Miss Chen, the oranges at home are ripe, and my mother asked me to bring some over. Is Aunt Zhao at home? My mother just stepped out. Can you wait for a moment? Chen Bo Ge pointed to George, indicating that he had not yet been bathed. This statement delighted Zhao Ren, who suppressed his joy and replied, "No problem, take your time. Do you need my help?" No, it will be done soon." After drying Peiqi with a cloth, she placed it in the basket and then grabbed George, who was vigilantly watching Zhao Ren. Seeing its fierce expression, Chen Bo Ge smiled gently. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night, and the corners of her lips curled up like a fishing hook, ensnaring his heart. For some reason, he found himself speaking. "Chenibei, do you like dogs?" "Yes, I adore beautiful little animals. Like these two little bundles. Their fur is pure white and fluffy. They are simply lovely." "Ahem. Then what kind of person do you like?" The moment the question escaped his lips, Zhao Ren felt his palms sweaty with nervousness. Chen Bei's gaze flickered. "Me? My husband must be good-looking. His abilities don't have to be exceptional, but he shouldn't be inferior to me." Seemingly recalling something, she chuckled. "But if he is exceptionally handsome, even if he has no abilities, that's fine. I can support him. All right, I'm done washing. Let us go." With that, she slung the basket over her shoulder and led the way back. Zhao Ren seemed taken aback, dazedly following her. It was only when they reached the small door in the backyard that he suddenly snapped back to reality. He was unaware of what he had said and left the oranges behind as he hurried away. Chen Bo Ge watched his retreating figure with a soft sigh. In truth, she hadn't lied. She was simply someone who appreciated beauty. She would wait for her mother to return and tell her. So what did they say? Zhao Ren returned home, still lost in thought, when his mother eagerly looked at him and asked, "Mother, can you not ask? So there is no hope? I told you that she wouldn't be interested in you. You should obediently listen to my arrangements for a match. As your mother, how could I not consider your future? Mother, can you please stop talking?" Wang Shi opened her mouth to scold him, but was met with Zhao Ren's bloodshot eyes. She pursed her lips, intending to say that since there was no hope, she would arrange a match in a few days, but in the end, she said nothing and only left him with, "I'm going to prepare dinner." After watching her mother leave, he painfully cradled his head, remaining motionless for a long time. Zhao Tao, who had witnessed everything from the shadows, rolled her eyes and departed. Chapter 47. How can she endure this? The Daishun dynasty comprises 4 prefectures and 2 capitals. Haifeng Prefecture lies in the south, characterized by marshy woodlands. Yuzhou Prefecture is situated in the west, rich in coal mines. Beijing Prefecture is in the north, perpetually blanketed in snow and abundant in furs. Shiri Prefecture is located in the east, teeming with resources across its plains. The old capital was situated at the junction of Yuzhou and Beijing Prefectures, while the current capital is centrally located among the 4 prefectures, also referred to as Zhongyuan. Under the night sky, the capital glimmers with lights. A splendid display of illuminated lanterns dancing like dragons, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. In a courtyard filled with lotus flowers on the outskirts of the capital, lights shone brightly. A woman in her 30s, her face twisted with anger, pointed at a maid and shouted, "You insolent servant, go summon that little beast. Bring him here. If a single hair is harmed in the minister's household, I will make him regret it." That little beast. She had received information that the entire family of the minister had been imprisoned, which was utterly intolerable. Insolent maid. Insolent maid. If he doesn't come, I will kill you." As she lunged forward, a guard stepped in to restrain her. Guaisher crossed her arms, a mocking tone in her voice. "Madam, please restrain yourself. This is no longer Yunfu, and you are no longer the all-powerful matron of the inner courtyard. You are merely a dog to that little beast. How dare you speak to me like that? I will kill you." Guaisher scoffed, casually tossing a pill into her mouth with such force that she barely had time to spit it out before it lodged in her throat. Cough, cough. "What have you made me swallow?" Cough, cough. She bent over, desperately retching, but the medicine had already reached her stomach, making it impossible to expel. Hee. This is a fine concoction, something newly made by Sixth Brother. Most people would never have the honor to taste it. You should enjoy it thoroughly. As she continued to hurl insults, Guaisher grew bored of her madness and left the Hefeng courtyard with her entourage. Once everyone had departed, she mumbled to herself, "I wonder if Ninth Brother can cure this poison? I should send 2 to Ninth Brother for him to play with." Inside the Hefeng courtyard, the woman continued to lose her mind, with 2 maids beside her, one soothing her while the other assisted her into the room. Once she settled down, the maid, LF, expressed her concerns. "Angley, you must help the lady. Although she is merely a pawn, she is a crucial piece entrusted by the master. If anything were to happen to her, the master would surely throw us both into the shark pit as fodder." Angley was equally distressed, noticing the lady's pallor. She hurriedly checked her pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed. "This poison is peculiar. It alternates between piercing the heart and entering the lungs. For now, I cannot find a remedy. How do you feel, my lady?" The lady in question was Sh Hu. She felt agitated and irritable. Upon hearing H. Angley's inability to find a solution, she furiously seized a cup of water and smashed it to the ground. Beasts, beasts, beasts. My lady, do not forget about the SHLF, reminded H. Angley. Indeed, the SHLF had 130 mouths to feed, all waiting for her to save them. She could not continue in this manner. Tell your master, I have made my decision. At dawn, the island was alive with the sounds of birds. The early risers among the islanders, wielding sickles and wearing straw hats, hurried towards the rice fields. The southern region allows for 2 seasons of rice cultivation. Early rice is sown in March and harvested in July, while late rice is sown in August and harvested in November. However, they had arrived late and planted later still. Now, at the end of July, the rice was only just beginning to fill out, the heavy grains bowing down, a pleasing sight to behold. They needed to harvest before the next typhoon struck. Last time, they had been fortunate that the rice had not yet filled, otherwise, it would have all been destroyed by the storm. On the way to the blacksmith shop, Chen observed the bustling figures in the rice fields and could not help but think of her sweet potatoes. After having unearthed the sweet potatoes she had previously discovered, she retained only a small portion for herself and entrusted the rest to Bo Ge, instructing him on how to cultivate and plant them. Surely, it was time for a bountiful harvest now. Boss, a large quantity of timber appeared in the courtyard overnight, and we found traces of timber transportation not far from the shipyard. What is going on? Zhdj and arrived early. He had seen the mountain-high stacks of timber and could hardly believe his eyes. How could so much timber have been acquired overnight? Moreover, he had not heard a single sound during the night. Could it be that he lived too far away? Chen stifled a laugh, recalling how she had intentionally created numerous footprints and drag marks the previous night. I had previously arranged for timber to be delivered, and the other party sent many workers overnight to bring it. Given the remote location of the blacksmith shop, it is normal that you did not hear anything. Zhdj nodded in understanding. She continued, if they inquire, just respond as I have instructed, to spare them the guessing. Also, please ask ZHDSH to call H. Oshing. ZHDJ complied and departed. Now that the blacksmith shop had amassed considerable materials and was situated in a remote area, it was necessary to arrange for someone to stay there. When she had initially designed the shop, she had anticipated this, so she had constructed 4 rooms not far from the warehouse, 3 for living and 1 for cooking. H. Oshing, known as H. Oshing, was a suitable candidate. He had initially been imprisoned for standing up for her father against the corrupt county magistrate, and he was efficient in his work with a simple family. He had his mother and 2 children, a 10-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old son. His wife had perished on the escape route while trying to save food for the family. It was somewhat inappropriate for his mother and daughter to be among so many men. A solution had to be devised. Boss, ZHDG said you were looking for me? Just as she was pondering this, H. Oshing arrived. H. Oshing, please sit. Big poured him a cup of tea. Curiously, he sat down, finishing the tea in one gulp, and asked, what is it that you need from me? Boss, Big smiled. I would like to ask H. Oshing to stay here and help me oversee the blacksmith shop. As soon as she spoke, H. Oshing opened his mouth to respond, but she quickly added, you can bring your family over. 3 rooms are more than sufficient for living. If your mother and daughter find it inconvenient to come and go, you can enclose the house in the next few days, separating it from the workshop, and create a new door for access. This way, they will not be disturbed. I can also send Bo Ge to school and offer you a monthly salary of 3 taels. 3 taels. The wealthy family I previously worked for only provided 2 taels for their concubines' living expenses. Presently, he earned only about 1.5 taels a month working in the fields. Doubling his income was something he could scarcely have imagined. Furthermore, where one lived mattered little. Those rooms were larger and sturdier than his own home. The next time he left the island, he would have someone bring back a few puppies to tether during the day and release at night. Thus, even if the blacksmith shop was remote and large, he could oversee it. For the boss to send Bo Ge to school was an exceptional opportunity. Anyone who refused such an offer would be foolish. I accept. Chapter 48. He is not a woman to be married off. H. Oshing stood up, patting his chest. Rest assured, boss. I will certainly look after the blacksmith shop and ensure that not even a speck of sawdust is lost. Big smiled. Very well. I will have everyone assist in enclosing the house shortly. When the blacksmith shop was originally constructed, there had been a surplus of materials, and even after enclosing it, there would still be plenty left. Initially, there were only 17 workers in the blacksmith shop, but she had hired 2 additional blacksmiths, both recommended by ZHDJN. This time, she had also hired an extra 20 temporary workers for shipbuilding, but they had all returned to harvest rice. Currently, there remained 19 workers on site. The enclosure would be completed in a day. Typically, constructing a boat measuring 35 meters in length and 8 meters in width would take half a year. By calculating from August, the boat would be completed by February of the following year. Next came the processing of timber. When the forge was lit, she had drawn many tools for ZHDSH, and they were now ready for use. At present, Shuangyue Island seemed devoid of idle hands. The fields, workshops, private schools, and the mountains were all bustling with activity. Only a few unmarried girls remained at home, embroidering wedding garments. After breakfast, LWNN was once again embroidering a pair of dead mandarin ducks. Her niece accompanied her, as her mother had been keeping a close watch on her, sending someone to follow her wherever she went. She cast a glance at her niece and, in frustration, tossed the wedding dress onto the bed. Cuming. Accompany your aunt to take a stroll in the back mountains. I have not been out in ages, and I am simply suffocating. LCU Emming looked up disapprovingly. Grandmother does not allow aunt to go out. You must finish the embroidery soon. In half a month, aunt will be married. If you do not complete it, grandmother will surely be displeased. How exasperating. Everything is about grandmother. Ever since her cousin had doubled the betrothal gifts, the family had been blinded by money. Regardless of how Ren and Ying treated her, they remained tight-lipped. Oh, Cuming, there is still half a month left. I will surely finish. But embroidering the wedding dress every day is straining my eyes. Let us go to the mountains to pick some wild fruits. I promise to behave and follow you. Absolutely no wandering off. LCUMing, merely 10 years old, softened at her aunt's pitiful expression and hesitated. Wait a moment, let me ask grandmother. Hurry. It's clear Cuming cares for her aunt the most. I will wait for you in the room. Seeing the gratitude in her aunt's eyes, LCUMing said nothing and, after exiting, made sure to lock the door behind her. Ever since her aunt had become engaged to her cousin, she had sneaked out more than once. Initially, grandmother had only verbally prohibited her from going out, then had sent her younger brother to keep watch. But her aunt always managed to find a way to escape. In a fit of anger, grandmother had locked her up for a month. It was only natural for her aunt to wish to go outside now. LWNNing peered through the crack in the door, watching her niece leave, her eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Shortly thereafter, LCUMing returned. She smiled as she opened the door. Let us go. Grandmother has agreed. But we must return before lunch. With that, she carefully observed her aunt's expression. Aunt nodded with joy, her expression perfectly composed, and she silently exhaled in relief. The aunt and niece exchanged pleasantries with the family, each carrying a small basket, and happily departed. As they passed the Yun residence, the courtyard appeared desolate, devoid of signs of habitation, prompting Li Wanning to furrow her brow in increasing concern. Observing her demeanor, Li Ming approached her and whispered, "No one is home at the Yun residence. Ever since Yun Jinghe left, his grandfather." "What? Yun Jinghe has left? Where did he go? When did he leave?" Li Wanning was utterly stunned. Her purpose for venturing out was to devise a plan concerning Yun Jinghe, ensuring that he would acknowledge her, whether willingly or not. Yet, hearing from Li Ming that he had departed filled her with both astonishment and urgency. Noticing her agitation, Li Ming regarded her with suspicion. Upon realizing Li Ming's scrutiny, Li Wanning regained her composure and forced a smile. "Ah, I am merely surprised. Aren't we prohibited from leaving the island? He is not a woman marrying outside, which is quite peculiar, wouldn't you agree?" After studying her closely, Li Ming continued, "There is nothing strange about it. It is said that Yun Jinghe has contracted a peculiar illness and had to leave the island for treatment. His grandfather sought help to escort him away, but he did not accompany him. Instead, he is staying with his uncle." As Li Ming spoke, she observed Li Wanning. Despite her outward calm, Li Wanning's hand clenched the hem of her garment tightly. "Oh, I see." She replied nonchalantly before casually inquiring about the neighboring Chen family, as if merely curious about the happenings of the island after her prolonged absence. "The Chen family? They remain as they were, but Chen Bo Ge's sister has become quite remarkable. Not only does she forge iron tools at her smithy, but she has also begun constructing boats. Previously, she even employed numerous workers to assist her," Li Ming said with a tone of admiration. Listening to the news of Chen Bo Ge's success, Li Wanning felt her grip on her garment tighten further. Observing two women carrying baskets pass by, she sarcastically remarked, "Indeed, quite impressive. However, a young lady like her, constantly mingling with a group of men, who knows what unspeakable deeds might occur, wouldn't you agree?" Li Ming glanced at her aunt and fell silent. Noticing her niece's lack of response, Li Wanning, irritated, snapped, "Let us hurry. Didn't we say we must return before lunch?" With that, she tossed her sleeves and strode ahead. "Aunt, wait for me," Li Ming called out. "Aunt, these are the wild fruits my brother picked a few days ago. He said they are mulberries, sweet and sour. Let us gather some to bring home for the family." The wild fruit tree stood not too tall, but its foliage was lush, heavily laden with purple, caterpillar-like fruits. Li Wanning surveyed her surroundings, surrounded by dense forest. Besides the path they had taken, 2 smaller trails branched off in different directions. She plucked one of the fruits and savored it with delight. All right, you gather here, and I will pick over there. Let us collect for a while before returning. Thus, the aunt and niece lowered their heads to gather fruit, with Li Ming occasionally glancing at Li Wanning. Seeing her diligently picking fruit, Li Ming felt a surge of happiness. With her aunt cooperating, she no longer observed her as intently as before, only speaking to her now and then. Initially, the aunt would respond with murmurs, but eventually, perhaps out of fatigue, she silently continued picking fruit. Time passed, and as Li Ming noticed their basket was nearly full, she cheerfully remarked, "Aunt, we have gathered enough. Let us head back." Receiving no response, she called out again, louder this time. After a moment, silence enveloped them. Panic set in for Li Ming. She hurried towards the direction of Li Wanning, only to find the basket on the ground, partially filled with fruit, but no sign of her aunt. Aunt. Chapter 49. She will certainly weep later. Aunt. Woe is me. Aunt. Li Ming cried, a mix of fear and shock overwhelming her. Grandmother had emphasized repeatedly that she must not leave her aunt's side, and now she had lost her. What if something happened to her aunt? Aunt, where are you? Come out. Don't frighten me, please. With 2 small baskets in tow, she searched desperately, feeling helpless and disheveled. Not daring to delay any longer, she wiped her tears and returned home. What? Your aunt is missing? Did I not instruct you to stay right by her side? What are you even doing? You can't manage such a simple task. Li Mu fumed, reaching to strike Li Ming. Li Ming cowered in a corner, sobbing. At that moment, her father stepped in. Mother, finding my sister is the priority. If anything unfortunate were to happen, how would we explain to Aunt? Li Fu rapped the table. What the eldest says makes sense. Gather everyone, then divide into groups to search quietly. Do not alarm anyone. The Li family was in turmoil. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was tense on Li Wanning's side. After stealthily choosing a smaller path to escape, she pondered her options. With Yunjing, he no longer on Xuanyu Island. Her plans had been thwarted, but she was resolute in not returning to marry her cousin. Apart from Yunjing, there were other possibilities. As she walked, she contemplated her choices. Coincidentally, she spotted Fong Ming in the distance. Fong Ming's family was slightly better off. His grandfather had previously held a position as a county magistrate, ranking above her father. However, her father was still young, and had their families not been exiled, it was uncertain who would fare better in the future. But now, they were all on equal footing, and encountering him at this moment felt like fate. As this thought crossed her mind, she discreetly scrutinized the figure before her, finding that he appeared even more appealing than before. After a brief contemplation, she tousled her clothes, feigning a limp as she approached them, remembering to redden her eyes. Fong Ming was conversing with another man. Upon hearing her approach, they paused their discussion. The man didn't spare her a glance, turning away without a word, and she barely caught sight of his face. Fong Ming, however, turned towards her with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Miss Li, young Master Fong, She grimaced in apparent pain. Seeing Li Wanning's tear-filled eyes, Fong Ming felt a stirring in his heart. Miss Li, what troubles you? Do you require assistance? I twisted my ankle while descending the mountain. I believe I may have sprained my foot. Li Wanning raised her face, trying to maintain a brave facade. My apologies, Miss Li. Before she could react, Fong Ming had lifted her into his arms. She gasped softly. Thank you, young Master Fong. She shyly buried her face in his chest. Fong Ming looked down at her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As they conversed while walking, it was uncertain whether it was by design or chance, but by the time they arrived at the Li residence, Fong Ming had learned all there was to know about Li Wanning's return. Yet, Li Wanning was unconcerned, hoping that the more people who knew, the better. Those who had gone to search for her returned, and her tale of spraining her ankle infuriated her mother, who scolded her as soon as Fong Ming left. After being secured, the family deliberated that when the officials next transported iron out of the island, they would send her to the capital to await marriage. The officials made deliveries every 10 days, allowing islanders to travel for trade. It had been 7 days since the last departure, with 3 remaining. They resolved to keep a close watch on her during this time. The next day, as the Li family prepared to depart, Fong Ming and his mother, accompanied by a woman, arrived at their doorstep. Considering the gossip they might have heard, the Li family greeted them with solemn expressions. Li Chong, having navigated the world of politics, maintained his composure as he invited them to sit. Madam Fong, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? We have already expressed our gratitude yesterday. Could it be that you have come for that rebellious daughter? As Lord Li remarked. The young master of the Fong family is indeed a person of responsibility. After returning, he felt it was inappropriate, and thus, he hurriedly came to offer an explanation to Miss Li. Before Fong Ming and his mother could speak, the accompanying woman chuckled and spoke first. At this moment, Li Chang's expression darkened as he looked at Madame Fong with a tone tinged with anger. Oh, what explanation does the Fong family intend to provide? Seeing Li Chang's anger, Madame Fong glanced at Fong Ming before slowly responding. What occurred yesterday was an indiscretion on my son's part, tarnishing Miss Li's reputation. My husband and I deeply regret this, and thus have invited Madame Zheng to act as a mediator, seeking to propose to your esteemed daughter on behalf of my son. Her demeanor was earnest, and Li Chang's expression softened slightly, though his tone remained unfriendly. No need. My Li family cannot afford such a match. At this time, Madame Zheng interjected once more. Oh, Sir Li, everyone is of common standing. There is no question of worthiness. Although young Master Fong acted hastily in rescuing a person, it has indeed affected Miss Li's reputation. If the two were to unite in matrimony, it would become a tale of heroism and romance, which is quite splendid, is it not? Humph, a tale of heroism and romance. Madame Zheng certainly has a way with words. The Fong family is quite capable to have found such a person in just a day. There was no need for further words, my Li family. Oh dear. Sir Li, do not be so hasty in your refusal. The Fong family's sincerity is quite evident, willing to adhere to the previous customs for the betrothal. Otherwise, perhaps Sir Li should first inquire about Miss Li's opinion, and we can visit again tomorrow. Upon hearing Madame Zheng mention the willingness to follow the previous customs for the betrothal, Li Chang's gesture of pouring tea for his guests faltered momentarily, before he nonchalantly set down the teacup and raised his hand to usher them out. Historically, marriage betrothal gifts have lacked formal stipulations regarding their amounts. However, some families, in an effort to elevate the bride's status, would offer gifts so lavish that they surpassed those given to princesses. The custom was chaotic. Wealthier families would demand higher gifts, which in turn caused poorer families to struggle to marry off their daughters. Consequently, previous emperors issued a decree capping the betrothal gifts for first and second rank officials. No more than 500 guan. For third rank officials, no more than 400 guan. For fourth and fifth rank officials, no more than 300 guan. For sixth and seventh rank officials, no more than 200 guan. For well-off common families, no more than 100 guan. For middle-class families, no more than 50 guan. And for impoverished families, no more than 30 guan. 1 guan is equivalent to 1 tael. His brother-in-law, a merchant, provided a betrothal gift of only 100 taels. If the Fong family were to adhere to the previous customs, it would undoubtedly amount to 200 taels, which is a considerable increase. Naturally, Li Mu also understood this. Li Chang and his wife exchanged a glance, instantly grasping each other's thoughts. Indeed, it was not long before a wedding was held on the island. Even Chen Bo Ge, who had not left his house for many days, received an invitation. Zhao Xianglian insisted that she should not remain cooped up in the blacksmith shop and forcibly took her out to attend the banquet. During the feast, she was unsurprised to see Qian Duoduo and Lu Wushuang. Wang Chui'er was absent, as the Fong family had only invited those from their own circle, now including the Chen family. Chen Bo Ge raised an eyebrow in self-mockery, realizing that their family had ascended a social tier. Lu Wushuang, however, found Li Wanning amusing. There will certainly be a spectacle to behold. Indeed, she will be the one weeping. Listening to everyone speak of how Fong Ming saved the bride and how the two were destined for one another, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but smile. She was unaware of the specifics between Li Wanning and Fong Ming, but she knew that their relationship was undoubtedly one of mutual consent. In her previous life, after becoming engaged, Li Wanning was reluctant to marry her cousin and secretly slipped into the Yun family to drug Yun Jinghe. Unexpectedly, she was caught by Yun Jinghe, and instead of feeling ashamed, she attempted to force herself upon the frail Yun Jinghe. Yun Jinghe was equally ruthless, binding her and dragging her back to the Li family, demanding compensation from Li Chang, claiming that Li Wanning had frightened him. As the crowd grew larger, Li Chang, with a darkened expression, handed over a 50-tael silver note to reclaim Li Wanning, and shortly thereafter, the Li family sent her away from the island. Though many years had passed, this incident continued to be recounted and laughed about. Now, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, Yun Jinghe had left Shuangyue Island prematurely, forcing Li Wanning to seek a new target. This thought led her to instinctively glance at Chen Bo Ge, her intuition suggesting a connection. Yet as the groom entered, her thoughts were drawn back to the present. Upon seeing Fong Ming, she felt nothing but revulsion. In her past life, Fong Ming had served under Wang Yuming, and when she sought out Wang Yuming, she accidentally overheard Fong Ming boasting about his intimate encounters, which made her feel nauseated and caused her to lose her appetite for several days. Ugh, even the thought of it now is repulsive. Chen Bo Ge observed the previously composed Lu Wushuang, and after glancing at Fong Ming, her expression soured considerably, as if she had encountered something distasteful. She looked suspiciously at Fang Ming's position, but found nothing amiss. Wushuang, what is wrong with you? It's nothing. I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days. You all enjoy yourselves without worrying about me. Seeing that she was genuinely untroubled, Chen Beige resumed her cheerful eating with Qian Duo. Try this, it's quite good. This one is delicious too. As Lu Wushuang watched the two happily eat, her sense of nausea dissipated significantly. After they finished eating, none of the three wished to return home. Qian Duo suggested, since Beige is free today, why don't we invite Shui'er and go up the mountain to pick wild fruits? Perhaps we might even encounter a hero saving a beauty. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Lu Wushuang smiled. Then let us go. When the trio arrived at the Wang family, Wang Chui was indeed embroidering the wedding dowry. Upon seeing the three of them, Wang Chui'er blushed and set down the wedding dress. Weren't you all at Fang's enjoying the wedding banquet? What brings you here? How could we know you little girl are secretly getting married? Qian Duoduo's words turned Wang Chui'er's face crimson once more. Ha ha ha. As they laughed and joked, Aunt Wang entered with a plate of fruit, just in time to hear them inquiring about Wang Chui'er's marriage. Come, have some fruit. Chui'er's wedding will be in the spring of next year. There's still plenty of time. When the time comes, let her invite you all over to play. All right. Aunt Wang, we will definitely come. Aunt Wang, smiling, praised the three of them before leaving, remembering to close the door behind her. Now tell me, how did you suddenly get engaged? Who is the fortunate one that has taken our Chui'er away? Qian Duo grasped Wang Chui'er's arm, as if determined not to let go until she revealed the truth. Chen Beige and Lu Wushuang were also curious, as they had not heard a whisper of it before. Wang Chui'er struggled a few times, but could not break free. She shot Qian Duo a glare and, with a flushed face, said, You have seen him, but you do not know him. He is our former neighbor who escaped with us to this place. The three nodded in understanding. Most of the refugees on the island were not from the same place, but had gathered together along the way, so they found nothing strange in her words. So you were childhood sweethearts? Oh, to grow old together from such innocent beginnings is quite rare. We must certainly demand extra wedding sweets when the time comes. Wang Chui'er, having endured a few of Qian Duoduo's antics, had grown bolder and pounced on Qian Duo, tickling her sides. You only know how to talk. I'll make you say it. Ahaha. You all better stop her. Mercy. I won't do it again. The two collapsed onto the bed, playfully rolling around, while Chen Beige and Lu Wushuang sat on a stool, enjoying the fruit while watching the spectacle unfold. They decided against picking wild fruits and instead chatted about girlhood matters for a while before each made their way home as the sun set. Perhaps it was due to July having been an inauspicious month, but starting from the marriage of Li Wanning and Fang Ming in August, 3 more pairs of newlyweds successively tied the knot within a fortnight. As idle people gathered, various rumors spread rapidly, especially those concerning a woman's reputation. After hearing the tales, each person would add their own speculations before passing them on to the next. Thus, the words spoken by Li Wanning, suggesting that she frequently enters and exits with a multitude of men, casting doubt on her integrity, have circulated in whispers, becoming unbearable to hear. Chen Beige remained oblivious to this gossip, as after indulging in Li Wanning's wine, she immersed herself in work once more. On the island, no one possessed the skills to construct a ship. Crafting a wooden vessel required meticulous attention to detail. Some steps eluded her memory, necessitating repeated trials. If circumstances permitted in the future, she envisioned establishing a furniture and shipbuilding factory, which spurred her desire to bring this group along with her. One day, while instructing the workers on how to handle the ship's keel, Dia, the daughter of a local, rushed in, clutching her sleeve in panic. Sister Beige, something dire has happened. Brother Baihan is fighting with someone in the square, and he has been injured. You must hurry. What? Chen Beige felt a surge of urgency, lifting her skirts as she dashed toward Shuangyue Square. Dia paused, deciding not to follow, but instead sought her father. Fortunately, the blacksmith shop was close to the square, and she arrived shortly. At that moment, the square was thronged with spectators, all pointing and murmuring about Chen Baihan, as if he were implicated in the scuffle. Please, make way. Kindly step aside, Chen Beige pleaded, pushing through the crowd, who parted to let her through, their murmurs quieting considerably. In the square, Chen Baihan was grappling with 2 men who were overpowering him. Upon witnessing this, Chen Beige's eyes filled with tears of rage. She swiftly advanced, delivering a series of kicks that sent the 2 men tumbling to the ground. Turning back to Chen Baihan, she saw his face swollen, with his eyes barely open. Enraged, she lunged at the 2 men again. Stop! Cease this at once! Chen Beige shouted, but her hands did not relent. You little wretch, why do you not stop? A woman clad in fine garments rushed forward, attempting to seize Chen Beige by the hair. Chen Beige evaded her grasp, causing the woman to stumble and crash onto the 2 men. Oh no. Chapter 51. They are killing each other. The woman's weight bore down heavily upon the 2 young men, eliciting a cry that sounded even more pained than when Chen Beige had struck them. Observing the three on the ground wailing, Chen Beige's anger subsided slightly. She helped Chen Baihan to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Her brow furrowed as she prepared to assist him away. "Stop right there. You think you can just leave after fighting?" A male voice thundered from the crowd. As the throng parted, a middle-aged man approached aggressively, followed by several companions. "I believe this is a mutual exchange of blows. Do you not agree?" Chen Beige replied coldly, not slowing her pace. The middle-aged man, infuriated by her apparent disregard for him, erupted in a tirade of curses. "Wretch! Block her!" His companions exchanged glances and slowly moved to obstruct her path. "Can you stand?" Chen Baihan slurred, managing to speak a few words, urging his sister to let him go. Chen Beige, now unencumbered by concern, surged ahead to strike. The assailants, taken aback by her defiance, wasted no time retaliating. The foremost man was kicked in the abdomen, colliding into the one beside him. The others quickly regained their composure, reaching out to seize her. With agility, she dodged their attempts while seizing opportunities to counterattack. The atmosphere brimming with tension as the crowd watched in rapt attention, gasps escaping their lips. Tomorrow marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and both the school and the administrative office at Xuanyue Square had closed for the holiday. However, it seemed someone had alerted Yang Jifa and his associates. For before Chen Beige could fully indulge in her bout, they arrived. "Stop! Beige, cease!" Just as Chen Beige was about to land a punch on one of her opponents, she froze at the command, pulling her fist back from midair and releasing her grip on the man's collar, causing him to crumple to the ground. Chen Beige dusted off her hands, offered a nod to the three men, and returned to support her brother. Yang Jifa, along with Lu Weihua and Chen Wanli, surveyed the bruised Chen Baihan, their concern palpable yet restrained. Yang Jifa gestured toward the combatants in the square. "Now, explain what transpired." The man pointed at, wearing a disgruntled expression, quickly distanced himself from the others. Glancing around nervously, he stammered, "I was selling vegetables over there. Initially, I saw the three young gentlemen conversing, and somehow, they began to fight. Young Master Chen struck first, and then the other two retaliated. Then, Miss Chen appeared and, without a word, attacked the two gentlemen." After the vendor's fragmented explanation, Yang Jifa inquired further, and others corroborated his account, confirming he spoke the truth. Yang Jifa frowned, glancing at Chen Wanli before questioning Chen Baihan. "Why did you strike?" Chen Beige regarded him as well. Chen Baihan, reluctant to respond, turned his face away in silence. Before Yang Jifa could press further, the woman in fine garments interjected loudly, "Lord Yang, you must punish this wretch severely. She struck first." Yang Jifa interrupted her, pointing at one of the men. "Silence. What prompted him to strike you?" The two men, both students from the academy, were named Zhong Bufan and Fu Xian. Zhong Bufan, with a swollen face, seethed with indignation. "We are classmates with Chen Baihan. Before the break, our master instructed us to create a moon-viewing mural on this wall. While joking, Chen Baihan suddenly lunged at me like a rabid dog." Yang Jifa turned his gaze to Chen Baihan, who remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the accusation. What jest could provoke such a response? Pray, enlighten me on the nature of your jest that incited Chen Baihan to violence. Chen Wanli interjected, skeptical that any trivial exchange could incite his son to strike. Zhong Bufan and Fu Xian exchanged fearful glances toward Chen Beige, but remained silent. "Speak." Yang Jifa commanded in a cold tone, causing both to tremble and cast their eyes downward, mumbling among themselves. "Speak louder." Zhong Bufan, irritated, fixed his gaze on the Chen siblings and exclaimed, "Today, we overheard that Chen Beige frequently consorts with men at the blacksmith shop, and not just one." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Chen Baihan struggled to charge forward. "How dare you spew such filth?" Chen Beige interceded, blocking him while scanning the crowd with a chilling smile. "So, it seems everyone here has heard such accusations? Might I inquire who among you has witnessed this? Did you see me consorting with men, or were you merely repeating hearsay?" No one dared meet her gaze, yet the murmurs persisted. Among the crowd, Li Weining reveled in the attention directed towards her. Chen Beige, however, stepped forward, raising her voice once more to question, "No one stands to confirm? Then it appears all of you are merely spreading rumors? Just because a woman ventures outside or collaborates with men, it gives you license to slander? Should I then presume I can fabricate lies about any woman I see outside? Are the women in your households confined to their doors? Must an outing with men equate to impropriety? Those who engage in honest labor alongside men are all to be condemned? Furthermore, there are women like Fan Ying, who led troops against the Xiongnu, and Yang Shengnan, who ventured into enemy camps to rescue her father. They too mingled with men daily. Do you intend to defame them as well? Were it not for their efforts, would you all be here to spread your vile gossip? Oh, I understand. Since you cannot match my abilities, you resort to fabricating lies about me. as if that could somehow obscure your own inadequacies. Standing tall, her words rang out with clarity. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, yet from the back, a wave of applause erupted. Well said, Chen Bo Ge. If I ever hear someone spewing filth again, I shall ensure they lose their tongue, so they cannot continue their disgraceful chatter. Zhao Xianglian emerged, tears streaming down her face as she approached Chen Bo Ge, embracing her while sobbing and striking her playfully. I have advised you not to seek the limelight, yet you disregard my words. These individuals speak ill with no regard for reputation. Once a woman's honor is tarnished, her path in life becomes perilous. They are not merely damaging reputations. They are committing acts of murder. Chen Bo Ge helplessly patted her mother's back, turning to comfort her. As someone from the modern era, she did not place excessive importance on reputation. Even if she never marries in this lifetime, she possesses the ability to lead a splendid life. After all, securing a man and children is a simple matter if one has wealth. However, she could not express such sentiments to her mother. Mother, should I truly do nothing because they utter a few words? I might as well cease to exist. Furthermore, if my reputation is ruined and I cannot find a husband, would I not still have you and father to rely on? Zhao Xianglian felt both anger and pity, unable to articulate any further words. Lord Chai has arrived. Please make way. Chapter 52. You are bullying me. At the dock not far from Shuangyue Square, the government ship was moored, and leading the way was Chai Biao, followed by many others, including soldiers and islanders he had purchased. Since stability was restored at the iron mine, Chai Biao had not visited for some time. Why did he come here now, just before the Mid-Autumn Festival? Chai Biao had come bearing an imperial edict, but as he approached, he noticed that the Chen siblings appeared somewhat disheveled. At that moment, a servant stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The imperial decree has arrived." Chen Bo Ge received the edict. Instantly, the throng of people in the square knelt upon the ground, with only Chai Biao standing, holding the decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Chen Bo Ge, daughter of Chen Wanli, esteemed yet frugal, endowed with wisdom and intelligence, having rendered great service to the Deshun, brings me immense joy. Henceforth, she is appointed as the ruler of Shuangyue Island and Jiayu Island, granted 1 jade rui, 1,000 taels of silver, and 10 bolts of fine satin, enjoying autonomy over Shuangyue Island. Thus decreed, Jiayu received the edict. Chen Bo Ge rose reverently to accept the decree, and Chai Biao gestured for the guards to bring forth the rewards before greeting Lu Weihua and departing. Once he left, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yang Jifa glanced at Zhong Bufan and his associates, speaking coldly. You two instigated the conflict first, while Chen Baihan and his sister defended themselves. Thus, the two parties are evenly matched. The Zhong family has brought their kin to bully the weak, hence they shall be punished with 30 strikes of the rod. Execution may commence. Although Zhong Xiang and his group were discontent, they fell silent upon seeing Chen Bo Ge, who held the imperial decree. Soon, someone stepped forward to escort Zhong Xiang and the others to their punishment. Subsequently, the vast square resonated with the sounds of strikes and wails. Among the crowd, Li Wanqing watched Chen Bo Ge, who was rising in prominence, consumed by jealousy. A mere peasant girl basked in such glory, overshadowing all others. The rumors of murder could not mar her in the slightest. Truly, she is a shameless person, such a troublesome adversary. She would undoubtedly become even more difficult to contend with in the future. Li Wanqing's inner thoughts were unheard by Chen Bo Ge. Even if she had, she would merely dismiss her as insane. The events in the square spread throughout the island in a single day. The emergence of a new authority figure, particularly one so young as not yet 16, stirred various thoughts among the populace. Regardless of their opinions, the Chen family was now at the forefront, enacting a scene of maternal affection. Chen Wanli prepared to bathe and burn incense, intending to present the decree before the ancestral tablets, while Zhao Xianglian and Chen Bo Ge attended to Chen Baihan's wounds. From childhood, I have told you not to act impulsively, yet you never listen. Look at how swollen your face has become. You've always expected me to protect my sister. Chen Bo Ge nodded in agreement, acknowledging her brother's words. Zhao Xianglian paused. What do you mean? Your fighting skills are not as good as your sister's. Why not wait for another opportunity to strike subtly? To rush in and take a beating like this, especially with a swollen face for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen Bo Ge nodded again. Mother is right. A subtle approach is indeed preferable. Elder sister, do you not possess any opinions of your own? Ouch. Mother, be gentle. It hurts. You do feel pain, after all. Serves you right. Despite her words, Zhao Xianglian did ease her grip. An opinion? If I were you, I would focus on defeating one opponent decisively before having the strength to deal with another. Why did I not think of that at the time? Next time, I shall do just that. Zhao Xianglian, upon hearing this, increased her vigor. Ah, mother, it hurts so much. Mother, mother. Zhao Xianglian did not even glance up. I doubt you truly feel pain. Ah, Mother, I will do it myself. I will do it myself. What's the matter, child's mother? On the other side, Chen Wanli, hearing his son's cries, called out several times. It's nothing. Just focus on your duties. Hearing the formidable voice of his wife, he shuddered slightly. Why did he feel somewhat relieved? During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the capital was ablaze with light, resembling numerous fire dragons radiating from the palace in all directions. The famed Chalu River brimmed with people, and the young ladies each held a lantern. Miss, look over there. It's young Master Zhang-san. Young Master. Young Master. I see young Lady Li Si. Over there, over there. In the crowd, Yun Jinghe furrowed her brow. Brother Yun, I want that rabbit lantern. Will you win it for me, please? Yun Jinghe ignored her and continued on her path. Brother Yun. Princess Ning Lu, irate, stamped her foot in place. Seeing that Yun Jinghe showed no sign of stopping, she angrily ran to block his path. Yun Jinghe, you promised the emperor brother to play with me until I am satisfied. If you continue like this, I will return to the palace and tell the emperor brother. I pledge to protect the princess well. Is the princess intending to return to the palace now? You. I will definitely tell the emperor brother that you are bullying me. Humph. Princess Ning Lu stormed off in anger, while Yun Jinghe leisurely followed behind her. Hidden in the shadows, Gui-san received a glare from the princess's hidden guards. Gui-san whispered, Princess Ning Lu has summoned her maid, Kai Yun. Go buy that rabbit lantern. Yes. Observing the sign that read, guess the lantern riddles to win lanterns. Only winning, not selling. Kai Yun swallowed hard. Before she could approach to inquire, a man appeared beside her. Guess the character for receive moon based on the phrase. I guess it is pavilion, am I correct? The shopkeeper, standing nearby, cheerfully took down the rabbit lantern and handed it to him. Young master guessed correctly. This lantern is yours. Kai Yun was left speechless. Princess Ning Lu pushed her aside. You useless thing. Raising her chin, she declared, I have taken a liking to this lantern. Name your price, and I shall buy it. The man, originally half in shadow, slowly turned to face her, the warm yellow light illuminating his refined features, adding an air of elegance. Is the young lady speaking to me? His voice was gentle and courteous, leaving Ning Lu momentarily stunned. Young master, I wish to buy the lantern you are holding. If it is inconvenient for you, then there is no need to force it. She blushed as she spoke, and the man chuckled at her reaction. Such a delightful lantern is perfectly suited for the young lady. I shall gift it to you, wishing you all your heart's desires. Thank you, young master. Flattered by the compliment from the charming stranger, Ning Lu felt both joy and pride. She instinctively glanced at Yun Jinghe, only to find him indifferent, speaking with his attendant. Her happiness diminished slightly. This princess shall also remain aloof with this rude man. Disguised as an attendant, Gui-si leaned closer to Yun Jinghe and whispered, the disturbances at Castaway Garden tonight have been quite severe. 3 groups of people have come, and Gui sure has driven them all away. Does the master wish to take a look? Chapter 53, Do Not Overstep Your Bounds. Yun Jinghe looked towards Ning Li's direction and shook his head. No need to go. Have Gui-san return to check. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Ning Lu and the man were growing increasingly well-matched in conversation. He seemed very knowledgeable, sharing intriguing tales that captivated her. I am Lu Xiangtong. My servant has reserved a private room at the Inca building, with the windows open to view the Chalu River. May I invite you to join me in admiring the moon? Princess Ning Lu was on the verge of declining when her gaze fell upon the indifferent Yun Jinghe, resembling a sentinel. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she acquiesced. Then I shall thank you for your invitation, my lord. Haha, please. Initially, Yun Jinghe merely trailed behind, but upon witnessing Ning Lu accompany the man into the Inca Lu, he subtly gestured to Gui-si. The Inca Lu, Tianxiang Yuan, and Bai Bo Ting are the 3 premier establishments in the capital, each boasting its own unique charm. During festive occasions, securing a private room in these venues is a privilege reserved for the affluent and elite. This man was unfamiliar to him, and the notion of a mere coincidence leading to the princess's favor was utterly implausible, even to a child. Gui-si, having received his orders, discreetly departed from the group. Inside the Inca Lu, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. The waiter, having just finished attending to another table, hurriedly approached them. Ning Lu and Lu Xiangtang walked ahead, followed closely by her attendant Kai Yun, while Yun Jinghe trailed behind with 5 disguised guards. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, as Yun Jinghe prepared to step inside, Ning Lu interjected, You may wait here at the door. Raising an eyebrow, Yun Jinghe leaned against the corridor wall. Miss Gong, is this truly appropriate? What if? Kai Yun, filled with concern, urged Princess Ning Lu to reconsider. Fearing for her safety with the guards dispatched so far away. What is there to fear? They are not far off, and I can call for them should the need arise. Their constant presence is utterly bothersome. Are you suggesting that I might harm your lady? He chuckled, causing Ning Lu to feel a twinge of embarrassment. as she shot a glare at Kai Yun. My maid is overly timid. I apologize for her behavior, Lu Gongzi. The ambience within the private room grew increasingly lively, while outside, laughter and mirth echoed. Yun Jinghe, however, remained pensive, lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, Guac returned. My lord, our sources have identified this man as Lu Xiangtang, who has arrived from Gaoli. For now, this is all we have uncovered. Gaoli, historically, they have paid tribute to our dynasty, and I am familiar with many prominent figures, yet I have never encountered him. This man's identity was undoubtedly significant and warranted scrutiny. Indeed, suddenly, a series of firecrackers erupted outside. Vibrant fireworks burst forth, illuminating the dark night sky and casting joyful faces along the streets in a brilliant glow. Yet, Yun Jinghe had no time to admire the spectacle. He approached the door of the private room and gently pushed it open, only to find no sign of disturbance. Ning Lu was engaged in conversation with Lu Xiangtang, who responded with a constant gentle smile. As the fireworks continued for half an hour, Yun Jinghe caught sight of a signal flare shot by Guiqi. His expression darkened, and he instructed the guard beside him, immediately arrange for a carriage. We must escort the princess back to the palace. With that, he pushed open the door. Miss, you must leave with me at once. Startled, Ning Lu reacted with indignation. Yun Jinghe, do not overstep your bounds. Beware. I shall inform my brother of your transgressions. I beg your pardon. I shall face the consequences upon our return. Given the urgency of the situation, Yun Jinghe disregarded her protests and commanded his subordinates to escort her out. Even as Ning Lu boarded the carriage, she continued to protest. Yun Jinghe, let me down. Otherwise, I shall have my brother punish you upon my return. Did you hear me? The carriage did not halt due to her outcries. Instead, it accelerated, jostling Ning Lu and her attendants within. Oh dear. Princess, are you all right? Please hold on. Allow me to assist you. Yun Jinghe, you wretched scoundrel. Upon our return, I shall have my brother sever your head from your shoulders. You scoundrel. You scoundrel. This wretched scoundrel. I must have been blind to take a liking to you. In the Ministry of Justice, the prison housing the minister's residence was forcibly breached. The prison was a scene of chaos, with walls and floors marked by signs of struggle. Numerous bodies lay strewn across the ground, and when Yun Jinghe arrived, he was met with this grim sight. My lord, Guiqi has arrived late. Meng Yufei and Meng Yugui have been rescued, but the rest remain detained. Only Meng Jinting has perished. Listening to Guiqi's report, a hint of derision flickered across his jade-like visage. In the 32nd year of the Deqing era, the northern borders faced a severe drought, triggering a locust plague that spread to the east and west. The court allocated 200,000 in gold, 3 million in silver, and 100,000 measures of grain for disaster relief. However, by the time these resources reached the hands of the afflicted, very little remained. At this juncture, the Xiongnu launched an offensive beyond the borders. The late emperor had yet to resolve the drought issue and had to divert attention to confront the Xiongnu. Tragically, before the Xiongnu could be repelled, the late emperor succumbed to illness. Amidst the internal and external crises besieging the Deqing court, the rivalry between the eldest and second princes reached a fever pitch. The eldest prince, being the firstborn, held significant support, while the second prince, being born of a legitimate union, had his own faction of backers. As the late emperor fell ill, discord erupted over who would assume authority in the court. At this critical juncture, the eldest prince's confidants secretly learned of the late emperor's intention to confer regency upon the second prince, prompting the eldest prince's faction to take drastic measures by staging a coup to compel the late emperor to abdicate. Discontent with the late emperor's relationship with his father, the eldest prince had already allied himself with the second prince, and thus he incited a plot that led to the demise of the late emperor, who had left behind a decree for succession. With the emperor's death, the decree was enacted, and the second prince ascended as the new emperor. Evidence of the eldest prince's involvement in the late emperor's death surfaced, resulting in his execution and the lifelong confinement of his family. The officials loyal to the eldest prince were systematically purged, though a few covert connections remained unaccounted for. The key evidence lay with Meng Jinting. His investigations revealed that the Meng family had not only participated in factional alignment, but had also meddled in disaster relief funds. If he could unearth the final piece of the puzzle, the Meng family could face annihilation. During his oath of allegiance, the second prince had promised to spare the Yun family, and after ascending the throne, he bestowed upon him a decree of immunity from death. Meng Shuhua, aware of the full extent of these matters, insisted on meeting him, believing he possessed the means to secure the survival of the Meng lineage. The misallocation of disaster relief resources had led to the deaths of countless refugees, and the Meng family would not be spared retribution. As the Meng family confronted him, their outrage transformed into mockery rather than grief, as they hurled insults at him. You heartless wretch. Meng Jinting was your own grandfather. Chapter 54. Do you recall those guardians? You heartless wretch. Meng Jinting was your own grandfather. Oh. Yun Jing he maintained an impassive expression, commanding his subordinates to escort them to the death row. The death row differed from ordinary prisons. It was in fact more austere. While ordinary prisons were spacious, with straw and wooden barred doors allowing ample light and tolerable odors, the death row was low and dark, leaving inmates unable to stand upright. The confines were surrounded by walls, with only a single iron door for entry and exit, and a high window with narrow slits that allowed a mere trickle of light. What? No, I do not wish to enter the death row. Upon hearing they would be confined to the death row, the Meng family erupted in despair, alternating between curses and pleas. It was utterly ludicrous. In the past, when Meng Shuhua had brought him to the Meng residence, he too had sought their assistance, fully aware of the injustices he had suffered at the hands of his own mother. Yet, what had the Meng family said? It must be your fault that your mother treats you thus. Meng Yuchun, cradling the unconscious Zhang Shi, knelt before him in desperation. Jing Er, look. This is your grandmother. Your grandfather has only just passed. How can you treat your grandmother so? Yun Jing he smiled faintly, bending down with a tone of disapproval. It is precisely because of your wrongdoings that I treat you this way. At his words, Meng Yuchun collapsed onto the ground. For these were the very words his mother had once spoken to young Yun Jing he, delivered with the same inflection. His legitimate sister, Meng Shuhua, had married into a life of solitude, initially unaware of the full circumstances. At that time, Yin Yifu was still in the court, assisting them in securing 2 commendable positions. It was only when Yun Jinghe unexpectedly arrived ahead of schedule that they learned of their sister's plight. Yet, knowing this changed nothing. They could do nothing but comfort their sister. If she were to act rashly, it would spell the end for the Meng family. However, mere medication and their soothing words were utterly ineffective. She lived in a constant state of hatred, plagued by unrest, her temperament volatile, harming both herself and others. Unable to exact revenge on that person or on Yunifu, she could only torment Yunifu's kin, as if they were not the flesh and blood she had brought into this world after 10 months of pregnancy. Initially, they attempted to advise her, but in time, they realized that this was her only means of finding some semblance of peace and avoiding madness. Weighing the pros and cons, they ceased their counsel and even aided her in covering her actions. Whenever someone noticed the child's unusual behavior, they would claim the child was disobedient or had been punished for some misdeed, that the child was too mischievous and had injured themselves. None of them anticipated that the child they had once abandoned would grow to hold their fates in her hands. Meng Yuchun's face turned pale, his lips moved. Yet he uttered not a word. Yunjing has scoffed. Ah, it seems the second master of the Meng family has come to terms with it. Guards, lock them all up in the death cell. Meng Shuhua wishes to see him, does she not? Let us proceed to the Lotus Garden. Yes, the Lotus Garden, having endured 3 rounds of conflict, had returned to tranquility. The casualties were minimal, for the guards had long since cleared the area. Upon entering, Yun Jinghe beheld Meng Shuhua reclining on a couch. One maid massaging her legs while another shelled walnuts for her. She held a book in one hand, casually feeding herself walnut kernels with the other, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Yun Jinghe chuckled derisively. It appears they only informed you that the eldest son of the Meng family was saved, yet neglected to mention that Meng Jinting has died. The 2 maids, caught in their exposure, hastily fell to their knees, kowtowing. Madam, please, do not be angry. We only wish to spare you sorrow. We did not intend to withhold this from you. Meng Shuhua could not hear their pleas. In a fit of rage, she hurled the book at the maids, sweeping the walnuts and fruit platter towards them. Yet, this was not enough. She leaped barefoot from her bed, ready as always to smash anything within reach. However, upon seeing Yun Jinghe standing at the door, mockingly observing her frenzy, her hand faltered, and her trembling form gradually calmed, miraculously soothed by his presence. She slammed the teacup onto the table, producing a sharp sound. You vile creature, are you here to revel in my misfortune? You are mistaken. My father's death can bring a glimmer of hope to the Meng family, and his spirit will surely find rest. Oh, I hope he does not hasten his journey to the underworld, for those of the Meng family in the death cell. I believe old Madame Zhang will soon catch up with him. At these words, Meng Shuhua's eyes widened, her grip tightening on the nearby objects, veins bulging in her hands, her features contorting in fury. Observing her struggle to restrain herself, Yun Jinghe remarked, the wealth embezzled by the Meng family, along with the royal ledger of the crown prince, would not be found in the homes of Meng Yufei and Yu family, would it? Meng Shuhua suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. Ah, you need not attempt to extract information from me. The most capable members of the Meng family are out there, and as long as they live, it is only a matter of time before the Meng family rises again. If you have the capability, imprison me until death. Otherwise, you wretch, You will inevitably fall into my hands, suffering a fate worse than death. Do you remember those dogs? Do you recall those guards? Ah! The cold light in Yun Jinghe's eyes intensified as he pressed his lips together. Before he could speak, the attendant, Gui Qi, beside him was visibly incensed. My lord, the food the Meng family consumes daily has been laced with 7 extremes powder by me without permission. Now that they have fled, the person who originally administered their medicine has been captured by Sixth Brother and turned into a drug supplier. I wonder if they will perish without their medication? Meng Shuhua exploded in rage. You dog servant, what are you saying? Who granted you the audacity to administer 7 extremes powder to them? I will kill you. You dog servant. You dog servant. You vile creature. She lunged at Gui Qi in a frenzy, but was restrained by the guards midway. Yun Jinghe, observing the deranged Meng Shuhua, turned away with indifference. Let us depart. I have erred. Please punish me, my lord. Upon exiting the lotus garden, Gui Qi immediately knelt, seeking forgiveness. Though whether he administered the poison or not, the Meng family was destined for annihilation. He had acted without his lord's consent, which was a grave transgression for a subordinate. Without rules, nothing can be achieved. Go find Gui Air and receive your punishment. Gui Qi trembled in response, his breathing becoming heavier. The Gui family was a mysterious organization that had emerged a century ago. Apart from its core members, no one had ever seen its leader. Some claimed it was linked to the court, others spoke of recluses, while some insisted it was comprised of figures from the martial world. The myriad speculations only served to enhance the Gui family's enigma. Over 2 generations, the Gui family had divided into the bright and dark divisions, expanding rapidly and extensively, nearly infiltrating every aspect of society. The bright division handled public affairs, while the dark division dealt with clandestine matters. Those who ranked within the Gui family were far from ordinary. Moreover, Gui Air was secretly referred to as the King of Hell. Chapter 55, Better Than Before. In stark contrast to the swirling atmosphere of the capital, Shuangyue Island was serene and bustling. As soon as the mid-autumn festival passed, the islanders rose early, armed with hoes to tend to their fields. After harvesting the wheat by the end of July, they had spread food remnants to fertilize the land. Following half a month of sun and rain, the soil was now enriched. They merely needed to turn it over in the next couple of days and transplant the seedlings to breathe a sigh of relief. The blacksmith shop had seen a surge in business these past few days. Initially, everyone had fled here with nothing, lacking even iron utensils in their homes. Now, after a bountiful harvest, the island chief had announced that any rice they could not consume could be sold to her at market price or exchanged directly at the blacksmith shop. Thus, the blacksmith had sold numerous farming tools and had also repaired some damaged implements brought by the islanders. The blacksmith shop buzzed with activity, while the shipyard was equally lively, leaving Chen Bo Ge, the technical supervisor, with little to do. She had already taught all the necessary skills that required her direct demonstration or guidance. Shipbuilding consisted of 3 phases. The first phase involved the processes of burning, drying, planing, and shaping the timber. The second phase focused on the assembly of various components, while the third phase involved oiling for waterproofing, drying, and awaiting the final stage of launching. Currently, the first phase had been completed, and she would return to guide them when the next phase commenced. With her duties lightened and having assumed the responsibility of governing Shuangyue Island, she was determined to develop the island. If she could not create a steampunk island, she was confident in establishing a commercial one. However, she still lacked manpower, both laborers and intellectuals. She wondered if her letter to Wan Ning, requesting assistance, would be met with approval. Sister, come down for dinner. The voice of Chun Baihan echoed from downstairs. Mother, what has my sister been doing these days? Why does she not come out? Each time he returned from school, she was always in her room. Your sister has been writing and drawing all day. I do not know what she is up to. Just as they spoke, Chen Bo Ge descended. Zhao Xianglian beckoned her, urging, come eat. Your father has come in for dinner. Coming. The family of 4 enjoyed dinner, none hastening to leave the table, instead relishing in a rare moment of fruit and idle chatter. Noticing the lingering bruises on Chun Baihan's face, Chen Bo Ge casually inquired, how are you faring in school? Chen Baihan replied, what can I say? It is better than before. After a pause, he added, the teacher initially intended to expel Zhong Bufan and Fu Xian, but unexpectedly, they withdrew from school on their own. The 3 nodded in agreement before shifting the conversation to other matters. Ibai, what have you been busy with in your room lately? After discussing family matters, Chen Wanli could no longer contain his curiosity and asked once more. Zhao Xianglian and Chun Baihan also turned their attention to her. Chen Bo Ge chuckled, her expression mysterious. You shall soon be informed, but for now, I shall withhold the details. She has already sketched the blueprint for the development of the island. In a few days, once she has constructed the sand table, she intends to seek assistance from Chun Wanli and the others. By the way, father, could you deliver this letter to Darinchai tomorrow? I have a matter for him. Although she has assumed the role of island master, everything remains unchanged. She is indifferent to the affairs of the island. Just as it was before, it remains so now. Lu Weihua and his team continue to manage all matters on the island. As for the island's development, it concerns not only her quality of life, but also that of every islander. And she firmly believes that Lu Weihua and his team will cooperate with her when the time comes. Upon receiving the letter, Chen Wanli noticed it was addressed to Dear Governor. What on earth is Bai doing? Chai Biao, upon receiving the letter, was also curious. He handed it to Wan Ning but did not leave. Instead, he seated himself nearby to sip tea. Wan Ning ignored him, leisurely opening the envelope to extract the letter. After a moment, he exclaimed, "This girl truly astounds me. Look at her writing. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly hold a significant position in the court." He then passed the letter to Chai Biao. Chai Biao took the letter, studying it closely and discovering many intriguing ideas. For instance, she proposed to rent minor offenders from the prison at a laborer's wage to assist her, thus saving the government food while also earning a profit. She suggested that the government gather the homeless and send them to her as islanders, which would reduce crime and enhance public safety. She even contemplated hiring skilled laborers at high wages or procuring talent from Rinya, regardless of their prior affiliations, to bring them to the island. However, these individuals could not set foot on the island without government approval. Finally, she inquired whether she could utilize all the islanders without concern for trouble. Her notion of utilizing implied a lack of complications. Quite astute, wouldn't you agree, Chai Darin? Chai Biao silently returned the letter to Wan Ning, expressing no opinion. Wan Ning was taken aback and exclaimed, "Get out! Get out!" Chai Biao, unfazed, exited with a steady stride. After Chai Biao's departure, Wan Ning sat at the desk for a while before beginning to instruct others to work. Meanwhile, in front of the Chun residence on Funan Street, Zhang Wan looked on curiously at the newcomer. "Who are you looking for?" Chen Haoxing, upon seeing a young woman open the door, understood this to be the steward mentioned by the owner. "You must be Zhang Wanjia. I am Chen Haoxing, also working for Chen Dongjia. She sent me to find you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan understood immediately. "Come in with me." A couple of days prior, Chen Haoxing had taken leave from Chen Beige, stating he needed to leave the island to purchase some dogs to raise. Since Chen Beige was occupied, he provided a letter for Haoxing to deliver to Zhang Wan, along with instructions to procure items not found on the island, primarily tools and materials. Following Zhang Wan, he surveyed the residence as she led him into a small hall where she poured him a cup of tea. "Please sit down and enjoy your tea. Does the owner have any instructions? Chen Dongjia asked me to deliver this letter to you, along with 50 taels of silver." Chen Haoxing took a large sip of tea before placing the cup down, then produced a letter and 5 silver ingots from his bosom, placing them on the table. Zhang Wan noticed he had finished his tea in one gulp, so she refilled his cup before sitting down to read the letter. Once she finished, she noticed Chen Haoxing observing her, which irritated her, causing her tone to become somewhat sharper. "The owner asked me to arrange for you. Follow me." With that, she no longer looked at him, rising with an air of disinterest. Chen Haoxing realized he had inadvertently upset her. Being a simple man, he was unsure how to placate her, and merely scratched his head, mumbling an apology. "Zhang Guanjia, I meant no offense. I was just curious. Someone mentioned you while I was asking for directions. All right, you will stay here for the next few days. If you need to go out, just let the gatekeeper know." Chen Haoxing scratched his head again, wondering why his explanations seemed to worsen the situation. Chapter 56. All right, follow me. Recently, 2 peculiar events transpired in Haifeng Prefecture. First, all the beggars and vagrants were summoned by the authorities. Secondly, Shuangyue Island was hiring, with a generous remuneration. Shuangyue Island? The island with monsters? Auntie, those are just rumors. We have been living on the island for over half a year. Shuangyue Island is not only fertile, but exceptionally beautiful. Our island master is currently recruiting, offering food and lodging along with high wages. High wages, you say? I can't read what's written up there. Could you explain it to us? This inquiry came from a man standing behind the ant. When Chen Beige initially sought Chen Haoxing to inspect the shipyard, it was not only because he was suitable for the family, but also due to Haoxing's bravery and cleverness. As the crowd around them grew, he decided to stand on a stool and raised his voice. "I am the foreman for recruitment on Shuangyue Island. We are looking for workers to board the island. Food and lodging are provided, and wages are paid every 10 days. If you choose to leave, a ship will take you back after 10 days. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. "Silence, silence. We are not accepting just anyone. Listen carefully if you wish to join." Soon, the recruitment stand was overflowing with people, while Zhang Wan, veiled, sat at a desk reviewing the submitted household registrations, and the accounts from previous sales were recorded. "You are under 16. Go back, sir. We do not accept anyone over 40. Lu Zhaodi, 30. You and Wang Gang are married. Which position are you applying for? Cooking, washing, or sewing? You want to cook, Mr. Dong? Mr. Dong, the newly appointed accountant, took the household registration and meticulously recorded it in the ledger. Lu Zhaodi, resident of Kongbei Street, Haifeng Prefecture, aged 30, position, cook. 10 days flew by. At the dock, a large crowd gathered. However, the most conspicuous among them were the prisoners, their faces marked and clad in shackles, appearing even more daunting than the grimy beggars. Why are there prisoners? I cannot work alongside them. I'm not going. Foreman, if there are beggars, that's one thing, but why are there prisoners? What if they commit more crimes and kill us? Foreman, come out. Foreman. The commoners were instantly incensed, feeling deceived, and began to voice their grievances. The prisoners, whom they feared and scorned, reacted with a mix of anger and numbness. The beggars and others who had been purchased displayed an indifferent demeanor. Fortunately, Chen Bo Ge had anticipated this reaction. The chief officer hired to oversee the prisoners stepped forward to restore order. What are you shouting about? They are under our watch and will not be working or dining with you. So what is there to fear? If you are afraid, you can leave now. The officer scolded, and the scene quickly fell silent. At this moment, Chen Haoxing cheerfully stepped forward to address the crowd. Everyone, do not worry. The concerns you have were all considered by our island master. You will be separated from them during meals and work, and there will be officials overseeing them. So you need not fret excessively. As his words concluded, the crowd murmured amongst themselves. He feigned nonchalance and continued, we will be boarding the ship shortly. If you have made up your minds, Mr. Dong will begin calling names. Those whose names are called may board. He exchanged a glance with Mr. Dong, who opened the previous ledger and began calling out names. Zhao Hai, here. Wu Wei, present. The transport vessel, typically empty when arriving at the island, was now laden with cargo and people, all specifically requested by Chen Bo Ge. She was aware that the ship would arrive today, 7 days prior. She had completed the sand table and had presented her plans to Lu Weihua and his team. Weihua and her companions, being civil officials and military generals, lacked expertise in development and management. Thus, when she spoke, they readily acquiesced to her directives. They first informed the islanders that a group of individuals, including prisoners, beggars, and commoners, would soon arrive. Initially, the islanders expressed doubt and protested, but their concerns were disregarded by Chen Bo Ge. Historically, whenever significant changes occur, from nations to estates, the populace often responds with dissent. People instinctively fear the unknown or that which they cannot control. However, once changes are implemented, they adapt swiftly, and may even come to commend the wisdom of their leaders in due course. Chen Bo Ge not only ignored their protests, but also instructed Weihua and her associates to gather personnel to construct several rudimentary shelters in various locations, ensuring that the newcomers would have accommodations upon arrival. Once they settled on the island, proper dormitories would be erected. Witnessing the futility of their protests, the islanders awaited the ship's arrival with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Amidst this atmosphere on Shuangyue Island, a crimson official vessel gradually approached the shore. Weihua and her companions stood at the forefront to greet the officials. Leading the group was Chai Biao, who nodded at them and introduced the chief officer. This is Ba Zong. I shall leave matters in his capable hands. I am quite busy. After his brief introduction, he departed with his entourage. Chen Daozhu, Lao, General Yang, Chen Dianshi, Ba Zong seemed to recognize Lao and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to business. All of you, come forward and stand in line. Criminals, stand here. Those who reported tree felling and stone quarrying, step forward as well. Most of the commoners had registered as laborers, with a small number listed as heavy laborers. These individuals were primarily to accompany Ba Zong to the mountains for stone quarrying and timber cutting. Ba Zong had an additional 20 subordinates to oversee the escapees. All right, follow me, he instructed. Yang Gfa's personnel led the way, guiding Ba Zong and his team to the designated settlement area in the mountains. After their departure, Yang Gfa continued to assign tasks. The vagrants, follow me, he called out. This group varied in age, including 2 elderly individuals. He planned to take them to the nearby stream for a wash. Although the mid-autumn festival had passed, the southern region remained relatively warm, with only slight chill during mornings and evenings. Thus, there was little concern for their discomfort. Once Yang Gfa had left, Weihua dispersed the onlookers among the islanders and returned to her office to oversee operations. Given her age, Chen Bo Ge did not involve her in development matters, assigning her to manage the islanders instead. The remaining individuals brought in, along with the laboring commoners, were manageable. Father, please take them to move the supplies to the greenhouse first, and once everything is checked, guide them to their accommodations. Understood. Good uncle, you may return to the shipyard. Your hard work over the past few days is appreciated. It was no trouble, he replied with a smile. Chapter 57, Young Master Wang, is there something amiss? Chen Haoxing was not a subordinate of Chen Bo Ge. He was merely conscripted due to her shortage of manpower as he was leaving the island. Now that the tasks were complete, she intended to release him. However, Hao Sheng was quite amiable, and she thought she might look into finding someone to replace him. Chen Haosheng cheerfully carried the items he had purchased while leading 4 or 5 small dogs away. Lastly, there were the individuals she had acquired, though few in number. They were all intellectuals or skilled workers, which was her stipulation for purchasing individuals. Observing them standing orderly to the side, Chen Bo Ge beckoned them to approach, raising the ledger in her hand. Who authored this ledger? It was I. Dong Yu stepped forward. Chen Bo Ge nodded, then inquired, are there others among you who can write? Never mind. Come forward one by one and introduce yourselves to me. I am Dong Yu. Mr. Dong. Please share what you did previously and what you are capable of writing. As for the reasons behind their prior sale, she assumed that Zhang Wan's letter would provide clarity. Half an hour later, Chen Bo Ge had received the complete list of skills from everyone. She did not need to review her own registration. Instead, she meticulously examined the list handed to her by Dong Yu. Her eyes swiftly scanned the document until she reached the final entry, which was Dong Yu's own. Mr. Dong, were you previously the manager of a pawn shop in the capital? Indeed, my master was Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, he ignored the commotion behind him and maintained a steady gaze into Chen Bo Ge's eyes. At that moment, Chen Bo Ge internally lamented, as she had sought out ordinary individuals, yet this man, who had once served the crown prince, had unexpectedly ended up in her hands. However, she maintained her composure and responded with clarity and conviction. Regardless of whether your former master was Lu Yu or Wang Yu, you are now my property. And from this day forth, you shall address me as Chen Bo Ge. Upon hearing this, Dong Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him, and a smile graced his face. Yes, my master. Chen Bo Ge nodded at him, noting that besides Dong Yu, there was another individual who piqued her interest. At that moment, he stood among the crowd, exuding an aura of formidable presence. You must be Shi Yi. May I inquire how you came to be here? The list indicated that he had previously been the chief escort of a security agency, skilled in combat and literate. Such a person, if sold as a criminal, would be highly sought after. Unlike Dong Yu, whose background was sensitive, individuals like him would undoubtedly attract the attention of wealthy families eager to employ them for errands or guardianship, and he would not have ended up in her possession. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Your former master wouldn't also be named Lu Yu, would he? Surely not. Shi Yi stepped forward, his voice booming. No. I founded the security agency myself. However, there were conditions to my sale. Someone mentioned that you could fulfill those conditions, hence I willingly sold myself. Who said that? The presiding judge. Chen Bo Ge struggled to suppress a smile, deciding against laughter. With a serious expression, she queried, what are your conditions? My rival framed me, resulting in the destruction of my security agency and the loss of my family, not to mention the deaths of several brothers. I seek your assistance in avenging them. Shi Yi fixed his gaze upon her, as if he would depart the moment she refused. Chen Bo Ge was acutely aware that not only Shi Yi was watching her, the others were likewise anticipating her response. She understood well the minds of these astute individuals, who were difficult to manage. Not wishing to squander time, she directly stated, I will provide you with the opportunity for revenge, but I will not take vengeance on your behalf. As for your wife and children, should an opportunity arise, I will endeavor to reunite you. Shi Yi's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you, my master. No need for thanks. Given your numerous demands and your voluntary sale, I assume you did not cost me much. I incurred no expense. However, the compensation for my brothers came from you, my master. How much? 500 taels. Chen Bo Ge nearly stumbled, almost losing her balance. The emperor had just awarded her 1,000 taels, and now Wan Ning had spent half of it in one fell swoop. The more she regarded Shi Yi, the more she felt he had been deliberately placed in her path by Wan Ning. Aware of his own shortcomings, Shi Yi solemnly vowed, my master, I shall earn it back for you. All right, I understand. You may stand aside. Chen Bo Ge's tone lacked vigor. This group consisted of 18 individuals. Aside from Dong Yu and Shi Yi, the rest were rather unremarkable. Among them, 10 were literate, and 6 were skilled workers. Previously, they had scrutinized her. Now it was her turn to evaluate them. Currently, there were stone quarries, timber yards, construction, transportation, and logistics, all requiring responsible individuals to document tasks, thus necessitating literacy. Who among you wishes to work at the stone quarry? A silence enveloped the gathering. After a moment, one voice broke through, I will. What is your name? Sun Bin. Very well. I will too, Wan Hong Chong. Me. The crowd eagerly stepped forward to express their willingness. Seeing this, Chen Bo Ge smiled warmly, excellent. As long as you perform well, it is not impossible to secure your freedom from servitude in the future. A boss who cannot offer aspirations is not a good boss. What does it feel like to have the aura of a nefarious capitalist? Chen Beige swiftly assigned a task to Dong Yu. You shall arrange some work for them. At the quarry and the forest farm, primarily record the daily output. Pay particular attention to the forest farm, as there will be replanting after spring. As for those who come to work, instruct them as you see fit. Dong Yu understood that her superior intended to employ her. This was her first test. Oh, and regarding the supplies that have been procured, you can find Chun Dianshi, my father, to collect them. The remaining personnel, you may manage as you see fit. Shuri, you are in charge of procurement and running errands for me. For now, accompany Dong Yu. You shall temporarily settle in the greenhouse, and once the houses are constructed, we will relocate you. Yes, understood. The two bowed in acknowledgement, then followed Dong Yu out. After everyone departed, Chen Bo Ge took out a letter from her pocket to read. The first was from Wanting. Let us see what he has replied. Use as deemed appropriate. Official rent must not be in arrears. Nothing was seen. No reply was received. She angrily crumpled the letter and discarded it into space. Zhang Wan's response was particularly lengthy, meticulously detailing various matters. She silently commended Zhang Wan. The island master of Jeua now has a dedicated office set up for her in the office. Just as she was about to gather her things and return to the office, a male voice sounded beside her. Young Master Wang, is there something you need? She turned to find Wang Yuming, politely nodding at him. I seek something from the island master. Allow me to carry these items for you. Wang Yuming smiled warmly and naturally reached for the things in Chen Bei's hands. Chapter 58, 5 days hence is a propitious day. Chen Bei stepped back slightly to avoid Wang Yuming's outstretched hand. Thank you. I can manage these few items myself. Wang Yuming, undeterred by the slight awkwardness, smiled and withdrew his hand. Then, she heard Chen Bei, walking ahead, say, I wonder what brings young Master Wang to seek me. If it is not urgent, you may come to the office tomorrow at the square. Hearing that the island master is seeking help, I, though lacking talent, wish to relieve some burden for the island master and contribute to the island. Contribute? Then you should seek out Lu Zhushi at the office. Lu Weihua will take what he wishes. If he does not want it, I am helpless. I have no desire to command these young masters. Does the island master look down upon me? Wang Yuming's voice bore a hint of hurt. Wherefore this assertion? I do not manage the affairs of the island. It is all under Lu Zhushi's authority. I merely lend my name. Chen Bei turned to face him after speaking, then continued on her path. I only wish to serve the island master. You are currently seeking people, and while I possess no great talent, I believe I can assist you in some capacity. I implore the esteemed island master to grant me an opportunity. By this time, they had reached her office door, and she opened it, inviting him in. Please. Chen Bei swung the office door wide, allowing those outside to see the situation within. She poured him tea, albeit it had cooled since morning. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. No matter. Allow me to speak frankly. I find it cumbersome to command young gentlemen such as yourselves, and besides, do you not need to attend your studies? With your intelligence and diligence, you shall surely excel in the future. Return to your studies. There is nothing for you to do here, lest you delay my progress. They had little in common. How could the island master judge his intelligence? It was merely a polite refusal. Wang Yuming discerned her underlying meaning and, undeterred, smiled wryly. There is no need for the island master to feel troubled. Without a special pardon, we, the exiled, shall never again enter the court. Thus, I, Ziqi, seek a task from the island master. You need only give the orders. And I shall not hinder the island master's grand designs. Young Master Wang, please call me Ziqi, since you are so insistent. You may first assist my father in verifying the supplies at the large greenhouse. Chen Bei, finding herself unable to dismiss him, reluctantly assigned him to that task. Wang Yuming, having achieved his objective, replied with a smile. Ziqi takes his leave. In the ensuing days, the island bustled with activity. As those islanders with idle hands joined in the pursuit of earnings, Chen Bei seized the opportunity to have roads constructed. However, with an influx of people, daily conflicts arose. But Dong Yu managed to quell them all. The only issue that remained unresolved was food. The southern region was warm, and provisions did not endure. Suddenly accommodating nearly 400 mouths proved challenging. Island Master, this ship operates every 10 days. We must possess our own vessel. As dusk approached, she prepared to return home when Dong Yu approached her. Chen Bei was well aware of the situation, yet her own finances were scant. It seemed she would need to venture into the sea to seek treasure for urgent relief. I wonder if Hu and the others will remember me after such a long absence. Once I leave the island, I shall certainly procure a merchant vessel upon my return. Please compile a list of the goods you need over these 2 days for me. Yes. Dong Yu was exceedingly pleased, a smile breaking through her fatigued expression. You have worked hard. If those under you are capable, consider granting them authority to relieve your burdens. No worries. I shall observe for a few more days. Chen Bei nodded, refraining from further persuasion. She had always believed in trusting those she employed. As long as he was aware, that sufficed. Upon her arrival home, Chen Wanli had yet to return, but Chun Baihan was already there, helping Zhao Xianglian in the kitchen. George and Peichi were playing in the yard. Upon seeing her return, the two fluffy creatures wagged their tails and scampered toward her, prompting her to kneel down in greeting. Ha ha ha. All right, we shall play later. The two snow-white bundles had grown considerably and could nearly reach her face when standing. She, exasperated, stood up and nudged the two fluffballs inside. George and Peichi remained at the steps, watching her depart before returning to their play. The following dawn, Chen Beige donned a lighter outfit and stealthily slipped from the back of the house to the sea. At this moment, the ocean was shrouded in darkness beneath the waves. While the surface was veiled in mist, the island lacked guiding lights, making it difficult to discern direction. After swimming for some time, she lost track of where she was. Suddenly, she felt something bump against her feet in the water. It was followed by several more jarring nudges. Instinctively sensing something amiss, she hesitated not and immediately recited a mantra for her space. Just as she entered, a massive maw filled with jagged teeth lunged at her, devouring her whole. In the Deshun Palace, as the end of August approached in the capital, the mornings and evenings grew cooler. The yellowing leaves fluttered in the autumn breeze. A golden apricot leaf pirouetted and gently landed on Yun Jinghe's shoulder, only to be brushed aside. The intricate red palace buildings did not impede his pace. Soon, he ascended the gray-white steps into Xianming Palace. How is your investigation on that matter? After the customary greetings, the emperor inquired. A fortnight prior, the eldest and youngest sons of the Meng family were abducted. The only one privy to the matter, Meng Jinting, has perished in the death prison. If those items are not recovered, this emperor shall not sit at ease. The vast amount of gold and provisions, along with the list held by the eldest prince, if they fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, could lead to the disintegration of Deshan. Some leads have emerged. The young emperor, impatient by nature, was evidently dissatisfied with this response. 5 days hence is a favorable day. There are too many in the death prison. Let us first send the Meng family to the execution grounds. Upon uttering this, the emperor's gaze remained fixed on Yun Jinghe. Yun Jinghe's expression remained unchanged as he acknowledged the command. After Yun Jinghe departed, a young attendant named Xiao Fuzi, waiting outside the palace doors, reported, Your Majesty. The Minister of Justice instructed that those accompanying must ensure that visitors come and do not return. The emperor stroked his jade ring, responding with a noncommittal hum, seemingly lost in thought as he chuckled softly. You may retire. Yes, Your Majesty. Within the minister's residence, Master, this is a letter from Gue Wu. The speaker is Gue Ba, who mentions that Gue Qi has been unable to get out of bed since receiving punishment during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon hearing this, Yun Jinghe's cold demeanor noticeably softens. The letter states that the Yun family remains unchanged. Yet the activities of Xuanyue Island have been quite significant since Chun Baigu appointed Jiayu as the island master, leading to increased attention on Xuanyue Island. Yun Jinghe reflects on the blueprints and feels an inexplicable sense of agitation. However, what no one anticipates is that at this moment, Chen Baigu is inside a shark's belly. Chapter 59, Truly Beautiful. The sun hangs high in the sky as Chen Baigu waits inside the shark for it to expel her. Clearly, this shark shows no intention of relieving itself. She attempts to communicate, hoping the creature will spit her out, but the shark seems either oblivious or unable to comprehend her. Feeling the urgency of her situation, she realizes she cannot remain trapped in its belly any longer. Not only is she uncertain about the sufficiency of her provisions, but the newly established business of Xuanyue Island will soon falter without her financial support. Let me out quickly. If you don't release me soon, I shall resort to drastic measures. In her spatial pocket, she possesses a machete, custom-made for her protection and outdoor camping. After clenching her jaw for a quarter of an hour with no response from the shark, she mutters, Don't blame me if things go awry. With that, she draws her machete, discarding its sheath, grips the handle tightly, and in one swift motion, plunges the blade into the shark's flesh, forcefully slicing downward. Thanks to the sharpness of the machete, the resilient shark's skin is easily cut, allowing her to slide out of the shark's belly. Outside, darkness envelopes her, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings, unsure of where the shark has taken her. Sharks typically inhabit depths of 100 meters. She hopes she has not landed among other sharks. In the serene yet pitch-black depths of the ocean, her fear peaks. Just then, a luminous creature swims towards her, soon followed by another. Upon closer inspection, she realizes they are two lanternfish, a species that thrives in the lightless depths of the sea. Their arrival dispels the surrounding darkness, revealing that she is on the seafloor, with the shark lying beside her. Its liver must have been taken by an orca, as no other fish would hunt a shark in such a manner. It becomes clear now why the shark attacked her. It must have acted out of fear. Several fish are already gnawing at the shark's carcass, and in time, as the remains begin to decay and attract eels, they will consume it until only the skeleton remains. The lanternfish swim around the carcass a few times before darting away, seemingly uninterested in the shark's flesh. Chen Bo Ge quickly exits her spatial pocket and follows behind them. Shortly, the two lanternfish lead her to a kelp forest, where the lush seaweed sways with the tide. Accompanied by numerous glowing jellyfish, they resemble fireflies in the midsummer sky, twinkling as they frolic amidst the kelp. How beautiful! Chen Bo Ge cannot help but exclaim, playfully following the jellyfish and mimicking their buoyant movements. Before long, she ascends above the kelp forest, but the jellyfish remain within the kelp, leaving her alone once more. Time elapses, and she finds herself on another seafloor, this time devoid of any deep-sea creatures, populated instead by common fish species. She even spots a small patch of coral, leading her to believe she is nearing the ocean surface. At this moment, she feels no urgency. She leisurely strolls along the seafloor, collecting anything of substantial size. Before long, she has gathered numerous large conchs and a few mantis shrimp. With her lunch secured, she ceases her collection. Glancing around one last time, she notices something shimmering. Swiftly swimming over, she discovers a sandalwood box wedged among the corals, with a green gem-encrusted ornament partially visible. She reaches for it, only to find it tightly lodged. Reluctantly, she retrieves her machete and carefully pries the box free without damaging the coral. Moments later, she holds the box in her hands. The exterior of the box appears somewhat damaged, but upon opening it, she is astonished to find a night pearl the size of an egg, 10 thumb-sized pearls. A pink pearl necklace, 2 bracelets, 2 hairpins, a collar, 2 more ornaments, and a pair of earrings. The owner of this box must be incredibly wealthy. The items within, even without the night pearl, could sustain an ordinary family for quite some time. Moreover, the night pearl is a priceless treasure, typically possessed only by royalty, with little chance of falling into civilian hands. Aside from the night pearl, she decides to sell all these treasures when she embarks on future explorations by boat. In just one morning, her bounty is extraordinary, and her eyes gleam with delight. With the box secured, she abandons her previous location, swimming upwards with determined strokes. After a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, she breaks the surface of the sea. The waters are calm, and as she gazes around, she finds no islands in sight. Where has that shark brought her? She is uncertain of her distance from Shuangyue Island, and in the vast expanse of white ocean, she cannot discern any direction. Relying solely on her instincts, she swims forward, hoping to encounter any intelligent creatures along the way to ask for guidance. Despite her thoughts, she swims so vigorously that she soon feels nauseous, finding neither large fish nor even small shrimp. Left with no choice, she consumes some rations from her spatial pocket before continuing her journey. Where could Ibai have gone? Why hasn't Tishi returned? The family sits at the dining table, with Zhao Xianglian expressing her concern. Early that morning, Ibai had left a message in the living room, stating she would be back before dinner. Yet the night has fallen and she remains absent. Chen Wanli takes a deep breath. Let us eat first. We can warm her portion when she returns. He reflects on their choice to become island masters, lamenting how hard the father-daughter duo works day in and day out, sacrificing meals in hopes of a better life for everyone, only to be met with ridicule. His heart aches for them. Chen Wanli takes her hand and places it on his knee, gently patting her hand. Those who achieve great things have always faced criticism. Let them say what they will. Mother, has someone said something? Zhao Xianglian shoots a glance at Chen Baihan, retracting her hand to serve some braised pork in a Chen Wanli's bowl. Hurry and eat, it's getting a bit cold. Chen Baihan also lifts his bowl to Zhao Xianglian, who is amused by his antics, returning the gesture with a piece of meat. Chen Bo Ge returns home close to 10 o'clock that evening. After hours of swimming without encountering anything, she finally discovers a small island where she collects a substantial amount of ambergris, suspecting it is a habitat for sperm whales. Indeed, shortly after leaving the island, she encounters an adult sperm whale. She negotiates with the whale, offering to remove the barnacles from its body in exchange for a ride back. However, the whale's massive size and the extensive barnacle coverage on its gills cause some delay in her task. Upon her return, she sees Zhao Xianglian waiting for her in the living room. Mother. Chapter 60, The Boatman. Under the warm candlelight, Zhao Xianglian reclines against the armrest while perusing a medical book. Mother, she softly calls. You're back. You must be hungry. The hot water is ready in the kitchen. Go wash up, and dinner will be warmed shortly. Zhao Xianglian replies gently. Perhaps her mother's tender tone stirs something within Chen Bo Ge as her eyes moisten. She steps forward, embracing her mother, and calls out again, Mother. Zhao Xianglian says nothing, simply setting down her book and gently patting her back. All right, go take a bath. Your mother has prepared hot food for you. Today marks the first day of September. As September arrives in Haifeng Fu, the oppressive heat diminishes, giving way to a refreshing coolness. A couple of days ago, she sought out Su Zhonggui, only to learn that he was away and would not return for 2 days. Thus, early this morning, she requested Shi to drive her to Wanbao Pavilion. Master Chen, Subo would call me that, and I would be displeased. Haha, just call me Bai. I wonder what treasures Bai has brought today. They are not particularly rare treasures, merely abundant in quantity. Chen Bo Ge, with an air of nonchalance, waved to Shi, who nodded and retrieved a large basket from the carriage. Su Zhonggui stared at the covered basket in astonishment, then chuckled and called for a waiter to bring some refreshments to the reception room. Is this what you intend to sell today? Such a large basket? What treasures could possibly be so plentiful that they require a bamboo basket? Su Zhonggui inquired with curiosity. Once the reception room was empty, Chen Bo Ge decided to unveil the black cloth, revealing a collection of grayish-white ovals. Su Zhonggui immediately recognized them as dragon saliva. Is the entire basket filled with them? Indeed. Even he, with his vast experience, was taken aback. Isn't this a bit excessive? He hesitated several times before swallowing back his words. Wait a moment. I will fetch the scales. The last time, one piece fetched 1,200 taels. By her estimation, there were at least 20 to 30 pieces, which could exchange for a minimum of 30 to 40,000 taels of silver. When Su Zhonggui was away, she had asked Zhang Wan to accompany her to inspect the boats at the dock. The vessels for sale at the dock varied in size, material, and price. Traditionally, constructing a good Nanmu cargo boat required around 150 taels of silver for the hull alone. Inferior materials like shanmu and pine could be obtained for 80 taels, with the remaining 30% allowing for the use of reclaimed materials. Including costs for other parts and labor, a Nanmu cargo boat measuring 10 zhang in length and 2 zhang in width would be priced at 2,000 taels of silver. While waiting for Su Zhonggui, Chen Bo Ge reflected on recent events. First, there was Shi, who encountered an enemy at a tavern in Haifeng Fu. Chen Bo Ge instructed the innkeeper accompanying him to follow that person, who ultimately entered a residence on Fuxi Street. Now that she knew where he resided, it would be easier to gather information and devise a plan for Shi Yi's vengeance. Whenever she contemplated matters, she found herself nibbling continuously if food was present. By the time Su Zhonggui returned, she had consumed all the pastries on the table. Haven't you had breakfast? Should I send the waiter out for a bowl of fish porridge? No. I simply became too engrossed in thought. When I immerse myself in contemplation, I unconsciously eat without realizing it. You needn't worry about me. While weighing the goods, Su Zhonggui inquired with curiosity, have you encountered any issues? Do you require my assistance? My connections are rather substantial. Not merely substantial. Without a solid backing, such a large jewelry store would have long been taken over by someone else. Chen Bo Ge pondered momentarily before replying, I wish to inquire about an individual. I wonder if Su Zhonggui has any means to assist. A reward of no more than 20 taels is agreeable. It was not that she was stingy, but rather that she had already expended considerable funds on Shi. Upon hearing the mention of 20 taels, Su Zhonggui struggled to maintain his composure. His master had instructed him to provide some conveniences for Chen Bo Ge. He had just contemplated asking his informants to assist her. Generally, if the informants from the dark department were dispatched, they could uncover the lineage of an individual within 10 days. Very well, who do you wish to inquire about? The individual resides at number 11, Alley 3, Fuxi Street. All right, I have noted that. This totals 18,997 grams. I will calculate it as 19,000. At 2 taels per gram. That amounts to 38,000 taels of silver. Su Zhonggui raised his head and asked, would you prefer silver notes or silver? Subo, provide me with 35,000 taels in silver notes and 3,000 taels in silver. She felt it was inappropriate to request too much silver, especially as she could not currently store it in her spatial pouch. Very well, please wait here for a moment. I shall be right back. Shortly, Su Zhonggui returned with a small box containing 3,000 taels of silver and 35,000 taels in silver notes. Please verify this carefully. No need. We have collaborated for quite some time, and there is a measure of trust. I shall take my leave now. Haha, good. Once I have gathered the information in a few days, I shall have it delivered to Chinfu for you. If I am not present, please pass it to my steward, Zhang Wan. She will ensure it reaches me. Subo, please take care. Su Zhonggui waved his hand, and seeing his attendant take the box from her, he turned and re-entered Wanbao Pavilion. Master, where shall we go next? To the dock. The dock is not near the pier and requires some distance to traverse. Upon arriving at the dock, the owner emerged to greet them. Esteemed guest, have you decided which vessel to purchase? Not in haste. Might I inquire if the shipowner could direct me to someone capable of operating a cargo ship? None of my people can navigate. Otherwise, it would be quite the farce to buy a ship. The shipowner appeared distressed at the remark. Young master, there are plenty of fishermen who can operate small fishing boats, but skilled steersmen for cargo ships are scarce. I do not know where to find one at this moment. Unexpectedly, one of his subordinates whispered, Owner, Have you forgotten Old Man Kong? Old Man Kong. I fear he may not be suitable. Chen Bo Ge queried. Oh, and why is that? The shipowner, with a troubled expression, explained, this story is rather lengthy. Old Man Kong was once a fine steersman, but as he aged, his knees began to suffer from rheumatism. After teaching his 2 sons how to navigate, he ceased to go out to sea, believing that his sons would care for him in his old age. However, his sons proved ungrateful, depleting his savings after learning the trade and now insist on dividing the family estate. Presently, neither of them wishes to look after him and his wife, leaving them to fend for themselves in their dilapidated old home. With a shake of his head, the shipowner sighed deeply. In Chapter 61, Chen Bo Ge and Shi exchanged glances. Could you take us to Old Man Kong's residence? There will be generous compensation upon our return. The shipowner waved his hand dismissively. I cannot leave. Old Man Kong lives at the entrance of a small village along the road from Shanyu County to Haifeng Fu, where a vast bamboo grove flourishes. If you truly cannot find it, you may inquire of the locals. They all know him. Thank you, shipowner. We shall take our leave. The carriage traveled along the official road until they spotted a bamboo forest, at which point Shi halted. Have we arrived? I am uncertain. I will investigate. After a brief moment, Shi returned. Master, there is a small path. Let us proceed and take a look. Shi led the carriage slowly into the bamboo grove. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and beheld a sea of lush green bamboo. Old man, you have been sitting there all day. It is time to come in for a meal. An elderly woman's hoarse voice resonated from a nearby dwelling. Coming. You always rush me. Do you not realize my legs are not as spry? The old man's weathered voice carried a hint of impatience. Haha, allow me to assist you. No need for your help. I am not incapable of walking, just a bit under the weather with the recent gloomy days. All right, you stubborn old man. You have been strong for most of your life. Hurry and eat. It is almost time for your medicine, and the concoction is nearly ready. The carriage pulled up to a low courtyard gate, and Chen Bo Ge stepped down, surveying the 2 thatched cottages before her. They were indeed rudimentary, accompanied by a modest kitchen from which thin smoke wafted. The old man, who had been slightly hunched, straightened up upon their arrival. Who are you? You seem to have come to the wrong place. Hearing the commotion, the elderly woman turned with curiosity to regard the newcomers. Are you Grandpa Kong? I have come from Shwanyu Island. Shwanyu Island? People live there? In the past, when he navigated the waters, he had passed by that desolate place several times, where eerie sounds occasionally echoed, leading many to believe that spirits lingered on the island. Indeed, old sir, nearly 1,000 souls now inhabit the island, and we have resided there for 6 months. Please, step inside. Grandma Kong opened the wooden door and welcomed the 2 of them in. Little girl, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? It's almost noon. Let me prepare some noodles for us to share. Grandma Kong immediately recognized that the girl was disguised as a boy and invited her to dine. You old hag, do you know them? Are you aware of their intentions before letting them in? Chen Bo Ge chuckled as he introduced himself and Shi, prompting Grandma Kong to disregard the old man's grumbling. The appearances of the 2 were not menacing. After all, she had lived a long life, and there was little to fear from the old man. As she noticed Grandma Chun preparing to head below, she quickly grasped Grandma Kong's arm and instructed Shi, go fetch the food box from the carriage. We will have our lunch here today. She had anticipated this before departing, knowing that in ancient times, impoverished families typically skipped breakfast, having only one meal around noon and another in the evening. Hence, she had asked Shi to buy meat porridge and a few light dishes before coming. Grandma Kong, not one to refuse, cheerfully replied, then let's eat in the courtyard. It's more spacious there. I will bring out the food. Beside the kitchen stood a grape trellis, partially stripped of its fruit, with the remaining purple grapes hanging down, plump and round. Beneath the trellis was a wooden table surrounded by 4 long benches, and she assisted Grandma Kong in setting the dishes on the table. Thanks to you, Beige, we are in for a treat today. Old man, wait for me. Grandma Kong exclaimed as she hurried back to the bedroom, shortly returning with a jar of wine, smiling as she explained to Chen Beige, Grandpa Kong enjoys this. When the weather turns cold, it eases his discomfort. Humph. A cold grunt interrupted, and Chen Beige couldn't help but chuckle. This old man is truly amusing. The old man shot her a glare. My apologies, Grandpa Kong. I shall try to contain my laughter next time. This remark elicited laughter not only from Grandma Kong, but also from Shi, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Grandma Kong, this dish is delightful. Oh, you must try it as well. After finishing their meal, Chen Beige proactively helped Grandma Kong tidy up, and the group settled down for conversation. Grandpa Kong, I have come to ask you to teach us how to sail. There is no one on the island who can. Sail? I cannot teach you. If I could sail, would I be at home? No, you need not sail. Just instruct us from the side, imparting some sailing techniques and maritime navigation skills. Once we've learned, you need not take to the seas again. I will not go. My legs are not well, and I have no desire to teach. You should leave. Old man. Chen Bo Ge smiled, unfazed. Our island is quite unfortunate. No one knows how to sail, and the islanders always wait for the government boats for transport, sometimes not leaving for a month at a time. However, our island has become lively. We have seafood, meat, vegetables, everything. The back mountain is full of wild fruits. I will bring you and Grandma Kong to the island to live, offering you 30 taels of silver each year until you both grow old. How does that sound? I will not go. You should leave. Ibai, do not mind. You and sure should enjoy some grapes while I speak with Grandpa Kong. After Grandma Kong spoke, she pulled Grandpa Kong aside and lowered her voice. Son, the medicine expenses. Chen Bo Ge vaguely caught a few key words as Grandpa Kong maintained a stern silence. Shortly thereafter, Grandma Kong approached with a look of apology, and Chen Bo Ge realized that persuading him today would be futile. Smiling, she assured Grandma Kong that it was perfectly all right, and she would return. Grandma Kong sighed, watching them depart. In the capital's execution grounds, dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding an impending storm. Lord Yun. It is nearly noon, inquired Gu Song Yun, the Minister of Justice, casting a questioning glance at Yun Jinghe. Yun Jinghe opened his eyes, their inky depths disconcerting. Gu Song Yun lowered his gaze, only to hear two chilling words. Proceed with the execution. Yes, the executioners, lined up, received their orders, taking a swig of strong liquor and spitting it onto their blades to consecrate them. The muffled cries of the Meng family, their mouths gagged and eyes blindfolded, echoed around them. Yet, Yun Jinghe remained unperturbed, and as thunder rumbled, heads fell in unison, blood splattering far and wide, sending the onlookers recoiling in terror. In the palace, the emperor's brow furrowed as he learned that the Meng brothers had not appeared, and Lord Yun ordered the execution of 30 members of the Meng family. Chapter 62. Do you know this person? The emperor's frown deepened. Did the Meng brothers truly disregard the lives of their kin? He was unaware that the brothers had been poisoned the day before and were still recuperating, thus unable to attend today. Instinctively, the emperor fidgeted with his jade ring and commanded, inform Yun Jinghe to resume the executions in 3 days, leaving the bodies on display for 3 days. There were regulations governing the number of heads that could be severed in a day. If the number exceeded the limit, they would be executed in batches. The Meng family, numbering over 100, could not all be executed in one day. Since the Meng brothers were absent, he would stoke the flames further, doubting their ability to endure the pressure. Understood. The execution ground was a scene of carnage, bodies piled high, the rain washing blood across the ground, painting the entire scene a ghastly red. Once the officials had departed, those lurking in the shadows retreated as well. At the vice minister's residence, Master, shall we relay a hint to the Hiyuan side? No need. She will learn in due time. You may leave now. Yes. Guaisen glanced at his master and quietly shut the door. Just moments ago at the execution ground, many had condemned his master as cold-hearted, some hurling particularly harsh insults. With his profound martial arts skills, he heard every word clearly, and knowing that his master, possessing even greater prowess, had also overheard, anger flared within him. Wishing to apprehend and punish those who dared to speak so, the Meng family had not only embezzled disaster relief funds, leading to the deaths of countless refugees, but they also participated in the crown prince's coup, holding onto the list of names. Each of these transgressions sealed their fate as inevitable casualties, beyond salvation. What purpose did it serve for these people to curse his master? What about the distant suffering refugees? Who would they curse? Never mind. He would inquire with Gue Ba to see if there were any messages from Xuanyue Island. Gue Ba always wore a stern face, as though owed money by everyone. Whereas Gue Chi was much more agreeable. One wondered when Gue Chi's injuries would heal. The Gue family had 10 guardians specifically tasked with serving the family head. Gue E handled ghostly affairs. Gue Air trained new recruits. Gue San and Gue Si ran errands for their master. Gue Wu remained in Haifeng Prefecture. Gue Lu oversaw poisons. Gue Jiu took care of medicine. And Gue Chi and Gue Ba delivered messages, while Gue Shi watched over Hiyuan. After exchanging greetings with Gue San, Gue Si set out to find Gue Ba. The following morning, Chen Bo Ge returned with some buns, thin porridge, and 2 small dishes, once again visiting the old couple. However, she was taken aback to find Grandpa Kong in stark contrast to his previous rigidity, sitting despondently on a tree stump at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Grandma Kong looked on with a troubled expression, visibly relieved upon Chen Bo Ge's arrival. Master, all the grapes have been picked, Shi Yi whispered to Chen Bo Ge. Turning to the grape trellis, she noted that the abundant fruit that had hung there just yesterday was entirely gone, the vines torn down, and leaves strewn across the ground. Perceiving her gaze, Grandma Kong offered a bittersweet smile. After you returned yesterday, my 2 daughters-in-law brought the grandchildren to pick them all. Ibai, can you still honor what you promised Grandpa Kong yesterday? I can. I would not return unless compelled. You two need not worry. I shall not burden Kong Yi with fatigue. Should you wish to retire on the island, I am capable of managing that. Very well, let us depart. Only then did Kong Nai Nai express her joy, yet Kong Lao Tu remained still. Ignoring him, Kong Nai Nai addressed Chen Bo Ge. Wait a moment. I shall fetch our luggage. We seem to have quite a bit. Chen Bo Ge was surprised that she had already packed, but replied, no rush. Let us finish our breakfast first. Sure, Yi had set the meal, and they consumed it swiftly. Afterward, the two assisted in loading Kong Nai Nai's considerable luggage onto the carriage, which was nearly filled to the brim, with a large bag secured atop. She instructed the couple to sit inside the carriage while she and Sure Yi took their places outside, and together they returned to Chin Fu. These are my guests. Please see to their comfort and arrange for a physician. Both elders require a checkup. She directed Zhang Wan to settle the elders before hurrying out with Sure Yi. They had only a few days to procure supplies and return to the island. Otherwise, the workers there would run out of provisions. After returning from the Kong family, she had already purchased a boat at the dock, ready to collect it the following morning. With money in hand, she had also acquired 30 servants, regardless of their literacy. Today, most purchases were completed, and she would send Zhang Wan to procure fresh meat and vegetables for the dock in the morning, ready for their departure. Sure Yi, go buy another carriage. We shall split up for shopping. She had already learned to drive. Understood. After parting ways with Sure Yi at the mule market, she independently drove to the fabric shop. Upon handing over the carriage to the shopkeeper and entering, she noticed a man follow her in. She had seen him twice before and wondered if he was stalking her. Remaining unperturbed, she selected fabrics, then moved on to choose several sets of clothing, requesting the shop assistant to lead her to the fitting room. The man, unable to enter, pretended to browse nearby, but as Chen Bo Ge took too long, he grew anxious and grasped the assistant's hand, demanding, "Where did that customer go?" "Ah, sir, please let go. You're hurting me." "Where's that customer who went to try on clothes?" The man released her hand but stepped closer, pressing for answers. The assistant, frightened, backed away, her voice trembling. "That customer left through the back door after changing. She said someone would come to fetch her items and carriage." Frustration welled within him. After following her for 2 days, she had slipped away again, remembering the chest she had carried from Wan Bao Ge, filled with at least 1,000 taels of silver. He envisioned a future where he could abandon his current woman, acquire a grand residence, hire several servants, and marry 2 beautiful young ladies to serve him. Just the thought exhilarated him. Yet now, that prized catch had evaded him. He rushed out the back door into the bustling street, searching for her, but finding no trace. After several frustrating laps, he kicked a nearby tree in anger, wincing at the pain. Damn it! When I find her, I shall break her legs. Meanwhile, Chen Bo Ge sat in a tea-house's private room, sipping tea while observing the agitated man below. "Do you recognize that person?" a nearby waiter asked, peeking out the window. "Yes, many know him. He is Lai Chong, a notorious villain from Kongbei Street, skilled in underhanded tactics. Many have suffered at his hands. You should avoid provoking him." "Thank you. You may leave now. There is no need to wait." The waiter took the silver she offered, smiling as he exited, remembering to close the door behind him. After a bout of cursing, Lai Chong stormed off. Chen Bo Ge lingered at the tea house for a while before leaving, not returning home, but rather heading back to the fabric shop to find Sure Yi. After Lai Chong departed, he did not go home, but instead waited in a nearby alley to ambush her. He could not fathom that she would return to the shop. Sure, he had nearly completed his purchases and was preparing to head back when he spotted Chen Bo Ge waiting for him. "Master, what brings you here?" "I have a task for you. Wait a moment." Upon hearing her, Sure Yi nodded earnestly. "I will attend to it immediately." Chen Bo Ge then drove her carriage slowly towards Chin Fu. As she reached the alley's entrance, Lai Chang's blood surged with excitement. When the carriage approached, he recognized it as the same one from before, realizing he had been outsmarted. "Damn it! You dare to toy with me. I will make you pay." He brandished his knife, blocking the carriage's path with outstretched arms. Chen Bo Ge halted the carriage, her expression one of disdain. "My grandfather has passed. What do you intend to do? Take his place." "Damn it! I will kill you." Chen Bo Ge calmly descended from the carriage, tossing a silver ingot playfully in her hand. Villains engage in wicked deeds driven by greed or lust. Lai Chang's earlier comment indicated he had failed to recognize her disguise as a male. "Is this what you desire?" Her question caused the furious Lai Chang to hesitate. "What trickery are you up to?" He paused, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Chen Bo Ge smiled. "What trickery could I possibly possess? You have blocked my return home. Are you not after silver?" This boy appeared presentable, yet his words were crude. "You are too presumptuous. How much silver would suffice for you to let me go?" Lai Chang nearly stumbled. "What did you say?" "I asked how much silver you want." Lai Chang, taken aback by her lack of fear, found himself momentarily confused. The two stood at a stalemate. Lai Chang resolved that whether he appeared intimidated or not, he would proceed with violence. He wanted the money and intended to teach this pretty boy a lesson. Hand over that chest of silver, and I will spare you. So, you had your eyes on me at Chen Bo Ge? Then come take it. The chest is right there in the carriage. After saying this, she stepped back, clearing the way for him to enter. Pull back the curtain. Let me see. Lai Chong was no fool. Upon seeing the empty carriage containing only the chest, he felt reassured. He waved his knife threateningly at Chen Bo Ge before climbing into the carriage. At that moment, a commotion arose at the alley's entrance. Chen Bo Ge swiftly retrieved a wooden stick from her space, following closely behind and delivering a swift kick to his backside, followed by several strikes. Ouch, you little brat. I will make you pay. Grasping the chest, Lai Chong, despite the pain, refused to relinquish it. He clutched the chest in one arm while wielding the knife with the other, lunging at Chen Bo Ge. She rolled away, landing on the ground. Her clothes and hair disheveled. Help! Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Still calling for help? I will finish you today. Lai Chong leapt down from the carriage, pursuing her and lunging with his knife towards her neck. Chen Bo Ge raised her hands to defend herself, repeatedly shouting for assistance. Stop! The sound of hurried footsteps grew nearer. Shi sprinted ahead, kicking Lai Chong aside and helping Chen Bo Ge to her feet. Master, are you all right? Are you hurt? Chen Bo Ge discreetly signaled him with her eyes. The arriving constables subdued Lai Chong, and the leading officer, recognizing Chen Bo Ge, approached her. Miss Chen, are you unharmed? She shook her head. This man has been following me for several days. Seeing me alone, he intended to rob and harm me. I am truly grateful for your timely arrival. It is our duty. We will take this man into custody. Since you are unharmed, we shall take our leave. As Chen Beige watched the captor drag the struggling Lai Chong away, he adjusted his attire and boarded the carriage back to Chen Fu. With the sun rising in the east, the household bustled with activity. Chen Beige, accompanied by Shi and the elderly Kong couple, prepared to drive to the dock to retrieve the boat. Is it just us? How will we manage? Kong Lao Tu expressed his surprise. Chen Beige furrowed his brows and called for Shi to fetch another person. Upon hearing this, Kong Lao Tu reluctantly nodded. Thus, he joined the elderly couple in the carriage, while the newly hired servant sat at the front with Shi. The rest would follow Zhang Wan to the dock and meet them there. Young master, you have arrived. Our master has prepared the ship for you. Shall we take it now? At the dock, the master was absent, and it was a subordinate from that day who received them. Following the subordinate, they retrieved the vessel. Kong Lao Tu stood beside the helmsman for quite some time before finally shouting, tighten the sail ropes and raise the sails. Shi turned to the new servant, who nodded in understanding and cautiously climbed the mast to tighten and secure the sail ropes. Kong Lao Tu then looked at Shi, instructing him to take the helm. After Shi departed, he called Chen Beige to join him at the bow. You will serve as the lookout. He then elaborated on the significance of the lookout's role, explaining that one must be at the bow to ascertain the direction of the wind and the changes in waves, notifying the sail and helmsman so they could work in unison, preventing the boat from capsizing, ensuring the vessel could safely reach its destination. After imparting this knowledge, he taught her how to observe the waves and discern the wind's direction, ultimately posing a question: what do you think we should instruct the helmsman to do? If the wind blows north, shall we steer left at 80? No, 80 is too much. 60? Yes, left at 60. Shi, also a novice, struggled for some time before attempting to turn the helm to the 60-degree mark. The boat gradually set sail. As the sun moved from east to west, with a command, the cargo ship smoothly docked at Shuangyue Island. Chen Beige led the Kong couple back to the settlement in the large shed, while Shi directed the newly hired servants to unload the cargo. Their commotion quickly attracted onlookers. Island master, is this the ship you purchased? Chen Beige smiled, replying, indeed. This is Shuangyue No. 1, temporarily used for transporting goods and passengers. In the future, there will be Shuangyue No. 2 and No. 3. Oh, wonderful. We have our own ship now. Several children immediately cheered, and the adults watching also displayed smiles. While the island was delightful, the prospect of freely coming and going made it even better. The master has returned. Dong Yu also arrived, followed closely by Wang Yiming. Just as he was about to speak with Chen Beige, he was preempted by Lu Wushuang. Ibai. Chapter 64. Spilled water cannot be retrieved. Ibai. Lu Wushuang stepped forth from the crowd. Wushuang, what brings you here? Chen Beige was delighted to see her friend. My brother was conscripted by grandfather, so I brought him some supplies. Chen Beige glanced at Dong Yu, silently inquiring if there was anything else he needed from her, to which he shook his head. Select 15 individuals from those I purchased. I want them to learn how to sail. The rest, you can arrange as you see fit. If there are further matters, come find me at the office. After briefing Dong Yu, she took Lu Wushuang's hand and departed. Dong Yu remained behind to wait for Shi. While Wang Yiming fell into deep thought, Lu Wushuang had always been hostile towards her. Surely it wasn't intentional just now, but why would she harbor such animosity? Chen Beige led Lu Wushuang back to the office. As they passed by Lu Weihua's office, she peeked in, finding him occupied alone. Ibai is back. Hee hee, Grandpa Lu. I've returned. May I request some tea to entertain my esteemed guest? Lu Weihua's interest was piqued. Haha. What sort of esteemed guest requires tea from me? Chen Beige swung the door open, revealing a helpless Lu Wushuang. Grandpa. Lu Weihua laughed heartily. Quickly, serve her well. Grandpa. Ha ha. Chen Beige filled Lu Weihua's teacup and then carried the tray outside, not forgetting to ask Lu Wushuang to open the door for her. You must be parched. But thankfully this tea isn't too hot. Lu Wushuang was exasperated as she took the tray from Chen Beige, pouring tea and handing it back to her. Chen Beige gulped it down in 2 swigs before pouring another cup for herself. You have no idea. I stood at the bow, watching the water, listening to the wind, and shouting commands. I felt utterly windblown. Lu Wushuang chuckled at this. No wonder you looked stern when you came down. I thought you had encountered some trouble. But it turns out you were just windblown. The two shared a laugh, but Lu Wushuang soon resumed. Actually, I do have something to discuss with you. Chen Beige, intrigued, asked what is it? Lu Wushuang had only recently discovered that Wang Yuming was working for Chen Beige. In her previous life, there were many matters she could not comprehend until her death, and even now, she remained confused and unable to share with others, leaving her to seek answers alone. However, at this moment, she saw an opportunity. It could provide her with a legitimate reason to observe Wang Yuming and prevent Ibai from falling victim to him. Arrange a task for me. I will assist you without pay. Come now, I don't lack help here. Perhaps next time if I need someone, I'll call for you. Lu Wushuang bit her lip. No, you will accept Wang Yuming. A person so insincere, but you want to take me? Is it because I am a woman? Why are we discussing Wang Yuming? Regardless of whether he is sincere or not is not my concern, but I truly do not need help at the moment. If everyone comes seeking tasks from me, I simply cannot manage. Yet, seeing Lu Wushuang's obstinacy made her feel cornered, and she groaned. Oh, my little ancestor. I too am a woman. How could I look down on women? Then how about this? Come here daily to help me with the accounts. That is all I have left to offer. She assumed Lu Wushuang would find this challenging, as accounting in ancient times was tedious and troublesome, but to her surprise, Lu Wushuang smiled brightly. It's a deal. I once managed a household in the Wang family, so this will be no challenge for me. Noticing Lu Wushuang's confident demeanor, Chen Beige realized she had underestimated her. However, words spoken are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back. Let us make it clear. If you do not perform well, I will speak to you about it. But no sulking. Lu Wushuang laughed in response. Crying is allowed. I assent it. All right, you are my ancestor. How could I reprimand you? I shall arrange a desk for you here shortly. I appreciate your kindness, Island Master Jiayue. Just as they were conversing, Shi knocked at the door. Come in. Master, should I have the pomelos we purchased brought over? No need, just send a small bag over to me. The rest can be given to the stewards to sample. 3 days swiftly passed. Today, Kyoto basked in bright sunshine, bustling with crowds. Meanwhile, the execution grounds had gathered many eager spectators. The body from 3 days ago had just been dragged to the mass grave. Although white lime powder had been scattered on the ground, the lingering stench of decay was still pungent and overwhelming. Yun Jinghe and the others had yet to arrive, and some lackeys hurriedly lit mugwort at the 4 corners and prepared a small cauldron, placing burning mugwort on the altar. As noon approached, Gusong Yun arrived first. Shortly after, Yun Jinghe rode in slowly on horseback. Meng Yufei, watching Yun Jinghe on horseback, felt veins bulging in his hands, his eyes nearly popping out from strain. Those nearby firmly restrained him, urging him to remain calm, for a moment's impatience could spoil a grand plan. Meng Yufei was well aware of this, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to remain composed. Soon, noon arrived. With a shout from the guards, the members of the Meng family, shackled, were led down from the prison cart, their heads bowed low, and pushed onto the execution grounds. Observing the motionless relatives kneeling on the ground, Meng Yufei struck the earth with his fist, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a sight both terrifying and sorrowful. Yundarin, everything is prepared. In just a quarter of an hour, it will be 1:15 noon. Indeed, let the executioner take his position. The voice of the guards echoed through the air. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted in the sky, and a fierce fire engulfed the area around the execution ground. Protect the master. Quickly, protect the master. Amidst the rising smoke, numerous masked assailants charged into the execution site. Kill. Slay that beast, Yun Jinghe. The masked assailants, in overwhelming numbers, swiftly gained the upper hand. Meng Yufei refrained from engaging in the carnage, instead leading a group to rescue the Meng family members. On the platform, Yun Jinghe let out a cold smile. Seize them. Life or death matters not. Understood. A synchronized response emerged from the crowd of onlookers, causing unease among the masked intruders. Retreat. But it was too late. Hidden among the crowd were the Jin Yi. Once the Jin Yi entered the fray, The bandits were scattered, and even Meng Yufei found himself restrained. Where's Meng Yugu? He hasn't failed to arrive, has he? Yun Jinghe gazed down upon Meng Yufei. Meng Yufei kept his eyes closed, showing no intention of speaking. You choose silence? He chuckled, turning to signal the guards. The guard acted swiftly, and Meng Yuchen, clutching his severed arm, collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Yun Jinghe, do you still remember whose blood flows through your veins? Meng Yufei roared, his teeth clenched. It is the blood of a beast, is it not? Chapter 65. I have no words. Ha ha. No wonder my sister called you a beast, only deserving to associate with beasts. Ha ha ha. Indeed, my sister was not wrong. This was uttered by the severed-handed Meng Yuchen, who, after finishing his words, laughed maniacally, prompting a guard nearby to swiftly end his life. Second brother. Meng Yufei's eyes turned crimson. After the death of his father, their mother had perished in prison, and now his second brother lay dying before him. He let out a cry towards the heavens, and then Yun Jinghe heard him say, We will let you slay our people, but spare my younger brother. He has been poisoned and will not live long. I implore you, let him go. Elder master, brother, the Meng family members, who had been grateful for his attempt to save them just a quarter of an hour ago, now looked at him in disbelief. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since felt compassion. But who was Yun Jinghe? You. He was about to speak when Gusong Yun interjected with scorn. Do you think your Meng family are great heroes, deserving of sparing Meng Yugu's life? Do not think that the emperor will agree, nor will the thousands of refugees. Are you truly unaware of why your Meng family is here? The Deshun dynasty has lost many citizens due to natural disasters, and neighboring nations are eyeing them covetously. This is precisely the time when they lack manpower. The emperor has exiled many of the crown prince's marginal subordinates, as long as their crimes are not capital offenses, allowing them to contribute to the borders. Only those with unforgivable crimes remain in the capital to face execution. They still wish to plead for mercy? Do they expect to be released only to return with vengeance? You better reveal where the disaster relief funds are, and where the crown princess roster is. Meng Yufei remained silent, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if trying to discern something, before finally closing his eyes once more. I have no words. He had come to raid the execution site, fully prepared for a one-way journey. His sister was safe for now in Yun Jinghe's hands. His younger brother had been administered a soporific, presently en route to that man's domain. If he confessed now, not only would the Meng family not be saved, but their demise would be hastened. As long as his younger brother remained alive, both his sister and brother would surely utilize those resources to exact revenge. By imperial decree, execute all members of the Meng family, and hang the body of their patriarch at the city gate as a warning to the populace. The messenger was a guard from the emperor's side, who had been following Yun Jinghe closely, and now stepped forward to announce the edict. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards swiftly cleared the area, gathering the remaining Meng family members in the center for the archers to carry out the execution. Take the surviving bandits back to the Ministry of Justice. I will personally interrogate them later. There had been a total of 30 masked individuals at the execution site. A few had fled, and over a dozen had perished in battle, leaving less than 10. Understood, Yun Darren. Gusong Yun watched Yun Jinghe leave before turning back to the execution ground. Release the arrows. In the He Yuan inner courtyard, a maid entered the room, softly calling out. Madam. Originally restless, Meng Shuhua sat rigidly in her chair, her face streaked with tears. Have they left, my brothers? It is nearly the hour of Wu. She murmured to herself, but then a smile broke through. Today's weather is splendid. My elder and second brothers love this season of sunshine. At this time, the prey is particularly plump, and my brothers always took me and my younger sister to the estate to play. My brothers would ride out to hunt while my sister and I gathered daisies for tea. Her rambling voice gradually became choked with sobs, filled with sorrow. But now, my brothers have taken my sister away. Father and mother are gone too. They have all left, and I am the only wretched one left behind. The maid, noticing her strange demeanor, hurriedly leaned in to whisper a few words. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuhua instantly stood up, grasping the maid's hand tightly. Is what you said true? It is all true, madam. You must pull yourself together. At that moment, Meng Shuhua appeared as though she had been infused with elixir, her demeanor exuberant. Ahaha. Heaven has not forsaken the Meng family. Madam, you should prepare yourself. Soon, Yun Jinghe learned of the events occurring in the He Yuan. There is no need for immediate action. Keep a close watch for any movements. Understood. The moon hung high in the sky. In the interrogation room of the Ministry of Justice, the lights burned brightly. 2 guards stood at the door. And on the left side upon entering was a long table laden with various torture instruments. In the corner was a large copper pot, currently boiling water. Yun Jinghe sat quietly to the side, observing the masked individuals under scrutiny by the torturer, Gui San. Who do you work for? Where is your rendezvous point? Guaisen wiped the blood splatters from his face, his tone infused with excitement. He relished such tough nuts to crack. Heh. It seems you won't speak unless it becomes uncomfortable. Shortly, I will have someone provide you with a thorough cleansing, and I suspect someone will eventually speak. Bring in the bed. After a moment, 2 guards carried in an iron bed. The bed was as high as an adult's waist, and due to frequent use, its surface and legs were unrecognizable. Bind him to it. Guaisen pointed at the man who had just spat. Soon, that man was stripped of his clothing and bound to the bed. Do you know what cleansing entails? If not, no matter, just watch him closely, and you will know. Guaisen said to the 6 individuals suspended nearby. At that moment, an executioner clad in a black robe approached, holding a large ladle, and poured a generous scoop of boiling water over the man, who was under the watchful gaze of the others. The man's entire body turned bright red from the scalding, his piercing screams seemingly resonating within the hearts of the 6 onlookers. This is just the beginning. It is not yet over. Following this, the executioner doused him with 2 more ladles of boiling water until his skin blistered, after which he turned to retrieve an iron comb. The comb's teeth were long, with remnants of flesh still clinging to it, evoking a chilling dread. The man had already screamed himself hoarse. Upon seeing the iron comb, he ceased his cries and instead began to chatter away in the language of the pirate nation. Guaisen glanced back at Yun Jinghe, who appeared serious, and called for a translator. Guard, yes. The man thought this was the end and exhaled a sigh of relief, as did the other 6. However, Guaisen chuckled, his laughter growing more fervent. Continue the execution. Understood. The executioner took the iron comb and pressed it against the man's blistered skin, again and again, until the man finally succumbed and breathed his last. The 6 witnesses were so terrified that 2 of them urinated themselves, one vomited, and another fainted. Guaisen waved his hand, signaling the executioner to step back, and instructed someone to awaken the unconscious man before approaching him with a jovial demeanor. Now, can you speak? The 6 onlookers observed the gruesome scene, and the fainted individual was the first to nod in response. I must insist, do not groom me. I do not wish for any grooming. I declare, we are members of Jusha Go. How could I be unaware that there are pirates within the ranks of Jusha men? Chapter 66. A chill follows each autumn rain. The man who had fainted, terrified of punishment, hurriedly exclaimed, No, no, he is not one of us. He is merely our contact. I am rank 33rd in Jusha Go. I confess everything. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Are these also your associates from Jusha Go? Guaisen sneered. 33rd. No, they are merely ordinary guards. Whose guards? I do not know. I truly do not know. At this moment, Guaisen returned. Master, we have apprehended everyone, though one perished along the way while bringing them in. Subsequently, 4 masked individuals were swiftly pushed inside. He knows. He is our leader, and that one is also one of ours. The 33rd member pointed excitedly at 2 of them. You traitor. Even if you escape alive, do not forget how the master treats traitors. The leader remained silent, while another struggled to lunge at the 33rd member, clearly eager to strike him. The 33rd member trembled, retreating slightly. Look at that pirate, flayed alive. I would rather be fed to dogs by the master than endure such torture. The newly arrived 4 turned their heads in unison toward the iron bed. Upon it lay a bloodied figure, every inch of flesh marred, blood oozing steadily from his body. The room fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the dripping of blood onto the floor. Drip drop. The interpreter had arrived. From this point onward, matters proceeded smoothly. Among the 30 masked individuals, 5 belonged to Jusha Go. Apart from the 3 in the prison, 2 had perished on the torture ground. Furthermore, 2 were pirates. One had become a bloodied figure, and the other was one of the 4, with the 2 Jusha Go members having protected him during the escape, only to be recaptured by Guaisen. The remaining were all ordinary guards. The members of Jusha Go merely acted for monetary compensation and were unaware of further details. The pirate could speak the Shun dialect, but remained obstinate and revealed nothing during the interrogation. Guaisen resolved to subject him to every form of torture he had yet to try. Master Yun, the emperor summons you. Yun Jinghe rose and addressed Guaisen. You may remain. Understood. As autumn rains brought a chill, after a few drizzles, the small island finally turned cold. You lot. Be sure to wear an extra coat when you go out, lest you catch a chill. Yes, mother, they replied. The 3 shared the same destination, with Chen Beige continuously conversing with Chen Wanli, while Chen Baihan listened quietly. Beige, do you remember that 10-year-old girl among the beggars? She was recognized as Aunt Kong's granddaughter. I learned to navigate boats with Grandpa Kong every day. I have not heard him mention her. That girl, while not particularly attractive, was likely abandoned for that reason. If she were taken in by the elderly couple, it would be fortunate, for they are kind-hearted. Later arrivals were arranged by Dong Yu to reside in the newly constructed Rostyle courtyard. She lived beside the elderly couple and was said to assist Aunt Kong with chores regularly. That is quite good. Everyone can look after one another. An orphan in this ancient time faces immense challenges, especially after reaching maturity. The two discussed various topics, and after a while, Chun Bian spoke up. Sister, the teacher mentioned that once we finish collecting grain, we will be on break. May I come and help you then? That is acceptable. By then, most of the workers on the island will have returned home, and with fewer hands, your assistance will be welcomed. The main road on the island had been paved with cement, and her planned residential areas, shopping streets, and entertainment districts were nearing completion, with only a few workshops still under construction. Over the past month, she had gradually hired 3 batches of workers, aiming to finalize everything before the new year. Notably, she had been learning to navigate boats with Old Kong, who had personally granted her permission to set sail. Starting today, she would no longer accompany him. Her primary purpose for visiting was to find Dongyu. She had purchased approximately 50 to 60 servants, with the exception of a dozen or so small managers, assigning the remainder to produce items she had taught them, such as the sanitary pads, women's undergarments, and handmade soaps she had previously created. Upon reaching Xuanyue Plaza, they each went about their respective tasks. Dongyu awaited Chen Bo Ge and presented her with several booklets. These are the financial records for the past 2 months. Chen Bo Ge took them and noticed the first 2 volumes contained personnel lists, one for the purchased servants and another for the islanders who had gradually increased over the last 2 months. These 2 volumes needed to be submitted to Lu Weihua. The subsequent book detailed material expenditures, followed by production records for the servants. Chen Bo Ge did not concern herself with the rest. She needed to calculate costs and set prices for those items. However, the few novel products were insufficient to attract major merchants. She planned to complete the final procedures at the shipyard in the coming days, and then venture out to sea with Air, who to explore other islands for resources. She was eager to locate rubber trees, uncertain if this fictional dynasty possessed them, as she recalled rubber trees were introduced to Huaxia only in modern times. Nevertheless, chili peppers also arrived in Huaxia during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, yet this era had already embraced them, so she was determined to search. Once she found rubber trees, she believed the entire island would soar to prosperity. However, discussing such matters was premature. It was best to have Dongyu seek merchants instead. Tomorrow, issue a notice. If anyone is interested in conducting business, they may rent our storefronts, with a 30% reduction in rent for the first 2 years. Understood. I will be at the shipyard for the next few days. If you need anything, come to find me there. Our funds are nearly depleted. Indeed. With expenses but no income, it is truly challenging. However, this predicament will soon change. Just wait a few more days. Once Shi returns, we will have money. Currently, Shi was in Haifeng Prefecture awaiting the escort team led by Liang Batian. After he and his master returned, it took less than 10 days for matters to take shape. The master's people had managed to uncover even the dogs raised by Liang Batian's distant relatives. It turned out that Liang Batian had not only dismantled his escort agency, but also 2 others. Now, in Haifeng Prefecture, he stood alone at the top, with the other 2 harboring deep resentment towards him. However, he was well versed in the art of causing harm and approached each order with extreme caution, refusing to take on large contracts unless they were from familiar faces. His master had arranged for several batches of foreign merchants, but he rejected them all on the grounds that the goods did not match the insurance. He only accepted one from the capital. The owner of this merchant group was named Sun Bin. Initially, Sun Bin assigned him small contracts, but gradually increased the stakes. And this last contract was the final one arranged by the master. Today, I shall bring you to ruin, leaving you to languish in prison. Chapter 67. Quite sinister indeed. On the road, a convoy bearing the Liang character was steadily making its way towards Haifeng Prefecture. At the lead carriage, Liang Batian was conversing with his uncle, appearing in exceptionally high spirits. Xiao Zhong, once we unload the goods, let's have a drink. Finally arriving at Haifeng Prefecture, the capital is freezing beyond belief. Indeed, it is freezing. Say, uncle, how much silver do you think Sun Bin will reward us this time? Sun Bin, a wealthy merchant from the capital, was known for not only providing the escort fee upon safely returning the goods, but also offering an additional sum as a reward for the brothers to celebrate. And each time the amount seemed to increase. Given the hardships on this round trip, it must be at least 20 or 30 taels, right? Every time Boss Sun requests him to deliver some specialty products from Haifeng Fu to a store in the capital specializing in southern delicacies. He is also tasked with fetching a batch of goods from a nearby jade shop to sell back to Boss Sunday. If he prefers not to transport the goods, he can simply convey a message to the jade shop, suggesting they hire a security detail, for which Boss Sun will also provide him with a token of gratitude. During his initial visit, he heard the jade shop owner mention that the goods to be transported were valued at 50,000 taels. Traditionally, the fee for transporting goods is determined by the value, distance, and risk associated with the items. 4 high-value items such as gold, silver, and jewels. A fee of 10% of the item's value is charged as a security fee, amounting to 500 taels. Typically, securing 5% is considered favorable. Moreover, as he harbors no enmity in the capital, he reasons that exercising caution should suffice. With that thought, he resolved to take the job. Over the past month, he has assisted Boss Sun in transporting jade twice, earning 500 taels on the first trip and 1,000 on the second. This time, he stands to gain 3,000 taels, as he is transporting gold items and a small quantity of stones. The most valuable being a colorful glass lamp that Boss Sun intends to use as a prized possession for his store. Thinking of the extravagant Boss Sun, Liang Batian couldn't help but smile wider. After completing this delivery, he planned to take a break, exclaiming that the sudden chill in the air called for a drink. Indeed, with November approaching, the cold was unavoidable. Yet, the capital always felt peculiar. Every visit, he encountered that living llama. Once, a mere glance from that figure sent a chill down his spine. When his uncle mentioned the living llama, Liang Batian's heart trembled as well. Last month, that llama had wiped out his maternal grandfather's entire family, and this month, he had eliminated an official from the Ministry of Revenue, stirring unrest even among the martial sections. It was said he had offended a princess, yet the emperor had not punished him. How sinister. He quickly urged his companions to prepare for the handover, promising a feast after the transaction was complete. Xiao Zhong chuckled as he stood, rallying the brothers to ready themselves for the handoff. The crowd behind him erupted with excitement at the prospect of receiving their earnings. Old Li, after receiving his share, would still have to deliver it to the Yihong courtyard to hand over to the matchmaker, which seemed hardly worth it. Laughter ensued. You know nothing. With this money, I will redeem her. You think marrying a pure young maiden is better than being with a matchmaker? Right, Old Li. Off with you. Seated at a nearby tea stall, he observed Liang Batian and his entourage approach, laughing boisterously. The caravan laden with boxes gradually halted in front of a newly opened jewelry and jade shop. Boss Sun, Liang de Biaoju has returned. Come out and inspect the goods. Xiao Zhong called out loudly. Ah, coming, replied Sun Bin with a beaming smile, followed by an appraiser. Boss Sun, Master Wang, please inspect the goods quickly. After that, we can let the brothers rest, for this trip has exhausted us. All right. After the inspection, I'll treat the brothers to some drinks. Xiao Zhong exchanged a knowing glance with his brother-in-law. Soon, the first box was opened, and Master Wang examined the contents with a frown, prompting him to request the opening of the second and third boxes. Liang Batian's smile faded as he called out, "Open all the boxes." The jovial atmosphere shifted as the group solemnly opened all 20 boxes. Master Wang, you had better speak up if there are issues. We inspected each box when we received the consignment, and all contained genuine gold and silver. If you dare to frame me, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. Liang Batian stepped forward, fixing an intense gaze upon Master Wang. Xiao Zhong squeezed in, threatening, "If you claim it's not gold, I will knock your teeth out." I even bit the gold pillow. He had left a bite mark. Liang Batian snatched the gold pillow, instantly recognizing it was a fake. Initially substantial and heavy during packing, this one was light enough to toss. He discarded the counterfeit and rushed to the next box, discovering that apart from 3 boxes containing stones, all the gold items had transformed into something unrecognizable. Liang Biao, why have all my goods turned to fakes? These items were of considerable value. What of my prized possession? The crowd had gathered, intrigued by the commotion. Liang Batian carefully untied his bundle and slowly opened the box. The onlookers held their breath, fixated on the box in his hands. After receiving it, he had kept the cup at his side, confident it would not be flawed. As he lifted the lid, a radiant, multicolored glass lamp sparkled in the sunlight. Wow, this treasure is exquisite. Just as relief washed over Liang Batian, the lamp suddenly shattered. Ah! The crowd gasped in unison. My glass lamp, Sun Bin lamented, rushing forward to circle the shattered remnants, exclaiming, what do I do now? This colorful glass lamp is priceless, crafted from materials extracted from the northern wastelands, and I intended it to be the store's treasure. Liang Biao, why did you crush my glass lamp? Several voices in the crowd claimed to have witnessed the incident, quickly asserting that he was responsible. Nonsense. I did not crush it. It shattered on its own. Who dares to slander me? Speak. Were you trying to frame me? Liang Batian felt panic rising within him, but his fury flared as he glared at the crowd, gripping Sun Bin's collar with rage. Damn you, how dare you set me up? When I was playing my tricks, you were still in the dark. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Sun Bin was conspiring against him, prompting him to strike Sun Bin in the face. Stop. Excellent. The officials have arrived. Chapter 68. How did you end up here? In front of Sun Jiyuchi's shop in Haifeng Fu, a throng had gathered. Make way, the officials are coming. The crowd quickly parted, and a dozen constables approached, swords at their sides. Officer! Officer, save me. This Liang Batian not only swapped my goods, but has just smashed my store's treasure and even struck me. Everyone can attest. Sun Bin, clutching his face, stood behind the head constable. Upon seeing the officers, Liang Batian concealed his fury, yet continued to point accusingly at Sun Bin. I have done nothing. It is this Sun Bin who is framing me. The head constable, uninterested in their bickering, waved his hand. Take them all away. Before long, both parties, along with the goods, were escorted to the magistrate's office. Sir, I have returned to report, Shi said, dropping a piece of silver to settle the bill, adding that the remainder was a reward for the service. It was time to see the outcome. The magistrate's office was crowded, with onlookers sharing tales of the incident with newcomers. Among them were victims from previous encounters with Liang Batian. Seizing the opportunity, they recounted their misfortunes, and many recognized them, which bolstered their credibility. The magistrate is coming out. The frontline spectators called out excitedly upon seeing Wan Ning emerge in the hall. Generally, minor cases do not require his adjudication, yet this case involved a significant sum, necessitating his direct involvement. The head constable presented the prepared case documents to the magistrate and reported briefly before stepping aside. The Sun Ji Yuchi shop was familiar to him. They had only recently obtained their business license. Which one is Sun Bin? Sir, I am. I wish to accuse Liang Batian of swapping my goods and assaulting me. And Liang Batian, what do you have to say? Sir, I did not swap his goods. He is framing me, colluding with the shopkeeper in the capital to ensnare me. Since you both present differing accounts, what evidence do you have to support your claims? Sun Bin retrieved several delivery slips from his pocket and stepped forward to present them to the constable beside him. Sir, I am merely a trader who often hires the Liang de Biao, Jew, to transport goods. Each time, both parties verify the cargo before signing and fingerprinting the transaction. This is our receipt. You should also possess a slip for this particular delivery. A simple inquiry will confirm it. Wan Ning turned to Liang Batian, who hesitated before handing over the slip. Sir, I did perform the verification, but I assure you, I have been wronged. You claim to be wronged, yet in plain view, you shattered my prized possession. This is an undeniable fact, is it not? The lamp broke on its own. I would not deliberately damage it to cause myself trouble. Everyone witnessed it shatter in your hands, did they not? Liang Batian, unable to refute the claim and filled with rage, attempted to retaliate but was restrained by the nearby constable. Did you verify the cargo before accepting the delivery? Liang Batian affirmed there were no issues, while Xiao Zhong also attested to the fact that he had indeed bitten into gold. Traveling south, the cargo has not changed hands, nor has the box been opened. How could anyone have framed you? It is possible they employed some trickery to deceive us. Sir, I assure you, we did not swallow his goods. Wan Ning, deep in thought, pondered that if everything were indeed in order, the fault lay primarily with Liang Batian. It was improbable that someone had managed to create counterfeit gold that had gone undetected by them. If such an individual existed, they would undoubtedly be of considerable notoriety, and their sole intent would not be to ensnare a mere small-time courier. You possess no evidence to substantiate your claims of slander, yet you still feel wronged. Thus, I grant you 2 days of leniency. Within this time, you must recover the goods or provide proof of your innocence. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences alone. All members of the Liang de Biao Ju, with the exception of Liang Batian, were temporarily detained. Sir, this is an injustice. Liang Batian, his expression grim, watched as the constables escorted the members of the Liang de Biao Ju away, realizing he had fallen into a trap. However, he was uncertain who had orchestrated this betrayal. If he could uncover their identity, he would ensure they regretted their actions. But for now, he needed to focus on the pressing matter. Why had it not concluded yet? Shi observed Liang Batian as he exited the magistrate's office, frowning. Liang Batian recognized that he had entered a deadlock from which there was no escape. After returning home, he took a bath, played with his children for a while, and then pretended to pursue leads by spending time at the courier office, only emerging as dusk approached. After returning home, he fell silent. As the cold wave arrived, doors were locked and lights extinguished. On an autumn night, 2 watchmen patrolled the streets with lanterns, one striking a gong while the other tapped a wooden clapper, maintaining a rhythmic cadence. Liang Batian, who had not yet fallen into a deep slumber, stirred when he heard the watchman sound the 4th watch, quietly shouldering a small bundle and stealthily slipping out through the back door. As he tried to avoid the watchman and sneak out of the city via a narrow path, Shi appeared. It's you. Realizing he was alone with Shi, Liang Batian felt a surge of courage, although confusion clouded his mind. What brings you here? Have you been following me? His thoughts spiraled, wondering if this was a trap set by Shi. Yet, if he were so astute, how could he have fallen victim to his own courier company and been betrayed by the authorities? Indeed, how could a mere servant possess such freedom? Was it possible that his master had orchestrated this? What connection did Sun Bin of the Jade Shop have with his master? Could it be that Sun Bin was his master? Noticing Liang Batian's changing expressions, Shi realized he was connecting the dots. I heard you faced retribution. I sought leave from my master merely to witness your downfall. I never expected to catch you fleeing. Does this not signify our fateful connection? Perhaps. But now is not the time for idle banter. I will discover who conspired against me, but I have no time to reminisce with you. Step aside, lest I treat you unkindly. Perfect. I have long wished to confront you. The two had clashed before. Liang Batian had learned his skills from an experienced courier, while Shi had trained for several years under a martial arts master. Soon, they were entangled in combat within the dim alley, exchanging blows in a fierce struggle. Liang Batian sought to escape, but found himself ensnared. Before long, a watchman arrived with a patrol team. The head of the patrol immediately recognized Liang Batian. You dare to flee. I did not, dear officer. I merely sought to investigate. Liang Batian attempted to slip a silver note into the constable's hand, but the officer dismissed it without a glance. Arrest him and return him to the jail. Yes. And who are you? Seize him as well. We will deal with matters at dawn. As daylight broke, in the main hall, Wan Ning regarded Shi with a furrowed brow. What brings you here? Sir, I encountered Liang Batian. After our altercation, we were both brought back. You met Liang Batian at such an hour? Wan Ning suspected something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the discrepancy, so he ordered his subordinates to release Shi. Liang Batian, I grant you 2 days to prove your innocence, yet you chose to flee under the cover of night. What is the reason for this? Sir, I merely wished to verify matters, but unfortunately, I was mistaken for a criminal. Does one require a bundle of silver to investigate? Where did you acquire these 50,000 taels of silver notes? Liang Batian fell silent. Speak. Liang Batian remained mute. Wan Ning's voice turned cold. Someone. Search the Liang and Zhong households and the Liang de Biaoju. Yesterday, after his return, someone had seen Zhong Shi return to her family home after dark. They also searched the Liang de Biaoju for any discrepancies. After a considerable time, the search party returned, bringing with them a small box. Liang Batian immediately recognized it as the one he had given to Zhong Shi the day prior. Inside were the funds he had set aside for Zhong Shi and her 3 children, uncertain of what the future might hold. Sir, it contains 5,000 in notes, 80 taels of silver, and various jewels. Sir, the courier office harbors no wealth, only a batch of medicinal materials stored in the warehouse. Soon, others returned, reporting no abnormalities. Wan Ning was astonished that a mere courier could possess such wealth. If he were innocent, it would indeed be a strange occurrence. Internally, Liang Batian felt despondent. The funds were tainted, derived from the scheme to seize the goods from the 3 couriers. However, the batch of medicinal materials was legitimate, but the individual had yet to send someone to collect it. Due to his attempted escape, Wan Ning swiftly pronounced his judgment. Liang Batian is guilty of misappropriating courier goods and refusing to return them. All his assets shall be confiscated for the rightful owner of the goods. Do either of you contest this? Sun Bin protested. That sum is worth 300,000 taels. Liang Batian declared, I contest this. I did not misappropriate his goods. Wan Ning ignored Liang Batian's pleas and turned to Sun Bin, stating, that batch of medicinal materials is also yours. Sun Bin could do nothing but accept with a look of reluctant compliance. In prison, the members of the Liang de Biaoju were released. Yet Liang Batian found himself incarcerated. What awaited him was exile. As Shi and Sun Bin returned to the island, Chen Bo Ge was inspecting the shipyard to ensure there were no defects. Master, we have returned. What sum did you bring back? Yuan Hongchang only brought back 100 taels, but I acquired nearly 60,000 taels from Liang Batian, along with a batch of medicinal materials and an entire courier office. Sun Bin gazed at his master with admiration. The master merely used some soil and iron powder, mixed with certain pigments, and Yuan Hongchang produced gold. However, that gold, when bitten, could only maintain its form for a short time before returning to its original state. They crafted it just before delivery, which explains why Xiao Zhong could verify the goods without leaving a mark. Furthermore, the glazed lamp was merely an ordinary thin porcelain lamp coated with a layer of material, appearing like glass in sunlight. It had already been quite fragile. Had he inspected it during the verification, it surely would have shattered. Fortunately, Liang Batian merely opened the box to take a glance. Master, I have a perplexing question. What is it that troubles you? How can you be certain that Liang Batian would not take it out to examine? Based on the information gathered, Liang Batian is rather self-assured. He has collaborated with Yuan Hongchang on 2 or 3 occasions, making the likelihood of him inspecting it quite slim. Even if he were to take it out and it were to shatter, there are still those gold artifacts. I doubt he would be deceived. However, I did not anticipate that he would carry it concealed on his person, leading to the delicate shattering of the Liuli lantern. Sun Bin nodded, his admiration for his master deepening. Upon your return, Please rename the Jade Shop to Chen Bo Ge. Wan Hongchong has likely already made the change. I will first send the trained individuals to Jingdu, and once your side is prepared, I shall transfer them to you. Understood. Shuri. Rename the escort agency to Shunfeng Express. I shall provide you with 30 individuals. Your first task will be to deliver sanitary products, women's undergarments, soap, lip balm, perfume, and items for Lu Yi and her companions to Jingdu. She has recently developed lip balm and perfume, albeit in limited quantities. Let Wan Hongchong implement a strategy of scarcity marketing. After a brief wait, she did not receive a response from Shuri. Shuri? Shuri? Hearing Sunbin call him, Shuri regained his focus. Are you all right? Master, I am fine. He had merely been contemplating how his master had bestowed upon him the Liang family estate, and he was to go to the Yu family to retrieve his wife and child. Yet somehow, thoughts of Liang Beishan's family intruded upon his mind. What a fool. He chastised himself, realizing he must ask Sun Bin to repeat the master's words, as he had not paid attention. The winter in the southern region, astonishingly, had not brought snow. Instead, it was lush and green, significantly warmer than our northern territory. Have you forgotten that you remarked how summer in the southern region is vastly hotter than in the north? It is all the same. Every place has its merits. Today marks the winter solstice. The entire island took a day off. Ever since a prisoner discovered clay in the back mountains and claimed he could make bricks, Chen Bo Ge had prohibited the prisoners from quarrying stone, directing them instead to produce bricks. With bricks and cement now available, several factories were swiftly constructed. Currently, a few factories have commenced production. However, there remains a shortage of female workers. Male laborers have been dismissed. She terminated all male labor, leaving the remaining tasks for the new islanders, who need to earn a living and pay for housing. Housing is not free, yet she only charges for materials and labor. After a while, if they wish to cease working and cultivate the land like the previous islanders, she will not intervene. She claimed she would set out to sea in search of rubber, but for the past few days, she had been busy and was finally done with her tasks. On this winter solstice, she planned to spend quality time with her family. Father and mother, how about we catch some seafood for barbecue tonight? In this cold weather. With the tide rising, where do you intend to catch it? Airby, engrossed in his book, did not lift his head. Of course, we can catch it. I will take you out to sea fishing in the small boat that Uncle Hao Sheng and the others use for practice. Chun Wanli and the others exchanged glances. Instantly intrigued. Sea fishing? Indeed, sea fishing allows one to catch fish, shrimp, crabs, and sea rabbits. It is quite enjoyable. Then let us go? Zhao Xianglian urged as she stood up. Not yet. We still need to prepare. After a while, the family of four set out with their gear. We shall first go to the boatyard to retrieve the boat. The boatyard was deserted, with only Uncle Hao Sheng's family present. Uncle Hao Sheng, could you lend us a hand? Coming. This small boat was merely 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, constructed from leftover materials from her larger vessel. Soon, the small boat was carrying them into the vast sea. Chapter 70. You do not think of us. The winter sea was windy, yet the fish were plentiful. During this season, fishermen often ventured out to risk the waves, leading to numerous accidents. If a fishing boat were to capsize in the storm, the fishermen might never return. Thus, there is a saying, the greater the wind and waves, the pricier the fish. Chen Bo Ge did not steer the boat far, halting in the nearby waters. Father and mother, let me teach you how to catch shrimp. Chen Bo Ge produced a prepared line with multiple hooks and handed it to Chen Wanli. The line consisted of a string tied with several hooks. Father, attach bait to all the hooks, then lower the line into the water, ensuring it does not go too deep. Be cautious not to hurt yourself. When you feel a tug on the line, slowly reel it back in. Mother, when father pulls it up, use the net to catch the shrimp, preventing them from falling. Sitting close together, the two parents would work better in tandem. What about me? Chen Baihan, typically aloof outside, transformed into a playful spirit at home. Chen Bo Ge handed him a fishing rod. You can fish for sea rabbits. If you do not catch anything, it is no matter. Isn't bait necessary? The artificial bait at the end of the line was meant for catching sea rabbits. Chen Baihan, sensing she was not jesting, hesitantly placed the bait. In truth, the best time to catch sea rabbits is at night, using blue fluorescent bait. As long as there are sea rabbits or squids nearby, they will rush to bite at the sight of the blue glow without hesitation. However, it was daytime, and lacking fluorescent bait, although she had crafted a blue artificial bait, its effectiveness might be limited. Crabs are easier to catch. Placing some chicken in a cage and tying it to a rope before tossing it to the seabed would yield a basket full of crabs later. After instructing the three, Chen Bo Ge also took 2 rods and attached bait, eager to fish herself. The weight was unbearable. Fortunately, not long after, Chen Wanli's line began to show signs of shrimp nibbling at the bait. Oh no, 2 got away. You really should reel it in slower, Zhao Xianglian lamented. This is not my first time fishing. I will know better next time. The couple bickered, while the siblings pretended not to hear. After Chen Wanli had caught about half a kilogram of shrimp and Chen Beige had reeled in 2 fish, Chen Baihan began to grow anxious. Sister, are you playing a trick on me? Why haven't I caught anything after all this time? Chen Beige reassured him. Catching sea rabbits is the most challenging. It requires patience. Just be steadfast, and you will surely catch one. Chen Baihan reluctantly suppressed his impatience and resumed fishing. However, a twist of fate occurred. It began with Chen Baihan continuously catching fish, while Chen Beige and Chen Wanli remained silent, catching nothing at all. It would be one thing if they were not catching fish, but how could they not even catch shrimp? She suddenly recalled that heir who adored sea rabbits. Could it be that the sea rabbits had been driven to this area by him? No. Once the thought crossed her mind, it became incessant. She fidgeted, glancing anxiously at the water's surface. Not far away, heir who, as if sensing some unseen guidance, bounded toward them. At this point, no one in the family was catching anything. Father and mother, shall we return? What we have caught is sufficient for a meal. And we still have the cage to retrieve. Her uneasy feeling intensified. Let us fish a little longer. Yes, sister, let us fish a bit more. The 3 clearly felt they had not yet had enough and were unwilling to return. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed heir who leaping out of the water not far away, seemingly waving to her. She stared blankly, muttering softly, let us fish, just do not be frightened. What? Chen Baihan, not quite understanding, was about to ask for clarification when he saw a large fish charging toward them. That one was indeed heading straight for them. Bounding up and down, it did not veer off course. His shout caught the attention of Chen Wanli and his wife, who saw it too. Chen Wanli quickly embraced Zhao Xianglian and shouted to the siblings, Ibai, Erbai, come over here. Ibai, give me the oar. Just as Chen Baihan was about to grab the oar, heir who and the others had already reached them, circling the small boat. Chen Beige, fearing for her family's safety, quickly reached out to stroke heir who's head, discreetly offering it some dried fish, and began to communicate with it telepathically. Hurry back and take Dahu with you. Do not frighten my family. Heir who replied, no, we just met. I miss you so much, 2-legged beast. Hurry back. I will bring dried fish to find you tomorrow. No, you spoke similarly last time, yet you have not sought us for quite some time. Woohoo, you do not miss us. Heir who indeed. You do not miss us. Chen Baigu, unable to appease them, angrily slapped heir who on the head. The Chen family of 3, 0, Chen Baigu. Do you believe me when I say I do not recognize them? Heir who and Wu who splashed her with water. San who thrust a ray fish upward from below, accurately striking her head. Da who and Si who, being young ladies, did not engage in the fray. The Chen family of 3, 0, shaking their heads. At this moment, Chen Baigu was also incensed. She removed the ray fish from her head and wiped her face. Then, she stood up, pointing at the 3 killer whales and shouted, Do you wish to perish? In the dead of winter, you dare to splash water at me? Do you believe I will capture all of you? The Chen family of 3, 0. Has Ibai become this outrageous? Heir who, not only do you not miss us, but when we finally see you, you also scold us, boo-hoo. San who, this little boat seems to be swaying a bit. Chen Baigu, tomorrow, I will bring each of you a bag of dried fish. Wait for me at the old place. Seeing that they remained skeptical and wished to play pranks, Chen Baigu, with a stern expression, issued a warning. If you continue with your mischief, I shall plunge into the sea right now and hang you up to dry like fish. Under Chen Baiji's blend of soft and hard tactics, the Woohoo team reluctantly left. As she turned, Chen Wanli and the others were still in a daze. Chen Baigu, they are surprisingly courteous, gifting me with winter solstice presents upon our first meeting, huh? Chen Wanli and the others silently picked up their dropped jaws, each giving her a look. Are you cold? A bit, let us return. Chen Baihan, while observing her, slowly gathered the crab traps. Sister, can you introduce them to me? Mother, why did you hit my head? What introduction? Your sister merely has a fondness for animals. Do not act foolishly, or you shall see my wrath. After Zhao Xianglian spoke, she shot a glance at Chen Baigu. Chen Baigu touched her nose. Mother, I shall be more cautious in the future. It was only then that Chen Baihan realized, rubbing his head, he grimaced. Mother, I knew you would say that. It hurts to be hit, hiss. It does not hurt, so you will remember. I remember. I have lifted the cage. Hurry and see if there are crabs inside. Chen Baihan stood up, bringing the cage into the ship's hold. Chapter 71, A Breach of Trust. The square cage, with entrances on all sides except the top and bottom, was designed for crabs to easily enter. The chicken bait she had previously placed inside had already been mostly devoured by the crabs. Oh my, there are so many crabs. Chen Baigu glanced inside, counting about 10 swimming crabs. Let us return and steam them for a meal. Then let us head back. The small boat returned laden with catch. The afternoon sun was warm, and many people emerged after lunch to bask in its rays. The Chen family of 4, carrying 2 wooden barrels and equipment, encountered numerous curious onlookers along the way. Island master, have you been fishing? Caught a lot, I presume? Hee hee. We were merely fishing for fun. The winds on the sea were strong, so we returned. Chen Wanli replied with a smile. By the time they returned home, his face was nearly frozen in a smile. After the family took a nap, when Chen Baigu awakened again, rain was falling outside the window. Originally intending to dine in the backyard, they now had to shift beneath the eaves. Chen Baigu directed Chen Baihan to move the barbecue grill under the long eaves and instructed him to bring over tables and chairs. She then worked alongside Zhao Xiang Lian to prepare the ingredients. What about me? With everyone busy, Chen Wanli felt a bit restless. Father, go fetch the charcoal and light it. We will eat once we are ready. As the family busied themselves, night fell. Father, try this garlic chili shrimp. On a thin metal plate, neatly arranged were large shrimp. They were cut open along the back to remove the vein, drizzled with her specially prepared sauce, and placed on the grill to roast. Once cooked, the fragrant aroma of garlic wafted through the air. Chen Baigu sampled one. The shrimp meat was tender and sweet, complemented by the spicy garlic sauce, washed down with a sip of lay-by. Delicious, sister. The crabs are also delightful. Chen Wanli produced the rice wine he had purchased, pouring each person a cup. Chen Baigu took a tentative sip, finding it fragrant with a hint of sweetness. Suddenly, she recalled that in ancient times, distillation technology did not exist, thus the alcohol content was not high. Having already distilled perfume, could she perhaps also produce some alcohol? This was indeed a life-saving item. Nonetheless, it must be said, the wine was quite good. Father, pour me another cup. I want one too. Zhao Xiang Lian, seeing it was the winter solstice, thought a bit of wine in winter would be harmless, so she did not stop them. Unbeknownst to her, Li Wanning, having wandered to this spot, observed the Chen family beneath the eaves, feasting and laughing, the warm yellow candlelight filtering through the rain, creating a scene of harmony and warmth. Tears streamed down her face. On this winter solstice, the Fong family had dined early, with Fong Mu urging her to return to her room, the implication clear. However, Fong Ming's behavior had been abnormal. On their wedding night, she sensed something was amiss with Fong Ming. Having seen such instructional booklets before, she had expected a beautiful and sweet wedding night, like any normal woman would. But no, Fong Ming, that pervert, claimed he had learned something more exciting from afar, wanting to bind her and drip wax onto her body. Moreover, Fong Ming's antics grew increasingly twisted. Every nightfall marked the beginning of her nightmares. Once, she had fled home to seek refuge, only for that madman to come and bring her back. Even stating before her parents that if she wished to come during the day, that would suffice. He did not like her going out at night. She did not know what her parents understood from this, but she felt both disgusted and embarrassed. This night, Fong Ming had drunk too much, and she did not wish to face him in the room, so she stealthily slipped out, unknowingly wandering to this place. It had been a long time since she thought of Yun Jinghe, yet she often recalled Chen Baigu. Unlike her, Chen Baigu's focus was never on men. She had heard that Wang Yuming had been lingering around her for months, yet she remained indifferent. All she wished for was to improve the small island, which she indeed accomplished. Ironically, her initial envy and jealousy towards Chen Baigu had transformed into something indefinable. Li Wanning held her umbrella, standing in the shadows for a while before leaving in a daze. The Chen family remained oblivious to the fact that someone had lingered outside for a time. George and Peichi had long since nestled in their doghouse in the backyard, sound asleep. As night deepened, Zhao Xiang Lian glanced at the empty wine jar and then at the three tipsy individuals, feeling a headache coming on. None of the siblings had followed her. They had all taken after their father. They are still so eager for more. If they drink again next time, I shall have my name read backward. With that, she gritted her teeth and assisted each of them back to their rooms. After half a night of rain, the following day dawned bright and sunny. Chen Baigu slept until the sun was high in the sky, while Chen Wanli and Chen Baihan had already left. Only Zhao Xiang Lian remained at home, likely busying herself in the backyard, as Chen Baigu could occasionally hear her voice. Oh dear, you all go play. I have no time to entertain you now. In a good mood, Chen Baigu pushed open the window. Hey, George, Peichi, here. The two little dogs, previously entangled with Zhao Xiang Lian, immediately turned and dashed to the window, barking at her. She laughed and tossed some jerky down. Wong Wong. Ha ha. Once she tidied herself up and descended, Chen Baigu bid farewell to Zhao Xiang Lian and set out. She had a request for the fish and could not afford to break her promise. Entering the sea in an uninhabited area, she soon arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Erhu and the others. Bipedal beast. The bipedal beast has truly come. Erhu had been waiting there for her. Why are you alone? Where are Dehu and the others? Erhu affectionately nuzzled against her. Sanhu thinks you are a bipedal beast who lies better than us. I was told to wait for you first. Chen Beige. As Chen Beige climbed onto Erhu's back, she decided to change the subject. Do you know if there are any nearby islands? Will you take me there? Saner remarked that if she expected him to lead the way upon her arrival, she should not expect any attention from him, for she had not thought of them nor brought any dried fish. Two-legged beast, it does not matter if you have not thought of me. I certainly have thought of you. This statement was an addition made by Saner. The dried fish given to the two-legged beast would undoubtedly surpass what they received. He. The mere thought of it thrilled him to the point of leaping. Ah, Eru, can you swim properly? I am simply too happy to see you. Understood. I will select the bag with the most fish for you shortly. Oh, upon hearing two high-pitched calls from Eru, Chen Bo Ge knew it was genuinely excited. Where are you taking me? I'm taking you to find an island. Weren't you looking for Dahu and the others? No need. They will be coming soon. I have already notified them. When did you inform them? How come I was unaware? I just informed them. All right then. It is understandable that she is unaware, as there exists a unique communication network among the orcas. Chapter 72. Miss Lu, care to give it a try? After playing with her for a while, the orcas brought her to a strange little island. From a distance, she could tell that this island lacked rubber trees, for it was pristine and beautiful. Indeed, it was stunning. During her previous visit to Singapore, she had encountered an untouched rubber plantation, where rubber trees thrived amidst a tangle of weeds and shrubs. With the ground rich in moist, nutrient-laden soil, this island, however, was devoid of such features. It boasted white sandy beaches, palm trees, and was surrounded by several smaller islands, with seagulls occasionally soaring overhead. She found it utterly enchanting and thought that, being not far from Shuangyue Island, she might transform it into a water amusement park in the future. Yet, the island's cleanliness left little for her to explore. After wandering through the woods, she found nothing but a freshwater pool at the center of the island. Let us move on to the next spot. Saner wagged his tail. You don't really think there are many islands in this sea, do you? There aren't. Era shook his head. No, we have only seen 3 islands. Anything further belongs to another sea. Woohoo, we have already visited 2. Chen Bo Ge understood that he was referring to the island where they discovered the sunken ship last time. That island could be worth exploring again. It was vast and shrouded in dense forest, taking quite a while to investigate thoroughly. Then let us check out the last one. Dahu was right in front of her. Seeing that he did not resist, she climbed onto his back. As the leader, Dahu swam steadily, unlike Eru, who had a tendency to veer unpredictably. Eru spun around and spotted the two-legged beast perched on Dejia, anxiously rushing over. Dejia, you must put the two-legged beast down. She is too heavy. Let me carry her instead. Chen Bo Ge cast a sidelong glance at him, stroking Dahu's back to encourage him to continue. Even without her words, Dahu had no intention of heeding this foolish request. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Eru felt a twinge of sadness, which was impossible. That fish ahead, here I come. Chen Bo Ge watched as Eru, who had appeared dejected just a moment ago, suddenly darted forward. Within no time, he surfaced with a large fish, circling around her before shaking his rear and swimming ahead with woohoo. The last island was not far off, yet it appeared substantial. She instructed Dahu to circle the island, realizing it was about 1/3 the size of Shuangyue Island. A sea island of this magnitude would take at least 3 days to explore fully. She had already informed her mother before departing in the morning. Surely, her mother would understand. The island was flanked on 3 sides by steep, slippery rocks, with only one slightly lower side allowing access. Upon climbing onto the island, she discovered the entrance strewn with rocks, covered in green moss, making a misstep perilous. She carefully navigated through the rocky terrain and reached the foot of a mountain that seemed to conceal countless serpents, insects, and beasts, taking a deep breath. Up. Shuangyue Island's Shuangyue Square, outside Chen Bo Ge's office. Wang Yuming observed that only Lu Wushuang was present in the room, a smile creeping onto his lips. Miss Lu, he called out to her in an exceedingly casual manner. Lu Wushuang was focused on her calculations when she heard the familiar voice. She looked up just in time to see Wang Yuming closing the door. What do you want? She set down her ledger and discreetly reached for the nearby ruler. Wang Yuming turned and smiled slightly at her. That should be a question for me to ask Miss Lu. Shouldn't it? Does Miss Lu have any grievances with me? Lu Wushuang remained unmoved. I do not know what young Master Wang is referring to. It is unseemly for a man and a woman to be alone in one place. Please leave immediately. Do not know what I am saying? Then why is it that every time I converse with the island master, Miss Lu always interrupts? Could it be that Miss Lu harbors feelings for me? Wang Yuming was not buying it. He slowly approached Lu Wushuang's desk and leaned over to look at her. I had no idea that young Master Wang was such a debauched scoundrel. Did you assume I would not dare to call for help? Lu Wushuang fought to suppress the myriad of emotions swelling within her, her gaze icy as she met his. Then Miss Lu, care to give it a try? Wang Yuming stood up, tauntingly. Ever since the commercial street was established, Shuangyue Square has prohibited random stalls, all relocated to the new market, which Chen Bo Ge aptly named the agricultural market. On ordinary days, aside from Lu Weihua and a few others, the only presence was the nearby school conducting classes. However, as evening fell, everyone had departed, leaving her behind to finalize her accounts, inadvertently granting him an opportunity. Lu Wushuang knew he was prepared for this confrontation and would not relent. Moreover, he was skilled, so she refrained from acting rashly and instead awaited the right moment. What do you want? I do not dare, yet I truly do not understand when I offended Miss Lu, causing her to treat me so coldly. No. Young Master Wang has misunderstood. It appears I have indeed misunderstood. Why not I seek a marriage proposal from the Lu family, and once we are wed, we can take the time to understand each other thoroughly? As Wang Yiming spoke, he took a couple of steps forward and swiftly grasped Lu Wushuang's hand, startling her into exclaiming, "Ah, release me, you scoundrel." Wang Yiming was genuinely angered. He had initially intended to marry Lu Wushuang, but her perpetual coldness had compelled him to shift his focus to Chen Bo Ge, who was evidently a more suitable match for him. Yet, this Lu Wushuang stood in the way, obstructing his path and rendering Chen Bo Ge distant and polite. If only Chen Bo Ge knew his true intentions, she would tell him he was mistaken. She was indeed attracted to appearances, but she was not infatuated with love. And she had always adhered to a principle of avoiding office romances, especially in a superior-subordinate dynamic. Yet, Wang Yiming was oblivious. He believed that Chen Bo Ge had treated him well before his arrival, but their relationship had grown increasingly distant since. It must be because of Lu Wushuang. Enraged, he stepped forward again, preparing to lean in to kiss her. After all, there were no unmarried daughters from the Yang family left, and as for Chen Bo Ge, she was out of the picture, so Lu Wushuang, the instigator, could not expect to escape unscathed. As Lu Wushuang saw him draw closer, she quickly tightened her grip on the ruler and struck him on the head with force. Hiss! Wang Yiming winced in pain and released her, and seizing the opportunity, she flung open the door and stumbled outside. Help! Is there anyone to save me? Wang Yiming regained his composure and pursued her. Spotting Lu Wushuang, who had fallen to the ground, he raised his leg to chase after her. Just then, a flash of green appeared in the square. Airby! Airby! Come save me! Chapter 73. It was all an illusion. As Chun Baihan approached Shuangyue Square, he faintly heard someone calling for help. He quickened his pace and soon discovered Lu Wushuang sitting on the ground, tightly clutching a ruler. He looked up toward the office and caught sight of a figure darting behind the building. Just as he prepared to give chase, Lu Wushuang grasped his arm. Her voice trembled as she implored, "Airby, please don't chase after them. I'm terrified. I've twisted my ankle." Airby was no match for Wang Yiming. If he pursued and something went awry, how could she face the Chen family or Airby? Chen Baihan had no choice but to turn back and carefully help Lu Wushuang to her feet. "Oh, this one do. My ankle is definitely sprained. It hurts agonizingly with the slightest movement." Lu Wushuang's forehead glistened with sweat, her palms clammy with anxiety. Chen Baihan noticed her discomfort. "Sister Wushuang, wait here for a moment. I will go call someone." "No, don't leave me alone here. Carry me back, please." Lu Wushuang's face flushed at her own request, but fortunately, the dimming light concealed her embarrassment. Chen Baihan hesitated for a moment at her words. Just when Lu Wushuang thought he would refuse, he murmured, "I beg your pardon. Sister Wushuang." It was his first time carrying a girl, and he felt stiff and awkward, while the fabric of her clothing was somewhat slippery, making it rather challenging to hold her. Lu Wushuang, initially nestled quietly in his embrace, felt herself sliding down and quickly understood the reason. Biting her lip, she wrapped her arms around Chun Baihan's neck to ease his burden. However, this action left him even more flustered. In the tranquil night, she could hear the rapid thumping of his heart growing louder. She stifled a giggle, suddenly feeling at ease. In contrast, Chen Baihan was perplexed, unsure of the reason for her laughter. Yet, Lu Wushuang soon broke the silence. "What brings you here so late?" Chen Baihan had come to look for his sister, who had left early in the morning after informing their mother and had yet to return. "Airby, check the office. If your sister is there, call her back for dinner. If not, then let it be. That is what my mother said. My mother sent me to find my sister. Is Ebai not home? She hasn't been to the office all day." Lu Wushuang thought of Wang Yiming and expressed her concern. "Please take me to a place where there are others, and then go find Ebai." "No need. If my sister is not here, she is likely at the shipyard. My father just went there to look for her, and they should be back soon." Chen Baihan recalled why Zhao Xianglian had advised him not to worry. "That is good. I'll take you home first and then return. It's dark, and you're injured. Delaying further wouldn't be wise." Lu Wushuang ceased to press the matter and engaged him in light conversation instead. After escorting her back to the Lu residence, Chen Baihan returned home in the dark. In Lu Wushuang's chamber, she was instructed by the elder doctor to remain in bed for a few days to recuperate until the swelling in her ankle subsided. Madame Su nodded in agreement and had Lu Zhao accompany the doctor out. "How did you injure your foot and have the young master of the Chen family bring you back?" Once the crowd had dispersed, Sue could no longer contain her curiosity. I simply tripped while returning and happened upon Airby, so I asked him to assist me back. Mother, please don't overthink it. Sue glanced at the ruler on the table, wishing to inquire further, but ultimately remained silent. I'll fetch the blankets. I'll sleep with you for the next few nights. All right, hurry back. I've not shared a bed with you for so long. Sue felt a tinge of sadness. Noting that since her daughter had nearly drowned, she had grown increasingly composed, no longer as reliant on her as before. It was merely an illusion. Her daughter had matured. Even when injured, she still sought her comfort. Watching Sue leave with a smile, Lu Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. She did not intend to hide the truth. Wang Yuming was evidently approaching her and Airby with ulterior motives, just as he had in the previous life. However, he had succeeded then. Although she was unaware of his true intentions, she dared not investigate alone, as it now jeopardized her safety and that of those around her. She needed to inform her father. Just then, her father entered after seeing the elder doctor. Father, I must tell you something. In the candlelight, Lu Zhao's expression turned grave. Are you implying that Wang Yuming intentionally approached you before and now seeks to get close to Chen Bo Ge with ulterior motives? The presence of their family here was not a mere coincidence. Matters that puzzled her could very well be opportunities for them. Lu Wushuang nodded. Leave these matters to my father to handle. You focus on your recovery at home, lest your mother worries. Yes, father. The winter night was restless. Airby, why is your face so flushed? Did you catch a chill last night? During breakfast, Chen Baihan was lost in thought. Hearing Zhao Xianglian mention the previous night caused his cheeks to redden further. I'm fine, mother. I'm just feeling warm. I'll take my leave. Have you finished eating? Yes. Observing her son hurriedly depart, Zhao Xianglian murmured, what could be troubling him? Chen Wanli set down his bowl, acknowledging that as their son grew, he naturally kept his secrets, and it was best not to pry. With secrets of his own. Chen Baihan passed by the Lu residence and happened to see Lu Weihua and his son leaving. Good morning, Grandpa Lu, Uncle Lu. Airby is off to school. Come, let us walk together. The three proceeded together, with Lu Weihua inquiring about his studies, to which Chen Baihan diligently responded. After receiving Lu Weihua's nod, he hesitated before asking, how is Sister Wushuang's foot? Lu Weihua chuckled. Thanks to your timely assistance yesterday, she will be well after a few days of rest. Chen Baihan felt a bit shy, and just as he prepared to speak, Yang Wanli approached briskly. Uncle Lu, there is no one left at the Wang family. Observing that they were engaged in serious matters, Chen Baihan bowed in farewell. Once they had left, Yang continued, the signs indicate they left before dawn. A boat came to take them from the dock. It appears many have infiltrated Haifeng Prefecture. We must contact wanting to investigate today as arriving and departing vessels, and ideally, detain them. As dawn broke, seabirds circled above the desolate island, their cries echoing in the air. One bird cried out mournfully, rousing Chen Bo Ge from her slumber. She swiftly armed herself and exited her space. The bird continued calling, though its voice gradually diminished. Is it nearing death? Following the sound, she stumbled upon the bird atop the mountain. As she approached, she discovered it was an albatross, its beak stained with blood, and beneath it lay a chick. Chapter 74. Sit a bit farther away. The wounded albatross was on the brink of death, its blood staining the white feathers of its chest. By the time Chen Bo Ge discovered it, the bird was barely clinging to life, while the chick beneath it cried out for food. Unable to bear the sight, she retrieved a piece of chicken from her space, tearing it into small pieces to feed it. After the chick had eaten its fill, she turned back to the adult bird, only to find it lifeless. The breeding season for albatrosses occurs from October to December. They mate for life and produce one chick every 2 years, nurturing it together until it matures, only to part ways until the next breeding season. However, if one partner fails to return, the other will not seek a new mate, but will wait year after year until death arrives. Chen Bo Ge found a spot atop the mountain to bury the albatross, and then sat beside the nest to watch the sunrise. The sight of the sun rising over the sea was breathtaking. Initially, the sea was shrouded in mist, like a veil of silvery gray. As the horizon is graced by a delicate blush of dawn, the sun gradually ascends from the horizon like a golden hand gently parting gossamer veils, revealing the shimmering surface of the sea. The early risers among the birds seized the opportunity presented by the sunlight penetrating the waters, swiftly snatching playful fish and soaring into the distance. Chen Bo Ge gazes quietly, only to notice a dark speck moving rapidly northeast along her route. Unable to contain her curiosity, she rises to discern the identity of the figure at the bow of the boat, yet the vessel moves against the light, rendering her view obscured and shadowy. Concerned that the figure might be seeking her out, she calls out loudly as the boat approaches, "Hey, I'm over here." However, the wind disperses her voice. Resigned, she refrains from calling again. Once the boat passes, she can see it clearly from the front. It is not a vessel from Shuangyue Island. Yet, has this boat strayed too far off course? Chen Bo Ge waits until evening at the mountain peak, but the other parent of the fledgling does not arrive. After spending another night in the space, she wakes the next morning to find no sign of the adult bird. Let's go. I have taken you in long enough, she declares, realizing she has lingered too long and must return today, lest her parents grow worried. As for the other side of the mountain, she had surveyed it on her first day atop the peak, filled with bizarre rock formations and a few resilient trees, rendering further exploration unnecessary. Cradling the fledgling, covered in soft gray down, it affectionately nudges her fingers. All right, let us go inside. I'll release you once we're home. The rugged terrain proves challenging to descend. It took her a day to ascend, and returning is even more arduous. By the time she makes her way down, it is already afternoon. She had arranged for Eru and the others to fetch her today, but wonders if they are still waiting. If not, her swim back may stretch into the night. Fortunately, they remain. She returns just in time for dinner. With the winter solstice behind them, the lunar month rushes by, and the new year approaches. The island has undergone a transformation. The newly constructed commercial street buzzes with life, with the bustling agricultural market and only Chen Bo Ge's grocery store attracting significant foot traffic. She had initiated this venture for the convenience of the community. However, the goods produced by the factory are swiftly claimed by Haifeng Prefecture and the shops in Kyoto before she can sell them on the island. Now, all the laborers have departed, leaving only the islanders and her purchased workers. In the factory, Dongyu has recruited islanders for some minor roles, while the crucial positions are held by her hired hands. Recently, she had instructed Shi to procure additional laborers for the factory. She aims to expand production, hoping to earn one last profit before the spring festival. Regrettably, her search on another small island for rubber trees yielded no success. Otherwise, her earnings would have been greater. While buying vegetables in the morning, Madame Lu invited her to purchase New Year goods together. Would you care to join us? After breakfast, Zhao Xianglian inquired if she and Chun Baihan would accompany her. Chun Baihan is on holiday, but Chun Wanli is still working. Since acquiring their own boat, Shuangyue Island has established a routine of a round trip every 3 days, costing 10 copper coins for a single journey. Should anyone wish to charter a boat for a day's return trip, she has no objections to the boatman earning extra income. Chen Bo Ge asked, is Wushuang going? If it's just you and Madame Lu, I shall not go. Chun Baihan remained silent. Of course, Wushuang will be there, along with my elder brother and sister-in-law. Then I shall go. Erbai, you should accompany me to help carry things. Chun Baihan took a sip of hot tea, murmuring an agreement. The boat departs from the island at 8:30 in the morning and returns at 3 in the afternoon. Missing it means waiting 3 days. As the year-end approaches, the number of passengers traveling has significantly increased. To accommodate everyone, Chun Bo Ge had benches installed on the boat. On the benches, Su Shi and Zhao Xianglian sat together, discussing their intended purchases for the new year. Next to Zhao Xianglian were Chun Bo Ge and her brother, while Su Shi sat beside Lu Wushuang's elder brother and sister-in-law, who were also engaged in quiet conversation. Chun Bo Ge glanced at the edge of the bench where Lu Wushuang sat, turning to ask Chun Baihan to move further away, then beckoned to Lu Wushuang. Come, let us chat. Understanding her cue, Lu Wushuang approached, and Chun Bo Ge began speaking. So, how is the lady's outfit I gifted you? Is it useful? Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang's face involuntarily flushed. The lady's outfit was a novel creation by Erbai, comprising a set of undergarments and 3 packages of sanitary napkins, intended to replace menstrual belts, 1 for night use and 2 for day use. Erbai had gifted a set to her, Qiandodo, Wang Chui and Zhao Tao. Keep your voice down, Chun Bo Ge cautioned, glancing around before frowning at Chun Baihan. Move further away. Chun Baihan calmly shifted slightly to the side. A bit more distance. Are you trying to eavesdrop on our conversation? For a fleeting moment, Chun Baihan contemplated silencing his sister. He squeezed his eyes shut and moved aside once more, prompting Chun Bo Ge to relent. Lu Wushuang, observing his flustered demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Chun Baihan felt embarrassed by her laughter, but maintained an impassive facade until they disembarked. Once ashore, the two families decided to explore together, as their shopping lists were quite similar. However, upon leaving the dock, they discovered the streets were teeming with people, nearly a throng. You 2 young ladies stay with my sister-in-law in the middle. We will follow behind, Lu's elder brother instructed, leading the way. Su Shi and Lu's sister-in-law closely trailed him, with Lu Wushuang and Chun Bo Ge following closely behind, while Zhao Xianglian and Chun Baihan brought up the rear. After struggling through the crowd for some time, they found themselves unable to purchase much and missed lunch altogether. Observing the situation, Chun Bo Ge proposed to Lu's elder brother and Su Shi, shall we stay at my residence for a couple of days and shop leisurely? Chapter 75. This relationship is too expensive. They had a lengthy shopping list, but had only managed to acquire a few items. As the time approached for their return to the island, Lu's elder brother whispered a few words to Su Shi, then bid farewell to Chen Bo Ge and the others. That is fine, but my wife and I have other matters to attend to, so I'll trouble you with my mother and Wu Shuang. Not a trouble at all. Chen Bo Ge replied. Please ask Lu's elder brother to convey a message to my father. After Lu's elder brother and his wife disappeared into the crowd, Chen Bo Ge led the others back to the Chen residence. The household staff swiftly prepared a feast, and after the meal, Chen Bo Ge sent everyone off to rest. Once they had departed, she called for Zhang Wan to discuss the situation at Haifeng Prefecture. Initially, Shipwreck's Shunfeng Express has begun to take shape, and he is currently working on establishing the next station. However, some savvy individuals have followed suit and opened a similar business named Castaway Express. Chen Bo Ge found herself unable to intervene. Throughout history, whenever a new opportunity arises, countless people will follow suit. The swift movers may reap the rewards, while the slower ones miss out entirely. Nevertheless, each new industry represents a significant opportunity, and she cannot monopolize it, so she chose to let it be. The real profit lies in Sun Bin's Lady S Pavilion. Boss, you may not know, but when I visited on the winter solstice, the Lady S sets sold out before noon. Manager Sun remarked that you had allocated too few. Chen Bo Ge chuckled softly. Her set was packaged as a gift, meant for trial sales. 100 sets for the Haifeng Prefecture store and 200 for the Kyoto store. Each contained only a single set of undergarments, ensuring that once purchased, customers would likely return for a second set. Furthermore, she firmly believes that any noblewoman who has used sanitary napkins would never revert to menstrual belts. The clientele purchasing these items consists of either loyal customers buying gifts or new customers drawn by word of mouth. Once this period of anticipation concludes, she intends to release another batch on the first day of the lunar month to earn yet another profit. After the spring festival, when the various noblewomen begin to visit one another, she is confident that the products from the Lady S Pavilion will no longer face sales challenges. After all, while undergarments can be replicated, sanitary napkins are not easily manufactured. After a restful afternoon, everyone appeared considerably more vibrant. Once dinner was over, Chen Bo Ge beckoned them to venture outside. The night in Haifeng was bustling with activity. Let us take a stroll and digest our meal. Su Shi was rather reluctant to join, saying, You all go ahead. I prefer to return to my room and read. Chen Bo Ge had placed rows of bookshelves in each hall, filled with a diverse array of books. She had flipped through one while lying down and found it quite captivating. Zhao Xianglian also had no desire to go out, leaving only Chen Bo Ge and her brother to accompany Lu Wushuang. The streets at night were less crowded than during the day, yet more lively than usual. Chen Bo Ge and Lu Wushuang ambled ahead, purchasing many trinkets, including masks, small fans, pendants, and wooden carvings. Chen Bo Ge handed her belongings to Chen Baihan, saying, Let Air Bai carry these. Lu Wushuang shook her head, insisting, No need, I can manage. Observing this, Chen Baihan stepped forward, extending a hand softly. May I take them? Lu Wushuang met his gaze and saw a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, causing her heart to race, reminiscent of that night when she felt his heartbeat. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. In her previous life, after being rescued from drowning by Wang Yuming, they married, and like most noble women, her days were spent wandering the confines of the backyard. Meanwhile, Wang Yuming was often away. Sometimes they wouldn't see each other for an entire day. Initially, she had dreamt of a sweet romance akin to those in stories. However, reality was starkly different. Their relationship was one of mutual respect, devoid of warmth. Not daring to gaze into his eyes any longer, she lowered her head and placed her belongings into his hands before pulling Chen Bo Ge forward. Ah, that's right. What is a younger brother for, if not to be commanded? My brother is also your brother. Feel free to make use of him. Chen Baihan listened to his sister's playful teasing of Lu Wushuang, who responded with a nervous chuckle. His heart, which had once soared, now settled back into his chest, feeling like a small deer thrashing about. Yes, you can rely on me. At this, Lu Wushuang's heart soared, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink in the dim light. Chen Bo Ge sensed something amiss and scrutinized the two, finally fixing her gaze on Chen Baihan. Chen Baihan, something feels off with you. She was unaware of her brother's true nature. He had never been the warm-hearted type since childhood. Lu Wushuang paused, feeling a bit anxious, when suddenly Chen Baihan blurted, You two aren't secretly forming a sworn brotherhood behind my back, are you? With a stern expression, Chen Baihan retorted, Let us move quickly, we are obstructing others. Lu Wushuang chuckled softly, her earlier tension dissipating. The trio continued their stroll until they noticed a crowd ahead, where gasps of awe erupted. Wow, mother, that old immortal is remarkable. Curious, they squeezed through the crowd to discover a youthful-looking old Taoist priest seated in a large cauldron, promoting his elixir. The bubbling oil within the cauldron looked mystical and intimidating. I am a practitioner from Yuan Mountain, and this elixir is personally refined by me. Consuming it not only strengthens the body, but also prolongs life and cures ailments. Old immortal, how much is this elixir? Ah, he shook his head. This elixir is free. Only gifted to those fated. I am fated. Ah, no. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man stepped forward, placing a pouch in the old Taoist's hand. Old immortal, as mere mortals, we rarely encounter immortals. This donation is for the benefit of all. Please, do not refuse. After weighing the pouch, the old Taoist nodded in satisfaction. Since it is for the greater good, I shall grant you this chance and fulfill this karmic connection. As Lu Wushuang and the others watched in amazement, Chen Bo Ge suddenly burst into laughter. She recalled a trending joke. Benefactor, we do not discuss money, only fate. What is so funny? She replied, I just think this fate is rather expensive. Nearby, some listeners were displeased. How can one measure fate with wealth? This divine encounter is not easily attained. The slight quarrel soon drew considerable attention. Chen Bo Ge remained unfazed, cheerfully pointing at the old Taoist. But this charlatan is no immortal. The old Taoist attempted to rise in anger but quickly settled back down, chuckling. I have lived for 500 years. I shan't stoop to your level. She should apologize to the old immortal. Chapter 76. The Unconcealed Radiance. The old Taoist did not retaliate, but the audience began to push back. The rotund man, having received the opportunity, stepped forward, chastising. You little brats dare to slander the old immortal? Are you not afraid of retribution? Given your youth, quickly apologize. Dressed in men's attire, Chen Bo Ge and Lu Wushuang were mistaken for boys, and as more people gathered, they pointed fingers at the trio and the old Taoist. The rotund man's words garnered approval, while the old Taoist watched from the sidelines. If he is an immortal, then we are little immortals. Chen Bo Ge tightened her grip on Lu Wushuang's anxious hand, scoffing. Why is this child so stubborn? Let us disperse them. We finally have an old immortal here. We cannot let him leave in anger. Yes. Hurry and leave. Don't disrupt. Chen Baihan stepped in front of the two, declaring, I dare anyone to act. But Chen Bo Ge smiled, gently pressing his hand down. Are you not merely observing him in the oil pot? It is no challenge. You could do it too. What nonsense is this? Do you not see that the oil is boiling over a fierce flame? Do you wish to harm us? It is no challenge. He merely added borax and vinegar. At present, the oil is not hotter than the warm water you all drink. If you do not believe me, you may reach in and test it. Borax is available at pharmacies, and vinegar is even more commonplace. Yet, is it truly that simple? The crowd hesitated, glancing between Chen Bo Ge, Lu Wushuang, and the old Taoist. The old Taoist, recognizing a knowledgeable adversary, internally cursed Chen Bo Ge's ancestors while seeking an escape. To his surprise, the crowd preferred to believe a young child over him. As he prepared to leave, he declared, I shall report this to the celestial beings, and they will surely punish those who profane the divine. Just then, the rotund man blocked the old Taoist's path. Old immortal, may I test the oil's temperature? The old Taoist, inwardly distressed, feigned righteousness. Very well, should you incur any misfortune, you shall bear the consequences. The rotund man turned to Chen Bo Ge, who exuded confidence. All right. If you deceive me, you shall regret it. With that, he boldly approached the boiling oil, prompting the old Taoist to flee. He.s. running. Quickly, block that swindler. As the crowd reacted, they collectively cornered the old Taoist. At this point, the rotund man understood everything. Fueled by anger, he punched the old Taoist in the stomach, disregarding his pleas, and dragged him towards the oil pot. Drink it. Please, great sir, spare me. I shall never do it again. The old Taoist offered the pouch to the man, clutching his abdomen, desperately pleading for mercy. Drink. If you don't, I shall end you. Please, spare me. I promise I won't do it again. What's inside will truly kill. Refusing to drink is akin to inviting punishment. The rotund man attempted to push him into the pot. Chen Bo Ge interjected, if you wish to avoid a manslaughter charge, do not let him drink. The borax will indeed be fatal. The corpulent gentleman was a businessman, particularly superstitious about feng shui. Indeed, committing murder would disrupt one's own auspicious energies. Upon hearing this, he paused momentarily, then hurled the old Taoist to the ground, causing the latter to groan in pain. Get lost. If I see you again, be wary of me breaking your legs. Yes, I will leave at once. The old Taoist, disregarding his pain, clutched his abdomen and crawled away. As the excitement dissipated, the crowd gradually dispersed. Among them, Sun Bin, upon noticing their presence, approached with a hint of surprise. Dongjia, what brings you here? The corpulent gentleman recognized Sun Bin and was astounded to hear him refer to Chen Bo Ge as Dongjia. The young master before him seemed far too youthful. The newly opened Shungu was rumored to have a branch in the capital, and both establishments had recently been thriving. If not for the support of an elder behind him, his capabilities would be truly remarkable. I am Chao Guangting, the proprietor of the Penglai Hotel. I apologize for any offense caused and appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to that swindler. Chen Beige waved his hand dismissively. It's no concern. It's not a significant matter. What may seem trivial to you is of great importance to me. Please allow me a chance to express my gratitude properly. Not necessary. We are quite occupied in the coming days. What a pity. Here is our hotel's token. If you find the time, do remember to present it to the waiter, and he will inform me. After Chen Beige accepted the token, he bid farewell to the others. Are you only closing now? After the crowd departed, Chen Beige inquired of Sun Bin. There have been more accounts to settle recently, which delayed my calculations. I must step out once more. Unless you have further instructions, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Once Sun Bin left, the remaining three lost their desire to continue exploring and turned back homeward. Ibai, you are truly impressive. Lu Wushuang admired Chen Beige, expressing her praise. Having lived a longer life, she felt somewhat ashamed that she understood less than Ibai. Since you find me so remarkable, might there be a hidden affection? Perhaps. They laughed heartily. In the residence of the minister of the capital, Yun Jinghe grasped a paper note, pondering, Master. It is now the 15th of the 12th month. Do you still intend to head to the northern borders? If you go, you might not return to Shuangyue Island for the new year. There are reports that the left chancellor has been sighted in the northern borders, accompanied by someone resembling Meng Yuguai. That batch of disaster relief funds is likely concealed within the Bai Jingfu of the northern region. The list of the crown prince has yet to be found, and domestic rebels are becoming increasingly active, with spies from the Woku kingdom infiltrating as well. The emperor is restless. He must manage these issues, as it was part of the agreement made with the emperor. Seeing that his master had made up his mind, Gue Sen ceased to persuade further and shifted the conversation. Master, the Shun Gu and Haifeng specialty stores have already marked our territory. It is unlikely that anyone will dare to act recklessly again. Understood, you may leave. Yes, I take my leave. Once the others had departed, Yun Jinghe gazed out at the heavy snow for an extended period. She seemed to harbor an inexhaustible array of secrets and an undeniable brilliance. Whether it be her conversations with great fish, her secrets with the sea, her blueprints, the transformations of Shuangyue Island, or the Shun Gu. On the 25th of the 12th month, 5 days remained until the spring festival. She had granted everyone a holiday a couple of days prior, leaving only Chen Wanli and his team at work. The Daxuan dynasty offered a mere 7 days of leave, reminiscent of ancient traditions in Hua country, where the last 3 days of the 12th month until the 4th day of the first month constituted the entirety of the holiday. However, Chen Wanli did not attend work today. Last night, Zhao De had come to invite Chen Wanli and her companions for a celebratory drink. Zhao Ren had gotten married. Chen Beige did not attend. Yesterday, Shi Yi returned with the account books from the capital store. She needed to organize all the accounts for the year and ensure the arrangements for the island and the stores were in order before she could set sail with peace of mind. In her room, she donned a moon-white fur coat, bent over her desk, writing swiftly, while a small incense burner nearby released a faint scent of pine needles. Behind her stood a bookshelf. To the left of her desk was the guest area, and to the right was Lu Wushuang's desk, now empty as Lu Wushuang was on holiday. Ahead lay the main door, flanked by 2 antique shelves holding pots of lively azaleas in full bloom. The winter landscape of Shuangyue Square was quiet. Following the incident with Wang Yuming, a patrol team had been established on the island, arranged in groups of 5 with 4 teams, each patrolling for 3 periods. After an undetermined time, she set down her brush, intending to stretch. When she spotted a man standing at the doorway, her heart skipped a beat, and upon recognizing the visitor, she discovered it was Zhao Ren. Zhao Dage, what brings you here on such a joyous occasion? At that moment, Zhao Ren's eyes were red, and he roughly pushed the door open, his voice booming. Ibai, why aren't you at the wedding? I got married. I am wed. Chen Beige felt a bit awkward. I have been rather busy these days. I entrusted her Bai to deliver a congratulatory gift. Did you not see him? Zhao Ren, however, seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to speak to himself. Do you not wish to see me? Do you not like me? Why do you not like me? Brother, you are drunk, and your wife is waiting for you at home, came Zhao Tao's voice from outside. Moments later, Zhao Tao approached, supporting the swaying Zhao Ren as she apologized to Chen Beige. Ibai, I am so sorry. My brother is just overly joyful and has drunk too much. Please disregard our visit. I will come back in a few days to apologize properly. I must take him home. I am not unhappy. I am not unhappy. I am not drunk. I am just asking Ibai why she does not like me. The two pretended not to hear, and Chen Beige smiled. No need. You should take him home. Zhao Tao smiled apologetically at her, forcibly leading Zhao Ren away. Zhao Ren resisted stubbornly, mumbling incoherently. Zhao Tao could no longer hold back. She pinched her brother and said fiercely, if you do not want to cause a scene at home and still care about this family, you will return with me. What is it? Do you need my help? It was Yang Jifa from next door, who had come out. Perhaps Zhao Ren's voice had been too loud, drawing their attention. As Zhao Ren felt the sting of Zhao Tao's pinch, some rationality returned. Zhao Tao pulled him, and he ceased to resist, following her as they left. It's fine. Yang Darren. My brother has had too much to drink. We are heading home now. The last part was said through gritted teeth. Yang Jifa chose not to comment further and returned indoors. Once the coast was clear, Zhao Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry, she exclaimed, pinching her brother again. Zhao Ren shivered, hanging his head in silence, allowing Zhao Tao to drag him forward. Chen Beige also exhaled in relief. At Bai Jingfu in the northern borders, a group of people was trudging through the heavy snow on the towering Tujiao mountain. Concealed behind a snow-laden pine tree, Guaisen signaled discreetly upon recognizing the leader. Soon, a figure swiftly retreated, galloping northward after moving out of sight. The group halted before a prominent boulder. The leader brushed aside the thick snow, revealing a small round stone. Upon pressing it, the massive rock slowly retracted, unveiling a hidden entrance. You go in first with the torch. The leader urged a trembling subordinate forward, who entered with the torch. Moments later, joyous exclamations echoed from within. There are no traps, it's all food. Only then did the leader feel reassured enough to direct the others to begin transporting the provisions. 2 of you stay on watch, the rest follow me inside. The cavern was spacious, filled to the brim with supplies. They worked swiftly, managing to load everything within an hour. Let us depart. They pushed the cart out of the cave, when countless guards leaped down from above, and in an instant, nearly half of the supply team's heads fell to the ground. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. Guaisen shouted, his voice echoing in response. The supply team was outnumbered, having just lost nearly half of their members. Even if they fought desperately, it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Within the span of a single incense stick, they were all slaughtered. Upon acquiring the flame token of the leader, Guaisen began to assign tasks. You take the men and transport the grain, the rest follow me. The Baidu River originates in the northern territories, flowing through multiple nations, its waters deep and swift, and even in the harsh winter when snow blankets the land, it does not freeze. Typically, the banks of the Baidu River are deserted in winter due to the fierce winds and heavy snow, which quickly drive people indoors. On this day, however, a cargo ship was docked at the pier, a vessel Guaisen recognized. The crew appeared to be waiting for someone, with scouts frequently returning with reports. Left Minister, where are the people? Could something have gone awry? The speaker addressed the Left Minister, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Meng Yuguai. Unperturbed by the scrutiny, Meng Yuguai picked up a teapot, poured himself a cup of hot tea, gently blew to disperse the steam, and then took a sip. The Left Minister withdrew his gaze from Meng Yuguai, signaling him to step outside. After another glance at Meng Yuguai, he instructed his subordinate to investigate. Shortly after he departed, the awaited group arrived. In the distance, a contingent approached, pushing carts laden with burlap sacks, stepping cautiously through the snow. He turned excitedly, shouting, "Open the ship's hold and prepare to load the grain." Yes. Finally, you lot are here. Taking your sweet time has nearly frozen me to death. The head of the supply team remained silent, handing over the token and following instructions to load the grain onto the cart. Wait, let me see first. After several bags had been moved, the man sensed something amiss. No sooner had he spoken than the supply team ceased their loading and drew their weapons to attack. Left Minister, it's a trap. Kill them. He drew his saber, shouting as he swung it at the leading Guaisen. Guaisen deftly parried with a burlap sack, which was cleaved in two, spilling its snowy contents onto the ground. Kill. Kill. In Chapter 78, titled Just a Puppet, within the ship's cabin, the Left Minister glanced at Meng Yuguai, who wore a genuinely shocked expression. He sprang to the cabin door, just in time to witness Guaisen pierce a guard with his sword. Zhang Xiai? Zhang Xiai was Gizen's alias. Members of the Guaisen faction each had their own names while in public. Upon seeing him, Meng Yuguai felt a genuine sense of panic. The Left Minister, glancing sideways, inquired, "Who is Zhang Xiai?" "He is a personal guard of Yun Jinghe, which means Yun Jinghe is not far from here. We must retreat now." The Left Minister, however, seemed unperturbed, retreating at a measured pace. Meng Yuguai, anxious yet hesitant to rush him, followed closely behind. Release the ship. Upon seeing the Left Minister emerge from the cabin, the helmsman immediately commanded the sailors to lower the small boat. Having traveled such a great distance, Lord Yun wishes to invite the Left Minister to his residence. What are your thoughts? Yun Jinghe had arrived unnoticed, standing on the deck and gazing at them, as if genuinely extending an invitation. The moment Meng Yuguai beheld him, his pupils constricted, his complexion turned pale, and he felt a wave of distress. The Left Minister chuckled lightly. "I've long heard of Lord Yun's esteemed reputation. Although young, I hear your martial prowess is remarkable, and I would like to learn a few techniques." With those words, he sprang into action, his right foot propelling him into the air, transforming his flute into a delicate sword, which he aimed directly at Yun Jinghe's brow. Yun Jinghe, with bare hands, clamped down. but the fine blade inched closer. He evaded the sword, leaping into the air and striking out a palm towards the left minister. The left minister parried, pushed back several steps by the force of the palm wind. Meng Yuwai watched in horror. He urged the mesmerized sailors, "What are you all dawdling for? Quickly, lower the boat." "Yes, yes, we are on it." As the left minister began to lose ground, Meng Yuwai pressed even harder. "Hurry!" The helmsman exclaimed. All right, please board." "Young master." With assistance from the helmsman, Meng Yuwai scrambled onto the small boat in a flurry. "Set sail. Quick." However, the left minister had yet to board. Yes, I am setting sail right now." Before the helmsman could finish his sentence, a long sword was pressed against his throat. Fearing for his life, he ordered an immediate departure. Observing the small boat preparing to flee, Yun Jinghe turned to pursue, but was halted by the left minister's grip on his ankle. "If you dare to kill me, prepare for the vengeance of our nation." Yun Jinghe, looking at the boat vanishing into the wind, stepped onto the left minister's chest, causing him to spew blood from mouth and nose, beyond recovery. Just a puppet. Even if the true left minister came, killing him would be of no consequence. Just then, Goei-san, returning from the battlefield, spotted the retreating boat and cursed under his breath. "Damn it! That traitor Meng Yuwai has escaped." That night, at the Baijingfu government office. "My lord, we have finally retrieved this batch of disaster relief grain, but the relief funds remain unaccounted for. With Meng Yuwai's escape, capturing him again will prove difficult. If only Gaisaifer were here, we could have caught him. It's all that Princess Anning's fault. If she hadn't insisted on following you to see the ice sculpture, Gaisaifer wouldn't have had to escort her back. Let's discuss this upon our return to the capital." As Yun Jinghe rose to head back to his chamber, he collided with the hurried Gaisaifer. Gizen's eyes widened as he muttered, "Indeed, one cannot speak of people by day, nor of ghosts by night." "How did you return so swiftly?" Goei-san inquired. "My lord, the one from Garden was rescued. While escorting Princess Anning halfway, I encountered the injured Gaisai-7, who asked me to deliver this to you." Gaisai-7 was injured. The enemy possesses a formidable foe. Yun Jinghe took the object handed to him, recognizing it as a plum blossom-shaped key belonging to Meng Shuhua. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He pocketed the key and instructed Gaisai-2. "Gaisaifer will remain and accompany the guards to escort the grain back to the capital. Goei-san, come with me." Yes. On the 5th day of the first month, at the dilapidated residence of the Yun family in the capital, it had fallen into disrepair after merely a year without inhabitants. Yun Jinghe looked disdainfully at the plaque on the ground, stepping over it without a second thought as he entered the hall. Many valuable items had vanished, leaving everything in disarray. 2 years prior, Yun Yifu and Meng Shuhua had fought fiercely here, yet now one had departed for the underworld, and the other had betrayed the nation. He traversed the hall and paused at Feishuang Courtyard, stopping at the very spot where he often stood in his childhood. Before the age of 5, this place had been his dream, for it housed his mother, a woman of exquisite beauty and noble bearing. Though she had always been cold towards him, it did not diminish his desire to be close to her. He could almost see his younger self, standing here, peering inside, often unable to catch a glimpse of his mother, yet when he did, it filled him with joy for the entire day. With this thought, he coldly laughed, unleashing a palm strike that shattered the plaque and the main door of Feishuang Courtyard. He then advanced to the site where his nightmares began, the May Garden. Once, it had not been known as May Garden and had no plum trees. It was merely an idle courtyard. After the incident, it had transformed into a hell crafted by Meng Shuhua for him. Following her punishment, he had worried and ached for her, waiting each day for her to seek him out. And indeed, Meng Shuhua had come. She said, "Little beast, come here, there are playful dogs in the courtyard. Hurry and take a look." He believed her, thinking Meng Shuhua had finally warmed to him, and he eagerly followed her. Yet, as soon as he entered, the courtyard door slammed shut behind him, and he found himself surrounded by the people of Feishuang Courtyard. At that moment, the yard was filled with the sound of barking dogs, and he witnessed 2 male dogs entangled with one another. He let out a cry of despair and struggled to retreat, yet Meng Shuhua signaled her servants to detain him, forcing him to endure the sight until the end. That very night, he succumbed to a high fever. However, this was merely an appetizer prepared by Meng Shuhua for him. Once he recovered, she would summon him to witness her performances. As time passed, and he grew numb to it all, she would introduce new variations. Eventually, her madness led her to substitute the dogs with the guards. On the day he was to vacate the courtyard, it became a day he would never forget. She administered drugs to the guards for their performance and commanded her servants to bring him close to observe. When the guards reached a frenzied state, she ordered them to be slain, and blood gushed forth, splattering into his eyes, nostrils, and mouth. All he could perceive was a sky painted in crimson. Yun Jinghe, clutching the plum blossom key, kicked open the gate to the Mei Yuan. The garden, adorned with flourishing plum trees in the chill of winter, repulsed him. and he wished to hasten through it, only to find himself trapped in a cycle, as if ensnared by an illusion. He snorted in disdain, wishing to violently obliterate all the plum trees. As his vision cleared, a stone pavilion emerged in the center of the courtyard. Chapter 79. What a misfortune. Standing at the entrance of the abandoned Yun residence, Gui Sen listened to the various commotions from within, torn between the desire to enter and the restraint to hold back. After a brief moment, Yun Jinghe emerged, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Gui Sen looked at him with concern. Master? Yun Jinghe was not inclined to elaborate, merely uttering 2 words, Interpalace. Gui Sen was elated at this declaration. Has the master found the list of names? Indeed. On Shuangyue Island, Fong Ming wore a sinister smile as he addressed Li Wanning, who appeared pale and was clutching her abdomen, retreating repeatedly. Husband, please spare me. I truly feel unwell. Fong Ming retorted. Spare you? Did I not forbid you from spending the night at your family home? How dare you linger and refuse to return on the 3rd day? Li Wanning felt utterly despondent upon hearing this. She merely wished to hide for a day due to discomfort in her lower abdomen. Yet upon her return, this madman had tormented her throughout the night, exacerbating her condition. Today, seeking a physician, she discovered that he had left the island. As Fong Ming drew nearer, she concocted a desperate lie, claiming to be pregnant. Husband, I am with child. Please spare me. If not, let us take another concubine. I will expedite the process for you. Her pleas grew more frantic, culminating in tears. Fong Ming, sensing her fear, became increasingly exhilarated as he approached and seized Li Wanning. Pregnant? You did not say so last night. You know I despise liars. How shall I punish you? Her terror intensified. No, please, help. Fong Ming covered her mouth and dragged her to the bed. Moments later, he exclaimed in frustration. What a misfortune. He hastily donned his clothes and stormed out. Li Wanning lay on the bed, her complexion ashen, emitting cries of anguish, while the crimson quilt beneath her was stained dark, a sight both shocking and tragic. Upon entering, Fong Mu noticed the dire situation and frowned as she tightly closed the door. Since her son reached the age of maturity, he had begun to indulge in the courtesans of the courtyard. After being restrained by the family, he would secretly visit the establishments of ill repute. Just when she thought he was merely infatuated with women, she discovered the extent of his reckless behavior. Soon, Li Wanning succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, her clothing and bedding had been changed, and the island's elderly physician was checking her pulse. Alas, the old doctor sighed deeply, his tone filled with regret. The child is gone, and the mother's health is compromised, making it difficult for her to conceive again. I will prescribe medicine to expel the impurities from her body. Once she has taken it, I will return. Fong Mu felt a pang of sorrow, for this was her first grandchild. However, if Li Wanning could no longer bear children, it would necessitate her son finding another wife. While her son bore some blame, Li Wanning's inability to protect the child was also lamentable. She gazed at Li Wanning, eyes closed, and spoke in a hushed voice to the old doctor. Please keep my daughter-in-law's situation confidential. Let no one speak of it. Of course, including your daughter-in-law. The old doctor assumed her concern stemmed from compassion and nodded in agreement. Fong Mu smiled as she bid the doctor farewell. Once he departed, Li Wanning's eyes widened, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, her thoughts unknown to anyone. On the 8th day, Chen Bo Ge convened a staff meeting at Shuangyue Square. The employees beamed with joy at the sight of their red envelopes. She spoke only a few words, primarily allowing Dong Yu to address the assembly, as she had entrusted him with full authority. After the meeting, she turned her attention to the shipyard. The shipyard and blacksmith shop had been uneventful, thus no meeting was required. However, year-end bonuses were distributed, which she had arranged for Uncle How to handle. At this moment, as everyone worked and chatted, upon her arrival, they all set down their tools and greeted her respectfully. She responded with a warm smile to each. Boss, how long before this ship can be launched? One asked, noticing her caressing the hull. Right now, she replied, carefully examining the joints. Really? Are you serious? Or is this a jest? Indeed, now is the time. Come on. Realization dawned upon them that she was earnest. Wonderful. We've waited so long. It's finally time for her to set sail. They eagerly gathered around the ship, which was slightly tilted on the launch platform. When she had built it, she had set several locking points. Now, they would remove the locks, and with their collective effort, the ship would glide into the water. Boss, shall I remove the locks? Go ahead. Uncle Hao took the lead in removing the locks. Chen Bo Ge instructed them to stand ready. On my count of 3, push. Understood. Boss. 1, 2, 3, push. The ship began to tilt toward the water, accompanied by their shouts. With a resounding crash, the vessel created a massive wave as it struck the surface of the water. The commotion was so great that even Zhu Dajuan and the others in the blacksmith shop heard it. A crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Once the ship lay sideways in the water, It gradually righted itself until it stood upright, coming to a halt. Bravo! Bravo! They could not restrain their applause and cheers. We did it. Chen Bo Ge shared in their joy, noting that the vessel's water displacement aligned perfectly with her calculations. She planned to return in 3 days to check for leaks in the hull. If there were none, she could begin arranging the items she had purchased for the space. Selecting an auspicious day, she would be ready to cut the ribbon and set sail. However, she had yet to inform her parents of her plans for a voyage, though she sensed they might have an inkling. Recently, they had been behaving in a manner that suggested they wished to speak, yet held back, evoking both amusement and sympathy from her. Boss, we have succeeded. Indeed, this is the result of everyone's hard work. However, it is premature to declare success. We must wait 3 days to see if it leaks. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words. It certainly won't leak. Yes, we have been meticulous. As this was the first ship they had built together, everyone had been dedicated. I believe in you all, Chen Bo Ge stated, dismissing them to return home at her leisure. Now, she truly found herself with a moment of respite. George Page, shall I take you on a sailing adventure? And you too, by Tu Wang. Indeed. She intends to embark on a voyage accompanied by 2 dogs and an albatross. The ocean is fraught with peril, should calamity strike. She can effortlessly retract both the vessel and her dogs into her spatial realm, without the slightest concern for her secrets being unveiled. In Chapter 80, one would perceive that as the master, George and Page, upon her return, hurried to her feet, yearning for a pat. After a few months at the Chen residence, these 2 little bundles have transformed into substantial companions, now able to reach Chen Bo Ge's chest when standing. Recently, Chen Bo Ge has been playing with them daily, endeavoring to train them as best as she can. Let us go. We shall play on the small boat. On the small boat, she has rigged a 2-meter-high sail, anchored in the small river of the backyard. In recent days, the 2 dogs have learned to obey her commands to bite the sail ropes. The canvas is light enough for them to easily tug it up. The sails on the larger ship utilize pulleys, making it easier to raise, yet on the open sea, one must consider the wind, thus cooperation between the 2 dogs is preferable. Up. Upon hearing this, Page and George immediately grasped the ropes on the ground, each taking hold of a knot, and began to drag backward until the small sail was pulled taut, at which point they paused and gazed at her. Good pups. Today we will learn something new. Do you see this? Bring the rope over and hook it. She gently patted the heads of the 2 dogs, pointing to a long, curved hook beside her, indicating that they should hook the rope. The 2 dogs looked at her with confusion. She demonstrated by taking her teaching rope, clamping it with her mouth onto the long hook, and then stood up to gesture towards the hook. After several demonstrations, the dogs finally grasped her intention. Yet they struggled to secure the rope properly. No worries, we will take our time. She produced small fish treats to share with them, but the dogs merely sniffed and nudged her for their pouch. We can only enjoy rabbit meat once we master the new skills. Over the past 2 months, all of Wang El Hunter's quarry has been claimed by her, including rabbits, goat antelopes, deer, wild boars, and pheasants. The majority consisted of rabbits and pheasants, aside from the pheasants. All have been consumed, and the remainder has been transformed into fragrant and spicy jerky. Each time the dogs learn a new skill, she rewards them with rabbit meat. When they fail to procure any, the 2 dogs lay down glumly, nibbling on the small fish treats. Chen Bo Ge chuckled and joined in the feast. The treats were pleasantly crispy, no wonder Eru and the others enjoyed them. To produce these, she had even constructed 2 larger iron stoves and arranged for staff specifically to roast them. All right, let us try again. Thus, 3 days passed. Today, Chen Bo Ge brought them to the shipyard for an inspection. Master, upon her arrival, everyone gathered around her. I will take a look. Chen Haoxing led the group on the shore, watching as the master led the 2 dogs aboard the ship. After a considerable time, Chen Dongjia reappeared at the bow, calling out to them, "We can commence operations." The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen Bo Ge smiled as she gazed at the distant ocean, her heart stirred with emotion. Come, let us begin our practice here today. During the Lantern Festival in Kyoto, the streets are invariably bustling with activity, adorned with vibrant decorations. This year, however, it was not devoid of people. It merely marked the beginning of the 5th day when the King of Hell, accompanied by his black and white minions, began to reap souls throughout Kyoto. In the span of mere days, thousands had perished by his hand. Now, every official in Kyoto lived in trepidation, ordering their kin to refrain from revelry. The King of Hell, through sheer force, cast a shadow over the Lantern Festival. Small clusters of people gathered along the riverbank, inevitably discussing the situation. On a pleasure boat, the King of Hell and his minions listened to countless versions of their murderous exploits as dusk fell. Damn it, I will go and slay them. Guaisen slammed his palm on the table, causing the tea lid to rattle. Guaisi tossed a peanut into his mouth without a glance in his direction. You might as well kill everyone at this rate. Are you going to allow them to speak ill of the master? If the master is indifferent, why should you care? How infuriating. Guaisen slumped down, exasperated. Casting a glance at his master, Yun Jinghe, clad in white, draped in a fine fur coat, quietly reclined on a bamboo couch, engrossed in a book. Beside the hearth, silver silk charcoal burned, while outside the green curtains, delicate snowflakes drifted down, and the pines along the riverbank donned a cloak of white. Alas, my beautiful master. What a pity. This picturesque scene of a beauty reclining on a couch was lost on that Chen girl from Shuanyue Island. Guaisi inquired. What are you sighing about now? Guaisen replied. You wouldn't understand. Hey Wu Chang. Unable to contain himself, Guaisi kicked him. Unprepared for the blow, Guaisen stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Guaisi. You Hey Wu Chang. Do you wish to fight? Guaisi rose as well, but not to engage in combat. Rather, he was fixated on another pleasure boat, where Lu Yutang was present. Master, someone is arriving. Guaisen glanced back. Boatman, set sail. According to reports from Gue Min's spies, the reason Princess Ning Lu insisted on witnessing the ice sculpture was that Lu Yutang had spoken a few words beside her. Moreover, the individual who injured Gue Qi bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yutang. The spies also uncovered that he was no ordinary wealthy merchant. He maintained close ties with officials from Goryeo and had engaged in trade with the Tartars. Now, he had enchanted Princess Ning to the point of distraction. Seeking an official position from the emperor. Unable to refuse her, the emperor arranged for Lu Yutang to assume a position in the Hanlin Academy, allowing him to accompany the princess in her leisure. Ordinarily, he should have been accompanying her on a boat excursion today. But the princess was currently absent from the pleasure boat, having returned to the palace to listen to opera with the Empress Dowager. Reports indicated that Lu Yutang had expressed his admiration for filial individuals to the princess, soothing her back into compliance. And he had turned to instruct preparations for a pleasure boat, seemingly expecting guests. Hence, they found themselves here. Yun Jinghe sat up, peering through the curtains at the approaching red pleasure boat. Lu Yutang was seated with a man in white, engaged in tea tasting. The man's back was to them, obscuring his face. As the red boat drew nearer, the intimacy of their actions became increasingly apparent. The two Gue exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was deteriorating. Just then, Lu Yutang abruptly embraced the waist of the man in white, turning him around as if deliberately allowing them to see his face. The visage of the man bore a striking resemblance to their master, and coupled with his attire mirroring that of their master. An unfamiliar observer from a distance could easily mistake him for the master. Lu Yutang, feeling that it was insufficiently provocative, forcefully pinned the man in white against the table, then provocatively glanced back, bending down in a manner reminiscent of a scene from Yun Jinghe's childhood. Yet before he could act, Guaisen utilized his agility to leap onto the opposing pleasure boat, drawing his sword and aiming it at the chests of the two. Damn it! Seeking death, Lu Yutang pushed the man in white aside, drawing a flexible whip from his waist, engaging in a fierce struggle with Guaisen. In Chapter 81, it was indeed a fine blade. Guaisen and Lu Yutang fought fiercely, while Yun Jinghe merely observed, neither intervening nor obstructing. Master Yun, what crime have I committed that permits your subordinates to slaughter me with such impunity? Has your power grown to the extent that you can slay court officials at will? Soon, the commotion attracted a large crowd. Observing that Yun Jinghe remained silent, Lu Yutang continued to fight while loudly questioning. Does the esteemed Yun Shilang not regard the law? Is it permissible for Yun Shilang to reign unchecked in the Great Shun dynasty? With each of his boisterous inquiries, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, including members of the Zhong family. Although Inspector Zhong looked down upon Lu Yutang, he was far more incensed by Yun Jinghe's arrogance, mirroring his demeanor in the court. As Yun Jinghe observed his subordinates attacking the court officials, he was enraged, cursing at Yun Jinghe for his lawlessness. The audacity of Yun Jinghe had reached new heights. He was determined to report this to the emperor to temper his arrogance. My son, quickly summon Li Duyi and bring him here. I wish to see just how far this scoundrel can go. Yes, father. With that, he squeezed through the crowd and hurried away. Before long, as the winds began to subside, Li Duyi arrived with a retinue of soldiers. Although Yun Jinghe was favored by the emperor, instilling both fear and respect in many, there were still royal relatives who harbored jealousy and resentment towards him, and Li Duyi was among them. Stop! Guaisen, undeterred, continued his assault on Lu Yutang, inflicting a wound on his hand. Zhang Xiai, Yun Jinghe spoke coolly. Guaisen, observing the pretentious Lu Yutang, gritted his teeth and retreated to the boat. Lord Yun, there are claims that you have condoned your subordinates attacking court officials. I must ask you to accompany me back. My subordinate mistook Lu Daren for the left chancellor of Hua. Yun Jinghe nodded to Guaisen. Stepping forward, Guaisen apologized to Lu Yutang. I apologize, Lu Daren. We were pursuing the left chancellor and mistook you for him. I take full responsibility for injuring you, and here is my compensation. I hope you can forgive our mistake. After handing over a bag of silver, he left with Yun Jinghe. Lord Yun, Yin Jinghe, Li Duyi, witnessing their indifference towards him, was consumed by rage. He leaped onto Lu Yotong's boat and, using the momentum, surged towards Yun Jinghe's vessel, launching an attack. Gaisai, brandishing his long knife, effortlessly blocked the blow. What? Do you wish to spar with me? Yin Jinghe, do not overstep your bounds. Li Duyi, aware of his inferiority, was still unwilling to relent and launched another attack. However, within a mere incense stick's time, he was knocked to the ground by Gaisai. Li Duyi, if you cannot even best my subordinate, perhaps you should go practice and return when you are ready to spar again? After mocking him, Yin Jinghe allowed Gaisai to drag him back to shore. The imperial censor, Lord Zhong, witnessed the entire affair and was infuriated. This scoundrel is so arrogant. I shall return home and draft a memorial to report him, tempering his arrogance. With that, he stormed off. As the boat drifted further away, Goei-san approached Yun Jinghe and remarked, Master, though Lu Yutang appeared to falter, he might have been feigning weakness. Indeed, Yun Jinghe acknowledged, aware that Lu Yutang was undoubtedly connected to the left chancellor. The following day, those at court, led by Imperial Censor Lord Zhong, took turns presenting memorials against Yun Jinghe. Lord Yun is so audacious and arrogant, casting a shadow over the heavens. We implore His Majesty to take action on behalf of Li Duyi and Lu Daren. The Emperor, glancing at the seemingly indifferent Yun Jinghe, inquired, Aiying, do you have anything to say? Your Majesty, Lord Zhong's assertions are inaccurate. My subordinate mistakenly believed Lu Daren to be the left chancellor, which led to the injury, and we have since apologized. As for Li Duyi, he jumped onto my boat to spar with me, and I have nothing further to say on the matter. You. Utter nonsense. The fury of not only Lord Zhong, but also Li Duyi's father boiled over. Enough, the Emperor bellowed. I have understood all you have said. Aiying is only considering the greater good of Dazhong. Xiao Fuzai summoned the imperial physician to examine Lu Daren. As for Li Duyi, if he cannot even best Lord Yun's guards, he is unfit for the position. He shall first go to the military camp for training, and the role of Duyi shall be assumed by Kong Pong. Yes, Your Majesty, wise and discerning. The Emperor had no desire to concern himself with the feelings of the officials present. At that moment, he felt quite content. During this time, Yin Jinghe, under the pretext of purging the remnants of the crown prince, had also managed to eliminate several noble families, which not only diminished their influence, but also enriched the royal treasury. The position of Duyi was too significant to remain in the hands of the Empress's faction, and Yun Jinghe had provided a justifiable reason to remove it. Once Yun Jinghe dealt with the remnants of the enemy's state, he would be free from worry. It must be said that Yun Jinghe was indeed a fine blade. He neither sought power nor commanded armies, yet he continuously brought unexpected advantages. If there is business, present it. If not, depart. Long live the Emperor. The second day of the second month marked the beginning of spring plowing. At this time, the Emperor would hold a significant ceremony, urging the civil and military officials to engage in farming to experience the hardships of the common people. However, those of the court were exempted, while Chun Wanli and his group were given leave. Chen Beige had long planned to take them on a boat to Haifeng Prefecture for a few days of leisure. Father and mother, you and Airby can sit in the cabin. It's quite windy and cold outside. No need. It's not as cold as our hometown. He was eager to see how his daughter would manage the boat alone. Zhao Xianglian remained silent, standing beside him unwilling to leave. Sister, may I assist you? No. No need. If you don't want to go inside, then I shall set sail now. George, Peichi, she called out loudly to the two dogs. Upon hearing her call, the dogs eagerly ran to the mast, grabbing the rope and tugging it towards the hook. Good dogs. Chen Beige rushed to the helm, turning the wheel. With the cooperation of one person and two dogs, the boat slowly departed from the dock, heading towards Haifeng Prefecture. Watching this scene, Zhao Xianglian's eyes brimmed with tears. Chun Wanli had already shed tears, turning to face the sea to conceal his vulnerability from his children. Zhao Xianglian clutched his clothes, suppressing her voice as silent tears flowed. The two dogs secured the sail ropes and returned to lie beside Chen Beige. Chen Baihan glanced at the dogs and then at his sister, a ridiculous thought emerging in his mind. Surely, his sister did not intend to take the dogs on some adventure? Chapter 82. Why is this beam so ugly? At Haifeng Prefecture, a carriage moved slowly along the road. Inside, Chen Wanli was playing a game of five-piece chess with Chen Beige. Before the spring festival, Chen Beige had been unfamiliar with the game, but on the first day of the new year, when it rained on the island, she had watched Chen Wanli and Chun Baihan play several rounds, learning as she observed. Now, her skills were on par with Chen Wanli's. Chen Baihan found the carriage stifling and preferred to sit outside with the doorman, while Zhao Xianglian remained inside, watching the father and daughter play chess. After a bumpy hour, the carriage finally halted. Master, we have arrived. Chun Baihan jumped out, lifting the curtain to help the others down. Once they disembarked, the doorman took the carriage to the nearby stable and Chen Beige led the three of them onward. The early spring in the south was not particularly cold. As long as it didn't rain, one only needed to wear a coat over their summer clothing. The winding paths of the fields were bathed in midday sunshine. Farmers in the fields were working diligently, carrying seedlings, while a woman was bringing water and provisions to the fields, accompanied by a larger child in front and a smaller one behind. The children pointed at various things, chatting with the woman. Observing this scene, Chen Wanli and his wife felt a sense of relief. Before long, the four of them reached a courtyard gate. Chen Beige gently knocked, and the gate quickly opened a crack. Is this the Chen family? Yes. Come in, come in. We've been expecting you today. We've prepared the rooms. The man, named Yuanda, was the steward of this estate. When Chen Beige purchased the estate, he had also acquired Yuanda's family. As they ventured further inside, the familiarity grew stronger for Chen Wanli and the others. Is this our hometown? Seeing the layout identical to their old home, Chen Wanli's heart stirred. Zhao Xianglian released his hand and, upon opening the door, found the furnishings to be strikingly similar. She stepped inside, carefully touching the familiar yet brand new items. Her eyes reddening once more. Sister, you are truly remarkable. When did you manage all this? After surveying all the rooms, Chen Baihan let out a sigh. Chen Beige gestured for Yuanda and his wife to leave before he began to narrate. A year ago, the property was purchased, and only recently was it completed. The vast expanse outside belongs to us. If you and your parents feel homesick, the steward can arrange for you to stay here for a few days. The four of them resided in the estate for 2 days, and on the morning of the third day, they returned to Haifeng Mansion amidst a foggy haze. They were to depart for the island that afternoon, as Chen Wanli had to resume work the following day. Although it was still before noon, Zhao Xianglian expressed her desire to procure medicinal herbs. Chen Beige recalled the batch of herbs that Liang Batian had compensated, which still lay in the storage of the Chen residence. Mother, there's no need to buy more. We have enough in the storeroom. Allow me to take you to select some. Chen Wanli, holding a basket, joined them. The herbs were packed into dozens of bags and several wooden crates. Chen Beige, unsure of what her mother sought, opened everything. Once opened, it became apparent there were both common herbs and rare, valuable ones within the boxes. Mother, look. And mother, what's wrong? Chen Beige held up a small box containing ginseng, ready to show it to Zhao Xianglian, but noticed her mother was already weeping profusely. Hastily, she set down the box and approached to wipe away Zhao Xianglian's tears. When do you plan to leave? Chen Beige paused. In 3 days. Tomorrow marked Wang Chuier's wedding, and half a month prior, they had all agreed to celebrate her nuptials. The day after tomorrow, she planned to gather her supplies. And on the following day, she intended to depart before dawn, leaving a letter behind. She disliked farewells. Moreover, she had no intention of not returning. No, I cannot agree. I have yet to prepare anything for you. Zhao Xianglian felt a void in her heart even before her daughter left. Chen Wanli turned to gaze at the beams of the house, pondering their unsightly appearance. How they could bring him to tears. Observing the expressions on his parents' faces, Chen Beige felt an ache in her heart. Then I shall depart in 7 days. Or perhaps you could wait until my birthday. Zhao Xianglian wept uncontrollably. Mother, I must leave in 7 days. Chen Beige embraced Zhao Xianglian, resting her head on her shoulder to comfort her. Mother, please don't cry. Do you remember what happened when I first arrived at Haifeng Mansion? With the protection of the sea god, I will be safe. You also saw how friendly the big fish in the sea are with me. Perhaps I may find it unamusing and return in 10 days or half a month. Upon finishing, she gently patted Zhao Xianglian's back. Mother, please stop crying. When you cry, I feel like a disobedient daughter. Zhao Xianglian understood her daughter was trying to soothe her, yet she recognized her daughter was extraordinary. She had always yearned to soar through the skies as a bird and swim freely in the ocean as a fish. How could she shatter her wings and confine her by her side? If her daughter were to marry and be trapped in the inner chambers, it would be too late to seek freedom then. Upon realizing this, Zhao Xianglian wiped away her tears and called out for Chen Wanli. Husband, come quickly and help me prepare some medicinal sachets. Outside, Chen Baihan, hearing his father's murmurs in response, quietly slipped away. Today, the government office was closed, and as Chai Biao emerged, he caught sight of Chen Baihan dejectedly wandering the streets, holding a dagger in his hand. Erbai, what is the matter? Upon seeing Chai Biao, Chen Baihan responded glumly and continued walking. Chai Biao frowned. Have you encountered some trouble? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Baihan felt that Chai Biao was not one to spread gossip, so he reluctantly said, my sister plans to set sail alone. Chen Beige is sailing alone? By herself? So you have a gift for her? I only bought this. The others are unsuitable for my sister. Can you help me procure some defensive items for her? I will pay you if you assist me. Chen Baihan looked at the dagger in his hand, suddenly realizing that asking Chai Biao for help was a feasible option, as Chai Biao could procure items that he could not. Chai Biao did not accept the pouch of money Chen Baihan offered, but inquired, when is your sister departing? Was this an agreement? In 7 days. Very well. The Chen family of 4 had lunch, then set off with their 2 dogs, with Chen Beige ensuring all the herbs were loaded onto the boat. Upon their return home, she planned to select some northern herbs and retain a few precious ones, while the rest she would sell. During the journey back, the 3 of them took turns asking Chen Beige how to steer the boat and how to raise the sail, while the 2 dogs frolicked wildly across the deck. The oppressive atmosphere from their arrival had vanished, replaced by a warm camaraderie. However, this light-hearted mood was soon shattered by grim news, for a murder had occurred on the island. Chapter 83. Let us sit together. As Chen Beige and her companions arrived at the dock and headed home, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Fong residence. Upon seeing her return, Dong Yu approached to pay his respects. Mistress. Chen Beige nodded slightly. What has happened? It is said that the daughter-in-law of the Fong family killed her husband and fled in fear of punishment. Yang Jifa and the others are handling the situation, and her mother-in-law is rumored to have gone mad from fright. The 4 of them paused upon hearing this. Li Wanqing killed Fong Ming, went mad from fear. Why? Dong Yu shook his head. I am unsure. I heard she saw something terrifying. From a distance, they spotted Yang Jifa busy at work. Chen Wanli instructed the 3 women to return home first, as he intended to lend a hand. Chen Beige was stunned. She had always thought Li Wanqing was merely a lotus spirit, but it turned out she was a formidable person, truly remarkable. However, with no boats leaving the island today and her inability to swim, she likely ran into the mountains. It was estimated that they would apprehend her within a few days. Upon returning home, she realized her assumption was entirely mistaken, for she discovered that the small boat moored in the backyard river was missing. Airby, what happened? Quickly tell Uncle Yang that our small boat is gone. If no one on the island borrowed it, then it must have been stolen by Li Wanqing. Meanwhile, Li Wanqing was adrift at sea, desperately maneuvering the small sail to carry her away from Haifeng Mansion. The events of the previous night still haunted her. During the past month of her miscarriage, the Fong family had seen her inability to bear children. Apart from the initial days when they feigned concern with the old Dr. S visits, they later revealed their true colors, leaving her to fend for herself while making her do all the laundry and cooking. Once, she overheard her mother-in-law speaking to Fong Ming, suggesting he divorce her and marry anew. Fong Ming refused. She had thought he still held some affection for her, only to hear him say, Mother, it would be best for you to find me a new wife, but there is no need to divorce her. After all, we spent 200 taels to marry her, so it would be better to keep her as a concubine to entertain my son. Moreover, she can still do work for the family. Understanding her mother-in-law's perspective, they laughed and agreed to marry him another wife after the spring plowing. She was infuriated to the point of dizziness and silently vowed that this mother-son duo would pay dearly for their actions. However, since her confinement was not yet complete, Fong Ming disliked her for being unlucky and insisted on sleeping in the study. She waited, and finally, the full month arrived. Just last night, she told her mother-in-law that she had failed to protect the child, that it was all her fault, and she wished to prepare a grand feast to apologize to everyone for the full month. Seeing her understanding nature, her mother-in-law even gave her 5 taels of silver to buy something more sumptuous. With this 5 taels, not only did she purchase ingredients, but she also acquired a hammer. That evening, she intentionally plied Fong Ming with wine, enduring her disgust as she seduced him beneath the table. As expected, the beast took the bait. After everyone returned to their rooms, she kept Fong Ming company for a while, when he could no longer hold on and fell asleep. She struck him on the head with the hammer, killing him instantly. She swiftly rifled through Fong Ming's pockets for silver and seized the keys to his secret cupboard, emptying its contents entirely. She once again noticed the props in the corner, and in a fit of rage, she took everything out and unleashed it upon Fong Ming, even using a knife to viciously mar his face. In the end, she bound him like a human puppet and dragged him to the doorstep of Fong's parents' bedroom in the dead of night. Only then did she quietly slip out of the courtyard with her bundle, making her way towards Chen Bei's small boat. After observing for several days, she discovered that not only had the Chun family departed, but even their 2 dogs were gone. Consequently, no one on the island was aware as she clumsily sailed away. Reflecting on this, she touched the silver coins in her pocket and smiled with satisfaction. When Chun Wanli returned, the sky had already darkened. Father, what happened? The boat was stolen by Li Wanning, and Fong Ming met a gruesome fate, dragged to the doorstep of Fong's parents. In the morning, Fong's mother, upon rising to fetch water for Fong's father, was utterly horrified when she opened the door. Let us eat. We shall all be busy tomorrow. A night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Chen Baihan left with Chen Wanli. Chen Beige, after a brief grooming, set out with gifts in hand. As she approached the Lu family's entrance, she found Lu Wushuang already waiting for her. Qian Duo and Zhao Tao had not arrived, as they were staying not far from the bride's home. The two of them walked hand in hand to the bride's house, where Chen Duo was waving at them. Hurry up, we are about to depart. In ancient weddings, the bride would typically rise before dawn to change her attire and apply makeup, bidding farewell to her parents and relatives, before being carried into the bridal sedan chair by her brothers. The sedan chair would then proceed to the groom's residence for the wedding ceremony, followed by a banquet hosted by the groom's family. By this point, the day was nearly concluded. The evening culminated in the bridal chamber, where friends and family would burst in or create a ruckus outside, encouraging the newlyweds to shed their shyness and anxiety, leading to the couple drinking from the same cup. And what comes next? That is not suitable for children. When Chen Bo Ge and her companion arrived, they coincidentally witnessed the ceremony of carrying the bride. Wang Shuier, adorned in a red wedding gown, lay on her brother's back as she entered the bridal sedan chair. Once the curtain was drawn, the matchmaker loudly proclaimed, "Lift the sedan." The sedan chair, adorned with red flowers at each corner, swayed as it transported the bride to the groom's home. The groom's residence was situated in another row, just across a road from where the sedan chair arrived. After the series of rituals were completed, they finally sat down to await the banquet. At that moment, two additional guests arrived at the table. "Aunt, let us sit together." It was Zhao Run and his new wife, who appeared surprised and somewhat awkward upon seeing Chen Bo Ge, as though grappling with unexpressed emotions. "Let us sit at another table to avoid disturbing the younger sister." The other table was occupied by strangers, so they opted to remain at this one. "Aunt, do you mind?" Qian Duo and Lu Wushuang were oblivious to the underlying dynamics, while Zhao Tao, knowing the context, found it difficult to speak. Only Chen Bo Ge responded with a smile. "Not at all. Zhao Shaozi, feel free to sit." "Oh dear. The island lord need not call me Zhao Shaozi. Simply address me as Baiha. Calling me Zhao Shaozi makes me feel like I am being referred to as an old lady." Laughter erupted from Qian Duo and the others, and Chen Bo Ge joined in the mirth. "Haha, Baiha is it? Then you need not call me island lord. You may call me Iba, just like the rest." Baiha was cheerful and generous, resembling Qian Duo in temperament, and soon they became quite familiar with each other. Noticing Zhao Ren lingering nearby, she impatiently remarked, "Husband, go find a seat for yourself to avoid hindering us." Zhao Ren was left speechless. He glanced at Baiha, then subtly at Chen Bo Ge, contemplating his next move before departing. After attending Wang Shuiyer's wedding, Chen Bo Ge did not venture out again. She either assisted Zhao Xianglian in concocting remedies or helped transport items on the boat. Finally, on the sixth day, Chai Biao arrived on the island. Chapter 84. Chai Biao has fled. Shortly after Chai Biao landed, Chen Baihan became aware. He had been waiting for Chai Biao for several days. However, as Chai Biao delayed his arrival, Chen Baihan grew increasingly anxious. Once the man finally arrived, he could no longer remain seated, feigning a stomach ache to excuse himself from his teacher, and stealthily sought out Chai Biao. Upon seeing someone who should have been in class before him, Chai Biao paused for a moment and waved away those around him. Once they were gone, the truant student urgently inquired, "Master Chai, what have you purchased? Show me quickly." Chai Biao's lips twitched as he lifted a small wooden box onto the table and opened it. Chen Baihan leaned in, his eyes widening at the sight within. The box contained a considerable assortment of items, including a small crossbow accompanied by 20 arrows. Besides the crossbow, there was a small cylindrical object, while the rest consisted of various bottles and jars. He picked up the small crossbow for a trial, but it felt somewhat unwieldy, likely designed specifically for women. After a brief inspection, he set it down. Next, he reached for the small cylinder, but Chai Biao halted him. "Do not touch that." Upon saying this, Chai Biao picked up the cylinder and pointed to a small protrusion, explaining, "This is the switch for the hidden weapon. Pressing it will launch a needle, and you can fire continuously. Be cautious. If the needles run out, there is another switch at the bottom to refill them." Chen Baihan looked around, growing increasingly fond of the item. "Master Chai, could you procure another one of these for me? I do not need many. Just 2 will suffice, one for my mother and one for Wushuang." Chai Biao, his expression stoic, replied, "I cannot." He presumed that the hidden weapon was as abundant as cabbage, and was surprised that Chen Baihan requested only 2. After all, it was meant for Chen Bo Ge. Chen Baihan felt briefly disappointed, but then picked up a small vial. Noticing a red label affixed to it that read, "Sleeping Potion," he set it down and continued to rummage through the contents, discovering not only defensive poisons, but also medicinal remedies. The preparations were even more comprehensive than those for his mother. Suddenly, he recalled his sister's increasingly alluring visage and had an epiphany. Could it be that Master Chai harbored feelings for his sister? Master Chai was typically indifferent to others' affairs, yet he would always lend a hand regarding his sister, as he did now. It had been nearly 2 months since Master Chai last visited the island, and upon hearing that his sister was to embark on a journey, he promptly returned. Was this not a guise to deliver gifts while seizing the opportunity to bid his sister farewell? The more Chen Baihan pondered, the more convinced he became of his theory. He then hesitated. Master Chai, my sister is busy organizing things on the boat today. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow? Chai Biao regarded him with a puzzled expression. We stay for 3 days each time we return. But what does that have to do with whether your sister is free? He then observed the boy, who smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish, scrutinizing him intently. Chai Biao thought to himself that Chen Baihan was growing increasingly endearing. He was tall and robust, though reserved, yet responsive in every matter, and he held a respectable position in Haifeng Prefecture. No one would dare to bully his sister. Living not far from home, they could visit their sister at any time. Master Chai, do you have anyone else at home? Chai Biao, uninterested, chose not to respond. Chen Baihan, unperturbed, stood up, preparing to pat Chai Biao on the shoulder, but to his surprise, Chai Biao fled as if he had seen a ghost. Chai Biao sensed something was amiss with Chen Baihan. After answering a few nonsensical questions, he stood and extended his hand towards him, appearing as though he wanted to embrace him. Forget it, I will just keep my distance from him in the future. At that moment, Chen Beige was in the storeroom preparing fresh water. In ancient times, there were no seawater converters, and without fresh water, one could not venture far. On the surface, she had purchased 4 large ceramic jars, constructing a frame with iron and wood to secure them, pouring the fresh water she had prepared into them. Secretly, she had also stocked 20 large jars in her hidden space. If they used up a third of these, she would seek alternative sources for replenishment. A persistent affliction of long sea voyages is scurvy. Prolonged absence of vitamins leads to fatigue, gum bleeding, and even death. Thus, she had also procured a variety of vitamin-rich fruits and vegetables for her hidden space. She intended to take some out, as her mother would be visiting later, and she did not want her to worry if she found nothing had been prepared. The remaining rice and flour, she took out quite a bit. And she also purchased a large barrel of meat, which she preserved with saltpeter for freezing. However, she did not intend to consume these herself. They were meant as bait for sea fishing. The food she planned to eat was stored in her space, kept fresh. Wong Wong, is that my mother? Sister, it's Airby. Aren't you going to school? You're about to leave home, so missing a day doesn't matter. Seeing his sister about to lecture him, he quickly seized the wooden box in his hands to take the initiative. Sister, you wouldn't believe what's in this box. And you certainly don't know who sent it to you. Chen Bai Ge closed her mouth and quietly watched him perform. Chen Baihan excitedly opened the wooden box, revealing one item after another for his sister to examine. This is a small crossbow. You should practice your aim when you have time. There are only this many arrows, so remember to retrieve them after use. And this is remarkable. It's a concealed weapon. He then pointed out the intricacies of each item. And Chen Baigu immediately recognized the Bai Yuli Hua needles, commonly featured in martial arts dramas. And these are poisons and medicines. Make sure to read the labels before using them, and do not misuse them. Who gave you these? He guess? Chen Baigu narrowed her eyes, sensing he was about to act. It's Lord Chai. Lord Chai? Why did he send these to me? He liked that I asked him to help me buy them. These are hard to obtain, aren't they? How much did you give Lord Chai? This crossbow is typically military grade, and the female version has to be specially modified. The Bai Yuli Hua needles are even more impossible to find, but they are indeed suitable for you. I didn't even get a chance to give them to him before he left. He left? I'll go find him myself in a bit. However, due to her mother's arrival, she ended up waiting until evening. Sister, I'll accompany you. Suit yourself. The two siblings walked over, during which Chun Baihan kept asking his sister peculiar questions. Sister, does Lord Chai often look for you? Occasionally. Do you know who lives in his household? Why would I need to know? Because I'm curious. You're being ridiculous. Chun Baigu rolled her eyes at him. Soon, they arrived at Chai Biao's place. Upon seeing Chun Baihan, Chai Biao instinctively shifted to the side. Lord Chai, the items you provided are too precious. You must accept this money. I owe you a favor. Chun Baigu presented a 500 tael silver note, sincerely thanking Chai Biao. No need, these are not from me. Chapter 85. The disaster relief silver totals 1 million taels. What? If it's not from you, then from whom? Chun Baihan immediately panicked, having previously envisioned how Chai Biao would become his brother-in-law. Such thoughts were in vain. Chun Baigu was also curious, aside from family. She had not disclosed this to outsiders. Did Airby tell others? It was Yun Jing he who sent it. If you have questions, ask him yourself. I'm not delivering anything further. Yun Jing he? Isnt he busy committing murders in the capital? His notoriety must have spread throughout the Deshun nation. As the siblings returned home, Chen Baihan curiously asked his sister, Sister, how would Xiao Lu know? You'd have to ask him to find out. Don't dwell on what you can't understand. Upon returning home, Chen Wan Li was in the kitchen serving dishes. The table was already set with 3 dishes and a soup, all of her favorites. Zhao Xiang Lian also brought out more food. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Chen Baigu ate until her belly was round and full, and the family chatted by candlelight until late before returning to their rooms. In the early hours, Chen Baigu stealthily left the house. As she departed with George and Pei Chi, her parents' room lit up. Chen Bo Ge boarded the boat in the dark, and as the sails were raised, she suddenly heard her mother's choked voice. "Ibai, you must take good care of yourself. Your father and I are waiting for your return at home." "I know, mother. You and father must also take care. I'm leaving." Fearing she would soften and stay, she resolutely did not approach to look back. After loudly shouting this, she set sail. Zhao Xianglian, watching the boat drift away, could no longer hold back and collapsed into Chen Wanli's embrace, crying. Chen Wanli held her close, and the two stood by the shore until dawn before supporting each other back home. At this moment, Chen Bo Ge was already at sea. During spring and summer, the waves on the sea were not very strong. After securing the ship's helm, Chen Bo Ge called her 2 dogs for breakfast. Once they finished eating, she went to the bird's nest to feed the chicks. The young albatross would take a year to learn to fly, and once it did, she would release it back into the wild. Knowing she would be away for a long time, Chen Bo Ge took out a small bag of dried fish, packing it in a net, intending to drop it where the 5 tigers often frequented to catch them. With no wind, the boat moved slowly. After a while of lowering the net, the 5 tigers appeared. Leading the charge was Erhu, leaping and making clicking sounds that drove George and Pei Chi to bark excitedly at the boat's edge. All right, stop barking. They're here for me." Chen Bo Ge took out the dried fish to calm the 2 dogs. "Erhu, 2-legged beast. What are you keeping up there? Why don't you come to the old place to find us? I'm going very far away, so don't look for me at the old place anymore." "Ehu, are you migrating? Is it because there is nothing to hunt here?" "In the animal kingdom, if the living environment lacks food, they would migrate." Chen Bo Ge scratched the dog's head. "I want to explore everywhere. 2-legged beast. Can't you just stay? And why are you keeping that ugly thing? You even touch it." After Erhu spoke, it leaped up, splashing water all over the 2 dogs. Now George and Pei Chi were furious, jumping and trying to bite Erhu. "Wong, wong, 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 wong. All right, ignore it. You 2 go back to the cabin. I'll give you rabbit meat later." "Blah, blah, blah. All you do is bark, ugly thing. What meat can you eat? Just wait for me to spray you. Erhu, dare you? Get inside quickly." Chen Bo Ge shouted angrily, but jealousy clouded Erhu's vision. It opened its mouth wide, scooped up a mouthful of water, then leaped high to aim at the 2 dogs. George and Pei Chi were caught off guard. Wong, wong, wong. The 2 dogs jumped even higher. Watching the chaotic scene, Chen Bo Ge was completely stunned. With a blank expression, she took out 2 pieces of dried rabbit heads from her space, 1 in each hand, waved them under George and Pei Chi's noses, then walked towards the cabin. George and Pei Chi, wong, wong, wong. After securing the 2 dogs, she walked to the bow with a dark expression. "2-legged beast. Why do you keep 2 long-haired 4-legged beasts? You should keep me. I'm much smarter. And you even feed them meat without giving me any." Seeing the dog's yearning gaze, Chen Bo Ge softened and tossed each of them 2 rabbit heads. "When you can come ashore, I'll keep you. Now go back. I didn't bring any dried fish, and remember not to look for me there in the future." In truth, she had brought several bags, but they were all meant for the 2 dogs. "Dahu. All right, Erhu, let us go back. 2-legged beast. I'll miss you." Erhu dejectedly bid her farewell. "I will miss you too." On an unknown small island, Meng Shuhua finally met Meng Yugue. "Little brother? Elder sister? What brings you here? Little brother, how did you end up like this? Is it that little beast?" At this moment, Meng Yugue was lying in bed under a thick quilt, with 2 stoves beside him, yet he was still shivering from the cold. "Young Master Meng has been poisoned." The left chancellor said that without the disaster relief silver, the antidote for young Master Meng cannot be gathered. A nearby person spoke indifferently. "Who are you?" "I am Wang Yuming." "Oh, it's you. It's good that the lady knows me. This small island is currently under my authority. If you need anything, you can tell your maid." Wang Yuming seemed to recall something and continued speaking. In the frigid depths of winter, Yun Jinghe forced young Master Meng into the sea, where fierce winds and towering waves cast him overboard. This unfortunate event allowed the cold to invade his being, and each time the 7 deadly poisons were unleashed, the cold poison would flare up within him, its duration increasing with each occurrence. Should the lady recall anything, it is imperative that she informs me, for young Master Meng may not have much time left. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuhua trembled with rage, while Wang Yuming left with a smile. With no one else in the room, Meng Shuhua could no longer contain her grief. She sat by the bedside, weeping, and reached out to smooth the stray hair from Meng Yugu's forehead. "Little brother, you have suffered greatly." "Elder sister, I'm fine," Meng Yugu replied, shaking his head. He then inquired, "Are the bodies of my elder brothers still hanging at the city gate?" Meng Shuhua was heartbroken. "Indeed, it is the fault of your elder sister, who, when giving birth to that wretched child, failed to end his life. But do not worry. I have long devised a plan to rescue you and your brothers." That batch of disaster relief silver, totaling 100,000 taels, had been hidden away by their father in 5 portions, and now only she knew their whereabouts. "Elder sister, what do you intend to do?" Meng Shuhua's gaze turned fierce as she declared, I will not only save you and your brothers, but also that wretched child. Chapter 86. Is your target me? In the balmy month of March, as the ice and snow melted, a bustling energy filled the air. The situation had stabilized. Internal strife quelled, leaving only external threats. Unable to resolve these external worries all at once, Emperor Shun decided to embark on a tour to observe the condition of his realm. Accompanying him were 2 concubines, a princess, a prince, numerous loyal ministers, and a contingent of the imperial guard for protection. The court was left under the governance of the crown prince, with Yun Shilang assisting him. Many ministers in the court urged caution. Your Majesty, please reconsider. My mind is made up. There is no need for further counsel. If there are no pressing matters, you may all leave the court. Long live the emperor. As the emperor set out, the ministers bid him farewell, their hearts yearning to join him, rather than remain in the capital, beholden to the whims of Yun Jinghe. During the fortnight of Yun Jinghe's regency, the officials diligently attended court. Even the unruly young lords who had previously caused disturbances and harassed women now behaved themselves. Yun Shilang, please examine these 2 memorials. Yun Jinghe took the documents, which reported the findings of the governors of Beijing and Zuriri. Both documents detailed the same incident. 2 large pits had suddenly appeared along the border between Beijing and Zuriri, one at the foot of a mountain and the other in the wilderness. Villagers engaged in herding and hunting had spotted them, and after the local magistrate dispatched officials to investigate, they discovered deep wheel ruts left in the ground. Yun Jinghe could not help but recall the missing Meng Shuhua and called for Guisi. Zhang Cheng, take men to investigate. Yes. After Guisi departed, Guisin remained in silence, feeling increasingly bored as he watched his master spend each day with the crown prince. At that moment, a bodyguard rushed over to Princess Anning, kneeling in a panic. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Princess Anning has been abducted. What? Wasn't she with Lord Lu? I do not know who the assailants were. They wore masks. The leader injured Lord Lu with a swift attack, and after killing the bodyguards, they took the princess. Lord Lu was wounded and pursued them, calling for help. Your Highness, you must send someone to rescue the princess. Xiao Suzi, quickly summon Kong Peng to assist. Ensure they bring the princess back. Master, may I go as well? The palace guards were strict, and given the master's formidable skills, Guisin was eager to investigate, especially since Lu Yutang was also involved. Go if you wish. Excited, Guisin followed Xiao Suzi to find Kong Peng, and soon they set out from the city with a group. At the foot of a mountain on the outskirts, the ground was strewn with fallen flowers, broken branches, and the bodies of the slain bodyguards. Lord Kong, judging by these traces, they escaped in 2 directions from the east and west. We should split our forces. Agreed. Lord Kong clasped his fists and led the way. After pursuing for several miles, the trail vanished. The lifeless body of Lu Xiangtong lay on the ground, still holding a letter. Meanwhile, Guisin followed the trail into a bamboo grove, slowing his pace and carefully observing his surroundings. A gust of wind rustled the bamboo, and an eerie mist began to rise. When he turned around, the bodyguards who had accompanied him had vanished. Leader Zhang, why not sit and enjoy some tea with me? Not far away, a bamboo pavilion appeared, where Lu Yutang sat. He had shed his usual low profile, dressed in a flowing blue robe adorned with intricate patterns. Kneeling as he brewed tea. This tea is brewed to perfection, with a refreshing and rich flavor. It is a pity that Leader Zhang missed it. He shook his head, seemingly lamenting Guisin's misfortune, before pouring himself a cup. I am the left chancellor, and Lu Yutang is also me. Is this answer satisfactory to you, Leader Zhang? Guisin furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly. Is your target me? Huh. Your master killed one of my capable assistants. Is it unreasonable for me to demand 2 in return? Beware of my sword. The left chancellor scoffed. In an instant, he hurled the teacup, which shattered against Guisin's sword, shattering it with a burst of internal force. Guisin dodged the shards and forcefully threw his short sword, simultaneously using his palm to break a bamboo stalk, transforming it into a spear aimed at the left chancellor. The left chancellor moved in response. After a long while, the mist dissipated and the bodyguards approached. Leader Zhang has been killed. Quickly, return to report to Lord Yun. At the border between the 2 provinces, Guisi picked up a wooden branch carved into a plum blossom from the bushes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a character for Hua inscribed on one of the petals. He pressed his lips together and tucked the plum branch into his cloak. This trip had yielded significant rewards, as he discovered unburned disaster relief silver seals in the 2 pits. Given the size of these pits, it was likely that each contained less than 300,000 taels of silver. Since the total disaster relief fund was 100,000 taels, there must be 1 or 2 more hiding spots. Therefore, he could not return just yet, but needed to report the situation to his master. Let us head back and bring all those items with us. Understood. After nearly a month at sea, according to the travelogue, they were less than half a day's journey from the nearest dock. Chen Bo Ge decided to go ashore to replenish their water and vegetables and see if he could sell some of their goods. The next dock was called Wangri Dock, located at the border of Haifeng Prefecture. Further down lay Zuriri. Chen Bo Ge disguised himself, secured the cabin door, and left 2 dogs to guard the ship before disembarking alone. This was a charming seaside town, with coconut trees lining both sides of the dock. As soon as Chen Bo Ge set foot on the dock, a young tour guide approached him. "Is this your first visit to our hairy city? I know everything about this place. Would you like me to show you around? Your business acumen is impressive. How old are you, child?" she asked, suppressing her voice as she observed the young boy who barely reached her shoulder. "Do not underestimate me due to my age. I am well acquainted with every nook and cranny of Hairy City, and I charge only 15 won a day. Hiring me will surely be a worthwhile investment." Chen Bo Ge remained unmoved. Seeing another traveler approaching, the young guide quickly added, "Please hire me. I will only charge 10 won. Others demand 21. Noticing the approaching traveler, his voice grew urgent. "You seem unfamiliar here. It must be your first time in Hairy City. Should I lead the way for you? Having me as a guide will spare you from unnecessary detours." "Dogda, this is me." "No need. I have already hired him." With the 2 on the verge of a dispute, Chen Bo Ge hastily intervened to halt their exchange. The young guide, hearing this, had no choice but to turn away, while still sticking out his tongue at his rival, before turning back to Chen Bo Ge. "Rest assured, my lord, he knows what I know, and I shall certainly not allow you to be deceived." Chapter 87. Why not go? Although Hai Richeng is a small city under the jurisdiction of Haifeng Fu, its proximity to Su Ri Fu endows it with the characteristics of both. "My lord, I am called Shi Tu, residing in the alley behind the dock, where many visitors come and go. Thus, I possess a wealth of knowledge. Whatever you wish to know or procure, I can provide you with detailed insights." After walking a short distance alongside Chen Bo Ge, noticing her silence, he took the initiative to inquire. "No rush. Why don't you tell me about Hai Richeng?" After a moment of contemplation, Shi Tu responded, "I am unsure of what interests you, so allow me to share some intriguing tidbits." He then began to narrate. The most distinctive feature of Hai Richeng is not within the city itself, but rather the river connecting it to Dongdu Cheng, known as Shuangcheng He. At the hour of Su, the ornate boats line up in the river's center, creating a splendid sight, with small vessels ferrying guests aboard. This long procession of boats is referred to as He Ijia. The largest among them is called Qianjin Fong, where the courtesans are exceedingly beautiful, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and dance. Qianjin Fong caters exclusively to the nobility each night, with the proprietress earning a fortune. Chen Bo Ge raised an eyebrow, offering no commentary. Observing her lack of interest, Shi Tu continued with another topic. "In Hai Richeng, there exists a renowned ghost market. If you are not in a hurry, you could wait for it to open and broaden your horizons." "Ghost market?" "Indeed, it opens on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, the 6th day of the 6th month, and the 9th day of the 9th month. That would be in 2 days, correct? Today is merely the 1st of March. To be precise, it begins at the hour of Z and concludes at the hour of Shan, and it operates for just 1 day. What sorts of goods are sold there? I cannot say for certain, but it is said that the items vary each time. Everyone wears masks when attending. If you wish to go, exercise caution while purchasing, as the authenticity of the goods is often dubious, and you may end up acquiring misfortunes rather than treasures." "Can anyone attend?" "Not everyone. Admission requires a ticket, costing 10 taels per guest. Attendees must bring their own small boat to board the ghost ship, where someone will collect the fee." Chen Bo Ge pondered for a moment before requesting that Shi Tu guide her to a place to eat. The lamb soup at this establishment is exquisite, and their roasted goose is delightful. Do not be misled by the current lack of patrons. It is merely because you have arrived past meal hours. At dinner time, it is quite crowded. Have you sampled it? Indeed, once I brought 2 gentlemen here, and they ordered far too much for us to finish, leaving me to consume the leftovers. He had not indulged much himself, opting to take the majority home. Following his recommendation, Chen Bo Ge entered the restaurant. After their meal, she asked him to show her around. The 2 strolled until dusk, and though Chen Bo Ge purchased nothing, she handed him 15 won, instructing him to wait for her by the dock the following day. Shi Tu nodded vigorously, solemnly assuring her that he would indeed wait for her at dawn. "No need to arrive so early. It matters not. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I shall return to my lord, and we shall meet tomorrow." Shi Tu disregarded her suggestion and hurried away, clutching the coins. Chen Bo Ge shook her head with a smile and called out as she returned to her boat, "Xiao Ji Pei, Wang Wang." At the sound of 2 barks, a rope ladder was cast down. She climbed up, subsequently retrieving and stowing the ladder. The 2 dogs, eager for her affection, rushed to greet her. After spending some time petting them, she noticed their bowl was empty, so she replenished it with water and added the lamb bone she had brought back. These were her free crew members, deserving of her care. After feeding them, she attended to a fledgling bird, which required feeding twice a day and was relatively easy to care for. Once she had completed her tasks, she returned to the cabin, filled the emptied water tank, and with a bit of space remaining, poured the excess into the pot to boil, ensuring she could bathe once everything was in order. In the capital, Yunjing he gazed at Lu Yutang's intact arm, reaching out to peel away the thin layer of facial skin, revealing his true visage beneath. He was one of the princess's personal guards, contemplating the gruesome fate of Gui-san, who had been pierced with bamboo poles. Yunjing he felt a knot tighten in his chest. At that moment, a pigeon alighted on the windowsill. He approached, seized the bird, and extracted a message, delivered by Gui-si. Reflecting on Gui-san, he swiftly pinned a secret order to Gui-si. My lord, Gui-san has been returned to Gui-men for a proper burial. The messenger is Gui-chi, who has disguised himself to stay close to you, awaiting the arrival of the new Gui-san before he conceals himself. Understood, my lord. Do you truly intend to go to Yanluoshan tomorrow? Yunjing he replied in a calm tone. Why not? The letter held by the puppet explicitly instructed him to journey alone to Yanluoshan outside the city to retrieve Princess Ninglu. Yanluoshan, named for its steepness, is surrounded on three sides by sheer cliffs, beneath which lies a pile of rubble, while the surrounding hills are not high, creating strong winds atop the mountain. According to legend, a wild goose was swept down the cliff by the wind and perished, later discovered by a passerby, after which the mountain was named Yanluoshan. The next day at the foot of Yanluoshan, Yunjing he ascended alone, the wind billowing his garments. Yet his pace did not falter. Regardless of the steepness, he maintained the same swift tempo. Soon, those waiting at the mountain's base, including Gui-chi, could no longer see his figure. After half an hour, Yunjing he reached the summit. At that moment, 4 individuals stood atop the mountain. Princess Ninglu, suspended at the cliff's edge, 2 attendants, and presumably the left prime minister. Princess Ninglu had already lost consciousness. I have arrived. May I release her? Yunjing he spoke little. Lord Yun exhibits remarkable courage. If I were to refuse release, would that not place you in a predicament? However, I did not specify whether she would be released alive or dead. As his words fell, the 2 attendants moved to sever the ropes. Yunjing he remained unfazed, swiftly snapping off a long branch, launching 2 leaves at the necks of the attendants, while keeping a watchful eye on the left prime minister. As the latter moved, he cracked his whip, redirecting the leaves. The sound of the whips echoed. With precision, the 2 attendants were forced back from the rope. Yunjing he now wielded a long staff, perfectly suited to counter the whip. Are you and your master so careless? The left prime minister mocked, eyeing the staff in his hands. When Yunjing he mentioned Gui-san, he shifted swiftly, closing the distance between them. As the 2 engaged in combat, the attendants slowly advanced. Ugh, ugh. Princess Ninglu had unexpectedly regained consciousness. Seeing the attendants poised to cut her bindings, she struggled desperately. If you wish to avoid a swift demise, refrain from moving. Chapter 88. What is happening on the mountain? If you wish to avoid a swift demise, refrain from moving. Ugh. The attendants had commenced cutting the ropes. With her mouth bound, Ninglu dared not move, merely emitting sounds to urge Yunjing he. He did not glance back. With each twist and thrust of his staff, he sought the left prime minister's vulnerabilities. The latter had evidently been injured by Gui-san. Yunjing he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, forcing the left prime minister to shift from offense to defense. Then, with a powerful flick of his staff, he sent forth a surge of internal energy toward the left prime minister, who was once again driven back. Almost simultaneously, Yunjing he darted to the cliff's edge, casting the 2 attendants down the ravine. Just as he was about to lift Princess Ninglu, the left prime minister re-engaged him. The 2 were once more embroiled in battle. It was uncertain how long they fought, but Princess Ninglu felt her life slipping away. The wind repeatedly slamming her against the cliff wall, her tears drying and then wetting again. At that moment, the duel neared its conclusion. The left prime minister, recognizing his injuries and impending defeat, launched a dart toward the rope. Lord Yun, you truly possess exceptional martial prowess. I shall return another time to seek your guidance. Upon finishing his words, he leapt off the cliff. Yunjinghe could only watch helplessly as Swixiang vanished. He hastily seized Ninglu and pulled her up. Woo-woo. Lord Yun, I am frightened of Yunjinghe. Once freed, Ninglu attempted to embrace him. With a frown, Yunjinghe bound her hands again and led her down the mountain, ignoring her shouts and curses. That is the princess and Lord Yun, quickly. Kong Peng, watching the 2 figures descending, eagerly led his men to greet them. Gui-chi also approached to inquire about his master. Lord Yun, what is the situation on the mountain? Shall we go up now? No need. Take the princess back to the palace, Yunjinghe replied, handing Ninglu over to Kong Peng before departing with Gui-chi. They reached the edge of the cliff to investigate, but the area was already deserted, save for a long grappling hook left on the cliff face. At the Wangri dock, as dawn broke, Chen Bo Ge, carrying a self-made backpack, descended the ladder. After disembarking, she called out to the ship, "George Page." No sooner had she spoken than the rope ladder slowly retracted. Stone, who had been waiting at the dock, was surprised. "So, there are still people on board?" "Yes. Let us go eat first," Chen Bo Ge replied, not wishing to elaborate, and she set off ahead. Stone, with no intention of prying, hurriedly followed her. In ancient times, people rose early and slept early. Even before the sun had fully risen, Wangri City was already bustling with life. Stone led her into a noodle shop, where she ordered a bowl of Sanxian noodles for both of them. After satisfying their hunger, Stone took her to buy supplies. This time, they only needed to replenish fresh water and vegetables, as she still had a 3-year supply of rice and flour in her space. "Shopkeeper, how much for all of this?" The shopkeeper, grinning at the pile of produce Chen Bo Ge had gathered, began weighing each item and jotting down the prices. Chen Bo Ge glanced at the chaotic scrawl on the ledger, her brows twitching slightly as she surveyed her surroundings. With so many people around, it was inconvenient to store items in her space, so she turned her gaze back to the shop. Inside the shop, various items were piled high, but the back courtyard was empty, featuring a small door beside a tree. Moments later, the shopkeeper announced, "That will be 5 taels and 85 won." Chen Bo Ge handed over an extra 5 won. "Shopkeeper, may I leave my purchases in your backyard? I will send someone to collect them shortly." "Of course. Our backyard is empty. Feel free to leave them. The small door is unlocked. Just push it open when you come back," the shopkeeper replied cheerfully. "Thank you, shopkeeper. No need for thanks. It's just for a short while, and I get a little tip. What is not to like?" The shopkeeper smiled at Chen Bo Ge. "I will place them by the small tree, and don't forget to collect them." They continued to explore other shops, and Chen Bo Ge purchased some local snacks and delicacies to add to her backpack. When they returned to the vicinity of the fruit stand, Chen Bo Ge took out a small silver coin and handed it to Stone. "I thought the dried fruits we just bought were delightful. Please buy me another portion, and you can keep the change as a reward. Wait for me, I will be back soon," Stone exclaimed, taking the coin and dashing off. Chen Bo Ge shook her head with a smile and turned to retrieve her goods from the shop's backyard. The small door in the back courtyard appeared tightly shut. She pushed with all her might, and it swung open. After securing the door, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching as she swiftly stored her items in her space, placing most of the contents of her backpack inside. "Shopkeeper, my items have been collected. Thank you," she said as she exited the shop and exchanged a few words with the owner. At that moment, Stone arrived to find her. "I've returned with the purchase." "You've worked hard," Chen Bo Ge replied, placing the items into her bag. Stone, feeling somewhat shy at being thanked, scratched his head. Then, raising his chin, he asked, "Hee, it's no trouble at all. Where shall we go next?" "It's noon. Let us have lunch." After their meal, when Stone heard she wished to wash her shoes and hands, he led her to a stream where people gathered water daily. "All right, I can return on my own. I want to be going out this afternoon, so you should head back," she declared, handing Stone 20 won to ensure he returned home. Stone initially refused, but, seeing her determination, graciously accepted the coin and departed. In the middle of the day, the area around the stream was deserted. Chen Bo Ge, feeling uneasy, stood up to survey her surroundings before placing her water jars into the stream, allowing them to fill. Once done, she stored the jars in her space and returned to the boat. That afternoon, she decided to take a long nap to restore her energy for the night's ghost market. She slept until 8 in the evening, and if not for George and Paige calling her due to hunger, she might have continued sleeping. "I'm coming. I'll feed you soon." The young bird also chirped loudly. Chen Bo Ge rubbed her face, taking a moment to gather herself before climbing out of bed. After completing her tasks, she had half an hour left until midnight. Remembering Stone's words, she changed into her prepared attire, donning a black robe, and secured the mask she had purchased from Haifeng Fu with Lu Wushuang, while also putting on her height-enhancing shoes, with the Baoyu pear blossom needles concealed within her sleeves. Once prepared, she exited the cabin and gently lowered the transport boat from the deck. At that moment, many people were also preparing to depart from the dock. Stone was unaware of the exact location of the ghost market, so Chen Bo Ge maneuvered the transport boat between 2 other vessels, waiting for the crowd to gradually enter the sea before quietly joining them in their journey. Chapter 89, The Ghost Market, Part 1. Under the midnight sky, around 50 small boats floated on the water, each carrying 2 to 3 people, with a few lone occupants. Each boat was adorned with a paper lantern at its bow, and everyone wore various masks. The sea breeze caused the paper lanterns to sway, casting eerie shadows of the ghostly masks in the dim light. Chen Bo Ge wore a small ghost mask and had prepared a black scarf. If everyone else donned scarves, she would switch to one as well to avoid standing out. For now, it was unnecessary, as everyone was cloaked in black robes and masks. However, She pondered why they had halted here. As the clock struck midnight and the distant watchman sounded the gongs, she understood. A ship slowly emerged from the horizon. Towering 2 stories high, with white paper lanterns hanging from its eaves, appearing distinctly otherworldly. Chen Bo Ge suppressed her strange thoughts and quietly observed the vessel. When it came to a stop, its deck began to unfold slowly, resembling modern engineering. Once the entire deck was flat, dozens of wooden ladders descended from above, and the crowd hurriedly moved their small boats beneath the ladders, with Chen Bo Ge following suit. Upon boarding, 2 masked figures in black robes stood at the entrance of the cabin. As individuals entered, the person on the left collected payment while the one on the right handed them something. Chen Bo Ge, trailing behind, did not pay much attention. When her turn arrived, she received an unlit candle and a handbook detailing the ghost market's rules. At midnight, when the rooster crows, the ghost market rules are as follows. 1. Do not make a sound, or there will be unforeseen consequences. 2. Do not cause trouble on the boat, or there will be unforeseen consequences. 3. The handbook contains a total of 13 rules, with the last being the same as the first. Do not make a sound. No wonder. Since she had followed the crowd until now, everyone had remained silent, not uttering a single word. Standing to the side, she read the paper in her hand before discreetly tucking it back into her sleeve, peering into the interior. The venue is divided into 2 levels, each illuminated by only 4 candle lights. The individual in the lead lit a candle and casually sought a place to sit in the spacious area. Subsequently, Chen Bo Ge observed that this person took out a white cloth and meticulously arranged their belongings, placing the candle in the center before sitting cross-legged on the ground, remaining perfectly still. Gradually, more individuals followed suit, finding spots to sit down and setting up their stalls. Others wandered with candles in hand, lingering in front of the booths. Chen Bo Ge, perplexed by the silent transactions, decided to explore with her own candle. At her first stall, the vendor offered various calligraphies and paintings, predominantly landscapes, signed by Qingsong Ju Shi and El Lian Ju Shi, all works by renowned figures from the Deshun dynasty and other historical periods. Nearby, someone was perusing the items but hesitated to make a purchase. Lacking knowledge in art appraisal, Chen Bo Ge did not linger and moved on to the next stall. The second stall featured jade, but it attracted no interest. The third stall displayed a variety of jewelry, all of which bore the unmistakable hallmarks of burial goods. In ancient times, the penalties for tomb raiding were severe, and the belief in spirits deterred many from such acts. Only the most desperate dared to engage in tomb raiding. Once exquisite burial items entered the market, they commanded exorbitant prices. There was a legendary jade pillow, purportedly a burial item of an emperor, which had been stolen and passed through various hands, vanishing each time it surfaced in the market, with the last sighting being in a previous dynasty. Chen Bo Ge knew of this from a travelogue she had purchased, which detailed such accounts. At present, several individuals surrounded the stall, where 2 vendors, clad in black robes and wearing fearsome masks, silently watched a man inspecting a jade pillow. There existed a customary rule. If one desired an item already being handled by another, they must wait until the person relinquished it before inquiring about its price. After a moment of scrutiny, the man shook hands with the vendor, who then gestured in his palm. Once the gestures concluded, the man shook his head and vacated the space. Having observed this process, Chen Bo Ge finally grasped the trading etiquette. She watched with interest until the jade pillow was purchased by a vendor adorned with a weeping mask. Continuing her exploration, she traversed several stalls, noting that calligraphy and jewelry were the most prevalent offerings. However, the next stall astounded her, as it showcased products from the Goryeo kingdom, primarily medicinal herbs and a few exquisite porcelain items adorned with traditional Goryeo designs. Among the herbs was Goryeo ginseng, and Chen Bo Ge wished to procure a few slices for tea. She picked up a piece, approximately 20 centimeters in length and 2 fingers wide, inspecting it closely before holding it to her nose to inhale its earthy scent. Satisfied, she placed the ginseng down and extended her hand to the vendor, who grasped her hand and inscribed the price in her palm, 300 taels. Goryeo ginseng was typically a tribute, rarely sold outside the royal palace. And while she was uncertain of the exact price, it was undoubtedly more expensive than the locally sourced ginseng from the Deshun dynasty, which sold for 100 taels per piece. Hence, this price was acceptable to her. She then selected 5 similarly sized pieces and gestured for the vendor to extend his hand. The vendor, understanding her intention to propose her own price, waved his hand and calculated a total, 1,006. Realizing this was the bottom line, she retrieved 3 500 tael notes and 100 tael note from her pocket and handed them to him. The vendor examined the notes under the candlelight before carefully wrapping the ginseng and passing it to her. She stowed the items in her waist pouch and continued her journey. Among the subsequent stalls, one particularly piqued her interest, showcasing specialties from the Siam kingdom, including bird's nest, tea leaves, and other artisanal goods, all of which she purchased. After thoroughly exploring the first floor, she noticed a significant influx of people, though their arrival held little relevance for her. She ascended to the second floor with her candlestick, where the space, though smaller, felt more open due to a plaque at the entrance that read, "No strange toys or rare treasures may be sold." Navigating past the plaque, she discovered fewer than 10 stalls illuminated, a stark contrast to the bustling first floor. However, the allure of rare treasures often lay in their subtlety, resulting in their limited availability. Despite the scarcity of stalls, the foot traffic remained considerable. As she approached the first stall on the second floor, a loud commotion erupted from the first floor. Chapter 90, The Ghost Market, Part 2. It turns out you are the grave robbers. I will slay you, shameless tomb raiders. Do not block me, let go. The Ghost Market earned its name not only for its nighttime appearances, but also because its goods were often illicit. The sellers and buyers, a mixed bag of individuals, made it impossible to discern the identities of the black-robed figures present, all of whom were undoubtedly extraordinary. Speaking aloud risked drawing unwanted attention. Hence the market remained shrouded in silence, broken only by the sound of footsteps and the gentle clinking of jade. Suddenly, a harsh outburst disrupted the quiet, causing a momentary stillness. Chen Bo Ge, intrigued by the potential consequences of violating two taboos, clutched her lamp and peered over the railing. She observed that the crowd had instinctively cleared a space for the stall selling burial goods. Two men stood at the stall, one with a horse head mask tightly gripping a goat head masked man, attempting to drag him away. "We need to leave now. Hurry." The goat head man resisted, protesting vehemently. The two vendors sat calmly on the ground, watching the spectacle with amusement. After a moment, several black-robed figures approached, and the horse head man, sensing their arrival, released the goat head man and shielded himself behind him. "Please, esteemed gentlemen, spare us. We shall leave immediately," he pleaded. The goat head man, annoyed by the horse head man's submission, stepped forward with an air of arrogance. "What do you fear? I do not believe they dare to defy the authorities. I, Lu Hong, am the esteemed Wang of Lu Yang." Before he could finish, the lead black-robed figure struck with blinding speed, silencing the goat head man with a swift stroke, demonstrating that the authorities were of little consequence here. "Muji," the horse head man shouted, drawing his sword to confront the leader. However, the leader evaded direct confrontation, retreating behind several subordinates who engaged the horse head man. Soon, he was overwhelmed and brought to the ground. The black-robed figures bound the bodies of the horsehead and goat-head men back to back and carried them out of the cabin. Moments later, a loud splash echoed from outside. The onlookers, unfazed by the display, turned back to resume their trading and browsing. After observing this unsettling scene, Chen Bo Ge gained a deeper understanding of the ghost market. She once again directed her attention to the first stall on the second floor. The stall featured intricate ivory carvings, the vendors showcasing these lifelike sculptures on a piece of black silk cloth. The smallest were crescent-shaped carvings of dog teeth, while the medium-sized pieces were unidentifiable, adorned with shapes resembling ingots, small boats, and animals. Some larger carvings depicted the 12 zodiac animals, crafted from rhinoceros and elephant tusks. She glanced briefly at the offerings before moving on. The second stall displayed but a single item, with the vendor utilizing a brocade box as a showcase. Atop this box rested a silver mirror, approximately the size of a large watermelon, its back adorned with intricately carved floral and avian motifs. Alongside 3 engraved characters, Zhao Gu Jing. A patron was engrossed in the mirror, extending his hand toward it, and to his astonishment, a skeletal hand materialized within its depths, captivating Chen Bo Ge with its novelty. Was this not a manifestation of light magic? The figure clad in a black robe also found it remarkable. Upon attempting with his other hand, the mirror consistently revealed only the skeletal structure, devoid of flesh. He gestured toward the vendor, who promptly provided a price. Chen Bo Ge observed the man's hesitation, initially believing he would forego the purchase, only to be surprised when he decided to buy it. What a pity! Such an extraordinary treasure, if in the hands of a healer, could yield even greater benefits. With a shake of her head, she continued onward. The third stall showcased 2 items. One was a copper basin inscribed with the words Ju Bao Pen, while the other was a blue cup, its surface resembling tangled threads and as thin as parchment, with the base marked Xin Wan Bei. Chen Bo Ge raised an eyebrow. If a genuine Ju Bao Pen existed, who would relinquish it for sale? The self-warming cup appeared no different from an ordinary vessel, albeit slightly thinner, leading her to suspect the vendor was attempting to deceive the gullible. The subsequent stalls were filled with an array of peculiar items, a Jing Yi Dao, Xing Jiu Chao, Ji Shizhu, and Bai Han Yu. After a cursory glance, she found a place to sit. She distanced herself from the crowd, positioning a candle to illuminate a miniature world crafted from conch and coral. She retrieved 2 larger pieces and a smaller one from her space, along with a matching wooden box. The conch was the most valuable among them, a two-story house without a roof and only half a wall, furnished with complete amenities, accompanied by a red winter-sweet tree outside. The second piece represented a fisherman's courtyard, featuring 3 coral stone cottages, a yard with trees, a dog, and drying fishing nets. The smallest item was a conch-crafted platter, within which she placed the jewelry she had collected from the ocean floor. Each piece was painted with pigments derived from plants, some even coated with resin for added luster, a process she undertook alone in the mountains, requiring considerable effort to gather the materials. Once she arranged her items, curious onlookers immediately began to gather. Among them were 2 individuals. The shorter one examined each piece, revealing her interest, while her companion extended a hand to Chen Bo Ge, prompting her to quote a price. Chen Bo Ge inscribed a total of 100,000 on his palm. This sum was not exorbitant, given that conch has always been a precious commodity, not to mention the coral, her invested time, and the jewelry. The man glanced at the girl, shook his head, and gestured toward the larger item. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement. Chen Bo Ge quoted 40,000. He produced a stack of silver notes, handing them to her one by one. After she received and secured them, she carefully packed the items into the wooden box, securing it with a red silk ribbon before presenting it to him. After they departed with their purchase, several others approached to inquire about prices, but seemingly deterred by the cost, none expressed a desire to buy. Chen Bo Ge remained unfazed. If unsold, she would keep the items for herself. Just as she contemplated leaving, 3 individuals wearing wolf masks arrived. They immediately began inspecting her jewelry, casting covert glances at Chen Bo Ge. Clad in a hooded black robe and masked, she remained undeterred by their scrutiny. After exchanging glances, one pointed to 2 items and inquired about their price. When Chen Bo Ge shook hands with him, she sensed a probing touch, prompting her to quickly withdraw her hand and cross her fingers to quote 10,000. The man promptly produced 10 notes of 1,000 each. Aware she had attracted their interest, she discreetly packaged her goods for them before rising calmly to descend the stairs. At the turn of the staircase, she indeed spotted the 3 trailing behind her at a leisurely pace, initially intending to explore the first floor further. As the crowd and stalls multiplied, she realized it was no longer prudent to linger. The ghost market would close soon, and with dawn approaching, escape would become increasingly challenging. She could not afford to wait until the market closed. She needed to depart while night still enveloped the scene. Resolutely, she merged into the throng, weaving through the crowd until she reached the edge of the deck, seeking the transport boat. As she located one at the edge, the 3 men followed her out. Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled down the ladder and boarded the transport boat, with the trio jogging down behind her. Realizing the imminent danger, she wasted no time in pushing aside the obstructing boats with her or paddling back in the direction from whence she came. Before she could venture far, the 3 leapt into a nearby boat, one seizing an oar from an adjacent vessel. The duo paddled with remarkable speed. As they closed in on her, Chen Bo Ge extinguished her lantern, shrouding herself in darkness. Amidst the vast sea, the ghost market's glow was the only light against the encroaching blackness. The trio reached her previous location, illuminating the area with their lanterns. However, the thick fog rendered their feeble light ineffective, barely illuminating a 2-meter radius. They continued to paddle slowly, and one of them called out, "Miss, I mean no harm. I am willing to double the price for the box and the night pearl you possess." "Miss." The sea remained eerily silent. "Miss, these items belong to my deceased wife, who tragically fell into the sea a year ago. I have missed them dearly. I beseech you to have mercy and return these treasures to me." Still, there was no response. Undeterred, they scoured the vicinity for a considerable time, waiting for others to leave before setting their boat toward the dock. Chen Bo Ge observed their retreat without rushing to exit her hiding place. "Damn it, that shameless scoundrel stole my oar. If I catch you, I swear I will make you pay." Soon, the watchman struck 5, and everyone surged onto the deck in search of their boats. "Which scoundrel took my boat? Ah, you dare come near? Try me. Quick, kill him." Beneath the deck, chaos erupted with murder and theft, and amid the turmoil, the ghost market's vessel silently departed. There existed a rule within the ghost market. Once you leave the boat, your life and death were no longer its concern. Haha, finally, I have an oar. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the surroundings gradually quieted, and everyone began to row their boats toward the dock, appearing from a distance like a swarm of large fireflies flitting across the sea. At that moment, Chen Bo Ge emerged from her concealed space, quietly trailing behind the luminescent group back to the dock. She did not tarry, seizing the opportunity to depart the coastal city as dawn approached. "George Page, it's time to eat." Having attended to the small creatures, Chen Bo Ge settled in the cabin to enjoy her meal. As she dined, her gaze lingered on the night pearl and the box. The 3 men from the previous night were unlikely to have genuine affection for those items. Their purchase was merely a means to temporarily transfer their wealth into her possession. As for the claim that these treasures belonged to his deceased wife, it was far from credible. They likely recognized the owner of these items, who was most probably deceased, most likely at their hands. Within the pearl or the box undoubtedly lay the secrets of that owner. She scrutinized the pearl for an extended period but discerned nothing, ultimately deciding to set it aside and tidy her belongings. When she returned, she discovered that the box had been knocked to the ground and broken by Xiao Ji, who was still gnawing on a tag-like object. Spitting it out, Chen Bo Ge reached out. Xiao Ji opened his mouth, and a small token fell out, inscribed with the characters Gao Li on one side and Min Zhenggong Zhu on the other. Min Zhenggong Zhu? Wasn't she the princess sent by Gao Li to marry into Deshan last year? If she was the owner of the box and had met with foul play, then who was the Li Fei beside the emperor? At the east side of Su Ri Fu, Madame Lianhua, the doorkeeper, returned. Madame Lianhua, also known as Li Wan Ning, had been here for half a month, precisely 20 days. However, at that time she was not yet Madame Lianhua. She had drifted at sea for 3 days, and with food and water running out, she had no choice but to land, disguising herself like a beggar. At that time, wanted posters bearing her likeness were plastered at every city gate and market, and she dared not enter the city. Just when she thought she could endure no longer, a madwoman appeared in the dilapidated temple. She easily tricked the madwoman into handing over her bundle. Inside, there were some worthless rags and a household registration, which contained a divorce certificate. The registration read, Li Lianhua, 20 years old, from Jianghuai, married to Zhao Datsai, was considered ill-fated after the early death of her son and was abandoned by her in-laws. Li Wan Ning was overjoyed. This Li Lianhua was a perfect substitute. She had had enough of this life of evasion. Sister Lianhua, shall I take you to wash up? Wash up, wash up. On the 12th day of the 2nd month in the 2nd year of Deshan, the murderous Li Wan Ning was found drowned by the riverside outside the city, her face mangled by river stones, with only a certificate in her arms to prove her identity. Thus, the case was closed, as stated by the Haifeng prefecture. When she appeared on the streets under the guise of Li Lianhua, veiled and assuming a new identity, the case had already been resolved. There was no longer any need for caution. She produced silver to purchase horses and swiftly moved to settle at the neighboring Su Ri Fu. At this moment, she was no longer Li Wan Ning but the abandoned Li Lianhua, and the servants referred to her as Madame Lianhua. Have him come in. The doorkeeper entered the room, standing respectfully in front of the screen as he awaited her inquiries. Have you gathered the information? Replying to Madam, I have gathered the information. The Zhao family resides in Jianghuai town, running a general store. 5 years ago, Zhao Datsai married Li Lianhua, the daughter of a scholar from the same town. 2 years later, they had a son, but Li Xiuzai passed away due to illness, and this year, their son also succumbed to illness during the Lantern Festival. The Zhao family regarded her as ill-fated, believing she brought misfortune upon her father and son, and thus they divorced her and remarried her cousin. Consequently, Li Lianhua went mad, wandering until she encountered you. You may leave. Thus, the only ones who could expose her identity were the Zhao family. Li Wan Ning smiled. Chapter 92, Dongling Dudu Port. The border of Beijing Fu. Report. The opposing side consists of approximately 30 individuals, digging and moving boxes at the foot of Rong Mountain. Guasi frowned upon hearing this. If there were 300,000 taels of silver, such a small number of people would be insufficient. Take 10 more men to scout both sides for ambushes. Yes, Guasi had not seen Yunjing He's letter. However, he had studied the border map and concluded that Rong Mountain was the most likely hiding place for the disaster relief silver. Hence, he had been keeping watch over Rong Mountain for the past few days. Early this morning, a group of people had arrived, and he was leading his men towards them. After waiting for a while and seeing that the scouts had not returned, he sensed a trap. We must withdraw. It's too late. Kill. The enemy forces, numerous in number, surrounded them from behind. Kill. Guasi charged ahead, swiftly slaying the enemy's vanguard. Follow me. Kill. The two forces clashed fiercely on the main road. Guasi moved like a wraith, reaping lives in his wake. The enemy commander was no weakling. He had his own left and right vanguards, and the three worked together, quickly approaching Guasi. Guasi took a step forward, aiming a swift kick at the enemy commander's lower body. The kick was both fast and fierce, causing those around to gasp in shock. The commander's face tightened as he stepped back just in time to evade the blow. Before Guasi could regain his footing, he leaned left, closing in, wielding 2 short swords, relentlessly attacking the three. The sound of clashing blades filled the air. Despite being outnumbered, Guasi grew stronger with each strike, exchanging over 10 blows in an instant. Seeing that 3 of them alone could not defeat Guasi, the enemy commander shouted, "The left chancellor has declared that whoever kills this man will receive a reward of 1,000 taels." Upon hearing this, The enemy soldiers surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, surrounding Guac and launching an assault, inadvertently granting the other soldiers a momentary respite. Guac, seizing the opportunity, discarded his short swords, picked up a spear, and with a powerful leap, he pierced a vanguard, creating an opening, and galloped towards the rear. Chase! If we let this man escape, we won't be able to return today? Guac glanced back and saw about 20 men in pursuit. He spurred his horse, which bolted forward in pain, covering a considerable distance. Ahead lay a forest, his preferred battleground. After they left, 5 more men arrived. Guac approached to investigate. They were all dead, and there was no sign of Guac. He must have run into the woods. Let us hurry. The newcomers were from the Gua Min's battle department. The 5 followed the trail into the woods. In the depths of the forest, after killing another soldier, Guac was finally intercepted by the leader and his men. No wonder my master told me not to underestimate you. You truly are formidable. But even the strongest cannot avoid injury. Tell me, do you feel the wound numbing? Guac ignored him, cautiously surveying his surroundings, and then he moved again. Damn it. When the 5 arrived, Guac had a firm grip on the enemy leader's hair, and with a sharp slice of his blade, blood splattered everywhere. I detest loquacious individuals. After saying this, he fell back dramatically. Guac. When Guac regained consciousness, he found himself in Yunfu. He was in the quiet courtyard shared with Guai-san, where only Xiao Jiu remained, engrossed in medical texts. Xiao Jiu, why are you here? Have I been cured of the poison? He struggled to sit up, but found himself too weak. Guai Jiu remained unmoved. Fourth brother, although the poison has been cured, it's best for you to lie still. Otherwise, I want to take responsibility if you fall. Guai-san, Guac, and Guai Jiu all entered the Gua Min around the same time, and their bond was stronger than with others. Guac attempted to rise several times, but ultimately gave up. The batch of silver from Rome Mountain. When the battle department brothers brought you back, the silver had already been transported away. You have been unconscious for a month, and now is the time for recuperation. I'll prepare some medicinal food for you. I've been unconscious for a month. Guac found this hard to believe. After Guaijiu left, Lin Pei arrived. You're awake? How do you feel? Guac looked at Lin Pei, somewhat surprised. I'm fine, but how come you're here? Lin Pei was a new recruit under Guai Air, said to possess martial talents surpassing both him and Guai-san. Logically, he should have been at the Gua Min. That is good to hear. I will inform the master. You should focus on healing. Watching Lin Pei step beyond the threshold, Guac uneasily asked, Where's Guai-san? Lin Pei paused. You should ask Guaijiu. With that, he truly left. After a moment, Guaijiu sent in medicinal food. Where is Zhang Xiai? He didn't ask about Guai-san, but inquired about Zhang Xiai. Anyone could be Guai-san, yet Zhang Xiai was unique. You may leave now, and close the door. After dismissing the attendants, Guaijiu remained silent for a moment before speaking. He is in Tianzhe Valley. Tianzhe Valley is the most sacred ground of the Gua Min, where the esteemed and meritorious members of the Gua Min are buried. Guac felt a rush of warmth in his eyes. Who is responsible for this? The Left Chancellor. 3/5 of Deshun's territory is encircled by the ocean, surrounded by countless small islands. After a month of sailing, Chen Bo Ge had navigated along Deshun's narrow strait to arrive at the expansive entrance of the sea. She did not venture into the sea, but instead halted at the last dock of Dshn, the Deoling ferry of Bijf. Beyond this point lay not only vast waters, but also foreign territories. This would be her final opportunity for resupply in Dshn, and she wished to send a message of reassurance to her family. Earlier in the year, she had planned for SHY to establish stations throughout the 4 prefectures and the capital. If SHY acted swiftly, Bijf should have a SHNF Ing Express station by now. It was less than a 3-day journey to Bijf City. She paid to dock her boat at the ferry and rented a carriage, setting off with 2 dogs and a bird towards Bijf. 3 days later, CHNBIG led the carriage through the streets of the prefectural city. The contrast between Bijf and HIF was striking. One exuded a rugged wildness, while the other was marked by refinement and restraint. Hey, esteemed guest, we offer the finest L&L wine and freshly slaughtered lamb. Would you care to join us for a bowl? CHNBIG chuckled and shook her head. What about our authentic pork stew with vermicelli? I assure you, one meal will leave you craving more. The vendors along the road frequently extended their invitations, and eventually, she entered the establishment boasting the pork stew. Esteemed guest, please take a seat. Little T. Quickly lead this guest's carriage to the stable. Certainly, proprietor, he replied. Thank you. CHNBIG had already stowed her 2 dogs in her space upon entering the city, and she handed the reins to the young attendant, nodding her gratitude. No need for thanks. Please come inside. What would you like to eat? The proprietor's face lit up with a smile. Bring me 2 signature dishes. Would you like some steamed buns to accompany them? They pair delightfully with the signature dishes, and a little knife-cut liquor would be splendid. Just the buns, no liquor, please. All right, coming right up. After indulging in a hearty meal, CHNBIG called for the proprietor to settle the bill. Is there a shop called SHNFINSYN nearby? The proprietor nodded while collecting payment. Indeed, just continue straight ahead, then turn right at the third intersection, and you'll find it shortly. Thank you. No need to mention it. Your carriage is ready for you. Please take care. As CHNBIG walked with her carriage, she observed the surrounding shops. Upon reaching her destination, SHY happened to emerge from within, passing directly by her before turning back a few steps. Master? CHNBIG chuckled softly. Has the change been that significant? SHY fell silent. At this moment, her master stood at approximately 175 centimeters tall, likely in elevated footwear and dressed in male attire, her face and neck tanned. A stark contrast to the fair and radiant master from Shu Ingudo. One could not say they bore any resemblance at all. Yet, one could hardly blame the master. After all, who could remain unscathed under the sun at sea? SHY quietly pondered. Is the ocean truly unavoidable? Though he thought this, he still respectfully welcomed CHNBIG inside. You've tanned, please come in quickly. CHNBIG entrusted the carriage to SHY's companion and, curious, inquired, what brings you to this route? SHY led her to the reception room and poured tea, while transporting goods from HIF to JD. I happened upon a large order destined for BIJF, so I thought I might take the opportunity to visit. Today, I received another order headed to JD, and I shall depart tomorrow. He had just gone to pick up the goods, but since his master had arrived, he would arrange for someone dependable to take his place. After sharing a few more words, SHY stepped out to run errands for her. The next morning, SHY prepared the goods for his return to JD. CHNBIG entrusted him with a letter and a locked iron box, instructing, this letter is for my mother, and you must personally deliver the box to YNJH, ensuring it does not pass through anyone else's hands. Understood, master. Initially, she had considered asking SHY to bring back 2 ginseng roots, but she reconsidered, deciding against it. The journey from BIJF to Shu Ingudo was long, and should any mishap occur along the way, it could attract unwanted attention. It was best that as few people as possible knew of her visit to the ghost market. After SHY departed, she too set off in the afternoon. That night, the palace in JD was ablaze with lights. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the crown prince's palace. Ah, an assassin. Quickly, seize the assassin. By the time YNJH arrived, the assassin was already dead, a young eunuch recently promoted by him. What happened? YNJH frowned at Kang Ping. Before Kang Ping could respond, the crown prince's tutor stepped forward, stating, you ought to ask YNSHLing. After you left, while I was teaching the prince, this young eunuch suddenly drew a dagger to attack him. Had I not intervened, the prince would have been in grave danger. After speaking, the tutor took a few steps closer. This young eunuch was assigned by Lord YN. Surely Lord YN knows better than we do what transpired. If you claim ignorance, it may be necessary for you to visit DLS. At this moment, several high-ranking officials observed YNJH, but he ignored the tutor's words. He asked, is this also the prince's wish? He possessed the power of regency. Without the prince's command, no one could move against him. The 12-year-old crown prince stepped out from behind the tutor, his voice cracking. No. I trust you won't harm me. However, if you do not cooperate with the investigation, people may speculate that you are responsible for my harm. How about we temporarily inconvenience Lord YN by asking him to stay at DLS for a couple of days? To soften the blow, the prince quickly added, I have instructed Lord Ing to prepare a room for you. Once everything is clarified, I will personally ensure your return. There is no need to pressure the prince. If you are innocent, Lord Ing will surely uncover the truth. YNJH's gaze was icy as he mockingly regarded the tutor. I hope the tutor does not come to regret this. His gaze was so penetrating that the tutor felt as though he had been thoroughly scrutinized, a mixture of anger and shock washing over him as he spoke with barely contained frustration. Hurry and escort Lord YN to DLS. Kang Ping clasped his hands in apology. Lord YN, I beg your pardon. Please. As he watched YNJH being led away by Kang Ping, the tutor wore a smug smile. YNJH had always relied on the emperor's favor, acting without restraint. Now that the emperor was gone, he had also captured the crown prince's heart. Observing the crown prince, whom he had nurtured since childhood, gradually distancing himself, the tutor felt anxious yet powerless. Finally, he had awaited an opportunity, the young eunuch whom YNJH had favored. He merely needed to employ a bit of cunning to win back the heart of the young prince, while simultaneously thwarting Yunjinghe. Truly a brilliant strategy that accomplished 2 objectives with 1 maneuver. The news of Yun Jinghe being summoned to the Dali Temple shocked the court and the public the following day. Not only did the officials of the court engage in fervent discussions, but within a day, it spread throughout the capital, with many secretly applauding the turn of events. Lin Pei accompanied him to the Dali Temple. The next morning, the city guards discovered that the 6 corpses previously hung at the city gate had mysteriously vanished. Within the palace, the young prince stood in shock, exclaiming, "Are you saying the bodies of the Meng family on the city wall are missing?" "Yes, Your Highness. I have dispatched someone to investigate," replied Minister Kong. The prince panicked. His father had repeatedly instructed him to heed the counsel of Minister Yun. Yet it seemed that trouble arose merely a day after Minister Yun's arrival. He was well aware of the complexities surrounding the Meng family. The more he pondered, the more restless he became. "I must summon Minister Yun." Chapter 94. Are you satisfied? "No, I must summon Minister Yun," the young prince declared, calling for Kong Pong to lead him to the Dali Temple. "Your Highness, think carefully. Minister Yun has not yet cleared his name. What will you do if something untoward happens?" The Grand Tutor attempted to dissuade the prince, but the prince brushed his hand away. "I have come to understand that if Minister Yun wished me harm, he would have acted long ago." With that, he proceeded with Kong Pong. Inside the Dali Temple's prison. Upon hearing that the bodies had been stolen, Yun Jinghe instructed Lin Pei with a few words before he exited the Dali Temple. Shortly thereafter, the young prince and Kong Pong arrived. He slightly bowed to Yun Jinghe, apologizing, "Minister Yun, I have wronged you. Please return with me. The bodies of the Meng family's direct line have been stolen, and you are still imprisoned. This is quite dire." Yun Jinghe evaded his courtesy. "This matter is unrelated to Your Highness. You have been misled by the Grand Tutor. However, if everyone emulates the Grand Tutor, how can I maintain any authority in governance?" The young prince pondered this as well. What must Minister Yun do to agree to leave? Unless the Grand Tutor humbles himself to plead for my release, I shall not exit. The young prince, troubled, departed with a heavy heart. "Your Highness, what are you suggesting? That he should go and plead for forgiveness from that scoundrel Yun Jinghe? He has only been imprisoned for a day." He recalled the admiring glances from the ministers the previous day. If he were to go now, what difference would it make to pulling him out only to eat his words? "I shall not go. I would rather die than go. This Yun Jinghe wishes to drive me to despair. Very well, I shall grant him his desire." With that declaration, he charged straight toward the great cauldron within the hall. At that critical moment, Kong Pong intervened to stop him. The young prince then approached, heartbroken, lamenting, "Why cannot the Grand Tutor think of me? Of Dashun? You previously advised me that mishandling the Meng family affair would jeopardize Dashun, yet now you disregard both Dashun and me." In conclusion, the young prince bowed deeply to the Grand Tutor. "I earnestly beseech you, for the sake of Dashun and for me, to apologize to Minister Yun. We wronged him first. Grand Tutor, I implore you." As the young prince prepared to kneel, the Grand Tutor could not permit such indignity. He hurriedly supported the young prince, exclaiming, "How can you do this? You have grown under my watch, and you are my heaven. What worth is my old face if I must bow and plead before that scoundrel?" The Grand Tutor wiped away his tears, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation as he strode out of the hall. Those who were unaware assumed he was making a noble sacrifice. Kong Pong was left speechless, recalling that he had not intended for things to unfold this way when he ordered Yun Jinghe's arrest. "Minister Yun, the Grand Tutor has arrived," the official from the Dali Temple announced, but he hesitated to voice further thoughts, ultimately choosing silence. In that moment, Yun Jinghe understood what was intended. He saw the Grand Tutor, bare-chested, with brambles on his back, blood seeping from multiple small wounds. The Grand Tutor knelt before Yun Jinghe, repeatedly bowing his head. "Regarding the assassination attempt on the young prince, I wronged you, Minister Yun. I beseech you to forgive this old minister." His actions only deepened the wounds on his back, and his forehead grew red from the contact with the ground. His age rendered the scene all the more pitiable. The attending officials could not bear to watch and began to speak in his defense. "Minister Yun, please forgive the Grand Tutor. After all, he was merely concerned for the young prince. Indeed, the Grand Tutor is a veteran of 2 reigns. Such humiliation is truly excessive." Yun Jinghe chuckled softly. It seemed this official wished to take the Grand Tutor's place in seeking forgiveness. No, I was merely speaking." The official hastily retreated. Yun Jinghe scoffed. Perhaps the Grand Tutor should explain why that young eunuch's parents recently came into sudden wealth? The Grand Tutor shuddered, instinctively glancing at Minister Song, who averted his gaze. He realized his career was at an end, thoughts of his family flooding his mind as he bowed once more. All of this was orchestrated by this old minister. "I was foolish, I am guilty, and I am unworthy to guide the young prince. Once this matter is resolved, I shall resign from my position as Grand Tutor. I beg for your forgiveness, Minister Yun." Yun Jinghe rose, dusting off his robe, and approached the Grand Tutor with a commanding presence. "I warned you that you would come to regret this. Are you satisfied with this outcome?" The Grand Tutor fell despondently to the ground. He should not have allowed jealousy to cloud his judgment. Fortunately, Yun Jinghe was a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment, and he would likely not further complicate matters for his family. On an uncharted isle, the physician released Meng Yuguai's hand and turned to Meng Shuhua, shaking his head. The poison has been neutralized, but the cold air within has invaded the lungs and cannot be eradicated. I fear he may not have many years left. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuhua's hands trembled uncontrollably. Her younger brother had endured immense suffering. This could not be the conclusion. This cannot be. Doctor, please examine him again. The physician, seeing her descent into despair, furrowed his brow and withdrew from her outstretched hand. If you do not believe me, perhaps you should seek another physician. No, please. Just look at my younger brother one more time. Sister, it's all right. Today, did our older brother and second brother find peace? Meng Yuguai grasped Meng Shuhua's hand. His tone light. This brought her back to calmness. She turned and sat back on the bed, vowing while holding her younger brother's cold hand. Yes. Our older brother and second brother are being buried today. They will watch over us. You can rest assured, I shall capture that little wretch and avenge you. Sister, let's not dwell on this. I wish to return home and see our brothers. No, we cannot go back. The disaster relief funds have all been given out. Even if we were to refuse, do you think there is any path for us into Shun? Seeing her becoming agitated again, Meng Yuguai hurriedly reassured her. All right. We will not return. I will stay here with you. But the Left Chancellor is not a simple man. We have lost our value. How long will he continue to protect us? Across the vast sea, a small boat floated. Approximately 10 nautical miles away, heavy clouds loomed over the sea's surface, where thunder roared and winds howled, resembling a sea demon undergoing trials, terrifying in the extreme. On the 5th day of venturing into open waters, Chen Bo Ge encountered severe weather at sea. The weather was ever-changing. Initially, it was merely a patch of dark clouds, but within the time it took to have a meal, those clouds had coalesced into a thunderstorm. As the storm intensified, so did the winds. The small boat, propelled by the wind, was on the verge of being swept into the heart of the tempest. She hurriedly lowered all sails to bring the boat to a halt, keeping her eyes fixed on the ominous area, which now appeared as dark as night. Moments later, as lightning flashed, she was startled to see a small whirlwind rising from the surface of the sea. Before her eyes, the whirlwind rapidly expanded. Chapter 95. The Dragon Sucks Water. A massive waterspout took shape within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, serving as the vanguard of the thunderstorm, clawing and snapping as it surged toward the small boat. Woof woof. The two dogs sensed the terrifying aura, pressing tightly against her side and barking incessantly. As the inevitable approached, Chen Bo Ge focused intently, drawing the entire vessel into her spatial realm. Outside, the water dragon descended rapidly, its surrounding atmospheric pressure akin to tendrils, engulfing everything it encountered to augment its formidable form. Behind it, a tempest followed, heralding its arrival. Chen Bo Ge, sheltered within the confines of the spatial realm, felt a surge of trepidation. Soon, the entire concealed space beneath the water was drawn skyward, and the dizzying speed caused her to lose consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself swept along by the water dragon for several hundred nautical miles. As the atmospheric pressure gradually subsided, the water dragon's might waned, ultimately dissipating into the air above the ocean. The water and marine life it had lifted fell back to the sea like torrential rain, creating splashes across the surface. After an indeterminate time, she was roused by the affectionate licks of two dogs. Her first instinct upon awakening was to gaze outside, where calm waters greeted her, even revealing a pink dolphin that swam by closely. This pink dolphin, known as Zhonghua by Hai Tun, was a creature she had only seen in videos and photographs during her time in Huagua. Overcome with excitement, she exited the spatial realm, startling the little dolphin. "Oh my, you startled me. How did this bipedal creature appear so suddenly?" exclaimed the male dolphin, its voice surprisingly belonging to a young male. "You're quite timid," she remarked, chuckling. "Little dolphin, where are you headed?" "I'm searching for my pod, but you should hurry back. Ahead lies the territory of the great white shark, which is exceptionally ferocious. Last year during our migration, 2 of us were lost to its jaws. You must return." "A great white shark? Where has this water dragon brought me?" "In ancient times, complete maps were non-existent, let alone navigational charts. She relied on the travel notes she had previously purchased to estimate her location, which indicated that sharks were hundreds of nautical miles away from the inland sea. Surely, the water dragon could not have transported her that far. "How did you end up alone then?" "I took too long to mate with my partner, so they left without me." Chen Bo Ge responded. "However, returning is not an option. Fear not, we shall journey together. I will protect you." Initially, she contemplated releasing her vessel, but decided to wait until they had traversed beyond the great white shark's realm. The little dolphin regarded her with disdain, as bipedal creatures in the water seemed as helpless as fish on land, only able to flounder about without any real capability. You swim too slowly. Allow me to assist you. Chen Bo Ge welcomed this suggestion, drawing forth her crossbow and positioning herself atop the little dolphin's back, allowing it to accelerate. Hold on tight, bipedal creature. If fortune favors us, we may evade it. It's coming, right behind us. Ah, we're done for. The little dolphin panicked, propelling itself forward with all its might, but Chen Bo Ge's weight hindered its balance, nearly causing her to lose her grip. Stay calm and steady your swimming. I have a plan, she reassured, gently patting its back. Miraculously, the little dolphin steadied itself. As the white dorsal fin of the shark approached, Chen Bo Ge swiftly drew the little dolphin into her spatial realm and aimed an arrow at the shark's eye. Unfortunately, she missed and struck its forehead instead, causing it to shake its head and launch a fresh assault. The effectiveness of her crossbow diminished underwater, prompting her to quickly return it to the spatial realm and retrieve her rainstorm pear blossom needles. These slender, diminutive needles faced less resistance in the water, and she believed she could fire multiple at once, convinced that at least one would find its mark. As the menacing great white shark charged at her once more, she pivoted and fired several needles directly at its eye. Success! The great white shark, wounded, leaped from the water, crashing back down with a thunderous splash. Enraged, it thrashed its tail violently and charged directly at her. Undeterred, Chen Bo Ge thought, having already blinded one eye, blinding the other should pose no challenge. Yet, she miscalculated. The shark had become wary of her and would not attack head-on again. As it neared, it abruptly turned, unleashing a powerful tail swipe. Upon witnessing the massive tail approaching, Chen Bo Ge's eyes widened in alarm as she shouted in. Confounded, the great white shark pondered why it had struck the bipedal creature, yet it had vanished. It swirled in frustration, churning the surrounding waters into a frenzy. Chen Bo Ge could hardly believe she had lost an arrow and employed the rainstorm pear blossom needles, yet narrowly escaped peril. Had she hesitated for even an instant, it could have spelled her doom. She had underestimated the situation, relying too heavily on her survival tactics. In the future, she resolved to retreat into her spatial realm whenever faced with danger. After a prolonged standoff between the shark and herself, the great white shark finally departed, reluctant to concede. Bipedal creature, where are we? I feel quite at ease here. This is my secret place. If you find it comfortable, linger a while longer, for I shall soon depart. She dared not venture out, fearful of a surprise return from the great white shark. This time, she would never underestimate any intelligent creature again. Indeed, after a brief wait, the great white shark returned, confirming the absence of any living beings before slowly swimming away. After a moment of stillness, she released the little dolphin. Let us depart quickly, otherwise, if the great white shark returns, we may find escape impossible. Let us go, let us go. Chen Bo Ge kept glancing back until the little dolphin guided her far from danger, at which point she exhaled in relief. You need not fear, it shall not return. We have exited its territory. Chen Bo Ge nodded, then recalled that the little dolphin could not see, saying, Then please set me down. We shall part ways here. It is unsafe for a bipedal creature like you to remain in the sea. You should return to shore, the little dolphin urged as it released her. She gently stroked the little dolphin's head and replied, I understand. Go find your pod. Believing she truly intended to leave, the little dolphin joyfully swam away. Watching it disappear into the distance, Chen Bo Ge finally released her vessel from the spatial realm. Wong, I know you are hungry. Raise the sails, and we shall dine shortly. Wong. The white sails billowed once more, catching the bright sun as they sailed towards the horizon. Chapter 96, Daisy Ferry. In Kyoto, Shi promptly delivered his cargo before making his way to Yunfu. Given the gravity with which his master regarded this box, it was best to deliver it to Yunjinghe without delay. Although many claimed Yunjinghe hailed from Shuanyue Island, he felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of meeting the rumored living Yama. He arrived in the afternoon, yet Yunjinghe had not yet returned from the palace. Yunjinghe arrived home as twilight descended. The steward followed closely behind, reporting, Master, today the Wang of Luyang and the Shao have sent invitations, and a man claiming to be the subordinate of the Jiayu Island Lord is waiting for you. Would you like to meet him? Yunjinghe paused. Had she not gone to sea? Could she have encountered trouble? He turned and made his way to the reception hall, indicating that they should allow the visitor in, as he would dine later. Understood. The steward's mind raced with thoughts. Shortly after, he led Shi inside, saying, Please enter. The master is awaiting you. Shi expressed his gratitude to the steward, took a deep breath, and stepped into the hall. Your humble servant greets you, Lord Yun. Rise and speak. Yes. Shi stood up, handing over the iron box to Lin Pei beside him, and furtively glanced at Yunjinghe seated at the head of the table. A single glance caused him to quickly lower his gaze, for the other was indeed watching him. Daring not to look further, having delivered the item, he prepared to take his leave. This is something my master instructed me to deliver to you personally. If there are no further commands, I shall take my leave. Yun Jinghe accepted the iron box, which lacked a key, her expression reflecting surprise. However, he did not immediately open it. Instead, he placed it on the table and pressed down on it with his hand. Does your master have any messages for you to convey? None. Then all that needs to be said should be in the box, right? Is she well? The master is in good health. Only then did Yun Jinghe instruct the butler to escort him out. After dining, he toyed with the box in his hands for a while before ultimately tearing off the small lock with force. Inside the iron box, there was a note and a plaque. The note bore only 4 characters, accidentally found. He flipped it over, but found nothing more. He pressed his lips together and crumpled the note before summoning General Mulei. Yes, at the Su Ri Fu, the procession had been in the capital for 3 days. The Deshun Emperor was relatively restrained. As he traveled eastward, he did not permit local officials to host extravagant banquets. Moreover, he did not linger in one place for too long, typically staying 3 to 5 days to observe the local populace before moving on. Today, Su Ri Fu was exceedingly lively, adorned with lanterns of all sizes, rendering the capital festively vibrant. Knowing the emperor intended to depart today, Feng Zhifu hurried to inform him. Your Majesty, today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Every year at this time, we hold the 100-flower ferry competition, attracting many visitors. Might you consider staying to witness it? The emperor recalled that Feng Zhifu had mentioned this competition in last year's memorial. Judging flowers? The emperor's interest waned. He was not particularly fond of flowers or plants. Feng Zhifu shook his head. It is not merely about judging flowers. The blossoms in this competition are tended to by several young maidens, who nurture the seeds from sprouting to blooming, and they must possess both grace and beauty. At this point, the emperor's consorts, seated beside him, exchanged knowing smiles. He paused, omitting the latter part of his statement, and proceeded directly to the rules of the competition. The contest not only assesses the care for the flowers, but also evaluates the maidens nurturing them. Merely being adept at flower cultivation and possessing beauty is insufficient. They must also possess literary talent, as the maidens will compose poetry inspired by the flowers they tend. Numerous scholars will present flowers to them, and the maiden with the most flowers will be crowned this year's 100-flower fairy. Additionally, the top 5 contenders who do not win the grand title will also be recognized. These maidens hold esteemed positions. Upon returning home with their accolades, they will attract many suitors. The emperor's interest piqued. He instructed Feng Zhifu to change into casual attire and, accompanied by disguised imperial guards, they departed, leaving the 2 consorts seething with frustration. The venue for the 100-flower fairy competition was on a street adjacent to the magistrate's office, where there was a large arena. This arena was frequently utilized by affluent families for celebrations, inviting troops to perform and share their joy. Occasionally, it also hosted competitions in martial arts and literature, but during the 100-flower festival, it was reserved exclusively for that purpose. Is there a prize for this competition? Who founded it? Feng Zhifu, glancing at the emperor who was younger than himself, initially intended to address him as sir, but changed it to master. Replying to your master. This 100-flower competition is said to have been established by a noble who cherished flowers. It gradually evolved into an annual tradition due to its popularity. Though the prizes vary each year, I am unaware of what this year's prize will be. The 2 sat in the front, conversing as they observed the proceedings. Each flower must be unique, Feng Zhifu remarked. The initial rounds of elimination commenced during the cultivation period, with designated individuals visiting the contestants' homes at specific times to monitor and mark the growth of the flowers, preventing any cheating. Those who registered but failed to cultivate flowers, or whose flowers were subpar, would be disqualified. By the time of the competition, fewer than 30 contestants remained. However, this year, with favorable weather, 38 participants stood on the stage. The first round involved placing the flowers before the arena, with a basket positioned in front. Those who favored a particular pot could toss a flower into the basket, each flower costing 1 or 2 silvers. Feng Hao, go buy a few. Feng Zhifu scampered off to purchase some and handed them to him. The emperor placed 1 flower each into the baskets of the roses, peonies, and daisies. After a short while, the maidens would recite poetry inspired by their flowers. Gentle winds caress the willow branches, startled fish leap in the river, winding paths embrace the daisies. Cicadas sing in the crimson sun. The maidens' voices were soft and melodious, like a gentle breeze. Once all had presented, voting commenced, and this time the emperor placed all remaining flowers into the daisy basket. Shortly thereafter, the host announced the results. This year's 100-flower champion is the Daisy Fairy. Oh, let us return. Feng Zhifu regarded the maiden at the forefront, inwardly marveling at her fortunate fate. He resolved to investigate her identity, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Suri City would soon welcome another consort. With that thought, he withdrew his gaze. Yes, the master is tired today. Perhaps we should delay our departure for another couple of days? Receiving an affirmative response, Fang Jifu signaled to his men, who nodded and discreetly departed. The following evening, "My lord, do try this." The emperor looked up and indeed saw the Daisy Fairy. This is the legitimate daughter of the head of Qingshan Academy, just reaching maturity. Fang Hao indicated for the Daisy Fairy to introduce herself. Blushing, she softly spoke, "I am called Li Qiao." Li Qiao was a petite beauty. Her cherubic face flushed with shyness, resembling a delicate peach. "Ha ha ha, do not be nervous. Come, sit beside me." As they dined, each person harbored their own thoughts. After the meal, the emperor indeed returned with Li Qiao to his chambers. Suddenly, at the third watch of the night, shadows began to converge from all directions. Surrounding the rear courtyard of the magistrate's office, the emperor, lost in slumber, was blissfully unaware, while Li Qiao, feeling uneasy, struggled to sleep. A sudden loud noise startled her. Your Majesty," she softly called out, but receiving no response, she nervously clutched the blanket, her eyes fixed on the door. Suddenly, a shadow burst through the window. "Ah!" Her scream pierced the stillness of the night. The emperor awoke to find a long blade aimed at him. With no time to think, he pushed the screaming Li Qiao forward and rolled back, drawing his sword to engage. In an instant, another assailant leapt into the room, but fortunately, the imperial guards arrived just in time to assist him. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Fang Hao anxiously assessed the emperor, who shook his head, frowning at Li Qiao's lifeless body. Barry Li Pin in a dignified manner. Had it not been for this calamity, Li Qiao, as the daughter of an academy head, would have only ascended to the rank of Jowie. "Your Majesty, they are all death warriors. After their mission failed, they committed suicide by poison." Among the deceased were not only the enemy's assassins, but also several imperial guards and 2 of the emperor's personal bodyguards. The emperor's expression darkened as he surveyed everyone present. In the brightly lit courtyard of the magistrate's office, the imperial guards stood rigidly to one side, while Fang Hao and several accompanying officials bowed their heads in silence. Consorts Li and Rong huddled together, trembling, while the princes remained asleep. Individually, none appeared suspicious, but it was impossible to assume there were no traitors within. The emperor had not kept his travels a secret, yet he made last-minute decisions on where to rest each night. Apart from himself and his personal guards, no one knew his whereabouts. Even the consorts who attended him were escorted to his chamber by his men, revealing their presence only the next day. But who could the traitor be? "We shall delay our departure for 10 days. Within that time, if the mastermind is not uncovered." Though his words were not fully articulated, the emperor's eyes gleamed with a ruthless intensity, and his tone was chilling. Yes, yes. The individuals present were all filled with trepidation. Within the confines of the space, Chen Bo Ge was bent over her desk, diligently inscribing her nautical diary. On the 10th day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of Deshun, the weather at sea was characterized by clear mornings and rainy evenings. Today was yet another unremarkable day. The predominant fish here were Huanghua fish and Heiyu fish, both of which lacked palatability. However, the Huanghua fish possessed a generous amount of fish gelatin, from which she had already sun-dried 2 pounds. Originally, there were 5 tanks of water, but a heavy rain in the evening replenished some of it. Upon finishing her writing, she sketched a simple illustration of fish gelatin in the margins. Woof, woof. A dog was barking outside, prompting her to swiftly exit the space. "What is it?" she inquired. George and Peppa were barking frantically at something ahead. A thick fog enveloped the area, and the lanterns aboard the ship illuminated only a small vicinity. Yet, she thought she discerned some sounds. Before she could clarify, the entire vessel began to accelerate forward, even though she had lowered the sails after dinner. Woof. The ship was not only speeding up, but she also felt it was spiraling. It was a whirlpool at sea. The destructive power of a sea whirlpool is formidable, and no one knows where its end lies. Chen Bo Ge occasionally peered outside. At first, the whirlpool spun her head in dizzying circles, reminiscent of the previous water dragon incident. However, it soon transformed. The passage of the whirlpool widened, revealing a vacuum at its center, where countless marine creatures floated, drawn by immense pressure into a void of darkness. Chen Bo Ge surmised that she must have been pulled into the deep sea. She returned to her desk and meticulously illustrated the whirlpool on her nautical map. She then retrieved her travelogue to review, noting that it did not mention this particular whirlpool, likely because its author had never encountered it. Approximately an hour later, she glanced outside the space again. Wow, is this the underwater world? She mused as she exited the space and swam slowly towards the glowing cavern. A dolphin followed closely behind, observing her with curiosity. She gently stroked the dolphin's chin and playfully tapped the small fish nearby. The entire cavern was adorned with luminescent corals, and colorful fish darted freely. "Mommy, where are we going?" A large sea turtle accompanied by a small one appeared, the latter tilting its head to inquire of its mother. We are going to Grandfather Green Tortoise's home. He is about to leave. Where is Grandfather Green Tortoise going? Is it fun? Can I come along? The large turtle nudged the small one affectionately. Silly little turtle, Grandfather Green Tortoise is going to die. We are going to bid him farewell, but we will return soon. What does it mean to die, Mommy? To die means Grandfather Green Tortoise will sleep forever and never awaken. Then can we come back tomorrow to wake Grandfather Green Tortoise? No one can wake Grandfather Green Tortoise. We must swim quickly, or we will miss seeing him for the last time. Chen Bo Ge chuckled at the conversation between the mother and child turtles and hurried to keep pace with them. Mommy, there is a strange creature following us. That is a bipedal beast. You must not provoke it, or you may never see Mommy again. The small turtle, terrified by this notion, snuggled closer to the large turtle. Mommy, I'm scared. Do not fear. Mommy will protect you. Before long, the turtles came to a stop. Chen Bo Ge observed that a multitude of turtles had gathered, so many that she lost count. They formed a circle around an elder turtle, approximately 1 meter in diameter, who lay in a giant clam shell, its eyes drooping with fatigue. Beside the clam, another elder turtle spoke. Green Tortoise, you go ahead. I will come in 180 years. Chen Bo Ge nearly burst into laughter at the elder turtle's words, yet she understood that turtles have extraordinarily long lifespans, and the elder's statement was not without merit. After hearing this, Grandfather Green Tortoise struggled to lift his eyelids and glanced at his companion, thereafter closing his eyes for the last time. Grandmother Green Tortoise, with her shell covered in barnacles, slowly approached Grandfather Green Tortoise, placing a small fish in his mouth, then solemnly declared, "The funeral begins." Chapter 98, Prizing Off the Barnacles. Chen Bo Ge never anticipated she would one day attend a sea turtle's funeral. She stood quietly at a distance, watching the assembly of turtles. As Grandmother Green Tortoise called for the beginning of the ceremony, the turtles began to expel small fish and shrimp from their mouths, placing them before Grandfather Green Tortoise. Afterward, they nodded at him, reminiscent of humans offering tributes in reverence. The small turtle, after bowing, curiously asked its mother, "Mommy, doesn't that bipedal beast need to give Grandfather Green Tortoise a gift?" As soon as the words left its mouth, all the turtles turned to look at Chen Bo Ge. She was taken aback. Did she need to present a gift? She had come unprepared. With all eyes upon her, she glanced around at the small fish nearby. "Save me." This was quite rude to the small fish. Uncertain, she retrieved a dried fish from the space and placed it before the deceased turtle under the watchful gaze of the turtles. After laying it down, they continued to stare at her. "Let us treat it as a deity of longevity, beseeching its blessing for our long life." She mentally prepared herself and bowed sincerely to the old turtle. After her gesture, Grandmother Green Tortoise lowered her head beneath Grandfather Green Tortoise, seemingly searching for something. A moment later, she swam slowly back to Chen Bo Ge. She moved deliberately, her barnacle-laden shell weighing her down. Upon reaching her, Grandmother Green Tortoise nudged her hand with her front flippers. Not comprehending, Chen Bo Ge extended her hand. At that moment, Grandmother Green Tortoise opened her mouth and placed a purple pearl into her palm. "Is this for me?" Grandmother Green Tortoise, surprised by her ability to communicate, nodded. "You are not one of our turtle clan. I must offer you a return gift." Chen Bo Ge was taken aback by this unexpected delight. The purple pearl was the size of a pigeon egg, its color identical to the clam shell beneath the old turtle. "We have lived beside this shell for a long time. Long ago, when this clam perished, its flesh was consumed by passing fish, leaving only this behind. I am giving it to you as a token from my old companion." Wow! Chen Bo Ge beamed with gratitude towards Grandmother Green Tortoise, yet felt a twinge of guilt as she regarded the barnacles on her back. "This gift is far too precious. Allow me to prize off the barnacles from your back as a token of my appreciation." Grandmother Green Tortoise was overjoyed. "Really? That would be wonderful. These barnacles have clung to me for most of my life, and they are multiplying. Carrying them makes it difficult for me to swim." The other turtles, overhearing her, erupted in excitement. "Can you help me prize them off? I will give you a gift. Help me prize them off. I have stones too. I do not have that kind of stone, but I have other stones. I will give you all of them if you help me. I will go back for mine." In no time, the crowd of turtles had dispersed. Chen Bo Ge reflected, "We turtles swim slowly, making us susceptible to barnacle infestation. They multiply, impacting not only our swimming speed but also our growth, and even our lives." Grandmother Green Tortoise lay upon the coral while allowing Chen Bo Ge to assist in prizing off the barnacles, expressing her sentiments. Chen Bo Ge recognized that she was being encouraged to assist the other turtles. "I will help them, but if there are too many, I cannot prize them all off. Just the group I encountered earlier was quite numerous, and I doubted my ability to manage." Soon, the departing turtles began to return one by one, each carrying various items in their mouths. Chen Bo Ge even spotted one carrying a clownfish. "All right, I have finished prizing them off." Upon hearing this, Grandmother Green Tortoise rose, attempting to paddle her limbs. "Oh, how delightful. I feel rejuvenated by hundreds of years. Thank you, bipedal beast. How refreshing." Chen Beige even perceived a youthful lilt to her voice. The other turtles were filled with excitement, exclaiming, "This is my gift. It's my turn now." At the forefront, a turtle opened its mouth and expelled a small stone, black and indiscernible in material, before hastily returning to the position previously occupied by the venerable green turtle, Nai Nai. "Puff, it's my turn. Puff, I was here first." The persistent clamor of the turtles caused Chen Beige considerable headache, prompting her to set down her small knife and instruct them to queue. "One at a time, please. Form a line. You stand in front, and the next one follows. Arrange yourselves according to how quickly you return." Although the sea turtles had gained some intelligence, they were not particularly astute. Upon her command, they obediently lined up in order, though occasionally two turtles would argue over who had returned faster. Among them, the green turtle, Nai Nai, bore the most barnacles. After her initial attempts, she discovered a technique that made the task effortless. Thus, Chen Beige commenced her barnacle prying business beneath the sea. At first, she worked swiftly, with only a few barnacles on some turtles. However, somehow news of her activities spread, and soon a multitude of turtles from the surrounding waters gathered. As she continued, her pace slowed, and by the time she finished the last barnacle, her hands felt as though they might break. "I can't go on. I need to sleep." Being drawn to the seabed so late at night, she had spent half the night prying barnacles. With that, she found a spot among the coral and retreated into her space to rest. When Chen Beige awoke again, she had no idea what time it was. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she climbed back onto the boat to feed the dog and the little bird before exiting her space. "You're awake?" It was Nai Nai. Not understanding why the bipedal creature had disappeared, Nai Nai was not particularly surprised by its sudden reappearance. The green turtle presented her with a fish, and seeing her refusal, pointed towards a pile of gifts that resembled a small mountain, urging her to take them. Observing the assortment of fish, seaweed, and even wooden blocks, Chen Beige's lips twitched as she stored them in her space, departing under the watchful gaze of Nai Nai. Upon emerging from the bright coral tunnel, she discovered an underwater canyon. The canyon was adorned with mountains, seaweed forests, and large mushroom-like plants. These mushroom-like plants loomed 3 to 4 meters high, their bodies translucent. Chen Beige reached out to touch them, feeling their smoothness, likely another form of algae. Beneath the mushrooms grew algae plants ranging from half a meter to 2 meters tall, serving as prime spawning and nursery grounds for most fish and shellfish. Once matured, these creatures would either inhabit the surrounding area or venture into the deep sea. Algae not only restore ecological balance, but also produce oxygen. Indeed, 70% of the oxygen on Earth's surface is derived from these marine algae. High upon the mountain peaks, numerous small caves housed an array of inhabitants, bustling in and out. At the foot of the mountains, Chen Beige discovered the remnants of many ships. This was truly a ship graveyard. One could only imagine the lives claimed by this underwater vortex. She wondered if any treasures lay among these vessels. Excited, she retrieved her luminous pearl and swam towards the ship graveyard. Chapter 99. The water is running low. On the tranquil seabed, numerous splintered woods lay scattered. As she approached, the sight of the stacked shipwrecks was shocking. Had it not been for her dog's alert, she might not have emerged from her space in time. Her boat and dogs would have joined the ruins here. She donned gloves, holding the luminous pearl in one hand and a small stick in the other, preparing to guard against tetanus, carefully avoiding sharp objects as she ventured inside. Fish darted in and out of the shipwrecks, and she even spotted a large eel. These vessels had succumbed to the ocean's pull for years, their remains buried beneath layers of sand. She would need to lift the ship's planks and sweep away the sand to uncover what lay beneath. Some wrecks had decayed too severely. A gentle touch caused their hulls to collapse, forcing her to move aside the remnants for further searching. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit. This was a cargo ship that had transported porcelain, its hold brimming with various types of ceramics, plates, dishes, bowls, and vases. Upon closer inspection, she found several small ornaments, albeit most were shattered. Nevertheless, she collected all but the most severely damaged pieces, for one could never tell when they might be of value. After approximately 2 hours, she had extracted all the porcelain. Once finished, she replenished her moisture in her space before continuing her search. In the following hours, she scoured about 10 more ships, yielding little but scrap metal. Ancient artifacts were predominantly natural, and these vessels had lain submerged for far too long, leaving their contents eroded. Exhausted, she returned to her space for a brief rest, waking to continue her endeavors. She resolved to glean insights from her experiences that day, abandoning those ships that appeared hopelessly decayed and focusing instead on those that still seemed salvageable. Thus, she spent nearly 10 days rummaging through the ship graveyard. with her only notable find being that initial batch of porcelain, along with some ink and seal paste. The most exhilarating discovery, however, was 2 large wooden chests filled with silver ingots and a small box of gold ingots. Unfortunately, she found no jewelry boxes, likely buried beneath the sand. Yet, she managed to collect several jade pendants near some remains. One particularly exquisite piece was discovered aboard the ship that contained the silver, though some wrecks remained unsearched. Her water supply was dwindling, necessitating a swift ascent to the surface for replenishment. Haifeng Fu, Shuangyu Island. Shi returned after being away for more than 2 months. After handing over the accounts to Dongyu, he sought out Chen Wanli with a letter in hand. The two stood outside the office, and Shi produced a thick envelope from his bosom, presenting it to Chen Wanli. Chen Dian Shi, this is from the master. She mentioned that everything she wished to convey is in this letter and instructed me not to relay anything further. Chen Wanli clutched the letter tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Did you see Ibai? Wait, please hold on a moment. He hurriedly turned and entered to inform Lu Weiwa, then asked Shi to accompany him back. Since Ibai had departed in February, Hai's mother had spent her days gazing at the painting left behind by Ibai. It depicted their winter solstice barbecue scene, capturing the warmth of that rainy night. Ibai had placed it in her room, and upon discovering it, Hai's mother had taken it to Haifeng Fu to have it framed. Now, that painting graced the central wall of the hall. Hai's mother, look who I brought back. Zhao Xianglian was busy in the backyard when she heard Chen Wanli's voice and was momentarily taken aback. She set down her shears and walked toward the front yard. Why have you returned at this hour? You brought Shuri? She paused, suddenly recalling Ibai, and hurriedly welcomed them into the living room, chiding Chen Wanli for a moment. Quick, come in. You should have brought him in for tea. Chen Wanli, did you say Ibai has grown darker? Has she lost weight? Did she mention when she would return? Zhao Xianglian was even more agitated than Chen Wanli, attempting to grasp Shiyi's hand, but was fortunately restrained by Chen Wanli. Shiyi slightly stepped back, noting that the master had lost a bit of weight, but otherwise appeared well and more confident than before, though she had not mentioned when she would return. Hearing this, Zhao Xianglian shed tears. This child forgets to eat when busy. While at home, I kept an eye on her. Out there, she surely neglects her meals, which is why she has lost weight. Chen Wanli comfortingly squeezed her hand, inquiring further of Shiyi about where he had seen Ibai and what she had been doing. Shiyi answered each question in turn. Noticing Zhao Xianglian begin to repeat her questions, Chen Wanli interjected, Hai's mother, Shiyi does not know anything else. He has to attend to the matters Ibai entrusted him with. Let me take him out first. You should check what your daughter wrote in her letter. Zhao Xianglian had no choice but to relent. She nodded, accepting the letter and thanking Shiyi. Shiyi waved goodbye and followed Chen Wanli out. Zhao Xianglian opened the envelope and began to read the letter carefully. Initially, there was a heartfelt greeting from the daughter, followed by a delightful account of her experiences along the journey, illustrated with charming, simplistic cartoons. She then urged her family to take good care of themselves, assuring them that she would also look after herself diligently. She reassured them not to worry, promising to return home once her travels concluded. The final illustration depicted her standing at the bow of a boat with her 2 dogs, showcasing a slight weight loss and growth in stature. The sea breeze playfully lifted her hair, while the morning sun bathed her face, rendering her a picture of vitality and exuberance. Zhao Xianglian tenderly caressed her daughter's face, alternating between tears and laughter. Enough, enough, no more tears. We should be proud of our daughter, she remarked, rolling her eyes at the sentiment. You've shed tears yourself. When Chen Baian returned, he noticed that his parents were in exceptionally high spirits, a rare occurrence since his sister had departed. Puzzled, he inquired of his father, Father, is there some joyous news at home? Why are you and mother so cheerful? Chen Wanli brought forth a dish, saying, your sister has written to us. You can read it for yourself on the coffee table. Chen Baihan felt a surge of happiness. He was indeed concerned for his sister, though he kept his worries concealed. He also thought of Wu Shuang, who had inquired twice whether he had received any letters from Ibai. He resolved to visit her the following day, intending to share some news and bring along a few packets of mosquito repellent. Perhaps she would make her special mugwort dumplings for him, which, despite his indifference towards them, were undeniably superior to those made by others. Hey, why are you just sitting there grinning like a fool without washing your hands before dinner? Zhao Xianglian exclaimed, catching sight of his foolish expression. Right away,